On a splendidly sunlit afternoon, Kyle finally received a long-anticipated admission letter, welcoming him to Hogwarts, the illustrious institution with a millennia of history. Here, Kyle led a fulfilling life beyond his studies. He would spend his leisure time cultivating vegetables, nurturing flowers, or venturing into the dimly lit underground chambers to provide psychological counsel to a certain forlorn creature abandoned for a millennium. Dumbledore remarked, Kyle is a child of integrity and courage, embodying kindness and sincerity. Professor McGonagall affirmed, the headmaster speaks true. Kyle has never contravened the school rules. Severus Snape interjected, indeed, Quirrell once believed similarly. Until one fateful day, he opened a trapdoor and plunged into a chamber teeming with ravenous cabbages. Chapter 1. The Enchantment of Magic. Within a 3-story building near Ottery St. Catchpole, 11-year-old Kyle Joba stood by the window, intently scrutinizing the parchment in his hands. The letter read, Dear Mr. Joba, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and materials. The term commences on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl's reply by July 31 SD. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Indeed, it was the coveted acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Since his arrival here 11 years ago, Kyle had awaited this day with bated breath. His certainty stemmed from the knowledge that several other extraordinary families resided nearby. Among them, the most familiar were the contrarian editor, Lovegood, and the Weasley family. Especially the latter, with their remarkably peculiar abode and a household of flaming red hair, instantly affirmed Kyle's understanding of the world he inhabited. It is worth mentioning that residing in this locale indicated that Kyle, in this lifetime, also hailed from a wizarding lineage. His father, Chris Joba, served at the Ministry of Magic as the Deputy Director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, as well as the Director of the Beast Division. Thanks to a familial gift for communicating with magical beings, he was also a renowned magizoologist, one of the few pupils of the illustrious Newt Scamander. His mother, Diana, also worked at the ministry, specifically within the Department of Mysteries. Though Kyle remained oblivious to her precise role, he had attempted various subtle inquiries. All to no avail, evidently. His parents' sense of discretion was remarkably robust, as they had divulged not a whisper of information. As for their family background, well, since no illustrious figures had emerged from their lineage, it could only be described as unremarkable, especially when compared to illustrious surnames like Dumbledore or Grindelwald. Nevertheless, Kyle felt a deep sense of contentment at the very least. Both of his parents were wizards, and admission to Hogwarts was undoubtedly within his grasp unless he were to prove utterly inept. This notion was repudiated after his first surge of magic at the tender age of 3, and although he had long anticipated this day, when the owl pecked open the window of his room, bearing an envelope, Kyle was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly leaping from his seat. He cradled the parchment as if it were a cherished treasure, refusing to part with it even during slumber, stealing glances at it every now and then. Dear, you have perused that acceptance letter for 3 consecutive days. Now might you consider setting it aside? I assure you, it is indeed genuine. Chris, with a hint of exasperation, observed his son, who had once again succumbed to giddy delight, and gently reminded him, let us not forget our appointment with the Weasley family to visit Diagon Alley today. We wouldn't want to keep them waiting. All right, father, I shall be there shortly. Upon hearing this, Kyle hastily tucked away the well-studied Hogwarts acceptance letter, sprang to his feet, and rapped on a nearby wooden post. Groot, I'm heading out. No sooner had he spoken than a small green creature sprang forth, waving at Kyle. While the household was home to a few magical creatures, they were not numerous besides Groot, the Bowtruckle. There was also Tom, the Catfox. Though Chris, in his capacity as the Deputy Director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, could easily have housed a dozen or 20 magical beings, he chose not to do so. Moreover, Groot and Tom remained only because they had stubbornly refused to leave. That it was not that Chris harbored an aversion to magical creatures, rather, he believed that such beings ought not to dwell alongside wizards. Those kept in proximity could only be deemed pets. On this matter, the ordinarily affable gentleman, known for his amiable disposition within the ministry, held an unwavering stance. His viewpoint was further endorsed by Newt Scamander, who equally contended that magical creatures rightfully belong in the wild, a principle he had consistently upheld. As for the myriad of magical creatures residing within his extraordinary suitcase, it was merely a consequence of Newt's unique constitution. Kyle had encountered the venerable elder more than once, and could assert with certainty that, akin to a certain magical elementary school reaper, Newt possessed a remarkably similar essence. He vividly recalled the year he turned 5, accompanying Newt on a leisurely stroll through the garden, when he witnessed a Niffler dive headlong into Newt's embrace. It is worth noting that Nifflers are natural masters of concealment, while not particularly intelligent. Unlike other magical creatures, they do not intentionally hide their presence. Nonetheless, they possess a formidable sense of territory and an acute ability to sense danger. Once aware of an approaching wizard or any being perceived as a threat, they would flee at the earliest opportunity. The description of nifflers and fantastic beasts, and where to find them, begins with the admonition that they are best admired from a distance, for they are not to be approached. However, it was precisely this peculiar creature, the ball-turtled bird, that effortlessly and accurately dove in Newt's arms that it was utterly absurd. There was also that incident when he was 7, accompanying Newt on an outing, where they encountered a fire lizard at T8. It was a wounded unicorn. At 10, he narrowly escaped becoming a cauldron for a fire crab. Among these magical beings, some had escaped to the English magical world after being smuggled, while others had wandered in through unknown means. They invariably appeared beside Newt in the most astonishing ways. And this was all while Newt remained at home. Point 1 could only imagine how dire the situation had been when he traveled the world with a suitcase, returning magical creatures to their homes. For every creature he returned, a dozen or 20 new ones would inevitably collide with him, making it unsurprising that his suitcase was soon brimming with animals. Possessing such a unique talent, it is no wonder that Newt found himself on the immigration blacklist of nearly every Ministry of Magic. After all, these creatures were not known for their temperaments before encountering Newt, particularly those that were injured or expecting young. They were prone to explosive reactions at the slightest provocation. Just picture it. You are leisurely sipping afternoon tea on the street when suddenly a raging sphinx or a venomous leopard leaps forth beside you. The mere thought of such a scene could send chills down one's spine. So, when it comes to figures like Grindelwald or Voldemort, do they truly need to get their hands dirty to wreak havoc? Hardly. Look at dear Newt. He need not lift a finger to make something vanish, a mere plane ticket for a short sojourn of 3 to 5 days. Enjoying coffee and the scenery suffices, and afterward, he remains untouched by the consequences. One must commend Tina for her remarkable prowess. She has, single-handedly, managed to keep Newt bound to her side. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire world owes her a Merlin-level medal. Yet, alas, the English magical community has borne the brunt of this. Reports suggest that ever since Newt settled in Dorset, the number of magical creature incidents has surged exponentially, and the English magical world has inexplicably transformed into a favored marketplace for smugglers, without exception. Fortunately, although various incidents have persisted over the years, they have not resulted in any severe repercussions, with only the occasional unfortunate soul-sustaining minor injuries. Point 1 might speculate that as Newt's birthplace, this area possesses some sort of passive buff. However, Chris has not been so fortunate. Due to the demands of his position, he finds himself working overtime every so often. Yet, judging by Kyle's demeanor, he seems to relish it. As they approach the door, Kyle noticed that in addition to Chris standing outside, his mother, Diana, had also returned from the Ministry of Magic earlier than usual, standing there with a warm smile directed at him. Her long black hair was impeccably styled, and the black robe with white trim draped elegantly over her, exuding grace and poise. As she gazed at Kyle, her light blue eyes radiated tenderness, elegant and erudite. This has always been Kyle's impression of Diana. Instinctively, Kyle turned to glance at Chris. Well, he was somewhat handsome, and one could faintly discern the charm he possessed in his youth. The two of them appeared quite compatible. Most importantly, Chris was not balding even as he approached 40. The distance between his hairline and his eyebrows remained a mere inch. This stood in stark contrast to Mr. Wesley next door. Of course, with such formidable genes, Kyle's appearance was hardly lacking among those he knew. He could at least claim the top spot, displaying a tendency to be devastatingly attractive at a young age. However, this was of little consequence to him, as he never placed much value on such superficial attributes. After all, he did not rely on his looks for success. Apologies for my tardiness, Kyle said, stepping between the two with an air of embarrassment. If you had managed to keep that acceptance letter tucked away, you might not have been late, and Hogwarts would not have departed from Britain due to your mismanagement. Chris teased, sharing a spontaneously crafted jest. Well, one could consider it a joke at the very least. Chris found great amusement in it after he finished speaking. As for Kyle, although he did not comprehend the source of Chris's laughter, he politely managed a small smile, deeming it a gesture to honor his father. Fortunately, this awkward moment did not linger for long. All right, it's getting late, we must set off, Diana interjected with a gentle smile, interrupting the father-son exchange while taking Kyle's hand. There are many items we need to purchase for school, and it would be impolite to keep the Wesley family waiting. With that, accompanied by a crisp crack, she and Kyle vanished from the spot. Observing this, Chris promptly followed suit, utilizing his own disapparition. Chapter 2. The Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron, established in the early 16th century, stands as one of the favored gathering spots for wizards. It also serves as the sole entrance to Diagon Alley, the only wizarding street in the English magical world. As Diana guided Kyle through the door, the once boisterous tavern fell eerily silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button. It was as quiet as the self-study sessions on the eve of final exams, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. This strange atmosphere persisted until Chris entered, dispelling the unusual stillness, though the bar remained subdued, as if everyone was consciously lowering their voices. There was, however, one exception. Tom, the bar owner, approached with a look of delight. "Oh, Diana, it has been ages. Care for a drink? My treat." "Perhaps another time, Tom," Diana replied with a smile, patting Kyle on the shoulder and gesturing towards the approaching Weasley family. "We still need to purchase some items in Diagon Alley, and time is of the essence." "Ah, of course," Tom responded, realization dawning upon him. Time truly flies. Little Kyle is already 11. "So, you're off to procure your Hogwarts supplies?" "Indeed," Diana affirmed with a nod, her smile unwavering. "It is somewhat pressing, so we should hurry. You know the way." Tom stepped aside, granting them passage, but then leaned down to Kyle, saying, "I must remind you, young Kyle, if you move that rubbish bin again, I shall be compelled to write a complaint to Hogwarts." Merlin's beard. "Do you have any idea how frantic the first years become when they find themselves unable to access Diagon Alley? You cannot continually burden a frail old man with unnecessary tasks." Kyle felt a tinge of embarrassment at being pointed out for his past mischief. It was evident that this was not his first visit to Diagon Alley. However, one must admit, as a time traveler, not moving the rubbish bin would be rather uncharacteristic. But, of course, he could not voice such thoughts in front of his parents. Instead, he sheepishly replied, "I promise to refrain next time." Tom took this in stride, but Diana raised an eyebrow, casting a thoughtful glance at her son. Her instincts told her that something was amiss. Yet, with the Weasley family arriving, she chose to remain silent. "Oh, Kyle, dear," Mrs. Molly Weasley exclaimed warmly, enveloping him in a big hug before pulling Diana aside for a chat. Meanwhile, Mr. Arthur Weasley naturally struck up a conversation with Chris. The two families enjoyed a close relationship. Molly and Diana were inseparable friends, and Chris and Arthur were the best of mates. It was difficult to ascertain whether their friendship blossomed from being neighbors or if their bond led them to become neighbors. After all, in the original narrative, the village of Ottery St. Catchpole did not feature Chris or even mention his existence. A butterfly effect, perhaps? Kyle was somewhat oblivious. However, due to the connection between the adults, he naturally became friends with the children of the Weasley family. Just as the adults departed, two arms casually draped over his shoulders. "Hey, Fred, look who it is," George exclaimed. "Of course, it's our little underclassman," he continued. "Call him Senior, let us hear it." The identical tones of the twins resonated in his ears like a surround sound system. Ignoring the two, Kyle greeted the other red-haired children nearby. "Hi, long time no see. Percy, Ron, and Ginny." They all nodded back at him with cheerful smiles. "It's been a while, Kyle." Originally, the Weasley family had 7 children, but Bill was in Egypt, and Charlie had vanished a month prior, leaving only 5 present today. As they conversed, they arrived at the backyard of the Leaky Cauldron, at the entrance to Diagon Alley. Mr. Weasley, walking at the front, quickly identified the correct brick and tapped it with his wand. Meanwhile, at the back of the line, the Weasley twins exchanged glances, silently raising their eyebrows, planning to teach a certain impolite underclassman a little lesson. For instance, their newly invented jumping powder. A mere sprinkle on one's hair could yield an unparalleled, thrilling experience. They had tested it on themselves, and the results had been splendid. Who could truly comprehend the sensation of going 10 days without washing one's hair? Unbelievable. If fortune smiled upon them, they might even trigger a hidden surprise, experiencing the unique treatment reserved for middle-aged gentlemen. Without hesitation, the brothers took out the jumping powder, ready to strike, when suddenly a voice from ahead interrupted them. "Hagrid, what brings you to Diagon Alley?" The voice had shifted from its usual calmness to one tinged with caution, immediately capturing the twins' attention. They had heard such wary tones far too often. It was instinctive. And nothing. Hagrid, the half-giant towering at 3 meters and stout at 2, involuntarily shivered upon encountering Chris, his gaze somewhat unfocused. But soon, he seemed to recall something, relaxing considerably as he pulled out a small bundle from his pocket. "Next year, Harry Potter will be coming to Hogwarts. As a welcome gift, I want to bake him a birthday cake, so I came to buy some berry seeds." "Really?" Chris's tone remained taut, scrutinizing the small package with a watchful eye. "If I recall correctly, with the ingredients available in the Hogwarts kitchen, that should be enough to make 10 cakes." To be honest, Chris's tone had become rather aggressive. Anyone unaware of the context would surely perceive him as a formidable antagonist. However, Kyle, the twins, and even the Weasley couple, who share a close relationship with Hagrid, displayed no reaction upon witnessing the scene. Their expressions remained unchanged, as if everything were meant to be this way. Indeed, it was the case. Chris, the deputy director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and the head of the Beasts Division, was exceedingly familiar with Hagrid. To put it plainly, if Chris were to select the one person he least wished to encounter, it would undoubtedly be the keeper of keys at Hogwarts, the renowned half-giant, Rubeus Hagrid. By Merlin's beard, The troubles he single-handedly created accounted for more than a tenth of Chris's annual workload. Particularly maddening were the hybrid magical creatures he concocted. What was the last one again? Ah, yes, the serpent-tailed Yule beast, a two-tailed serpent resulting from the crossbreeding of a Yule dog and a Nundu. God only knows how Hagrid managed to acquire so many magical creatures. They couldn't all be from the Forbidden Forest, could they? Chris certainly did not recall there being any Nundus during his own school days in the Forbidden Forest. As a traditional magical zoologist, he viewed such man-made hybridization as heretical, an abhorrent act that should be strictly prohibited. Regrettably, this practice was not illegal, and despite having submitted several drafts for legislation, he had received no response. Recently, after Cornelius Fudge assumed office, Chris had even made a special trip to the minister's office regarding this matter, only to be met with evasive tactics that led to a complete deadlock. Clearly, in the eyes of their new minister, the value of this legislation concerning magical creatures was too low. It would be far more beneficial to make additional visits to the Hogwarts headmaster's office, as this would not only provide him with peace of mind, but also enhance his image and persona among the public. Thus, Chris found himself unable to confront Hagrid. Moreover, the magical creatures Hagrid had brought forth could be considered new lives. He could not simply disregard them or discard them thoughtlessly. Chris was left with no choice but to observe, record, and classify them. Over time, Chris's resentment towards Hagrid had reached its zenith. The only reason he refrained from taking action during their meetings was the presence of children nearby. Otherwise, he would have insisted on giving Hagrid a good thrashing, even with Dumbledore at his side. Do not be surprised. Although Chris served as deputy director, he remained actively engaged in the front line of magical creature management, possessing considerable strength. While a pureblood giant might pose a challenge, Chris felt confident in confronting a half-blood giant, particularly one without a wand. Hagrid, fully aware of his shortcomings, willingly opened the parcel, revealing only a collection of unknown seeds. In Dumbledore's name, I truly came to Diagon Alley merely to purchase some seeds, Hagrid remarked. Upon hearing this, Chris's furrowed brow relaxed significantly. He chose not to press further and, after offering a few simple admonitions, allowed Hagrid to depart. Hagrid's profound respect for Dumbledore renders it inconceivable for him to deceive regarding such matters. Conversely, Kyle cast a contemplative glance at Hagrid's departing silhouette. This time he pondered. But what about other instances? He recalled that the three-headed dog, Fluffy, introduced in the first book, was procured by Hagrid from a Greek man at a pub. It remains unclear whether this establishment was the Leaky Cauldron or the Hog's Head. One should not assume that the Hog's Head is particularly reputable. Illicit dealings abound there, and it is one of the few places offering accommodation without the scrutiny of identification, thus attracting numerous smuggler types, often with scant cargo and no criminal records. The minimal cargo facilitates convenience. One merely needs to stuff it into a box, and it is generally undetected. Engaging in a transaction with a customer while dining is hardly unusual. Furthermore, it is widely known in the trafficking circles that Hogwarts boasts a gamekeeper with an immense affection for magical creatures. Inquiring about him would pose no challenge. TSK, who claims Hagrid is simple-minded. He possesses a fair share of cunning. Kyle surmised that his father was likely oblivious to the situation concerning Fluffy at this moment, though he had no intention of reporting it. After all, who could turn down the prospect of a three-headed dog? Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. After much contemplation, Kyle ultimately resolved to deceive his father, concealing the information about Fluffy. After all, he too had a fondness for magical creatures, yet he lacked the extraordinary talent of Newt. A creature as rare as a three-headed dog, even in Greece, would be an opportunity too precious to let slip. In comparison, deceiving his father seemed a better choice. However, as a form of compensation and to assuage his conscience, Kyle promptly extricated himself from the twins' grasp and approached Chris, offering him an apologetic glance. This left Chris utterly bewildered. The twins were equally perplexed, as they had just been preparing to resume their previously abandoned antics, ready to sprinkle some of their bouncing powder atop Kyle's head. Yet, at the last moment, Kyle ducked away, leaving them flabbergasted, especially since their bouncing powder had already been unleashed. A mere second earlier or later would have sufficed. Why did it have to be at that precise moment? The twins were left dumbfounded, helplessly watching as their scattered bouncing powder traced an exquisite arc in the air before heading straight for each other's heads. The subsequent sharp intakes of breath and the rustling of hair drew the attention of all nearby, as everyone instinctively turned towards the source of the commotion. Upon turning, they beheld Fred and George, resembling two adult baboons, frantically scratching at their own hair. Their already unruly locks were now rendered even more chaotic under their frantic ministrations, resembling a bird's nest more than anything else. Frankly, the Sorting Hat would have been a more aesthetically pleasing sight than their current appearances. Oh, Fred and George, what tricks are you up to this time? As the peculiar gazes of the growing crowd fell upon them, Mrs. Weasley, her face flushed with embarrassment, marched over to the twins, grasping each by the ear and leading them towards a nearby alley where the onlookers were fewer, hoping to salvage some of her dignity. Unlike at this moment, on the bustling thoroughfare of Diagon Alley, her two sons were brazenly mimicking baboons in public. Merlin's beard. If they continued this folly, the Weasley family's centuries-old reputation would be utterly shattered. Mrs. Weasley acted decisively, though her actions came at the expense of the twins, whose audible gasps betrayed their distress. Additionally, whether it was merely a trick of Kyle's imagination, he fancied he saw tears glistening in their eyes. If that were indeed the case, he could only remark on the twins' uncanny synchronization, even in their sorrow. Meanwhile, observing Mrs. Weasley escort the twins away, Mr. Weasley visibly exhaled in relief, suppressing his own embarrassment as he urged the onlookers to proceed with their shopping, assuring them there was no need to wait for his family. At the back of the queue, Kyle, nestled beside Ron, struggled to stifle his laughter. However, the moment he glanced up to meet Diana's gaze, his demeanor shifted entirely. He forced a smile that was awkward yet polite. His mother, while impeccable in every regard, possessed an uncanny intuition that rendered him unable to keep secrets from her throughout his life. Fortuitously, he had traversed into this world just in time, being born a good 5 to 6 months later. Otherwise, he was certain his true identity would have been uncovered long ago. Truly, with such a mother, privacy was an elusive dream. Diana said nothing further, merely casting Kyle a warning glance before turning away. The situation was not as dire as it seemed. Molly was merely flustered with concern. The twins were notorious troublemakers at Hogwarts, their exploits having spread throughout the wizarding community by word of mouth. Even Diana had heard of their antics, including tales of exploding toilet seats, nighttime escapades involving Mrs. Longbottom and burlap sacks, and the infamous act of tossing dung bombs beneath the seats of Slytherin first years, only to falsely accuse them of soiling their trousers in class. Compared to such notorious deeds, mimicking baboons in public was trivial. Thus, those who witnessed the spectacle could only chuckle. There was no chance it would reflect poorly on the Weasley family. Mrs. Weasley's overreaction stemmed simply from her inability to adapt to the twins' antics. With Bill, Charlie, and Percy being exceptionally accomplished children, she instinctively projected that expectation onto the twins, despite their behavior being markedly different from that of their elder brothers. Even though Bill and Charlie were not always the model students upon their arrival, it could not be denied that they remained among the finest scholars at Hogwarts. Let us put it this way. By merely envisioning the earnest demeanor of a baboon studying on the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, one might begin to grasp the essence of Mrs. Weasley. Nevertheless, this situation is but temporary. With the passage of a year or two, as news from Hogwarts increases, Mrs. Weasley will gradually acclimate to it. At the very least, she will be considerably more composed when faced with similar circumstances in the future. Shortly after this minor interlude, the group parted ways. Since Ron and Ginny were not yet of school age, the Weasley family's purpose for visiting Diagon Alley was solely to assist the twins and Percy in acquiring their textbooks for the new academic year. However, as a newcomer, Kyle had an extensive list of items to procure, with the foremost priority being a wand. There was no need for a guide. Kyle navigated Diagon Alley with ease and soon arrived at his destination, a small, dilapidated shop. Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C., standing at the entrance. Kyle often found himself at a loss for words. The place was in disrepair. The dust on the windows was so thick one could sculpt a statue from it. Did wizards truly have such an affinity for antiquity? Yet, Gringotts and the broomstick shop were immaculate and aesthetically pleasing. Was this the confidence that comes with exclusive trade? No matter how shabby the establishment, one must patronize it? But Gringotts, too, was an exclusive business. This conundrum had puzzled Kyle for quite some time, prompting him to inquire with Chris and Mr. Weasley, but no answers had surfaced until today. Standing here now, Kyle could only shrug, interpreting it as the eccentricity of a craftsman. As for directly asking, that was out of the question. One must avoid offending, after all. He was, after all, the most renowned wand maker in the English magical community, and maintaining a cordial relationship was of utmost importance. However, with Ron set to start school next year, perhaps he could persuade the twins to enlist their youngest brother's assistance in making an inquiry. After all, he was not duping a friend. He was merely engaging Ron Weasley, the beloved brother of the twins. Chapter 4. The Wand Chooses the Wizard. Regardless, a wand must be purchased, and Kyle cautiously pushed the door open and entered. Diana and Chris, however, did not follow him inside. Perhaps they believed that acquiring a wand would take considerable time. So upon learning that Kyle was heading to Ollivander's first, they opted to make their way to Gringotts instead. The interior was indeed far superior to the exterior. While it still bore an air of antiquity and the items were somewhat haphazardly arranged, it was at least much cleaner, accompanied by the melodic chime of wind chimes. A head with graying hair unexpectedly appeared behind the counter. "Good afternoon, child." Ollivander regarded Kyle and inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Have you come alone?" "Yes," Kyle replied, puzzled. "Is there a problem?" Ollivander shook his head. "No, of course not." As he spoke, Kyle discerned a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Strange. Why should the customer feel disappointed upon arrival? Perhaps it was a misjudgment. Kyle shook his head, dismissing the thought. Very well, young wizard. Ollivander emerged from behind the counter and inquired, might you share your name with me? Kyle, Choba, Kyle replied swiftly. Choba? Ollivander paused momentarily, and Mr. Chris is. My father, Kyle answered. Oh, of course, Ollivander instinctively glanced outside the shop, but quickly averted his gaze, explaining. I merely meant that the surname Choba is quite rare in the British magical community. It was evident to Kyle that the old man was indeed disappointed. The moment he mentioned that Chris was his father, the disappointment in Ollivander's eyes was almost palpable. Moreover, he began to mutter to himself, repeating something about Willow or you. Though Kyle could not quite catch the words and did not particularly care. At that moment, Kyle's mind was consumed by visions of his own wand, leaving little room for concern over trivialities. After stating his name, he took the initiative to say, Mr. Ollivander, I am accustomed to using my right hand. With that, he extended his arm straight to facilitate Ollivander in measuring his height and arm length. He was thoroughly familiar with the process. Once the measurements were taken, the next step would be selecting a wand, which was undoubtedly the most time-consuming part. The number of wands in the shop surely exceeded 8,000, and Kyle thought it would be challenging for even Ollivander to find the perfect match at first glance. It would require narrowing down to a general selection and then testing each one. He was well prepared for this, and the act of trying out wands was among the things he eagerly anticipated. However, Ollivander's next statement left Kyle somewhat bewildered. Oh, child, if it is for you. There is no need, he said. Without measuring Kyle's height or inquiring about any details, Kyle watched as Ollivander swiftly approached the counter, retrieving a box from a prominent position, opening it, and sliding it across to Kyle. The motion was seamless, devoid of hesitation. Well, what are you waiting for? Do try it. Ollivander urged as Kyle remained motionless. Huh. Oh, right. Kyle finally snapped back to reality and instinctively grasped the wand from the box. It was a dark gray, smooth in appearance, with no superfluous patterns or adornments apart from the necessary grip. It seemed rather conventional. As Kyle held the wand, before he could take any action, a burst of white light erupted from its tip, instantly illuminating the entire room as if a skylight had been opened in the formerly dim and confined shop. Good, splendid. Ollivander appeared exceedingly excited. Before Kyle could inquire, he began speaking enthusiastically. 13.5 inches, cedarwood, phoenix feather. I must say, it is an extraordinary combination. Extraordinary combination? Kyle was somewhat perplexed. Indeed, extraordinary, Ollivander affirmed, gazing intently at Kyle. He patiently elucidated. Cedarwood wands are typically chosen by those wizards who possess wisdom and keen insight, individuals who are inherently calm. Every decision they make is the result of careful contemplation. As my father once said, one can never deceive a holder of a cedar wand, a sentiment with which I wholeheartedly agree. Therefore, those who possess cedar wands often favor the stability and loyalty of unicorn tail hair, while phoenix feathers tend to be a bit too assertive. In fact, I have crafted and sold a total of 36 cedar wands. Of those, 30 cores are made from unicorn tail hair, 5 from dragon heartstring, and the last. Ollivander paused, smiling as he gestured towards Kyle. Kyle, confused, asked, but sir, didn't you say that these two materials are not suitable to be paired together? Why then would you create it? Just because materials are deemed incompatible doesn't mean one should refrain from crafting them. No, that is a fallacy. Wands choose wizards. My dear child, each wand, upon its inception, seeks out its destined master, much like those. Ollivander pointed to the small mountain of wand boxes behind him and chuckled. The reason they remain here is not due to their inadequacy, but rather because their fates have yet to intertwine. Their rightful owners are merely awaiting the owl from Hogwarts. Ollivander paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, a wand body and core that are seemingly at odds can, in the hands of a wizard, perform their respective functions flawlessly. This is one of the most captivating aspects of wand lore. Just like the wand you hold, your father, Chris, once tried it, and your mother, Diana, did as well. But they were both just a fraction off, merely a hair's breadth. Thus, upon learning of your birth, I have awaited this day with great anticipation. It is indeed perfect. Is it not? Yes, Kyle instinctively nodded. The sensation of the wand fitting perfectly in his hand was indeed captivating, and he found himself quite enamored with it. Although the process deviated slightly from his expectations, the outcome was splendid, and he was thoroughly pleased with his wand. Very well, my child. 7 galleons. Ollivander beamed even more cheerfully. All right, Kyle replied, producing the 7 gold galleons he had prepared beforehand and placing them on the counter. It was customary for a first wand to cost 7 galleons, a remarkably favorable price within the magical community, though this discount was exclusive to newly enrolled young wizards. After completing the transaction, Ollivander slightly bowed in acknowledgement and, after watching Kyle depart, turned his attention to another young wizard who had just entered the shop, accompanied by an adult. Once again, it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Thomas. 11 inches, hawthorn wood. Chapter 5, Shopping. It appears you have acquired that cedarwood wand. Upon reuniting at Madame Malkin's robe shop, Chris instantly recognized the wand in Kyle's hand. Its peculiar pairing left a lasting impression on him, and it was indeed this wand that introduced him to Diana. Little did he expect it would eventually find its way into Kyle's possession. Chris cast a wistful glance at Kyle, but soon his expression shifted, as if a weighty thought had crossed his mind, and he solemnly placed a hand on Kyle's shoulder. "My dear, I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. With that wand in hand, it seems you may not gain entry into Gryffindor." "Not into Gryffindor?" Kyle's lips twitched slightly, as he began to grasp what his father meant. Ollivander had once remarked that wizards wielding cedarwood wands possess keen insight and a naturally calm demeanor, whereas Gryffindors, well, they might not necessarily require such calmness. Kyle was taken aback by the fact that he had yet to enroll and was already being turned away from a house. It was indeed a disheartening revelation. "What are you two laughing about?" At that moment, Diana approached, her curiosity piqued. She had just gone to assist Kyle in purchasing a cauldron, and on her way back, she had also stopped by Scribulus to acquire some quills and parchment, thus missing the earlier conversation between father and son. "It's nothing. Just that Dad mentioned I wouldn't be able to enter Gryffindor with this wand," Kyle explained, showcasing his new wand to Diana. Diana clearly recognized the cedarwood wand as well, and in light of Kyle's words, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Regrettably, my dear, I believe your father is correct." Chris and Diana held no strong preference for which house Kyle should enter. To them, as long as it was Hogwarts, any house would suffice. Kyle felt the same way. Similar to the selection of a wand, the crafting of school robes proved to be a lengthy endeavor. Even with Madame Malkin's expertise, it took a full 20 minutes just to measure the necessary parameters. The final product would take even longer, especially since Kyle was taller than his peers. The shop did not have suitable stock and could only offer a custom order, which would require approximately 2 hours. After some contemplation, Kyle decided to leave his address for owl delivery. By this time, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 hours later would be 7, which was rather late. So sending it via owl was indeed more convenient. The next stop after Madame Malkin's robe shop was Flourish and Blots. This visit was swift, taking less than 5 minutes for Kyle to gather all the required books. Additionally, he purchased 2 extracurricular readings. First and foremost, of course, was the latest revised edition of Newt's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Although there are already 19 volumes at home, this does not deter him from supporting Uncle Newt, as it serves to bolster sales. Moreover, the newly released revised edition is commendably generous, featuring an additional 30 pages and 7 entirely new magical creatures, representing excellent value for money. As for the second book, it was inadvertently kicked out from a corner while Kyle was at the checkout. Common Spells and Their Counter Charms. True to its name, it contains a collection of familiar spells, such as the Lumos Charm, the Levitation Charm, and the Cleaning Charm, among others. Its strength lies in its extensive variety, resembling a spellbound version of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and it is quite affordable at merely 1 galleon. After glancing through it, Kyle casually decided to take it, finding it a pleasant diversion, albeit not particularly useful. In truth, aside from these 2 volumes, Kyle yearns to explore many more books, spells, potions, transfiguration, enough to fill an entire sheet of parchment. However, he refrained from purchasing them, not due to a lack of funds. Chris and Diana's income is quite considerable, albeit not on par with the pureblood families, but rather because he is soon to attend Hogwarts, with access to one of the largest and oldest libraries in the Wizarding World. Why would he need to buy books? Unless they are essential textbooks for classes or truly beloved works, he can simply borrow whatever he desires later on. Regardless of what others might think, Kyle certainly does not wish to be foolish. His galleons do not come easily. Upon exiting the leaky cauldron, he had nearly completed the items on his school supply list, if not entirely. As for pets, Kyle felt no need for one. Over the years, Chris had rescued numerous injured owls, granting their family considerable renown within the messenger community, which benefited Kyle greatly. Whenever he appeared at the window with an envelope or package, a flock of owls would eagerly rush to assist him, many of whom hailed from Hogwarts. When the need arises, he can simply employ one with a treat, making it exceedingly convenient. Look, another galleon saved. Originally, Kyle intended to use the money he saved to purchase a broomstick. He did not require an extravagant model. A Nimbus 1500 or a Clean Sweep 7 would suffice. Compared to the latest models displayed in the shop window, these older brooms offer exceptional value. Their quality is not significantly inferior, yet their price is less than a third of the new models, making them quite economical. For instance, the Nimbus 1500, which was once all the rage at 300 galleons, can now be acquired for a mere 80 galleons, a sum that aligns perfectly with his accumulated pocket money. The Clean Sweep 7 is slightly more expensive, approximately 100 galleons, but still within reach, albeit requiring some financial assistance from Chris. However, just as he had proposed this idea, it was swiftly dismissed by Diana with a single vote, her reasoning being quite straightforward. Hogwarts regulations prohibit first-year students from bringing their own broomsticks, even if one were purchased. It would serve no purpose, as having one at home suffices. In response, Chris could only shrug helplessly at Kyle, indicating his inability to assist. Nevertheless, he thoughtfully brought Kyle to the window of the broomstick shop, allowing him to indulge his visual appetite before they made their way to the leaky cauldron. The Weasley family, who had accompanied them, had already returned, having left while Kyle was purchasing his robes. Mrs. Weasley needed to head back early to prepare a sumptuous dinner. A considerable undertaking for a family with 6 children, even with the aid of magic, which would take over an hour. Regrettably, Kyle felt a tinge of disappointment at not witnessing the twins' antics, a sentiment second only to his failure to acquire a broomstick. In the days leading up to the start of school, Kyle engaged in a fulfilling routine, spending each day in his room experimenting with various spells. Despite hailing from a wizarding family, his opportunities to wield magic prior to enrollment had been scarce, verging on non-existent. Primarily, both Chris and Diana regarded their wands as extraordinarily precious, akin to a second life, and thus could not be casually entrusted to Kyle. Only on Christmas and his birthday was he permitted to wield them for a brief indulgence. Naturally, Kyle understood the gravity of this. The spells he practiced were primarily illumination or unlocking charms, which posed no adverse effects on the wand even if he failed. There was also the matter of wand compatibility. Despite being the son of Chris and Diana, their wands displayed a notable resistance to him, the sensation of rejection unmistakable, particularly with Diana's wand. It felt no different from an ordinary stick in Kyle's hands, as no matter how fervently he recited spells, he received no response whatsoever. Thus, most of his previous time had been spent interacting with Quidditch, herbology, and magical creatures, with little genuine engagement in spellcasting. After patiently waiting for 11 years, he finally possessed his own wand, and it was high time to unleash some magic. Chris did not oppose this endeavor, occasionally taking delight in offering guidance, relishing the role of a teacher. Consequently, Kyle's room was filled with the flickering light of various spells almost at all times. Initially, all was well as Kyle practiced fundamental spells, which posed no risk to others. However, as time progressed and the number of spells he mastered increased, complications began to arise. At the dining table, as Chris sipped his tea, he watched in astonishment as the teacup before him abruptly lifted from the surface, slowly floating upwards. Yet, Chris appeared unfazed, calmly returning the cup to the table and gently tapping it with his wand. After completing all of this, he finally raised his head and called out, "Kyle, when casting the summoning charm, you must firmly establish your target in your mind. Furthermore, I suggest you start with summoning a quill or parchment, at least they won't break." "All right, Dad," Kyle replied, but whether he truly absorbed the advice was uncertain to Chris, who suspected he likely did not. After all, situations like today had unfolded several times before, and he had cast more repairing charms in this single day than in the entirety of the past decade. Consequently, he had to apply repelling charms on every fragile item in the house. Just then, as he pondered, a piece of bread swiftly soared over his head and with a loud thud, adhered to the ceiling. It must be acknowledged that, in terms of results, Kyle had made significant progress. At least this time, the speed of the summoning charm was markedly improved compared to the last. Sigh. Chris exhaled, waving his wand with a calm demeanor, sending the piece of bread back to the kitchen while internally reflecting on Diana's wisdom and foresight. Thanks to her confiscating Kyle's cauldron on the first day, he could only imagine the chaotic state their home might have been in otherwise. An 11-year-old wizard is indeed notorious for being irritable, and the Weasleys next door were no exception. Fortunately, this phase was nearing its end, as Hogwarts would commence tomorrow. What splendid news! Chris lifted his cup of red tea and savored a sip with a contented expression. Soon, evening descended. Diana had not returned due to a task. Lacking any culinary skills, Chris gladly accepted Mrs. Weasley's generous invitation and, accompanied by Kyle and some prepared ingredients, made his way to the nearby burrow for a meal. Unsurprisingly, his actions incited Mrs. Weasley's displeasure, who deemed it inappropriate to bring ingredients when visiting, perceiving it as a lack of trust in their friendship, which led her to scold him thoroughly. Chris, however, refrained from rebuttal, tossing his items into the kitchen and smiling in agreement. As for Kyle, he had seamlessly integrated with the Weasley children, a sight Chris had long grown accustomed to. Their household lacked house elves, so whenever Diana was away on a task, the two of them would visit the Weasley home for meals. This scene played out each time they came, a fixed routine. In a nearby open space, Kyle was helping several Weasleys clear out some goblins. Although termed clearing out, it was essentially a game. One person would grasp a goblin by its legs and launch it into the air, while another, wielding a stick, would strike it like a quaffle, sending it flying. The one who managed to send the goblin the farthest would be crowned the winner, receiving a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans as a prize. Initially, Chris did not support such games, believing it sufficient to simply toss the goblins away without the need for a stick. Until one fateful day, when he discovered that the painstakingly nurtured cloak grass he had tended for an entire year was all but ruined by those mischievous goblins, he never again curbed Kyle's antics. In fact, Just a few days later, on Christmas, he gifted Kyle a finely crafted baseball bat adorned with the signature of a Bumblebee player. The bat proved to be exceptionally comfortable to wield, providing an excellent feel during play, and to date, it had assisted Kyle in clinching 5 consecutive championships. Today was no exception. "This is utterly unfair," Ron lamented, gazing at Kyle's signed bat, then glancing at the makeshift wooden stick he had picked up. "The disparity in equipment is just too great." "Not so exaggerated," Kyle replied calmly. "Equipment is secondary. What truly matters is the unwavering belief in victory. I can win not because my gear is superior, but simply because I desire it more than you do." With that, Kyle casually tossed a red Bertie Bott's every flavor bean in Ron's direction. "Moreover, Ron, before you complain about your gear, perhaps you should first surpass Ginny, whose bat is significantly smaller than yours." Among the 5 participants, Ron found himself in last place, trailing even behind Ginny's score by several meters. Upon hearing Kyle's words, Ron's face flushed red. Indeed, losing to his sister in this regard was nothing short of humiliating. However, his attention was swiftly diverted by the vibrant red bean that Kyle had thrown. It looked delightful, and the flavor was raspberry. As expected, the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that Kyle provided were never anything but delectable. The sweet sensation in his mouth caused Ron to involuntarily squint in delight, while a twinge of envy crept into his heart. He couldn't fathom how Kyle consistently managed to select the tastiest beans, whereas his own experiences often led him to flavors of liver, spinach, or even dragon dung. The foul combination of rancid berries and fermentation left him feeling queasy at the mere thought. Chapter 7. The Feast. Kyle shared a bean with Ron, while he himself enjoyed another, leaving the remainder in Ginny's eager hands. The young girl, clutching the box, pondered for a moment before scampering over to Kyle, hoping he might assist her in selecting the best ones, at least to eliminate the dragon dung flavor. Kyle understood Ginny's request, but resolutely declined. "You see, young ones must always venture into the unknown. Besides, the advertisement for Bertie Bott's every flavor bean states that every bite is a new adventure. And that is the essence of these beans. Without surprises, they are merely jelly beans." Thus, it was not due to laziness, but rather for Ginny's benefit. After enjoying some time playing in the open space, the familiar voice of Mrs. Weasley finally rang out from the direction of the burrow, announcing that dinner was ready. Famished and eager, the group hastily discarded their wooden sticks and began to make their way back. Kyle led the way, with Ron closely following behind. Before he had taken more than a few steps, he was abruptly jostled aside by the incoming twins. Caught off guard, Ron nearly tumbled headfirst into the adjacent goblin hole, which ignited his anger. He glared at Fred and George, his expression conveying a fierce resolve to retaliate should they fail to offer an apology. Despite Ron's earnest demeanor, he was destined to achieve nothing, for Fred and George's attention remained steadfastly fixated on Kyle, leaving no room for them to acknowledge Ron's predicament. Even if they were aware of his feelings, it is unlikely they would care. Bullying their younger brother was a long-standing tradition, and they were well-versed in the routine. Although Ron appeared to be brimming with fury, he would refrain from confronting them unless he wished to face their wrath. In a few days, a few saved snacks would adeptly resolve the matter, restoring harmony among the brothers, with familial affection reigning once more. Thus, the primary focus remained on addressing Kyle's situation. The events that transpired during their last visit to Diagon Alley had become a significant stain in the twins' lives, and they were eager to reclaim their dignity. Unfortunately, Kyle had not ventured outside in recent days, denying them the opportunity for retribution. Yet, making an overt move would seem too conspicuous and likely arouse Kyle's suspicions. Consequently, Fred and George were compelled to temporarily suppress their thirst for revenge, awaiting an opportune moment. That moment appeared to be now. With the addition of Chris and Kyle, the dining arrangement became rather cramped, prompting Mrs. Weasley to set the table in the garden. Once Kyle settled into his habitual seat, Fred exchanged a knowing glance before swiftly taking a seat beside him. Although George was unaware of Fred's intentions, their remarkable synergy allowed him to instinctively sit on the opposite side of Kyle. Kyle, taken aback by this unusual arrangement, noted that it was the first time he had seen the twins separate during a meal. Raising an eyebrow, he thought to himself that their intentions were far from benign. Their conspicuous behavior was hard to overlook, and had he remained oblivious, it would have reflected poorly on his perceptiveness. However, uncertain of their motives, Kyle maintained his composure, continuing to assist Mrs. Weasley in arranging the dinnerware. Soft, flaky rolls, tender roasted potatoes, aromatic roasted chicken, golden fried chicken pieces, and succulent little steaks adorned the table. While they may have all been old friends, the spread was undoubtedly lavish. Naturally, Kyle did not harbor hopes of encountering anything extraordinary. He simply wished for a delightful surprise from the Hogwarts house elves. He did not yearn for Chinese cuisine. French fare would suffice, and even pasta or pizza would be welcome. As the last dish was placed on the table, everyone took their seats, and dinner officially commenced. Kyle was particularly cautious, fearful of inadvertently consuming something peculiar. He certainly did not wish to suffer public humiliation. Under Kyle's vigilance, nothing unusual occurred. The twins, as usual, were joyfully sharing jokes while enjoying their meals, exhibiting no signs of abnormality. It was not until dinner was well underway, during a particularly lively moment at the table, that Fred, having just completed a joke about the Slytherin greaser, seemed to suddenly recall something. He turned to George and said, "Hey, George, Kyle is heading to Hogwarts tomorrow. Shouldn't we offer him some guidance? Perhaps share some tips for the sorting hat ceremony, as it can be quite perilous." George immediately grasped the intent, feigning deep contemplation before responding in agreement. "I don't think that's necessary, Fred. We must have faith in Kyle. He is quite formidable. A mere adult troll is nothing he cannot overcome, and surely he will navigate the sorting with ease." "I believe you are right, George," Fred replied earnestly, nodding. "Moreover, someone as proud as Mr. Kyle Joba would likely scorn our advice. He may not even deign to refer to us as seniors." Fred's scheme was straightforward: to instill a healthy dose of fear in Kyle before he commenced his studies by leveraging the matter of the sorting. If it could induce a sleepless night for him, all the better, given the current atmosphere. This prank was not only permissible, but could even garner external support, perfectly suited for the occasion. Fred cast a triumphant glance at Kyle, determined to avenge the grievances from Diagon Alley. As anticipated, their conversation quickly piqued the interest of the adults nearby, who eagerly joined in. The sorting of new students had long been a cherished tradition among the accomplished wizards of the British magical community, who relished in deceiving generation upon generation of young witches and wizards with this same topic. It seemed Kyle was next in line. "Dear, do not believe them, Mrs." Weasley was the first to take a stand. After sternly reprimanding the twins, she turned to Kyle and reassured him, "It's not so frightening. It's merely a test involving a group of ghosts, nothing dangerous at all." "Molly, how could you deceive the child?" Mr. Weasley chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. He attempted to maintain a stern demeanor as he glared at his wife, asserting, "Kyle is a wonderful boy. We can certainly tell him the truth. I have no doubt he can tame a griffin all on his own." "A griffin? Isn't that a dragon?" Chris interjected, momentarily taken aback, before resolutely stating to Kyle, "Son, trust me, it is indeed a dragon. Moreover, I suspect it will be a Hungarian horntail this year." "Oh, I see. Yes, I can do it. I believe in you, Dad." Kyle nodded enthusiastically, echoing each sentiment expressed and displaying the appropriate expressions at the right moments. Mrs. Weasley felt relieved. Mr. Weasley remained steadfast. Meanwhile, his father appeared uncertain. How pitiful the magical realm was. What entertainment could they possibly have? It was little more than Quidditch and fooling children, after all. The pleasure derived from such trivial amusements is hardly substantial, yet one might as well indulge in the pretense. After all, it is merely an act, not an insurmountable task. Presently, all parties appear content, which is indeed commendable. The table is filled with laughter and camaraderie, oblivious to the two helpless figures trembling in the corner. Chapter 8, Mr. Weasley's Aspirations. The adults' customary attempts at deception would undoubtedly fail to ensnare Kyle, yet they were not entirely fruitless, for they did manage to instill considerable fright in Ron and Ginny, particularly Ron, who had initially shown genuine interest in the topic, eagerly listening in hopes of garnering some early insights for the upcoming school year. However, as the discussion progressed, his expression grew increasingly grim. Creatures such as trolls, ghosts, and sphinxes might be manageable. Although absurd, one could always turn and flee, which would likely afford a chance of survival, given that the professors of Hogwarts are not mere ornaments. But what of dragons? These formidable magical beings are of such high caliber that even an adult wizard might not emerge unscathed, let alone an 11-year-old novice. By the time the professors utter their incantations, he might very well be reduced to ashes by a mere sneeze. Is this truly what one calls education? Ron felt a sense of despair, even contemplating the notion of running away from home. He no longer wished to attend Hogwarts. He simply wanted to survive. Ginny, seated nearby, fared little better. Her once vibrant red hair now appeared dull, and her small face was ashen. "What is the matter, Ginny?" Kyle inquired with genuine concern upon noticing her distress. "Why aren't you eating? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, not at all," Ginny replied, clearly reluctant to disclose her fears in front of her family. As she caught Kyle's gaze, she hastily shook her head, insisting, "I'm just full." Being a 9-year-old girl, her appetite was naturally modest, and having previously indulged in nearly half a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, she was indeed nearing her limit. Perhaps she was about 80% full, at a stage where it would not matter whether she continued to eat. However, the abrupt shift to the topic of sorting had utterly extinguished her meager appetite. "Oh, that is quite unfortunate," Kyle remarked, unperturbed. He stood up, calmly transferring the untouched roasted fish from Ginny's plate to his own. Unlike other dishes, roasted fish loses its delightful flavor if left unattended for too long. Such a loss would be regrettable, and it was better suited to his palate. It is worth noting that Mrs. Weasley's skill in roasting fish is exceptional, a treasured talent. However, due to the demands of caring for a large family, the task of deboning fish is rather tedious. Thus, her culinary artistry is typically reserved for significant occasions. Of course, The expensive fish in the wizarding world also plays a role in its rarity. Regardless, Kyle had long yearned for this delicacy and would not allow it to go to waste. Ginny was aware of this fact, yet it did not deter her. Initially, she had intended to savor the roasted fish at the end of the meal, but upon learning that she would soon face a dragon in 2 years, her appetite vanished. She could only watch with a pained expression as Kyle devoured the fish that rightfully belonged to her. Ultimately, she turned away, choosing to avoid the sight altogether. Simultaneously, Fred and George sighed in unison, their longing gazes fixed upon the same roasted fish. However, Kyle's swift actions left them with no opportunity to seize it. The unwilling twins then directed their attention toward Ron. Unfortunately, Ron lacked Ginny's restraint. His fish had long since been reduced to bones, and he had gnawed at it with an impressive thoroughness, to the point where even a flobberworm could slip on the remnants. "What's the matter, Ron? Are you frightened of the dragon?" Fred squinted, concealing his true intentions while expressing a rare concern for Ron's state, patting him on the shoulder in a comforting manner. "Don't worry, the dragon will only be around for a year. By the time you enroll, it will likely be replaced by another magical creature." "I reckon it will be spiders," George quickly interjected. "I've seen them in the Forbidden Forest. They're about the size of goblins. Perhaps Hagrid is preparing them for the sorting ceremony." "No." Ron's demeanor shifted dramatically, panic rising in his eyes. Instinctively, he tossed aside his utensils and fled back to the burrow, screaming. It was evident that Ron was genuinely terrified, oblivious to the mischievous laughter of the twins as he made his hasty retreat. However, the twins were not without consequence. "George, why were you in the Forbidden Forest?" Mrs. Weasley astutely identified the crux of the matter, her expression stern as she directed her gaze at the twins. "I don't recall Hogwarts permitting first years to wander into the Forbidden Forest." "Mom, I can explain." Fred and George attempted to flee, but being merely second years, they were no match for Mrs. Weasley and were soon apprehended. What followed was the all-too-familiar scene of maternal reprimand. Although this scenario had played out countless times over the past 11 years, Kyle still found it immensely entertaining. His appetite significantly improved as a result. Kyle had no doubt that the twins had ventured into the Forbidden Forest, but the spider tale was likely fabricated to frighten Ron. He merely did not expect it to strike a chord of truth. After all, the acromantula within the Forbidden Forest were no innocuous creatures. Had the twins encountered one, they might well have established residence there by now. Furthermore, Kyle recalled that the acromantula's lair was deep within the forest, making it improbable for Fred and George to have ventured that far. They were not Harry Potter, after all. Their interests lay in mischief, not self-destruction. Approximately 20 minutes later, dinner drew to a close. Despite some minor incidents during the meal, the atmosphere was one of enjoyment for all. At the very least, Kyle was quite pleased. After a brief tidying of the table, Percy ascended the stairs to resume his studies. With a small backpack slung over his shoulder, Ron, who was contemplating running away from home, was caught red-handed, now replacing the position of the twins, being chased around the yard by Mrs. Weasley. Meanwhile, Mr. Weasley and Chris had relocated to continue their conversation. "Chris, your performance just now was rather exaggerated," Mr. Weasley lamented in the humble abode. "It was merely sorting. How could there possibly be a fire dragon? Young Kyle is too clever. He must realize we are deceiving him." "Arthur, you are mistaken. In truth, this plan was doomed to fail from the outset." Chris shook his head, expressing a hint of exasperation. "Kyle has spent at least 2 months each year by Mr. Scamander's side since he was 3 years old. Do you truly believe he would fear trolls and sphinxes? Moreover, Arthur, have you forgotten that Kyle also bears the surname Jorba?" Mr. Weasley was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head awkwardly. "Are you suggesting that he, like you, can communicate with magical creatures?" "Indeed," Chris affirmed with a nod. "Thus, there is no way he would fear a sphinx. Only a fire dragon might make him feel anxious." Mr. Weasley glanced at Chris with a touch of envy, remarking, "What an extraordinary ability. If only I could converse with those muggle artifacts as well." Chris found himself momentarily speechless, chuckling awkwardly. "It's not as grand as you imagine. This talent is limited to magical creatures. Ordinary animals like mice, toads, and owls cannot be communicated with in the same manner. One must rely on experience to interpret their meanings." Chris made it clear that even if one day Mr. Weasley employed some peculiar magic to change his surname to Jorba, he would only manage to exchange a few words with items like flue powder or a golden snitch. As for toasters or automobiles, he should abandon all hope. Such a notion was utterly impossible. Chapter 9. The Hogwarts Express. In the British magical realm, September 1st holds great significance, particularly for wizards who are 11 years old yet have not yet graduated. This day marks the commencement of the Hogwarts school year. Young wizards, having just turned 11, eagerly anticipate its arrival, longing for the day to come swiftly. However, those aged 12 to 17 may not share the same sentiment. For the start of school signifies the end of their delightful summer break, compelling them to confront the assignments they had neglected throughout the holiday. This was particularly apparent in Kyle and the Weasley twins. In the open space before the humble abode, Kyle stood at the forefront, brimming with excitement. while Fred and George behind him displayed faces etched with anxiety, occasionally huddling together to whisper, as if it were their inaugural journey to Hogwarts. Yes, Kyle was indeed present. Originally, Chris had intended to transport him directly via apparition, but they happened upon Mrs. Weasley knocking at the door just before their departure. Mrs. Weasley seemed to have anticipated his intentions long before. Upon seeing Chris, her first remark was about the overwhelming number of muggles at King's Cross Station, asserting that using apparition there would be too conspicuous and unsafe. Regardless, she insisted that Kyle accompany them. Chris wished to voice his thoughts, yet observing Mrs. Weasley's resolute demeanor, he swallowed his words and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Kyle, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his forehead. He longed to inform Mrs. Weasley that, in the eyes of muggles, the sight of 9 individuals disembarking from a ford was far more alarming than merely adding 2 more to their group. After all, there was no Ganges. And the ford was not a certain vehicle with a diamond emblem, which meant one could fit as many as desired. Unfortunately, at the tender age of 11, his voice carried little weight, and he was promptly disregarded. Lost in thought, Mrs. Weasley suddenly approached Kyle, inquiring with concern, "Dear, have you packed everything?" "Of course," Kyle replied, shaking himself from reverie as he kicked a large trunk by his feet. "I checked 3 times before we left. Nothing is missing." "That is splendid." Mrs. Weasley smiled and nodded approvingly. Just then, Mr. Weasley arrived, driving a vintage car that exuded a certain charm, halting before them. This was to be their mode of transport, a rather dilapidated Ford, yet Mr. Weasley cherished it immensely. "Why wait? Let us get in," urged Mr. Weasley, prompting Chris to be the first to enter the vehicle. Observing this, Kyle realized that any protest would be in vain and resignedly followed suit, followed by the Weasley family. Inside the car, the undetectable extension charm had been cast, allowing for the accommodation of 9 people along with an abundance of luggage without a hint of crowding. Mr. Weasley was an adept driver. Throughout the journey, Kyle felt no significant jolts, abrupt stops, or stuttering accelerations, far superior to certain buses. Around 10 o'clock, they arrived punctually at King's Cross Station. Fortunately, the scenario Kyle had dreaded did not unfold. In fact, the surrounding crowd paid little heed to the shabby Ford, allowing the group to navigate smoothly to the pillars situated between platforms 9 and 10. Once there, they no longer had to worry about being discovered by muggles. With the presence of the muggle-repelling charm nearby, ordinary individuals would instinctively overlook everything occurring in that vicinity, and even in the rare event of unusual occurrences, members of the Ministry of Magic would swiftly intervene, ensuring their safety. The group formed an orderly queue, and under Mrs. Weasley's guidance, they successively passed through the pillar, arriving at the renowned Platform 9. The atmosphere here was far more animated than outside. Beside the platform stood a deep crimson steam train, with a sign proclaiming, "Hogwarts Express." "It seems I am not late after all," a gentle voice drifted from behind Kyle. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Kyle abruptly turned around, only to be greeted by Diana's warm smile. "Mother?" Kyle exclaimed with delight. "Weren't you supposed to be on a mission?" "Indeed, I have completed it," Diana replied, kneeling down to adjust Kyle's attire. "Today marks your first day at school, a significant occasion that I could not bear to miss." "That's wonderful," Kyle responded, feeling buoyed by her presence. He would have felt a tinge of regret had he been accompanied solely by Chris to Hogwarts. Diana conversed with Kyle for a few more moments, and as the time to depart approached, she ushered him onto the train. Imparting a final piece of advice, "I believe Chris has already briefed you on the general circumstances at Hogwarts, so I shan't reiterate. However, there is one matter that I suspect he may have neglected to mention." With her penetrating blue gaze fixed on Kyle, she earnestly continued, "My dear, both your father and I graduated long ago, and we have no desire to revisit our collegiate lives. Therefore, I kindly ask that you refrain from allowing any letters, including those from Professor Dumbledore, to reach us. Is that understood?" "Rest assured, Mother," Kyle replied with a smile, "I have no intention of violating any school regulations, so they have no reason to send correspondence home." "Of course, dear," Diana said, planting a gentle kiss on Kyle's cheek as she watched him board the train. "And don't forget to inform us of your sorting results." "I will," Kyle nodded before turning to step onto the train. Moments later, the train slowly departed from the platform, and only then did Diana withdraw her gaze. Not far behind her, Chris had just concluded a conversation with a middle-aged man and swiftly approached Diana's side. "Mr. Diggory is boasting about his son again, I see," Diana remarked with a smile, recognizing the man with whom Chris had been speaking. Amos Diggory, like Chris, worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and had a child attending Hogwarts as well. However, his son was a year older than Kyle, sharing a year with the Weasley twins. Unlike the mischievous twins, Diggory's son was exceptionally accomplished, reminiscent of Percy in his earlier days. Consequently, Diggory, the proud father, had become notorious for incessantly praising his son during conversations. While a few compliments might be tolerated initially, the relentless boasting became unbearable, leading him to gradually earn a reputation as one of the least liked individuals in the Ministry of Magic. This was particularly true among parents whose children were at Hogwarts but struggled academically. They would avoid him unless absolutely necessary. Even when they encountered him by chance, they would hastily lower their heads and pass by, seeking to avoid any conversation. Those who could not evade him, such as colleagues like Chris, would exchange a few pleasantries before hastily making an excuse to depart, ensuring he had no opportunity to change the subject. In this instance, however, Chris found himself unable to escape. Cedric is indeed quite remarkable. Chris smiled wryly and said, "Never mind, let's not discuss that. Has your task truly been completed?" Although he was not fully acquainted with the specifics of the Department of Mysterious Affairs, he was aware that tasks assigned there typically spanned at least a month. Situations where one could conclude a mission in merely 2 days were almost non-existent. "Certainly not," Diana squinted, "but my colleagues are quite accommodating. A brief leave of absence should not raise any eyebrows." Chapter 10 Cedric. Once Kyle boarded the train, he discovered that the front carriages were nearly filled to capacity. Given that he was on a scheduled service, finding an empty seat at this hour proved to be quite a challenge. Utilizing a levitation charm, Kyle maneuvered his luggage through the aisles until he finally located a relatively spacious compartment at the rear of the train. Inside, there was only one boy, approximately his age. Though his appearance did not quite rival Kyle's, he certainly surpassed the Weasley twins in looks. Kyle knocked gently on the compartment door and politely inquired, "Hello. May I sit here? Everywhere else is occupied." "Of course, please make yourself comfortable," the boy replied promptly. "Thank you." Upon entering the compartment, Kyle placed his luggage on the overhead rack and extended his hand. "Hello, I am a new student this year, Kalchaba." The boy seemed lost in thought initially and did not respond right away. Once he gathered his wits, he quickly reached out his hand and said, "Oh, my apologies. I am Cedric Diggory, a second-year student at Hogwarts." "Cedric?" Kyle was taken aback, surprised to encounter a familiar face so soon after boarding the train. The future champion of Hogwarts, no less. No wonder he was so dashing. Kyle recalled that Cedric also resided near the village of St. Catchpole, yet due to various circumstances, they had never crossed paths. Not once. Kyle had attempted to visit him several times, but the Diggory residence was always tightly shut, leading him to eventually abandon his efforts. It was unexpected that their first meeting would occur on the train. However, noticing that Cedric appeared to be preoccupied, Kyle refrained from further conversation. After a brief greeting, he withdrew the book he had purchased from the Leaky Cauldron, titled Basic Spells and Counterspells, and began to read. Cedric, on the other hand, continued to appear lost in thought. Outside the train, a gentle rain began to fall, seemingly without warning. This region was known for its unpredictable weather. Rain could descend with little forewarning. Kyle glanced out the window but paid it no mind. He was well accustomed to such occurrences, and he actually relished reading in this atmospheric setting. Influenced by Kyle, Cedric soon snapped out of his reverie and also retrieved a book to read. The cover indicating it was Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense. It was entirely commonplace for Hogwarts students to review their defense against the dark arts material on the train to school. After all, no one could predict how long the professor would last this year. It was prudent to prepare in advance, just in case the instructor did not survive beyond a few lessons. In the ensuing moments, the carriage was filled solely with the sound of parchment rustling, starkly contrasting with the clamor outside the corridor. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Cedric had scarcely turned the page twice when the carriage door swung open once more. At last, "We've found you, Kyle. We specifically reserved a spot for you, yet you left us waiting foolishly. I believe an apology is in order." Fred and George leaned against the doorframe, interrogating Kyle in unison. Their expressions bore an unmistakable fury, as if Kyle had committed an egregious offense. "I can offer an apology," Kyle replied calmly, closing the book in his hands, "but only if you swear by the dung bomb to prove your earlier claims were true." In an instant, Fred's anger morphed into confusion. Can I swear in the name of the headmaster?" George chimed in. "Or perhaps Professor McGonagall would suffice." "No." Kyle shook his head. "It must be the dung bomb." "Oh, George, I suspect this is Kyle's first journey on the Hogwarts Express. He is unfamiliar with the surroundings, which is why he couldn't find us." "Indeed, Fred, it's not his fault. We ought to pay more attention outside." The twins exchanged knowing glances, tacitly dismissing the previous conversation as they squeezed into the carriage as if nothing had transpired. Inevitably, they caught sight of Cedric. Fred flashed a mischievous grin. "Look who it is. I can't quite recall." George raised an eyebrow. "Why, it's our well-behaved student from Hogwarts, the pride of Hufflepuff, Mr. Cedric Diggory." As soon as the words left their mouths, Cedric's face flushed crimson, the overwhelming embarrassment almost causing him to punch a hole in the train. Yet, he found himself unable to retort, for the titles of well-behaved child and the pride of Hufflepuff had been disseminated by his father, and within a mere summer, they had become common knowledge throughout the Ministry of Magic, not to mention their families. Thus, during the summer, nearly half of the letters Cedric received bore the signature of the pride of Hufflepuff. The remaining half came from Muggle classmates who were blissfully unaware of the situation. It was precisely for this reason that he had chosen the most secluded carriage, only to be discovered by the two most troublesome individuals. Please, spare me. Cedric clasped his hands in a gesture of supplication. I can lend you my homework. As he spoke, a stack of parchment was placed upon the table. The twins had intended to tease him further, but the offer was simply too enticing. After all, it was the top homework in the year. George's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he quickly embraced the parchment, declaring, What are you saying, Cedric? We surely know that isn't your intention. We were merely jesting. Indeed. Fred nodded beside him, saying, Rest assured, we would never mock you for this. With beaming smiles, Fred and George departed, their demeanor akin to that of someone who had just discovered a hidden treasure. Once they left, Cedric sighed in relief and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Kyle and said, I apologize, it should be I who is sorry. Kyle interrupted him, saying, After all, they came looking for me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been discovered. Cedric shook his head with a rueful smile, acknowledging it was only a matter of time. I could evade it on the train, but once we arrive at Hogwarts, I must confront it. It's merely a question of timing. Moreover, the unexpected appearance of the Weasley twins was not entirely unwelcome, as they had illuminated a potential solution to his predicament, homework. As the top student in his year, his summer assignments were highly sought after, as evidenced by the Weasley twins' reactions. Thus, utilizing assignments to silence the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor houses should pose no problem. If he could manage them, the issue would be 80% resolved. As for Ravenclaw and Slytherin, given their natures, it was unlikely they would engage in such frivolity. At least, most would not, and even if a few did, it would not be detrimental, as long as his own house remained composed and the exuberant Gryffindors were absent. This matter would likely dissipate within 3 days, mere moments in the grand scheme of things. Contemplating this, Cedric suddenly felt that the situation was not as dire as he had initially thought. Chapter 11. I am not a Weasley. How could I violate school rules? Freed from his worries, Cedric's demeanor brightened considerably. He set his book aside and proactively initiated a conversation with Kyle, saying, Hello, may I call you Kyle? Of course. Kyle replied, nodding. In fact, my father also works in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, alongside your father. Your father? Cedric paused, then, somewhat uncertainly, inquired, Is it Mr. Chris Jabba? Indeed, Kyle responded. Cedric's eyes lit up as he connected the dots, exclaiming, You are a Jabba, and you know the Weasley twins. I should have guessed. We are neighbors. With this newfound connection, their rapport quickly blossomed, and their interactions became much more natural, resembling that of old friends, despite having never met before today. By the way, Kyle, Cedric seemed to recall something and curiously asked, I remember visiting you previously, but you were not home. My father mentioned that you had been studying alongside Mr. Scamander from a young age and would surely make a name for yourself in the future. Is that true? Have you really been learning from Mr. Scamander all this time? Cedric was genuinely intrigued. After all, it was Mr. Scamander. While the magical world boasts numerous celebrities, most of them possess only a modicum of fame within their respective countries. Take for instance the authors of textbooks or novelists who have been awarded the third-class Merlin Medal. They may enjoy a certain degree of recognition at Hogwarts, yet upon venturing to other locales such as Ilvermorny or Beauxbatons, they would likely be met with blank stares. In truth, only a handful of wizards have achieved widespread renown across the magical realm, with their portraits immortalized on chocolate frog cards while still living. Newt Scamander is one of these select few. Cedric, standing in such close proximity to a legendary figure for the first time, was naturally filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, Kyle gazed incredulously at Cedric. Had he also sought out his own whereabouts, only to find himself absent? Such coincidences seemed rather improbable. And what of Mr. Diggory? Was he not sharing an office with Chris? From where could such rumors have arisen? It was inconceivable that he was perpetually at Uncle Newt's side. With a slight grimace, Kyle rubbed his forehead, pondering aloud. Firstly, the notion that a promising future awaits me is undoubtedly accurate. However, it is my father who is a student of Newt Scamander, while I merely visit him for leisure. Newt was not akin to Dumbledore. He suffered from profound social anxiety. In his youth, he was somewhat more sociable, capable of forging a few friendships, confronting dark wizards, and mentoring students in the realm of magical creatures. Yet, since Grindelwald was imprisoned in Nurmengard, Newt had largely withdrawn from social engagements, dedicating himself entirely to the care of magical beasts. Particularly over the past 3 decades, he had scarcely spoken to strangers, and his social anxiety had intensified. One could hardly expect such a Newt to fulfill the role of a Hogwarts professor, delivering lectures to young witches and wizards, correcting assignments, and addressing gaps in knowledge. It was simply implausible. Moreover, Newt was acutely aware that his temperament was ill-suited for teaching. In his view, whether a professor or a teacher, one should embody the qualities of Dumbledore. Thus, Chris remained his sole nominal student. In the decades that followed, despite many harboring aspirations to learn from him, some even enlisting Dumbledore as a mediator, Newt unfailingly declined each request. He did not wish to mislead the next generation. Even if the individuals in question were amenable, he could not reconcile it with his conscience. Initially, Kyle found himself in Newt's company simply because Chris and Diana were preoccupied with their work and lacked the time to attend to him. Coincidentally, at that juncture, Newt's wife, Tina, became aware of this situation and willingly took Kyle under her wing. While assisting Chris, Tina also sought to occupy herself. After all, it was quite enough to endure a husband who was reticent and entranced by magical creatures. Had she not sought additional pursuits, she likely would have been driven to madness. At that time, Kyle had just turned 6, an age that, according to Tina's experience, is often met with disdain from both people and animals. Perhaps this was the moment to address Newt's social anxiety. When their grandson was of similar age, he had been quite a nuisance to Newt, speaking more in a single day than he had in the entire preceding month. In this regard, Kyle certainly did not disappoint Tina. Although he was not a troublesome child, his curiosity was boundless. Coupled with the novelty of encountering so many extraordinary creatures, it was only natural for him to ask a multitude of questions. Perhaps it was the nature of these inquiries, all pertaining to magical animals, that prompted Newt, who typically refrained from speaking, to respond earnestly whenever Kyle posed a question. Consequently, his words flowed more freely and with genuine willingness. In summary, all three were quite content as a result of this harmonious dynamic. Even though Chris and Diana grew less occupied over time, Kyle continued to visit them annually. Of course, he had no intention of sharing these details with Cedric, as it was essential to maintain Newt's carefully crafted persona. A reclusive, legendary magical creature expert sounded far more appealing than a socially anxious gentleman. Therefore, after offering a brief explanation, Kyle chose to steer clear of the topic, recognizing that excessive discussion could potentially reveal too much. By the way, Cedric, what do you think of the professors at Hogwarts? Are they approachable? Kyle naturally shifted his gaze to the book titled Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense beside Cedric, inquiring. You know, this is my first time attending school. I'm quite unfamiliar with it all. What if I inadvertently anger a professor? Could I be expelled? You need not worry about that at all, Cedric replied with a smile, clearly unperturbed. The professors are quite amiable, at least most of them are. Even Snape, the most stringent of professors, would not expel a student lightly, unless one committed a grave violation of school rules. As Cedric uttered this last remark, his demeanor turned serious, and he appeared to struggle with his words, as if he had something further to convey but was unsure how to articulate it. Sensing this, Kyle quickly waved his hand and reassured him, Rest assured, I do not bear the surname Weasley. I will certainly not contravene any school regulations. Upon hearing this, Cedric exhaled in relief, apologizing, I did not mean to imply that. Kyle shook his head in understanding. It's fine, I comprehend. With the topic of Hogwarts broached, Cedric became increasingly animated, sharing further details about the school. He spoke of the defense against the dark arts professor being inconsequential, the transfiguration professor, who was overly fond of cats yet maintained an imposing presence, and the potions professor, notorious for deducting points and neglecting personal hygiene. Most of what he shared was already known to Kyle, offering little in the way of novelty. Chapter 12. The companionship of a speckled creature and a rodent. For Kyle, who was accustomed to traveling by airplane or high-speed train, riding the Hogwarts Express, a quaint steam locomotive, was nothing short of a torment, particularly after several hours. As the novelty wore off and the allure of Hogwarts faded, its shortcomings became painfully apparent. First and foremost, its speed was painfully slow. Kyle felt it barely reached 80, lagging behind even some moderately performing automobiles. Moreover, the comfort was quite lacking. The train swayed and jolted so much that Kyle nearly questioned his existence, almost losing his breakfast in the process. Under such circumstances, it was nearly impossible to pass the time with a book. Fortunately, Cedric, who shared the same compartment, was quite talkative, which made the journey bearable. After discussing professors, Kyle inquired about other matters, and Cedric was forthcoming with information, eagerly sharing intriguing aspects of Hogwarts, including fascinating portraits and other curiosities, many of which were unknown to Kyle, piquing his interest. In return, Kyle generously offered to share the snacks for the journey, providing an abundance of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, and cauldron cakes. However, Kyle was left speechless by one revelation. Cedric, adhering to the whimsical traditions of wizards, did not speak the truth regarding the sorting hat. The notion that one must catch the golden snitch within 10 minutes to be sorted was met with a polite smirk from Kyle, who chose not to respond. After all, Quidditch was at least more reliable than dragons, and this was quintessentially Cedric. By the way, Kyle, have you considered which house you might be sorted into? Cedric tossed a bean into his mouth, adding, It would be great if you could be placed in Hufflepuff, but a clever wizard like you might aspire for Ravenclaw. Before he could finish, Cedric's expression contorted amusingly as he grimaced. Oh dear, it's the flavor I detest the most, beef liver. Nevertheless, Cedric steeled himself and swallowed it down. I have thought about it, but I'm not particularly fixated on any one house, Kyle replied, plucking a bean for himself. Besides, my skills in catching the ball are average. I might not secure the golden snitch within the time limit, so I'd be grateful if any house would accept me. Ah, This one has a new black pepper steak flavor. Quite delightful, he remarked. Rest assured, you'll do just fine, Cedric laughed lightly. It's not that difficult. Just then, the compartment door swung open unexpectedly. Both Kyle and Cedric turned their heads simultaneously. A familiar shock of red hair entered. But it was not one of the twins, it was another Weasley. Percy walked into the compartment and said, Kyle, Fred told me you were here. You must be Cedric Diggory. It's a pleasure to meet you. Cedric, who had been curious until he heard his name, nodded eagerly in response. Likewise, it's a pleasure to meet you, Percy Weasley. The serious demeanor of the other party led Cedric to momentarily believe he was in some formal setting rather than aboard the Hogwarts Express. Kyle stifled a laugh. Waiting for their pleasantries to conclude before inquiring, Percy, what brings you to me? He was well acquainted with the 7 Weasley children, and Percy was no exception, albeit their interactions were infrequent. I apologize for the interruption, but I do have a matter of some importance, Percy replied, reaching into his pocket to produce a large rat. Bonbon has been rather lackluster lately, and I was hoping to inquire if you still possess that rat tonic you previously provided. If possible, I would like to purchase some. Rat tonic, you say? Kyle glanced at the gray, scruffy creature in Percy's grasp, which was missing a front paw, and squinted with a smile. Of course. Just a moment. With that, Kyle rummaged through his trunk and retrieved a bottle filled with a crimson liquid, turning to hand it to Percy. You know the dosage. Once a week, 3 drops at a time. This quantity should last you a considerable while. Thank you. Percy hastily accepted the bottle of red rat tonic, then hesitantly produced 3 silver sickles. His cheeks flushed as he said, I realize this may not suffice. But it's all I have at present. I promise to repay you the remainder as soon as possible. There's no need for so much, Kyle replied, accepting only 1 sickle while pushing the other 2 back. It's merely rat tonic, not some extravagant item. 1 sickle will suffice. Percy regarded the sickle in his hand, his expression shifting between embarrassment and gratitude. After a long pause, he sighed softly. Thank you, Kyle. Kyle responded, no need to mention it. I am merely conducting a normal transaction. No, I am well aware. Percy smiled, albeit with a wry twist. If it were an ordinary rat tonic, it could not possibly sustain Bonbon for 11 years. This must be the work of Mr. Scamander, for only such a legendary figure could prolong the life of a common field mouse to such an extent. If this tonic were available on the market, it would likely fetch at least 10 galleons. Oh, Kyle rubbed his chin thoughtfully, yearning to inform Percy that Bonbon's longevity had little to do with the rat tonic. Moreover, the concoction was indeed his creation, not worth 10 galleons. However, the matter concerning Peter Pettigrew was too convoluted. At merely 11 years of age, he wished to remain under Dumbledore's radar for the time being. Nevertheless, he had not been entirely inactive. Besides the rat tonic, he had previously advised Percy that rats, unlike other pets, could be ostracized by their peers if they absorbed too much of a wizard's scent. Initially, Percy had been skeptical, but once Kyle had cloaked this assertion under the esteemed banner of Scamander, he accepted it as gospel. Percy was indeed quite diligent regarding his sole pet. Not only has a personal nook been created for the spotted one within the confines of the room, but the frequency of physical contact has also significantly diminished. Except for exceptional circumstances such as the present, when it is necessary to carry him around, he has essentially been left to roam freely at other times. Meanwhile, observing Kyle's continued silence, Percy had no intention of lingering any longer. In any case, thank you, Kyle. If you encounter any academic inquiries in the future, feel free to consult me, and rest assured that I shall replenish those galleons after graduation. With that, Percy hastily departed the compartment, leaving Kyle and Cedric exchanging blank stares. Ultimately, it was Cedric who first broke the silence. So, can you still procure rodent remedies from Mr. Scamander? I should clarify that I can brew them myself. And not just for rodents. I am quite proficient with remedies for virtually all pets, Kyle replied, dismissing the need for further explanation with a shrug. It's not particularly difficult, merely somewhat tedious, which is why few are inclined to learn. Chapter 13, The Young Witch and the Rodent. Wait, you can brew pet remedies? Cedric's eyes lit up at this revelation. Could I possibly entrust you with my owl's remedy in the future? Of course, Kyle said, glancing at the gray owl perched on the nearby shelf. However, owl remedies are more complex than rodent ones. I would require 9 sickles for that. Don't find it exorbitant. This is already the market rate, and my recipe originates from Newt. Ensuring that the remedies I produce are far superior to those available commercially, truly worth every penny. Indeed, Cedric nodded in agreement. It was true, in Diagon Alley. The most affordable owl remedy was priced at no less than 9 sickles, while better ones could cost a galleon. If Kyle's recipe was indeed sourced from Scamander, it would certainly be a bargain. However, Cedric hesitated. Could you perhaps offer a discount? After all, we are friends, right? In truth, Cedric was tempted to slam his hand on the table and purchase 7 or 8 remedies outright, but being only in his second year, his pocket money was quite limited. He found himself financially constrained. Although Hogwarts provided meals and accommodation, expenses for quills, ink, parchment, and various other necessities added up significantly. By the end of the semester, he barely managed to cover his costs. While it was possible to save by cutting unnecessary expenditures, who wouldn't he want more galleons? A discount would certainly be beneficial. Considering Cedric's hopeful gaze, Kyle stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. You make a valid point. As friends, we should not adhere to the market price. Exactly. Cedric's eyes sparkled with excitement. Here's the deal, Kyle declared, biting his lip and extending a finger. You need only pay this amount. Cedric exclaimed in delight. 1 sickle? Kyle shook his head. No, it's 1 galleon. Cedric's face still bore a trace of his previous smile, yet his tone had shifted dramatically. 1 galleon. Is this a discount? Indeed, it's a mere 20% off. Kyle stated with utmost seriousness. Consider this. At Hogwarts, aside from those dashing Slytherins, who in their right mind would spend galleons on owl tonic, my business is quite challenging. Now that I finally have a definite and reliable customer, I must seize the opportunity to profit a little more. Cedric was left astounded, and as he turned to Kyle, the corners of his eyes twitched in disbelief. How shameless could one be to voice such words before him, and with such brazen confidence? Was there no shred of basic wizarding ethics left? Cedric trembled with indignation, taking a deep breath before declaring, Kyle, you are bound for Azkaban. Thank you for your kind words, Kyle replied, raising an eyebrow, utterly unfazed. He even inquired, do you still want that owl tonic? Yes. Cedric managed to utter through clenched teeth. However, just as he prepared to reach for his money, the compartment door swung open once more. A small figure nervously stepped inside. A strikingly beautiful little girl entered, her brown hair styled into 2 ponytails, her cherubic face still bearing traces of baby fat, suggesting she was likely of first year as well. Kyle and Cedric exchanged glances simultaneously. Here to see you? I don't know her. Though neither spoke, they astonishingly grasped each other's unvoiced thoughts. As their sentiments aligned perfectly, understanding Cedric's implication, Kyle looked back at the girl, perplexed. Did you perhaps enter the wrong compartment? The little girl seemed to exhibit signs of social anxiety. At Kyle's question, she instinctively considered fleeing, but ultimately restrained herself, shaking her head. No, I didn't make a mistake. I came to find you. Find me? Kyle's confusion deepened. He was certain he did not recognize this girl. Ignoring Cedric's teasing gaze, Kyle continued, what do you need from me? As he spoke, he scrutinized the girl once more. He was certain he had never seen her before, and she bore no resemblance to Chris, effectively dismissing the possibility of any Klitsch D plot twists, such as suddenly discovering a sister before the school year began. Well, I accidentally overheard your conversation in the corridor. The girl spoke softly, her voice delicate and timid. Perhaps fearing a misunderstanding, she hurriedly added, please don't get the wrong idea. I didn't intend to eavesdrop. The red-haired senior left the door open. It was truly an accident. However, Kyle clearly did not concern himself with such trivial matters. He waved his hand dismissively. No worries, please continue. Such was the nature of the Hogwarts Express. Its soundproofing left much to be desired. Even with the door securely shut, he could still hear the raucous voices echoing down the corridor, suggesting that the commotion outside was equally pronounced. Moreover, when Percy had arrived moments ago, they had not made any effort to lower their voices. It was entirely normal for others to overhear them, and there was nothing peculiar about it. Upon hearing Kyle's remark, the girl exhaled softly in relief and reached into her pocket, retrieving a rather unkempt gray rat. Kyle, observing the scene before him, felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had just witnessed an identical scenario. Ah, indeed, Percy had extracted a creature in precisely the same manner, their motions mirroring one another. And even the rat appeared to belong to the same breed. Was this a classic reprise? With that thought, Kyle's heart tightened involuntarily as he glanced at the rat. Its claws were intact, indicating it was indeed a legitimate rodent. He shook his head in self-deprecation, realizing he had been overly anxious. After all, how many illicit animagi could there truly be in the magical realm? Even if there were, it was unlikely they would all transform into rats lurking beside young witches. One eccentric like Peter Pettigrew was more than sufficient. Once his composure returned, Kyle surmised the girl's intentions and tentatively inquired, so, are you seeking to purchase rat remedy from me? Given that she had brought a rat and mentioned Percy, coupled with their previous discussions primarily revolving around pet remedies, he could think of no other rationale. Is that so? Indeed. Upon hearing Kyle's words, the girl nodded, her large, glistening eyes filled with hope as she softly replied. I have bought numerous remedies from Diagon Alley, but their effectiveness has been rather disappointing. Of course, I would be delighted to assist you. Kyle responded with a sincere smile. Recognizing her as a customer, please wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you. By the way, my name is Kyle Chobar, a freshman this year. You may call me Kyle. Kana, the girl replied, her cherubic face slightly flushed. Kana Prince. Chapter 14. Closing the door behind you is a virtuous habit in the magical world. Rats, being the least expensive of the designated pets at Hogwarts, naturally attract a wide audience, including many young witches. However, most of them tend to favor hamsters, which, while similarly priced, boast beautiful fur, amiable temperaments, and a charming appearance. or opt for the longer-living black rats, or even the seemingly cleaner white mice. This was the first time Kyle encountered a young witch who preferred the common field mouse. And judging by her attire, she did not appear to be financially constrained. Having spent 11 years in the magical realm, Kyle had acquired a degree of discernment. Although the girl's clothing was not ostentatious, the fabric was of exceptional quality and the craftsmanship exquisite. Furthermore, the distinctive pattern on her cuffs indicated that it likely originated from a reputable wizarding tailor. That place is considerably more expensive than Madame Mokin, with a starting price of 20 galleons. Those who can afford to spend there surely have the means to procure better pets. Thus, it appears that the individual must genuinely harbor an affection for this rodent. It is no wonder she sought me out. The rodent remedy from Diagon Alley? To put it bluntly, it is merely syrupy water, akin to an energy drink. It may serve to invigorate one's spirits, but one should not expect any significant benefits. Although the individual's taste is indeed rather unique, Kyle remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Let us not forget that there are those in the magical realm who have an affinity for the eight-eyed giant spider. He had encountered such a creature once in Newt's case. To describe it, its appearance is a veritable challenge to the sensibilities of any rational human, evoking childhood nightmares with just a glance. Kyle had been thoroughly repulsed, avoiding Newt's case for an entire year thereafter. In contrast, a young witch's fondness for field mice seems perfectly ordinary. Before long, Kyle retrieved a thumb-sized vial from his suitcase and handed it over. This bottle is a gift for you. Should you find it effective, feel free to return, though I must charge you then a price that may seem steep, one sickle. But it is undoubtedly worth every penny. Thank you, thank you. A little girl named Kanna hurriedly accepted the vial, yet she did not leave. Instead, she lingered, gazing at the vial in her hand, and then at Kyle, her small face a picture of conflict. What is the matter? Do you find it insufficient? Kyle assumed she was dissatisfied and explained, it is not that I am stingy. We must first ascertain its efficacy. Moreover, the dosage for the rodent remedy is minimal, just a couple of drops will suffice. Though this vial may not contain much, it should last you a month. No, that is not it. I didn't mean that. Upon hearing Kyle's words, Kanna shook her head vigorously and, under the watchful eyes of Kyle and Cedric, murmured, I don't mind the quantity. I desire the red one. The red one? Cedric, who had been observing from the side, then noticed that the rodent remedy in Kanna's hand was a murky orange-yellow, reminiscent of crushed orange pudding. In contrast, the one Kyle had previously given to Percy was a flawless, translucent red. Although they were the same remedy, their appearances were starkly different, and it was evident to anyone that the crystalline red was far superior to the turbid orange-yellow. Even if it were free of charge, one should not be so careless in their offerings. In that moment, Cedric's gaze toward Kyle shifted entirely. Indeed, such a shrewd merchant as Kyle was bound to find himself in Azkaban. At that instant, Kanna seemed to have an epiphany. She hastily produced an exquisite little purse. I can purchase that. With a gentle shake of her purse, a cascade of gold galleons clinked onto the table. A total of 33 galleons, along with a few sickles. This spectacle left Cedric utterly astonished, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. He had only 10 galleons for an entire semester, and 33 galleons, even when rounded down, were still thrice that amount. Was he envious? Certainly, but Cedric managed to endure it. After all, given his disposition, he wasn't overly concerned with the quantity of galleons. Enough was sufficient. However, Kanna's next action utterly shattered his composure. Is this all there is? She inquired. Her expression tinged with disappointment as she bit her lip and softly added, It's all right. If this isn't enough, I can always retrieve more from Gringotts. As long as it prolongs Pochi's life, any amount of galleons is acceptable. More. Cedric's lips twitched involuntarily at that moment. He was genuinely taken aback by her extravagant statement. Just listen to her. Any amount of galleons. If it were a fully fledged wizard, it might be understandable. But for a first-year student to utter such words felt rather excessive. Was this the norm in Slytherin? He certainly gained a new perspective. Meanwhile, Kyle was preoccupied with his own thoughts, his gaze fixed on Kanna, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Those familiar with their own affairs understood that a potion for the common rat should naturally be of a certain orange hue. The concoction Percy had was enhanced. And a regular rat consuming it would likely perish instantly. The dilemma was that he couldn't voice this concern, and judging by Kanna's demeanor, she seemed convinced he possessed a potion capable of extending the rat's life, likely having listened intently to every word Percy said. In such a scenario, unless he spoke the unvarnished truth, Kyle knew he could not clarify the matter. Kanna was indeed like that. After a moment of consideration, Kyle remarked, That particular rat potion is exceedingly potent and cannot be ingested directly. Prior to that, one must administer a standard potion to bolster the rat's constitution. He decided to stall for time. This was the only solution he could conceive. If he were to claim he had none, or that he couldn't brew it himself, what would happen if she turned to Newt? That would spell trouble. While Newt was elusive, Dumbledore was right there at Hogwarts, in the Wizarding World. Even a 3-year-old child would know about their close relationship. Given that Kana was dressed in extraordinary attire, it was clear she was not of Muggle origin. Should she seek out Dumbledore, she might indeed encounter Newt. Kyle lamented inwardly, wishing he had shut the door when Percy arrived. Fortunately, this issue was not insurmountable. He merely needed to wait until Hogwarts break to make a trip to Dorset. He recalled that Newt had previously brewed a potion for the Murtlap, a magical creature whose physiological structure closely resembled that of a field rat. Most of the rats in pet stores likely carried some Murtlap lineage, much like cats and their wild counterparts. Thus, with a bit of dilution, he could use it directly, at the very least. It would ensure a common rat could live 3 to 5 years longer without a doubt. I will administer the potion to Pochi on time, Kana assured him, nodding earnestly, her trust in him unshakable. Rest assured, there is certainly no issue. Kyle smiled and casually handed over a chocolate frog, saying, "Have some chocolate, it will ease your troubles." "No, thank you. I can purchase it myself," Kana replied, casting a fleeting glance at the chocolate frog before quickly averting her gaze. Her hands nervously clutching the hem of her robe. She resembled a child receiving red envelopes during the new year, torn between desire and shyness. "It's perfectly fine. Please take it," Kyle insisted with a grin. "Consider it a token of our first meeting. I hope we can become classmates." "Thank you." Hearing Kyle's words, Kana blushed and accepted the chocolate frog, though she did not eat it. Instead, she carefully tucked it away. Chapter 15, Hogwarts. Kana soon departed. The gold galleons on the table remained untouched by Kyle, who simply performed a levitation charm to return them to Kana's pocket. Kyle would never take advantage of an 11-year-old girl, even if she appeared quite affluent. It was a matter of principle. "At least we should wait until I return from Dorset to discuss it further." Cedric glanced at the closed compartment door before observing the visibly relieved Kyle and instinctively remarked, "Well, I suppose I am your first customer. May I try the restorative potion?" "What are you saying? That sounds rather impersonal," Kyle replied seriously, shaking his head. "You are my dear friend, my brother, not merely a customer." "Indeed," Cedric nodded. "Then may I have a trial of the restorative potion?" "No, that is reserved exclusively for customers." Cedric stared at Kyle, his eyes twitching slightly. It was the first time he encountered someone who could so boldly justify favoritism and the exploitation of acquaintances. Did he possess no sense of shame? He felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him and decided to change the subject, steering the conversation back to matters concerning Hogwarts. When Hogwarts was mentioned, Quidditch was inevitably part of the discussion, as both shared a fondness for it. Thus, the conversation naturally evolved into a debate about professional Quidditch teams. But here, Kyle and Cedric found themselves at odds. Kyle was an ardent admirer of the Vimborn Wasps, while Cedric passionately supported the Chudley Cannons. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Kyle and Cedric locked eyes, and an intangible spark seemed to crackle between them. Once a dispute among fans ignites, conceding is not an option, neither was willing to yield. And as time passed, the temperature in the compartment noticeably dropped. It was not until several minutes later, with a sudden jolt, that their standoff was interrupted. "In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on board. We will ensure it is delivered to the school," a voice echoed throughout the train. Kyle and Cedric simultaneously averted their gazes, displaying an unspoken understanding as they refrained from glancing at each other again, instead preoccupied with donning their robes. Kyle turned his head to glance out the window. The sky had darkened significantly, explaining the chill that enveloped him. Fortunately, the rain had ceased, sparing him the necessity of an umbrella. The train's speed gradually diminished until it finally came to a halt. After 10 arduous hours, this journey had at last reached its destination. Kyle meticulously checked his robe and wand, ensuring everything was in order before he joined the bustling crowd exiting the train. Arriving at a dimly lit and rather shabby platform, the place was indeed dilapidated. Weeds flourished abundantly, and the station sign was severely faded, rendering the words Hogsmeade Station nearly indecipherable unless inspected closely. There was not even a semblance of decent flooring, and compounded by the recent rain, Kyle found himself stepping into mud as he disembarked. With a flick of his wand, he deftly cleaned his shoes and cautiously maneuvered to a relatively clean spot. It was hard to believe that such a decrepit station belonged to a millennium-old prestigious school. Were it not for its name, Hogwarts, or the esteemed headmaster, Dumbledore, this platform would scarcely attract any visitors. At that moment, Kyle spotted Kana. The young girl stood shivering amidst the crowd, her pale complexion evident even from a distance. Clearly alarmed by the scene before her, perhaps sensing someone observing her, Kana instinctively turned her head and caught sight of Kyle. In an instant, it was as if she had found a lifeline, and she stumbled over, rushing toward him. Kyle reached out to steady her as she nearly lost her balance, wordlessly drawing his wand once more to wave it at her robe, restoring its cleanliness. She had dashed forward without watching where she was going, splattering mud all over herself. Once he had completed this task, he gently patted the girl's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not fear. This place is quite safe. Soon, someone will come to guide us." Kana, her head lowered, murmured a soft acknowledgement. At that moment, A lantern flickered to life above them. First-year students. First-year students, come this way. Amidst a throng of first-year wizards, Hagrid's imposing figure stood out remarkably, his wild hair and bushy beard intimidating many of the young sorcerers upon his arrival. Kyle even caught the sound of sobbing. Although Kana did not cry, she clung tightly to Kyle's arm, causing him to wince in discomfort. Yet, seeing her terrified expression, he felt reluctant to pull away, enduring the pressure. He couldn't fathom how such a small 11-year-old girl could possess such strength. I am Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, Hagrid announced, waving to the crowd. First-year students, follow closely and mind your step. I will escort you to Hogwarts by boat. Kyle was the first to catch up, leading Kana beneath the dim, golden glow of the lights, the brightest spot in the vicinity. At this moment, Kana appeared considerably calmer. She hastily released her grip on Kyle's arm. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, her voice was too soft to be heard clearly amidst the commotion of others around them, and Kyle merely nodded instinctively. To accommodate the first-year wizards, Hagrid moved at a leisurely pace, and the group stumbled along the steep, narrow path for over 20 minutes before finally completing the arduous journey. As they rounded the final bend, Hagrid turned to the group, a broad smile on his face as he gestured ahead. Come on. You are about to witness Hogwarts for the very first time. Stay focused. This is the most breathtaking sight in the magical realm. What followed was a chorus of gasps and exclamations. Kana stood beside Kyle, staring ahead in awe, softly exclaiming, so beautiful. At the end of the path lay the renowned Black Lake, and across its shimmering surface rose a majestic castle upon the steep hillside. Its towering spires seemed to dance with the radiant moonlight, as if it were constructed upon clouds. The illuminated windows of the castle sparkled like stars adorning the night sky, a sight of unparalleled magnificence, almost miraculous. Even Kyle found himself spellbound. He momentarily pondered whether the dilapidated state of Hogsmeade Station had been orchestrated to accentuate the splendor before him. All right, newcomers, let us prepare to board the boats. We wouldn't want to keep the professors waiting, Hagrid called, pointing to a line of small boats anchored by the lakeside. Remember, no more than 4 people per boat. Kyle and Kana stepped into the nearest boat, joined by 2 unfamiliar first-year wizards, 1 boy and 1 girl. Their excitement was palpable, even aboard the boat. They chattered incessantly about how they must write home to share this moment. Is everyone on board? Hagrid, seated alone in another boat, turned back for a final check. Then off we go. The fleet of boats glided across the lake, skimming past low cliffs and weaving through ivy-covered crags, before entering a pitch-black tunnel. Chapter 16. If you can't beat them, join them. Kyle had long been curious about what propelled the first-year boats at Hogwarts. He had previously assumed it was magic. Yet now he found himself questioning that notion. He had observed the boats for quite some time, yet he had not detected any signs of enchantment upon them. Furthermore, Hagrid, a half-giant nearly 4 meters tall, clearly weighed more than the 4 first-year wizards combined, yet his boat sat at the same waterline as the others, which was decidedly anomalous. Of course, it could be that these boats were enchanted with more advanced and subtle magic, or perhaps they were some form of alchemical creation. But Kyle preferred to believe that something beneath the lake was supporting the boats. Perhaps that colossal squid? He leaned forward to glance beneath the surface of the water. But alas, the visibility of the dark lake at night was exceedingly poor. Aside from his own reflection, he could discern nothing. Soon, the small boat emerged from the tunnel and docked at a place reminiscent of an underground pier. The passengers disembarked, following Hagrid as they ascended onto a ground paved with cobblestones, ultimately arriving at a flat, damp expanse of grass adjacent to Hogwarts Castle. Thereafter, they proceeded along a stone staircase, arriving before a colossal oak door. Welcome to Hogwarts, Hagrid proclaimed, then turned and raised his enormous fist to knock 3 times upon the castle's entrance. The door creaked open in response. Standing before them was an older witch in a resplendent emerald robe, her dark hair cascading around her. It must be acknowledged that some individuals possess an inherent aura of silence, akin to a headmaster appearing at the classroom door. Anyone who glimpses such a figure instinctively falls silent. Professor McGonagall embodied this presence. The instant she appeared, the surrounding cacophony of chatter ceased abruptly. Even Hagrid seemed to adopt a more reserved demeanor as he earnestly announced, "First-year students have arrived, Professor McGonagall." "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she replied, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly before opening the grand door and ushering them into the castle. The stone walls surrounding the castle were adorned with flickering torches, emanating warmth that dispelled the chill from outside and provided considerable comfort to the shivering young witches and wizards. To their right stood a tightly shut door, from which Kyle could distinctly hear the hum of conversation. However, Professor McGonagall did not linger there. Instead, she led them into an empty chamber at the opposite end of the hall. "First and foremost, welcome to Hogwarts," she began, as the group surveyed their surroundings while she skillfully delivered her annual opening remarks. "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, We must first determine which house you shall belong to. The sorting is a significant ceremony, for during your time here, your house will serve as your home at Hogwarts. Though Kyle was already well versed in this matter, he listened intently. One could not afford to be inattentive, especially when seated in the front row. Directly beneath Professor McGonagall's watchful gaze, any moment of distraction could render his experience at Hogwarts quite challenging. Moreover, this was a momentous occasion, one that would occur but once. And Kyle had no desire to miss it. At this juncture, Professor McGonagall had concluded her remarks regarding the House Cup and began to introduce the four houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Or, to simplify, the brave, the loyal, the wise, and the pure-blooded. As she spoke, the surrounding young wizards listened with rapt attention, their eyes sparkling with aspiration, occasionally stealing glances toward the great hall, eager to rush inside at the very next moment. It is evident that this is what they have been eagerly anticipating. In just a few moments, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school community. I recommend that you take this opportunity to compose yourselves and present a more spirited appearance while we await the proceedings. Once everything is prepared, I shall return to escort you. Professor McGonagall cast a final glance at the crowd. Please maintain silence while you wait. It must be said that her last remark was somewhat superfluous. As soon as she exited the room, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A cluster of young wizards gathered, animatedly discussing the events that were about to unfold. How will we be sorted? Is it a choice we make? A young witch inquired nervously. This was undoubtedly the question on everyone's mind. It must involve some sort of test, akin to that of Smelting's Academy. A muggle-born wizard turned to his companion and declared loudly, "When I received the letter from Hogwarts, I had already been accepted into Smelting's, but I chose this place instead. I mean, Professor McGonagall convinced my mother, who had insisted I attend Smelting's." This was a rather boastful claim, though its impact was minimal. After all, everyone was preoccupied with the sorting, and few were interested in Smelting's Academy, with some even unaware of its existence. "I believe the heads of the houses select their own students," someone asserted confidently. "That's how Ilvermorny does it, although they use statues. My father is friends with the director of the International Magical Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic. He has told me about it." This was a rather ostentatious display of lineage, yet in comparison to previous claims, his words held more weight, quickly garnering a significant number of supporters. He puffed up with pride, tilting his head back and proclaiming his father's achievements to anyone who would listen. One might have thought that his father was the Minister of Magic. At that moment, Kyle felt a tug on his robe sleeve and turned to find Kana looking at him with an anxious expression. "Kyle, is it truly the heads who select us?" Kana asked apprehensively. "What if no house wants me? Will I be expelled?" "Fear not. That will certainly not happen," Kyle replied with a reassuring smile. "Consider this. Ilvermorny and Hogwarts are two distinct institutions. It would lack elegance to employ the same sorting method." "Is that so?" Kana exhaled in relief and continued. "Do you know how we will be sorted?" "Well, I do have some insight." Kyle pondered for a moment before deciding to speak candidly, leaning in to whisper to Kana. "It's nothing much, really. Each of us merely endures a round of the killing curse from the professors, and those who survive will be admitted. Rest assured, you will not be expelled." Just then, a ghost glided past them. Kyle naturally turned and waved, saying, "Greetings, Senior. We are about to be sorted as well. May fortune be on our side." Although the ghost could not comprehend the words spoken by the little wizard, it instinctively nodded in response to the greeting. Witnessing this, the light in Kanna's eyes instantly faded, leaving her standing there in a daze, as if her spirit had departed. Chapter 17, The Sorting Hat. Moments later, an increasing number of ghosts began to materialize in the cramped room, varying in height and girth, presenting an astonishing sight for the new students. Initially, the young wizards were understandably frightened, yet they soon realized that these apparitions were not terrifying at all. Rather, they were exceedingly amiable and greeted each individual with warmth. In an effort to ease their anxiety, one ghost even showcased a unique talent, performing a whimsical act reminiscent of cradling its own head. "How cool," someone exclaimed, captivated by the floating head. "Thank you for the compliment, but I have something even more impressive," the ghost replied, seemingly invigorated by the praise. Without further ado, it tossed its head into the air, executing a magnificent somersault followed by 3.5 graceful spins before landing and catching its own head with precision. The fluidity of the movement and the elegance of the pose were impeccable, earning a resounding round of applause from all, including Kyle. Such a performance was indeed a rarity. "Marvelous, truly marvelous," came the accolades. Thank you, everyone," the ghost said, taking a brief bow as it circled the room, its pride evident. "Oh, did I forget to mention? It was this very routine that earned me a spot in the Headless Hunt Club. Of course, I do not mean to boast, rather. I wish to commend your discerning eyes." With that, the atmosphere had thoroughly warmed. The young wizards gathered around, urging the ghost for an encore. The ghost, not one to shy away, entertained them with a series of delightful tricks, each one eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd. However, just then, a chilling, Mocking laugh pierced the air. What is there to be so proud of? Instinctively, everyone turned to see that the speaker was yet another ghost. My apologies. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the headless ghost, recognized the figure clad in a ruffled collar, hastily adding, I merely wish to amuse the children, with no ill intent. Let us hope so. And I sincerely hope you will join the Headless Hunt Club this year, sir. The nearly headless Nick cast a stoic glance at his colleague before vanishing through the wall. With his abrupt departure, the headless ghost decided against continuing the performance. Shrugging and saying, Very well, my friends, it seems it is time for you to begin the sorting. Prepare yourselves, and I shall see you shortly. With that, he too passed through the wall, leaving the audience to watch him go, feeling a tinge of disappointment at the abrupt end of the festivities. However, the atmosphere in the room remained largely unaltered. After witnessing the ghostly performance, everyone was filled with joy and anticipation for the forthcoming sorting ceremony, except for Kana. She was the only one in the entire room who had not paid attention to the ethereal display. Until Professor McGonagall returned, the young girl huddled in the corner, her demeanor nearly ashen, exuding an aura of despair. Regrettably, Professor McGonagall failed to notice this. I leave for but a moment, and this is what ensues, she stated. Her lips pressed together, a serious expression etched upon her face as she addressed the first-year students. Your laughter is audible throughout the entire hall. Is it truly so amusing? Or do you find the sorting to be a comical affair? Her voice, though not loud, rendered the crowd silent, heads bowed in deference, not daring to breathe. For over a minute, the tension lingered before she continued. Remember, the sorting is a matter of great gravity. Please maintain your silence. Now, form a single line and follow me. No sooner had she finished speaking than everyone sprang into action, forming a queue in less than a minute and closely trailing behind Professor McGonagall. Kana was among them, pulled along by Kale, moving like a somnambulist. They exited the room, traversed the foyer, and passed through a pair of grand double doors, ultimately entering the magnificent hall. Compared to the previous chamber, the great hall was even more splendid. Its vastness was breathtaking. Even with long tables brimming with students, it felt anything but crowded. Lavish golden platters and goblets adorned the tables, while thousands of floating candles illuminated the space. Above, the velvet black ceiling sparkled with stars, clouds swirling, leaving onlookers in awe. A voice whispered beside Kale. This place has been enchanted. It resembles the sky outside, as I read in Hogwarts, a history. Upon discovering that the speaker was a boy, Kale lost interest. What a pity it was. Had he entered a year later, he might have forged a friendship with Hermione. The group halted at the front of the hall, just before the staff table. Seated in the center was Dumbledore, adorned in his purple robes, his silver hair and beard meticulously groomed. At that moment, he wore his signature half-moon spectacles, kindly gazing at each new student. Beside him sat the four house heads, the slick-haired Severus Snape of Slytherin, the diminutive Filius Flitwick of Ravenclaw, the amiable Pomona Sprout of Hufflepuff, and the seat for Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, remained temporarily vacant as she was to oversee the sorting. Including them, approximately 20 professors attended the welcome banquet today. However, Cal could hardly recognize even 10 of them, leaving him with no recollection of the remaining individuals. This was, of course, quite normal, with the vastness of Hogwarts. It would be insufficient to rely solely on a handful of professors that lingered in his memory. Moreover, half of those he was aware of were transient. Further diminishing the number, Cal diverted his gaze. At that moment, Professor McGonagall was placing a four-legged stool before the first-year students, upon which she set a patched, brown-pointed wizard's hat. Well, one could label it as brown, though the hat was so filthy that, despite McGonagall's careful handling, clouds of dust were raised upon its descent. Under the candlelight, the hat glimmered with a sheen, indicative of its age, rendering it nearly impossible to discern its original color. Kyle was certain that had this hat not been the sorting hat and instead appeared in his home, either he or Chris would meet a dire fate. Alternatively, both would undoubtedly face Diana's wrath. Chapter 18. The Celestial Melody. The Great Hall was enveloped in silence. Upperclassmen awaited the spectacle, while the first-year students anxiously fixated on the grimy and tattered hat, as if a monstrous creature might leap forth at any moment. Suddenly, the hat began to twist and sway, its pointed tip oscillating while its brims undulated rhythmically, resembling a dance. Yet, the more Kyle observed, the more he felt something was amiss. The choreography seemed to have been conceived by an individual with peculiar tastes, resembling a rather awkward fish that feasted upon its colleagues, albeit lacking the fluidity of its inspiration and appearing somewhat less appealing. The sorting hat, perhaps aware that dancing was not its forte, soon split open, forming a mouth-like aperture, and began to hum. I am but a hat, yet do not underestimate my appearance. I was born thousands of years ago, having witnessed the tides of time. I have traversed wild marshes and wandered along forest rivers. Come, don me, and discover the most fitting house for you. If you seek power, then Gryffindor awaits. They are brave and valiant, capable of unearthing the courage buried deep within your heart. Perhaps you will join Slytherin, where strength and composure reign. And ambition and desire for power need not be concealed, for every soul here shares your aspirations. Hufflepuff embodies honesty and loyalty, steadfast and true. Here, you will find the most trustworthy companions. And Ravenclaw, if you possess extraordinary wisdom and a keen intellect, hesitate not, for there you shall encounter kindred spirits. Come, were me. Do not fear nor dread. I shall unveil the desires of your heart. As the final note of the song faded, the resounding applause echoed throughout the hall, showcasing the politeness of the young wizards from the magical realm. The Sorting Hat bowed to each of the 4 dining tables before coming to a halt. Although the hat song was somewhat difficult to articulate, the newcomers grasped the essence of the sorting process. It merely required donning the enchanted hat. This revelation brought a sense of relief to many. Compared to the rumors they had previously heard, wearing a hat seemed exceedingly effortless. It was merely a bit soiled, perhaps a tad antiquated or unsightly, but that mattered little as it would only be for a brief moment, and they need not wear it continuously. Professor McGonagall swiftly approached, holding a parchment in her hand. As I call your name, step forward, don the hat, and take a seat to await your house assignment. She glanced at the parchment. Thomas Albright. A blond boy held his head high as he briskly walked forward to wear the hat. Moments later, the hat proclaimed, Ravenclaw. The boy appeared quite pleased and eagerly made his way to the Ravenclaw table, which at that moment was the focal point of the loudest applause in the hall. Marietta Edgecombe. A cheerful little girl ran up, eagerly placing the sorting hat upon her head. Ravenclaw? Oh, splendid. The fact that the first 2 newcomers were sorted into Ravenclaw sent waves of excitement through the Eagles. Their jubilant cheers seemed as though they might lift the very ceiling. Katie Bell. This time, another young girl rushed up, hastily securing the hat atop her head. Perhaps due to her nervousness, she applied too much force, causing her entire head to plunge into the hat, leaving only her neck protruding. Laughter erupted throughout the hall. Observing this, Professor McGonagall sighed and quickly stepped forward to assist. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. I almost thought I would split apart. The sorting hat nodded at her, declaring, undoubtedly, Gryffindor. A fervent cheer erupted from the far left table, where the Gryffindors sat. Fred and George stood atop their benches, whistling with unrestrained excitement, clearly taken with the young girl. Katie Bell, her face flushed, scampered back down. The sorting continued, but to prevent a recurrence of the earlier mishap, Professor McGonagall deemed it best to preside over the process herself. Thus, she remained at the front rather than stepping aside as before, standing behind the stool with the sorting hat in one hand and the parchment in the other. An Asian girl approached the stool slowly and took her seat. Professor McGonagall stood behind her and gently placed the sorting hat upon her head. Ravenclaw. With the hat announcing the same house for the 3rd time, the Ravenclaws erupted into sheer frenzy, with some standing on their benches and performing exuberant dances before the entire school. One individual excitedly seized a decorative flower from the dining table and hurled it toward the ceiling. They cast aside their usual pride and composure and exuberantly cheered. 3. The sorting has barely begun, and we already have 3 new students. Ravenclaw shall surely rise this year. The professors on stage did not intervene, watching with amused smiles until the moment plates were thrown, prompting Professor McGonagall to adopt a stern demeanor and step forward. The effect was instantaneous. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall, the young Eagles felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, abruptly calming down, transforming from eagles into quails as they dutifully returned to their seats at the table. Professor McGonagall's expression softened considerably as she resumed her gaze upon the parchment. Omid Froller. Slytherin. The line of new students dwindled. Kyle stood amidst the crowd, patiently awaiting the call of his name, yet inexplicably felt a prickling sensation on his back, as though someone were incessantly prodding him with a needle. Instinctively, Kyle turned his head, only to be met with the furious gaze of a flushed Kana. Her expression markedly different this time, fueled by anger. The once shy and timid girl now appeared transformed, her small white teeth grinding ominously, as if poised to pounce. Ahem. Oh dear, what lovely weather, Kyle chuckled awkwardly, feigning nonchalance as he turned his head away. He then subtly shifted his position, attempting to distance himself from Kana. Unfortunately, the confined space offered little refuge, and no matter where he moved, Kana's piercing gaze remained fixed upon him, the sensation of being watched never waning. Just then, a voice broke through the tension. Kyle Choba. For the first time, Kyle found Professor McGonagall's voice to be extraordinarily melodious, akin to celestial music, as though it were a soothing angel offering redemption. Truth be told, if given the chance to choose the headmaster anew, he would undoubtedly select Professor McGonagall. Chapter 19, Hufflepuff. Without hesitation, Kyle ascended to the stage in a few swift steps. Having survived the ordeal, he patted his chest and earnestly addressed Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Professor. Taken aback by such unexpected politeness from a Hogwarts student, Professor McGonagall required a few seconds to gather her composure before shaking her head and responding, "It is my duty." Despite her words, Her previously stern expression softened significantly. Before placing the sorting hat upon Kyle's head, she took a moment to brush off the dust atop it. A child so polite would be a splendid addition to Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall thought, harboring a quiet hope, as Gryffindor was in dire need of such exemplary students. Last year, she dreamt of enticing Cedric to join her academy, yet unfortunately, both Sprout and Dumbledore disapproved. One could only wait and see what this year would bring. Professor McGonagall gazed intently at Kyle, silently praying that the sorting hat would prove reliable for once. Odd, exceedingly peculiar. Upon donning the sorting hat, a faint voice whispered in his ear, "You genuinely wish to express your gratitude? That is unexpected. Are you truly the obedient child you portray?" "Of course I am," Kyle replied earnestly. "You may inquire with either the Weasley family or Mr. Scamander. They have both attested to my being the most courteous child they have ever encountered. Therefore, I implore you not to slander me, for even if you are merely a hat, I shall lodge a complaint against you." The sorting hat fell into an unusual silence, its tips swaying back and forth unconsciously, as if caught in a moment of hesitation or inner turmoil. After a prolonged pause, it resumed. "Your shamelessness transports me back over a millennium, although at that time I was merely an ordinary hat perched upon Godric's head. How about Gryffindor? I sense that might suffice, though it hardly seems fitting for you. Let me ponder." Before Kyle could speak, the sorting hat interrupted. "No, that would not be suitable. Besides, if you were to join Slytherin, Severus would undoubtedly subject me to bizarre potions. Let me think further. Dumbledore has presented me with quite the conundrum. If only Azkaban were a part of Hogwarts, or perhaps even Newt's establishment." Kyle's unease grew. What was happening? He had committed no transgression. Perhaps merely startled Connor a moment ago. Could such a triviality warrant his placement in Newt's school? This was utterly unreasonable. Moreover, the entire magical community was rife with such antics, and many had fared far worse without consequence. There was no justification for such double standards. Kyle realized he needed to act swiftly. If the sorting hat were to announce his fate, it would be disastrous. Azkaban was one thing, governed by the Ministry of Magic, not a place one could simply visit. However, Newt's establishment was different. Dumbledore had connections there, making it exceedingly simple to send someone over. Though Kyle understood that the sorting hat's petty remarks likely stemmed from its displeasure over his earlier threat to complain, it was improbable it would actually name that place. Yet, what if a hat that had existed for over a millennium, endowed with sentience, was inscrutable in its thoughts? What if it whimsically decided to shout something to enliven the atmosphere? Anything was possible. Kyle revealed a harmless smile and said, "Your song earlier was quite delightful. Especially the opening lines. The lyrics are succinct, and the melody is cheerful, far superior to the Klitsch S of the Odd Sisters." Upon hearing this, the sorting hat immediately perked up. "You find it pleasing as well, don't you? I had spent an entire year crafting that. How could it possibly be anything less than enchanting? Only Dumbledore lacks the appreciation, suggesting I sing the school song, that old bee." Kyle, however, had no intention of disparaging the headmaster under his nose. That would be courting disaster, even if he were oblivious. After clearing his throat a couple of times to divert the conversation, Kyle continued, "May I inquire? Your song sounded somewhat familiar. Does it lean towards a rap style?" Curiously, the sorting hat asked, "What does that mean? You don't know? How astonishing. You must be a natural." Kyle feigned shock before elucidating. Rap, or rhyming speech, is an exceedingly popular Muggle music genre. The sorting hat grew even more intrigued. "Indeed? I believe you should give it a try. It seems well suited to you." Kyle earnestly replied, "If you wish, I could gift you something in that realm for Christmas." "Ah, but I meant we should proceed with the sorting first. It has been quite a while, and you must be famished. Delaying the feast wouldn't do." The sorting hat cleared its throat. "Right, where were we?" Kyle smiled. "You mentioned I am a polite and good child, yet you deemed Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw unsuitable for me." Did I mention Ravenclaw? I almost forgot. You are absolutely correct. Given that, the outcome is quite evident. Hufflepuff. As Kyle's sorting was announced, the entire hall erupted in thunderous applause, including the faculty. It had been a lengthy 20 minutes, arguably the longest sorting in Hogwarts history, and it was finally over. They were indeed hungry. After all, the feast would have commenced long ago in previous years. The Hufflepuff table was particularly lively, and Cedric, disregarding any Quidditch matters, enthusiastically approached Kyle and embraced him. "Fantastic, Kyle. I knew you would end up in Hufflepuff." Kyle replied with a smile. "You possess more discernment than the sorting hat." "Huh." Cedric paused, a bit puzzled by the remark. However, Kyle merely smiled and offered no further explanation. Just then, several upperclassmen approached to shake his hand. Judging by their badges, they were likely the heads of Hufflepuff. This was customary for each house, serving both as a welcome and a means for the new students to become familiar with faces. Kyle greeted them with a smile and then took a seat beside Cedric. Previously, a prefect occupied this seat, but upon discovering that Kyle and Cedric were acquainted, he willingly relinquished it. Chapter 20. The Failed Prank. After settling at the Hufflepuff table, Kyle inexplicably felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Prior to the sorting ceremony, he had felt a sense of unease, but now that everything was resolved, he had truly become a member of Hogwarts in the fullest sense. This sensation was simply splendid. Leaning on the dining table, Kyle rested his chin on his left hand, leisurely observing the ongoing sorting while anticipating the commencement of the feast. Following the lengthy sorting ceremony, many in the hall were curiously scrutinizing Kyle. Among them, several witches watched Kyle and Cedric, who were chatting and laughing together, then glanced at their own classmates. Some nearly grinding their back teeth in frustration. Darn it, why did all the handsome ones have to go to Hufflepuff? It's so unfair. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, Fred and George were equally on the verge of crushing their molars. Why did Kyle have to go to Hufflepuff? Fred lamented, pounding his thigh in frustration. Now, our meticulously prepared welcome ceremony will be of no use. Enough, Fred. Let me catch my breath first, George replied, scratching his head. Honestly, I could have accepted it even if Kyle had gone to Slytherin, but Hufflepuff? How is that even possible? Indeed. Fred nodded. Kyle, loyal? Kind. Is the sorting hat losing its mind? Just as Fred and George fell into silence, a newly sorted Gryffindor first year happened to take a seat beside them. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the hall, instantly drawing everyone's attention. That Gryffindor first year jumped up as if startled by a blast-ended scrut, soaring 3 feet into the air, before darting around, clutching his rear and wailing. It was then that everyone noticed a round object trailing behind him, roughly the size of a Quidditch bludger, with a mouth full of sharp teeth firmly clamped onto the first year's backside. Wait, that ball looks oddly familiar. Watching the spectacle, Fred suddenly recalled something. Turning to George, didn't you put away the biting ball? George paused for a moment. No, I thought you had already done it. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously looked towards the empty seat where the first year had just been. Undoubtedly, it was completely vacant. Oh, for heaven's sake, Fred lamented, raking his hair in despair. That was all our savings. The biting ball was a new prop that Fred and George had purchased at a steep price from Zonko's joke shop, cleverly disguised as an ordinary cushion that could be placed anywhere. It was indeed rather expensive, costing 3 galleons, a significant sum for Fred and George. However, upon contemplating the sorting ceremony for Kyle today, they gritted their teeth and pooled their savings to purchase a surprise, intending to present their junior with an unforgettable gift. To avoid raising any suspicions, they meticulously prepared everything in advance, placing the cushion on an adjacent empty seat for when Kyle donned the sorting hat. This way, if Kyle was sorted into Gryffindor, they could seamlessly guide him into their trap. Even if he were assigned to a different house, it was merely a cushion, easily retrievable. Everything appeared flawless. Alas, fate had other plans, and to their utter astonishment, Kyle was sorted into Hufflepuff, a house they deemed highly improbable. In their shock, they failed to reclaim the cushion in time, resulting in the scene before them. Fred, do you think we can still retrieve that biting ball? George lamented, his heart bleeding as he gazed at the freshman's retreating figure. That was 3 galleons, enough to purchase a whole box of dung bombs. How could one not feel the sting? Fred, watching Professor McGonagall approach the newcomer, sighed helplessly. I fear it may be lost to us. With that, both of them exhaled deeply in unison. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall had reached the young wizard, casually removing the biting ball and inspecting him. There were no injuries, and his robes bore no signs of damage. A classic case of magical mischief. Recognizing the familiar technique and tools, McGonagall wasted no time identifying the culprits, casting a sharp glance at the twins. However, as the sorting was not yet concluded, she refrained from saying much more, simply announcing a deduction of 20 points from Gryffindor before turning back to the stage. The freshman, thoroughly startled, was escorted back by Percy, who meticulously checked him 3 times before allowing him to return to the table. Not far away, Kyle observed the distressed expressions of Fred and George, unabashedly mocking them as he slowly extended his middle finger in their direction. Kyle would swear on Ron's honor that the biting ball was undoubtedly their doing. Now that Professor McGonagall had discovered it, one could only say that misdeeds beget consequences. This won't do, George. Kyle is far too arrogant, Fred fumed, his face flushed with indignation. While others may not grasp the significance of that gesture, he certainly did. For the past 11 years, each time Kyle had mocked them, he had extended his middle finger, and Fred understood precisely what Kyle meant just then. Fear not, Fred. As long as Kyle remains at Hogwarts, we shall have our chance, George replied, equally incensed, his ears betraying his agitation. However, the reality was that they were presently powerless against Kyle, and under McGonagall's piercing gaze, they dared not stir trouble, opting instead to retaliate with a middle finger of their own, choosing to remain blissfully ignorant. The 2 individuals momentarily suppressed their thirst for vengeance, turning away in an effort to avoid gazing at Kyle's infuriating visage. In response to their actions, Kyle remained unfazed. After all, they were merely the last desperate resistance of 2 defeated red-haired curs, unworthy of his concern. He was well aware that Fred and George would not simply relent. They were likely concocting plans to reclaim their honor at that very moment. Yet so what? Over the past 11 years, He had never truly tasted defeat in his ongoing rivalry with the Weasley twins. The few instances of loss he had endured were attributed to his youthful inexperience, compounded by Charlie's shameless bullying of the younger. Now, with Charlie preoccupied by his graduation exams and Quidditch commitments, he had little time to meddle in their affairs. Without Charlie, whom could the twins possibly turn to for support? Ron? If that were the case, it would only simplify matters for him. Thus, with a resplendent record to his name, Kyle felt entirely fearless. Chapter 21. Is the Sorting Hat so brave? Following the unexpected turn of events, the Sorting Hat ceased its usual procrastination, efficiently beginning the sorting process as soon as it made contact with the new student's hair. Under such expediency, it was not long before only the final 2 students remained. Connap Princess. Upon hearing that familiar name, both Kyle and Cedric instinctively turned their gaze in unison. This was the little girl from the train, wasn't he it? Cedric inquired curiously. Where do you think she will be sorted? Slytherin, perhaps? Most likely, Kyle replied instinctively, scratching his back. Given she is dressed in extraordinary attire, she is probably a pure blood, which would indeed suggest Slytherin, wouldn't he it? At that moment, Kyle abruptly paused, a sensation of uncertainty washing over him. Was it merely his imagination, or had Professor McGonagall's call of Connap's name caused the previously stoic Severus Snape to shift forward slightly? His attention finally riveted upon the Sorting Hat. They couldn't possibly know each other, could they? Kyle mused. Although Snape rarely engaged in social activities due to his unique status, he was nonetheless one of the 4 heads of Hogwarts and a renowned potions master, incapable of lacking acquaintances within the magical community. Perhaps Connap's family was among them. As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down Kyle's spine, and an ominous premonition enveloped him. If that were indeed the case, considering Snape's temperament, should he discover that Kyle had caused Connap distress, he would likely find himself prematurely thrust into the role of the protagonist. Could it be so fortuitous? Kyle felt a tingling apprehension at the nape of his neck. What a calamity! Just moments ago, he had mocked the Weasley twins for their misdeeds, and now, the consequences had swiftly turned upon him. Kyle anxiously glanced at the stage. For reasons unknown, when it came time for Connap, the Sorting Hat appeared to revert to its previous sluggishness. After more than a minute of anticipation, the Sorting Hat finally spoke. Hufflepuff. A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff table as the upperclassmen rose once again to welcome Kana into their midst. Only Kyle, watching Kana walk past him, was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. What was going on? Aside from Scamander, it was quite rare for a pureblood family to join Hufflepuff. While it wasn't unheard of, purebloods were simply fewer in this house. The notion that Kana had come to follow him was utterly implausible. The sorting ceremony was no mere game, in a broader sense. It could significantly influence a wizard's future path. Thus, even if Kana was young and naive, the Sorting Hat could not allow her to act capriciously. Otherwise, Kana's family would certainly not take such a matter lightly. Kyle recalled that Chris had once told him about the uproar caused when Sirius Black was sorted into Gryffindor. Mrs. Black had made quite a scene at Hogwarts. Had it not been for Dumbledore's decisive intervention, the Sorting Hat might have been set ablaze by her wrath. The incident had garnered considerable attention at the time. Although Dumbledore had quelled the uproar at Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic convened several meetings to discuss the possibility of abolishing the Sorting Hat in favor of alternative methods. The proposal garnered significant support, as many pureblood families were reluctant to send their children to any house other than Slytherin, particularly those staunch traditionalists. To them, having a Gryffindor in the family was nothing short of a disgrace. Of course, the proposal ultimately failed to pass. Dumbledore, over 20 years ago, was not as amenable as he was now. Once he expressed his opposition, those pureblood families dared not disregard his wishes. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. However, ever since, members of those families who supported the proposal had ceased to enroll in any house other than Slytherin. Kyle cast a glance at the faculty table. It was quite simple to ascertain whether this sorting was proceeding normally. One need only observe Snape's reaction. If Kana's family truly had a close relationship with Snape, he certainly would not remain composed after her sorting into Hufflepuff. Well, Kyle was mistaken. On the faculty bench, Snape's face was dark enough to drip with water. He was engaged in a fervent discussion with Dumbledore, occasionally casting glances towards Hufflepuff. Kyle hurriedly lowered his head, striving to diminish his presence. Could it be mere coincidence that the Sorting Hat had indeed acted so boldly? A sense of unease stirred within Kyle. Meanwhile, the last new student had just concluded their sorting, taking their place at the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore promptly rose to his feet, his face beaming with joy as he gazed upon the students below, arms outstretched. Welcome to Hogwarts. Another academic year has begun, and nothing brings me greater happiness than seeing all of you here. So what are you waiting for? Dig in. Instantly, the once barren dining table was laden with a delectable array of steaming dishes. Beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, sausages, and steaks formed little mountains, igniting an insatiable appetite. For those who found the selections too rich, There were fragrant boiled potatoes, tender pea shoots, and crispy chips that complemented the feast beautifully. The entire hall was enveloped in the tantalizing aroma of the culinary delights. Kyle shook his head, striving to dispel the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. Never mind. He mused. It is what it is. Overthinking serves no purpose. I shall take it one step at a time. Regardless of the circumstances, he reasoned. He would not be the first to encounter misfortune. After all, the Sorting Hat still lay ahead. Furthermore, even if Snape sought to cause him trouble, it would not last long. As long as he could endure until Harry Potter's arrival next year, Snape would likely have little time to concern himself with Kyle. Regaining his composure, Kyle reached for a fried chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. He had scarcely eaten during the bumpy train ride, subsisting only on a few snacks, and now genuine hunger struck him. The house elf's culinary skills were remarkably good. The fried chicken was crispy on the outside and tender within. With each bite, juices exploded in his mouth, filling it with flavor. The roasted potatoes were equally delightful, cooked to perfection without unnecessary seasoning, preserving the potatoes' natural aroma. For those who preferred a bolder taste, ketchup and black pepper were available on the side. Kyle found this combination unexpectedly pleasing, prompting him to take another potato. However, just as he was slicing the potato and preparing to reach for the black pepper, Cedric suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Have you noticed that she has been staring at you the entire time?" "Staring at me? Who?" Kyle replied without lifting his gaze. "The first year named Kona, prince we met on the train," Cedric said, raising an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with mischief as he pointed in her direction. "Just look. She's watching you again." Chapter 22. Unwise Friendships. Kyle lifted his head and followed Cedric's pointing finger, only then realizing that Kona was seated directly across from him. To his left, diligently cutting into a steak. Yet, with each slice, she glanced up at Kyle, as though the plate contained not a steak, but rather him. This sight was vexing. Wait, why do I sense hostility in her gaze? She certainly did not appear this way on the train, Kyle pondered. Cedric, intrigued, inquired. "I recall that before the sorting, the first years were all together. Did something occur between you during that time?" "This is indeed my fault," Kyle sighed, shrugging his shoulders as he recounted the events that transpired in the small cabin. After listening, Cedric was left utterly bewildered. The notion of using a death curse for sorting? Could such a thought even originate from a rational mind? Did she truly believe it? Cedric asked cautiously. "What else could it be?" Kyle replied with a grimace. "If she didn't believe me, would she look at me like this?" "Ah, indeed. One dares to speak while the other dares to believe," Cedric remarked, his lips twitching as he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He could only gaze speechlessly at Kana, then at Kyle, before silently giving a thumbs up. "Honestly, Kyle, you two are simply a match made in heaven. She's only 11, and you're already rushing her off to Azkaban?" Kyle retorted irritably. "And I advise you not to say such things in the future. If Professor Snape hears you, you're finished." "She knows Professor Snape?" Cedric asked in surprise. Kyle nodded. "Though it's not confirmed, I suspect they are acquainted." Suddenly, Cedric's expression changed, and he looked at Kyle with disdain. "You've gone too far. How can you make such a cruel joke with a first year? If I were a prefect, I would certainly deduct points from you." Kyle gazed at Cedric in disbelief, as if meeting him for the first time. It was astonishing how quickly he turned against him upon hearing that Kana knew Snape. Was this truly the Cedric he knew? Yet, under Kyle's scrutinizing gaze, Cedric remained unfazed, even shifting slightly to distance himself, as if to sever ties. Kyle could only silently raise a middle finger in response. Such poor judgment in friendships. He truly wondered where Cedric learned such shamelessness in such a short time. However, given the current situation, enjoying a peaceful meal was out of the question. Kyle set down his knife and fork and lifted his gaze to Kana, the young witch did not flinch. Meeting his eyes directly, her round face flushed, whether from chewing her steak or from anger, one could not tell. Neither spoke, and they stared at each other amidst the feast, as if engaged in a contest to see who would yield first. Both Kyle and Kana were unwilling to concede, steadfast at first, as if determined to prolong the competition until the end of time. However, Kana clearly overestimated her resolve. Soon, her gaze began to wander, and her previously pale face took on a rosy hue. Moments later, her eyes began to dart away, her breathing grew more rapid, and her face turned crimson. In the end, Kana could no longer endure it. She quickly lowered her head, her nose nearly touching the steak, as if wishing to bury herself in the plate, leaving only her two flushed ears visible. Kana's demeanor remained unchanged. She was still as shy and socially anxious as before. Her earlier bravado was merely a reaction to realizing she had been tricked, resulting in a mix of embarrassment and indignation. It is akin to a typically serene girl, who, upon being betrayed in a beloved game, may find herself striking the keyboard with expletives. The analogy holds true, coupled with the fact that Kyle persistently evaded her. The pent-up frustration within her had no outlet, thus prolonging her discontent. Once that tension dissipated, she naturally reverted to her former bashful and socially anxious self. When Kyle met her gaze, it inadvertently provided her with a means of release. After all, Exchanging glances is still a form of expression, albeit less efficient. However, Kyle was taken aback by the swiftness of her emotional recovery. Within mere minutes, she had returned to her usual self, a trait that seemed excessively forgiving. Among those Kyle knew, Ginny Weasley possessed one of the more admirable dispositions, yet even she, when incensed, would require at least half an hour of face-to-face confrontation with Kyle to vent her frustrations. In contrast, Kana exhibited a certain fragility, a temperament that could prove detrimental in the wizarding world. While at Hogwarts, the Hufflepuff house was renowned for its honesty and kindness, rendering it unlikely for anyone to harbor malicious intent. However, should she maintain this demeanor post-graduation, she might find herself unaware of the perils that awaited her. A notable minister of the Ministry of Magic, Groggenstamp, once remarked that Hogwarts is a fairy tale in the wizarding realm. Upon departing from this castle, one is left to face an abyss that devours. In the eyes of dark wizards who tread the line of death, a shy and introverted pureblood which is no different from a walking galleon, they would swarm upon her like hyenas, leaving not even a bone to pick. This is not mere hyperbole. There are precedents, such as the vanishing pureblood families. After Voldemort's downfall, the Death Eaters, having lost their backing, began to fend for themselves, leading to a chaotic upheaval among the pureblood families in the British wizarding community. Those lurking in the shadows seized the opportunity, simultaneously targeting the disoriented pureblood families, be it through kidnapping and extortion, or via the Cruciatus Curse to extract valuable information. Any solitary pureblood wizard became prey in their eyes. They would not care about the size of one's family, the strength of their lineage, or potential retribution, as long as there was profit to be gained. And provided the target's household lacked a formidable protector like Dumbledore or Voldemort, they would dare to pounce and take a bite. It can be said that during that tumultuous period, the number of pureblood wizards who perished at their hands far exceeded those apprehended by the ministry. Many families consequently began to decline, ultimately fading into obscurity. This situation persisted until the Death Eaters were largely captured, at which point the Aurors and Enforcers redirected their focus. History repeated itself then, and it remains true today. Kyle cast a glance at Kana, who was burying her head in the sand, and after a moment of silence, calmly reached for the pepper nearby, sprinkling it over the diced potatoes before savoring them. Never mind, it is only the first year. Graduation is still far off. Why dwell on such matters? The priority is to first satisfy our hunger. Chapter 23, A Revelry of Chaos. Half an hour later, the banquet was nearing its conclusion, and the main course had been replaced by an array of delightful desserts. Kyle opted for a serving of maple syrup pudding, which both Bill and Charlie had ardently recommended, claiming that its authentic flavor was rarely found outside of Hogwarts. Upon tasting it, Kyle discerned that it was indeed delightful, with a perfect sweetness and a fragrant, delectable profile. A hint of just the right tartness served as the finishing touch, rendering it an impeccable choice for a post-meal treat. As everyone finished their desserts, the remnants were cleared away, and the table regained its immaculate and pristine appearance. Dumbledore rose, and the hall returned to a hushed silence. Now that everyone is satiated, I have a few words to impart before you return to your dormitories. First-year students, please take heed. The forested area on school grounds is off-limits to all students. Dumbledore paused momentarily before continuing. Professor McGonagall has also requested that I remind everyone not to employ magical tricks in classrooms or any public areas, as such actions will incur severe penalties. As soon as his words fell, nearly half the attendees instinctively glanced towards Fred and George of Gryffindor. The twins, unfazed, stood up and offered bows to those around them, wearing expressions of triumph as though Dumbledore had just praised them. Not far away, Professor McGonagall's expression was one of palpable displeasure, her lips pressed tightly together. It was evident that the twins were likely to face detention, and for a considerable duration. Dumbledore, however, maintained his usual composure and continued, the selection for Quidditch players will take place in the second week of this term. Students in their second year and above who wish to join the house team should contact Madame Hooch. Indeed, it required a second-year status to participate. Kyle, having anticipated this outcome, felt no disappointment. Furthermore, although Dumbledore stated this, it did not imply that first-year students were entirely barred from the Quidditch selection. The exclusion of first years was merely to accommodate those young wizards from Muggle backgrounds who had never encountered Quidditch before. Selecting players at this juncture would be decidedly unfair to them. After a year of acclimatization to the magical realm, the timing of the selection would be just right. Of course, should there be any exceptional talent, the heads of houses would not hesitate to exercise a modicum of privilege, much like what would happen a year later with Harry Potter. Thus, Kyle planned to approach Professor Sprout in a couple of days to seek a chance to participate in the selection alongside the second years. The thought of a whole year without flying seemed an unbearable torment. Silence. Dumbledore had to raise his voice to quell the excited murmurs of the young wizards, stirred by the prospect of Quidditch. At last, it is my distinct honor to introduce to you our new Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Dumbledore turned slightly, extending his hand towards the faculty table. Professor Oren, please greet everyone. Beside Snape, an unremarkable middle-aged wizard rose, smiling and waving at the assembly. A smattering of tepid applause resonated through the hall. Only the first-year students clapped enthusiastically, while the other students displayed a lackluster enthusiasm. After all, he was merely a temporary professor, so what was the need for such fervor? They would certainly be replacing him next year. A token show of appreciation for Dumbledore's sake would suffice. Professor Oren seemed unfazed, as if he had anticipated this outcome. After offering his greeting, he resumed his seat. However, whether due to disappointment or embarrassment, Professor Oren moved his chair with a bit more force than intended, accidentally jostling and elbowing Snape in the lower back. Hiss! Snape inhaled sharply, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly, managing to stifle any outcry. My sincerest apologies, Severus. Are you all right? Do you require a visit to Madame Pomfrey? Oren inquired with concern. I believe we are not yet familiar enough to address one another by our first names, Professor Oren. Furthermore, I am not so fragile as to require a trip to the hospital wing over a mere touch. So you need not trouble yourself, Snape replied, shifting his chair slightly. A flicker of disdain crossing his features, akin to the sight of a flobberworm devoid of its medicinal properties. Professor Oren appeared somewhat embarrassed, opening his mouth as if to say something further. Yet at that moment, Dumbledore had concluded his remarks regarding Hogsmeade and began directing the young wizards to sing the school song. A long golden ribbon floated above, and soon the hall was filled with a cacophony of melodies. Oren had no choice but to swallow his words and join in, singing along with the others in a bard-like manner. Hogwarts, 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 please grant us knowledge, whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees. What should have been a harmonious school song devolved into a chaotic concert, with an array of melodies being employed. The most frequently chosen tunes were the majestic Winged Beast and Symphony of Fate, which were popular among the majority of young wizards. As for Kyle, he opted for the broad and vast highway. The choices were wonderfully diverse, but if one were to determine who sang with the most joy, it would undoubtedly be the Weasley twins. Fred and George linked arms, singing the school song to the tune of the Flight of the Bumblebee, all the while dancing with exuberant steps. Their actions drew considerable attention, and the exuberant Gryffindor students quickly joined in, transforming the originally solemn school song segment into a frenzied revelry. Yet, one cannot deny that they appeared genuinely joyful. Even Dumbledore on stage could not resist joining in for a brief dance. Once the school song concluded, Fred and George were met with the most fervent applause from the audience. How delightful this was, truly. This encapsulates the essence of the school song. Dumbledore adjusted his slightly askew wizarding hat and remarked with a smile, "It is now time for bed. Let us return to our dormitories." As the festivities came to a close, everyone surged towards the grand hall's entrance. The prefects swiftly mobilized, diligently gathering the first-year students together. First years, over here. Do not push. Let the newcomers go first. Quickly now, first years, we must make haste. Is everyone accounted for? Remember to follow my lead and do not fall behind. Chapter 24. This thing even the tail-wagging dog would not eat. The Hufflepuff common room is nestled within the depths of Hogwarts Castle. Its entrance concealed among a cluster of large wooden barrels situated in the corner of the kitchen corridor. Gaining entry is straightforward. One must tap the second barrel in the second row of the stack in accordance with Helga Hufflepuff's rhythm. This will cause the lid to rotate open, revealing a passageway through which one can crawl into the common room. Unlike the frequently changing passwords or the ever-evolving riddles, Hufflepuff remains the sole house at Hogwarts that employs a fixed opening password. Remember it once, and it suffices for 7 years, which is undeniably convenient. It is essential to recall Helga Hufflepuff, and the sequence must not be mistaken. Karen Harris, the Hufflepuff prefect, stood before the throng of new students and demonstrated the correct tapping sequence at a deliberately slow pace. A timid boy in the crowd nervously inquired, "But what if I mess it up? My memory has never been particularly good. If I tap incorrectly, will I be unable to enter the dormitory?" "Far worse," Harris replied, moving beside the barrels where he casually tapped twice before swiftly stepping back. Almost simultaneously, a torrent of pungent vinegar cascaded down, precisely where he had just stood. "As you can see," Harris said, waving his wand to clean the vinegar from the floor, "should the tapping sequence be incorrect, another barrel lid will burst open, dousing the intruder in vinegar. If you wish to avoid emanating a sour odor all day, it is imperative to remember the correct sequence. It is not overly challenging." Following this, Harris demonstrated the correct sequence twice more before guiding them through the passageway. At the end of the tunnel lay a modest, circular room. This was the Hufflepuff common room. Compared to the auditorium, the ceiling here appears rather low, measuring less than 3 meters. Surrounding the space are soft sofas in hues of black and yellow, while the walls are adorned with a plethora of intriguing plant decorations. Kyle surveyed the room with keen interest. Beyond the commonplace ornamental plants, he was astonished to discover several highly valued rare specimens, including rue, white ash, golden silk hydrangea, wind whispergrass, and wind chime sunflowers. Notably, the pot of wind-chime sunflowers positioned in the center of the lounge, if Kyle recalled correctly, was worth approximately 300 galleons, and yet was rarely available on the market. The golden silk hydrangea nearby was somewhat less expensive, obtainable in Diagon Alley for 279 galleons, utilizing rare plants valued at 200 to 300 galleons as mere decorations. Professor Sprout truly exemplified the notion of understated luxury, renowned as a master of herbology in the wizarding world. Kyle suppressed the impulse to abscond with them, relying on his iron will to turn his gaze elsewhere. Against the wall stood a grand, honey-colored wooden fireplace mantel intricately carved with badgers, upon which various jars were displayed. According to Prefect Harris, these jars contained an assortment of candies and snacks, available for the young wizards to indulge in at their leisure. Above the fireplace hung a portrait of Helga Hufflepuff, a cheerful witch holding a golden cup, her smile radiating warmth. At that moment, students from other years in Hufflepuff began to arrive, greeting the newcomers with enthusiasm and presenting an array of small treats as tokens of welcome. Kyle received an abundance of goodies, his robe pockets brimming with colorful candies and preserves, enough to last him over a month. How about that? The Hufflepuff common room is quite splendid, Cedric remarked as he approached Kyle, patting him on the shoulder. Other houses can't boast such a cozy environment. Oh, it's you, Diggory. Kyle replied with a hint of disdain, brushing off the hand on his shoulder. Aren't you worried about being misunderstood by Professor Snape? Don't be like that, Kyle. It's all for show, Cedric chuckled awkwardly. Our friendship is unbreakable, I swear. After hearing this explanation, Kyle felt even more disdain and instinctively moved further away from Cedric. However, he understood that Cedric was merely jesting, and his irritation was not genuine, even if his previous words had been rather annoying. Did Cedric truly think he was Harry Potter, always in Snape's spotlight? Kyle scoffed at the thought, but an unsettling sense of familiarity lingered regarding Cedric's behavior, particularly his shamelessness in evading blame. Who could he have seen exhibit such traits? Lost in contemplation, Kyle ultimately surrendered to his curiosity, unable to pinpoint the answer. It is likely the Weasley brothers. As the number of students in the common room increased, Harris invited the newcomers to take a seat on the sofas, stating that it was at the professor's request to inform them of Hogwarts rules in advance, while also providing an opportunity for everyone to get acquainted. He later joined another female prefect to the adjacent kitchen, returning with an array of cookies and several large cups of freshly squeezed juice. This proximity to the kitchen is a privilege unique to Hufflepuff. The other three houses do not enjoy such benefits. Soon, the table in the common room was laden with various snacks. Harris enthusiastically welcomed them to Hufflepuff, explaining that Hogwarts had few rules, and as long as they remembered the following points, they would be fine. While Harris spoke, Kyle scanned the room and soon spotted Kana at the outer edge of the crowd. He discreetly made his way over to her. I was out of line, Kyle whispered. I apologize. Kana, clearly startled, looked up to find it was Kyle, and softly replied, No, it's all right. I share some of the blame. I should have guessed you were joking. How could Hogwarts possibly use that spell for sorting? Kyle shook his head solemnly, stating, That's different. A joke should be amusing for both parties. If I frightened you, that was my fault, and I must apologize. Observing the sincerity on Kyle's face, Kana bit her lip and looked up earnestly, saying, Then I accept your apology. With that, she playfully punched his arm. Now we're even. The force of that punch was barely enough to dislodge dust. Almost, just a moment, Kyle chuckled, retrieving the most exquisitely wrapped brown candies from his pocket and presenting them to her. This is for restitution. Accept it, and we shall truly be even. All right, Kana agreed, taking the candies and, right in front of Kyle, popped one into her mouth. She then extended her small hand, still clutching the candy, towards Kyle, smiling. Let me treat you to some sweets. No, no. Kyle shook his head repeatedly, muttering, Who in their right mind eats licorice? Even a hound wouldn't touch that. Chapter 25, Roommates. In summary, those are the main points to keep in mind. As long as everyone remains attentive, there will be no deductions in house points. However, even if one occasionally falters and loses points, it is of no consequence. We Hufflepuffs do not place much importance on that, as long as everyone enjoys their time at Hogwarts. Prefect Harris spoke eloquently to the crowd, while Kyle sat at the periphery, head bowed in silence. Kyle, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you. Cedric approached, casually handing him a cup of juice. Fresh orange juice. A glass before bed is certainly a good choice. Kyle did not take it, nor did he lift his head, merely waving his hand dismissively at Cedric to indicate he did not want it. What's wrong? Are you unwell? No, I simply feel a bit fatigued. Kyle, without lifting his gaze, replied in a slightly hurried tone. Moreover, I prefer not to drink anything before sleeping. You might as well inquire with others. This peculiar behavior naturally piqued Cedric's curiosity. He cautiously stepped 2 paces to the left, only to find Kyle simultaneously turning in the opposite direction. Something was amiss, indeed. It was exceedingly strange. Very well, I shall ask some other first years. Cedric briskly approached the side, then held his breath. Treading lightly as he circled back to stand before Kyle, carefully positioning himself before suddenly collapsing to the ground. Kyle had been contemplating when he could return to the dormitory when a furry head unexpectedly popped into view. Their eyes met. Kyle, what happened to your eye? You have such a large dark circle. It's nothing. Kyle quickly raised his hand to cover his left eye and stated earnestly, I accidentally bumped into a table. It's perfectly normal to have a bruise or two. Does it really look that round from a fall? Cedric replied, sitting down and stroking his chin. It resembles the aftermath of a punch. Impossible. You are overthinking it. Kyle responded seriously, even if you don't trust me, you must trust Hufflepuff. This is the warmest family in all of Hogwarts. How could there be such violence among us? That is a valid point. Could it truly be from a fall? Cedric nodded in agreement. He too found it hard to believe that Hufflepuff members would assault a newcomer on the very first day. Such occurrences were typically reserved for Slytherin. Yet he remained puzzled. If it were indeed a fall, how could the bruise be so perfectly circular? Just as Cedric was lost in thought, their prefect, Harris, concluded his address. From this day forward, we are classmates. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. There is no need for embarrassment. Hufflepuff is a warm family. And every upperclassman, myself included, will be here to support you. You must be tired now, so allow me to escort you to your respective dormitories. Patty, you will be responsible for the girls' side. Kyle felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly rising from the sofa to follow the group. He left without even bidding Cedric farewell. Under Harris's guidance, Kyle soon arrived at his dormitory. Much like the common room, the primary colors here were also yellow and black. Copper lamps cast a warm glow upon the four-poster beds, and wall-mounted copper bed warmers ensured that the young wizards' beds remained at a consistently comfortable temperature. He shared this dormitory with two others, Mikkel Drake, a slender boy with black hair, and another named Ryan Baggins, who was blonde and somewhat sturdier in build. Both were rather unremarkable figures. As for the remaining bed, it lay empty, likely due to an insufficient number of new students. Kyle tilted his head and, after exchanging brief greetings with the two, climbed onto the bed. Hey, this is truly astonishing, isn't it? I can hardly believe I'm a wizard. Mikkel, seated at the edge of the bed, exclaimed with enthusiasm, none of my family possesses magical abilities. My father sells drilling machines, and my mother works at a bank. Initially, when I received that letter, I thought it was merely a prank, but it turned out to be genuine. Haha, I still feel as if I'm dreaming about Hogwarts. I am of mixed heritage, as wizards often refer to it, he continued. Ryan, with his golden hair, chimed in, my father is a wizard. And my mother is a muggle. She was quite frightened when she discovered the truth. That's to be expected. Those unacquainted with magic often react that way, Mikkel remarked. You can hardly imagine the shock when that professor named Quirrell appeared at our home. My parents nearly called the police. He just appeared before us out of nowhere and mentioned something called apparition. Apparition, Kyle quietly reminded him. Yes, exactly, apparition. Mikkel's eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed. Hey, I remember you. You're the one who took 20 minutes to be sorted, Kalchoba, right? Indeed. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kyle replied. Could you tell us what happened? Mikkel inquired curiously, why did your sorting take so long? 20 minutes is longer than the time it took for all the new students combined. It's nothing much, Kyle pondered before responding. The sorting hat was merely indecisive about where to place me. It couldn't make up its mind. I see, Mikkel remarked. For that hat to deliberate for such an extended period, you must be quite remarkable. Kyle simply smiled, choosing not to speak further. His excellence was undeniable, but it bore no relation to the sorting hat's deliberation. Moreover, had Mikkel known the true reason for the hat's indecision, he likely would not have made such a statement. For a while thereafter, Mikkel, as if invigorated, continued to chatter incessantly. He spoke of Diagon Alley, then Gringotts, transitioning to wand selection without pause. It was evident that becoming a wizard brought him immense joy. Initially, Kyle and Ryan managed to interject a few comments, but gradually, only Mikkel's voice filled the dormitory. There was little they could do. Fatigue had begun to weigh heavily upon them. After a hearty meal, weariness set in, and having already endured over 10 hours on the train, it was quite a feat for Kyle to remain awake. He longed to converse with his roommate to foster their friendship, yet the warmth of the bed was irresistibly comforting, and he soon drifted into slumber. Ryan, beside him, succumbed to sleep even faster, having fallen silent 5 minutes prior. Chapter 26, Leyden. The following morning, Kyle was reluctantly compelled to rise early from his cozy cocoon. Due to the fact that the curtains were not drawn last night, the sunlight streamed through the circular window of the dormitory, illuminating his face like a spotlight. Who could possibly continue to sleep under such conditions? Reluctantly, Kyle donned his clothes and, stretching lazily, approached the window. Despite being situated in the underground section of Hogwarts Castle, the location was not devoid of sunlight, given the uneven terrain surrounding it. Through the circular window, one could observe the swaying grass and dandelions outside. Casting a glance at his two roommates, blissfully asleep, Kyle expressionlessly opened the window to its fullest extent. With examinations looming just 5 years ahead, how could they afford the luxury of sleep at their age? Besides, it was already 7:30. Rounding up, it was nearly 8:50. And there were only a few minutes remaining before their first class since entering Hogwarts. It was imperative to leave a good impression on the professors. Arriving late would be quite undesirable. The gentle morning breeze, tinged with moisture, served as the most effective alarm. How considerate of me, Cal thought, nodding in satisfaction. His intentions were genuinely for his roommates' benefit. It was not as if he wanted them to rise early alongside him. After all, he was a Hufflepuff and would not resort to such tactics. After a brief wash, Cal traversed the corridor of the common room, exiting the dormitory. It is well known that the staircases of Hogwarts possess a unique character, seemingly endowed with their own consciousness, often altering their direction just when young wizards are most anxious. Relishing the sight of their dismayed expressions, Cal had braced himself for a few detours. But perhaps due to his ample time or the staircases being off-duty at that hour, he navigated from the common room to the Great Hall without a single alteration in their course, the journey remarkably serene. This left him somewhat disappointed, as he had rather fancied the experience. Though it was still before 8, the Great Hall was already bustling with students, particularly at the Ravenclaw table, which was nearly filled to capacity, while a smattering of upperclassmen occupied the other houses. Only Kyle sat at the Hufflepuff table alone. Upon taking his seat, a steaming breakfast promptly appeared before him, a glass of milk, 2 sausages, and a slice of bread. It was not an extravagant meal, but quite satisfactory, and he could always request more if needed. Kyle savored his breakfast leisurely, and before long, 2 familiar figures entered the hall, one after the other. "Hey Kyle, why are you up so early?" Mikkel and Ryan approached briskly. "I wish I could say it was by choice. I had intended to catch a few more hours of sleep, but the window was open, and the cold breeze made it impossible to doze off," Kyle replied, unperturbed, as he cut a piece of sausage and brought it to his mouth. "What about you? Why are you up so early?" "We're in the same boat," Mikkel said with a grimace. "I thought it was you who had opened the window. When I left, the window was indeed open." Kyle emphasized the phrase "when I left" with great weight. "Oh, it must have been blown open by the wind," Mikkel said, taking a large bite of his bread. "But it's for the best. I only fell asleep at dawn last night. If the window hadn't been open, I certainly wouldn't have woken up before 9. I can't even imagine the consequences of being late for the first class. I'd surely be expelled." Ryan, sitting nearby, nodded in fervent agreement. Although he usually rose by 8 at home, it was only because his mother forcibly dragged him from his bed. If left to his own devices, he would likely struggle to make it to the first class. Kyle chuckled, saying, "You should be grateful to the kind soul who opened the window for you." "Indeed," Mikkel replied, still in a sleepy haze as they focused on their breakfast, oblivious to the oddity of Kyle's earlier statement. Mikkel even chimed in. It was truly a great help. At that moment, having finished the last sip of his milk, Kyle stood up and said, "You two carry on. I'm off to explore elsewhere." "All right," the pair responded in unison. Bidding farewell to their food-absorbed roommate, Kyle made his way toward the castle's grand entrance. It was just past 8, and there was still ample time before class, so he resolved to address his pet situation first. The dorm already housed a cat and a toad, and he didn't want to seem out of place. Upon stepping out of the castle's gates, Kyle skillfully raised his arm. In an instant, 7 or 8 owls swooped in from all directions, landing neatly on the stone steps before him. This time, it wasn't a delivery. Kyle addressed them. "I intend to stay at Hogwarts for quite a while, and during this time, I hope to employ one of you as my personal messenger. In return, I'll provide full meals, a minimum of 1 pack of owl nuts daily, at least 3 packs of Mottler rat jerky weekly, and a monthly bottle of owl tonic, at least for now. If you require anything else, we can negotiate further. Moreover, even after my graduation, these terms will remain valid until you can no longer lift your wings. So, if any of you are interested, come perch on my shoulder." This had nothing to do with Kyle's inherited talents. As specialized messengers of the magical realm, owls possess an inherent affinity for magic, with minimal training. They can comprehend a wizard's words. Hogwarts owls are particularly renowned in this regard. Although Kyle's words might have seemed somewhat complex to them, they could grasp about 70 to 80% with the aid of gestures. In less than a second, the owls eagerly launched themselves toward Kyle's shoulder. Some of the slower ones even resorted to attacking their competitors. The scene erupted into chaos, feathers scattering all around. Kyle scratched his head in bemusement, wishing to intervene. Yet it was too late, as the situation had escalated beyond his ability to remedy with mere words. Fortunately, this predicament did not linger for long. A large brown fishing owl, leveraging its formidable size, effortlessly vanquished its rivals and perched triumphantly upon Kyle's shoulder. Kyle recognized this owl. It had been approximately 3 years since Chris had discovered it, battered and on the brink of death at the entrance of the Ministry of Magic's mailroom, its claws clutching a letter that had never been dispatched. Due to the timely discovery, Chris had immediately administered care and nurtured it back to health over the course of more than 2 weeks. Despite this, a long, narrow scar marred its face, a remnant of dark magic that was nearly impossible to erase, leaving Chris and Newt at a loss. With even its feathers failing to conceal the blemish, Compared to other owls, this one appeared rather unsightly. However, Kyle was indifferent to its appearance. He affectionately scratched the feathers around the owl's neck and greeted, "Hello, Larden." The owl tilted its head and gently nuzzled Kyle's fingers with its beak. Larden was the nickname Kyle had given it, as he had initially been unaware of its true name and simply sought a convenient term for feeding. To his surprise, the owl had come to recognize it. When Hagrid arrived to retrieve it, he called out Larden in the nearby woods for over half an hour, yet the owl remained unresponsive. Only when Kyle softly uttered the name did it lazily emerge from its hiding place. Hagrid, momentarily dumbfounded, struggled to comprehend the situation, feeling as if his beloved pet had been spirited away by Kyle, leaving him utterly despondent. Chapter 27, The First Lesson. Although Kyle never had to worry about delivering messages, possessing his own owl at Hogwarts was nonetheless advantageous. In a sense, owls functioned similarly to phone numbers in the Muggle world, often representing their owner's identity. This distinction held considerable significance. For instance, Kyle's mother, Diana, worked in the Department of Mysteries, a division with stringent regulations. Under normal circumstances, all correspondence sent there underwent rigorous scrutiny. From the owl's identity, ownership, and condition to the sender's name, identity, and affiliation, every detail was meticulously examined, including checks for any unusual substances or curses. Only once it was confirmed that everything was in order would the letters be dispatched in the form of paper airplanes to the Department of Mysteries. This was the protocol. And even Kyle's letters were not exempt, albeit they might be processed slightly more swiftly. Given the ministry's efficiency, this entire procedure typically took at least a day. However, with Larden, the circumstances were markedly different. Diana could apply for it as a special owl, and while prioritizing the processing of letters, the screening process could also be significantly simplified. It merely requires checking the owl's status, the sender's name, and whether there are any curses written on the letter. This could be accomplished on the spot. At Platform 9, Diana had specifically advised him on this matter, urging him to consistently use the same owl for sending letters. And if that wasn't feasible, to purchase one from Diagon Alley. Of course, buying one was out of the question. Kyle would never squander money like that, especially since he already had Radon. A perfect solution. Kyle retrieved some owl treats and several packets of Mottler rat jerky from his shape-shifting lizard skin bag, along with a handful of chestnuts, and placed them before the owls. He then found some fresh water, added 2 bottles of owl tonic, mixed it well, and poured it into a nearby stone trough. This was to serve as a token of appreciation. It wouldn't do to let them lose all those feathers for nothing. While the owls were occupied with their meal, Kyle took Radon back to the castle and made his way directly to the Hufflepuff common room. He traversed the wooden barrels of the kitchen corridor and returned to the dormitory. Mikkel and Ryan were not present. They must have gone to class. Kyle thought little of it, placing Radon on the shelf beside his bed, grabbing his textbook, and then leaving. In the common room, he fortuitously encountered Cedric, who was also preparing to head out. "Kyle, I was just about to look for you," Cedric said, striding over. "What is your first class?" "Charms," Kyle replied, shaking the copy of Standard Spellbook, Beginner, in his hand. "What do you need me for?" "By the way, this is for you." Cedric handed Kyle a piece of parchment. "This is the Hogwarts map that a prefect gave me when I first enrolled. It clearly marks the locations of classrooms and the various changes in the staircases. I no longer have use for it, so it's perfect for you. Hogwarts is wonderful, yet it is exceedingly vast, with an internal layout that is intricate and labyrinthine. First-year wizards invariably get lost, and tardiness becomes a common occurrence. Fortunately, the professors are well aware of this, aside from one particular head of house. The others turn a blind eye, either offering a verbal reprimand or symbolically deducting a point, without being overly concerned." Kyle examined the parchment closely. It was a rather ordinary map, yet it was detailed, clearly indicating all the routes from the Hufflepuff common room to each classroom, and specifically noting where one must wait for the staircase to shift before proceeding. It was a low-budget version of the Marauders map, but it would suffice for Kyle's needs. "Thank you, I truly needed this," Kyle said, folding the map away. "By the way, what is your first class?" "I have potions." "Wait, potions?" Cedric suddenly started, then dashed away. "I must take my leave, Kyle. Remember, the most critical lesson at Hogwarts is potions. You must not be late." Cedric's voice grew fainter until it vanished at the corridor's end. His demeanor suggested that Snape had left a profound psychological mark on him. Or perhaps he had instilled similar fears in many young witches and wizards. Kyle surmised that he too would not escape this fate. How wonderful it would have been if Harry Potter had enrolled a year earlier. Shaking his head, Kyle departed from the common room. The Charms classroom was located on the 3rd floor, easily found by following the map. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by a stack of books arranged like stairs, and 4 portraits of unknown figures adorned the wall before him. They were likely renowned wizards, though Kyle recognized none. The walls on either side displayed the emblems of the 4 houses, leading down to several long tables. When Kyle arrived, there were still 5 minutes to spare before class. Admittedly, this was not exceedingly early, yet the classroom was sparsely populated. Even Professor Flitwick was absent. Kyle found a seat. Across from him sat several Ravenclaw students, with the two houses distinctly separated on either side. As the clock approached 9, more young witches and wizards entered. Panting as they pushed through the door, Kyle spotted Kana, but regrettably, the young witch ignored him, huffing as she passed by. At 8:59, Mikkel and Ryan arrived just in time. Thank goodness, they were not late. Mikkel sat down, gasping for breath, and immediately began to lament to Kyle. We got lost. Hogwarts is like a labyrinth. We intended to go to the 3rd floor, but the staircase on the 2nd floor suddenly shifted. When we ascended, we inexplicably found ourselves on the 5th floor. We then started descending, only to realize after a lengthy trek that we were still on the 5th floor. After much effort, we finally made it down, only to return to the 2nd floor. Do you know, Kyle? We spent a full 30 minutes climbing those stairs. My legs feel as if they might break. Mikkel's voice grew more distressed, almost to the point of tears. Hold on, it's all a bit chaotic. Let me catch my breath, Kyle said, rubbing his forehead. He pondered for a long time, but could not fathom how they had descended, yet remained in place. Even a person with no sense of direction should be able to discern up from down. To be going in circles ventured into the realm of the metaphysical. A far cry from the essence of magic. Moreover, the map Cedric had provided contained no such details. Never mind that for now. Kyle decided to abandon the puzzle and turned to ask, so how did you finally find your way here? We were led here by someone, came the reply. Michael's face flushed as he pointed across the room and said, we encountered a new Ravenclaw student on the 5th floor. She pulled us down from the rotating staircase and asked if we were headed to Charm's class. If so, we could accompany her. Kyle instinctively glanced over and realized that Mikkel was referring to Autumn Zhang, Cedric's future girlfriend and Harry Potter's cherished star. Kyle did not know much about her, nor had he ever interacted with her, only aware that she belonged to Ravenclaw. However, he had now learned that she was also quite helpful. After all, not every Ravenclaw is inclined to assist others. They often prefer to immerse themselves in their own world, contemplating academic pursuits or other matters. This is not to say that Ravenclaws are indifferent. Rather, it is a matter of temperament. If someone seeks their help, they are more than willing to provide it. In simpler terms, they do not initiate assistance, but do not refuse it either. Autumn was engaged in conversation with her friends, so Kyle merely stole a glance before averting his gaze. This was merely the first class. What would they do in the future? Surely, they could not leave an hour early each time. Beside him, Mikkel tugged at his hair, expressing his frustration. At this rate, I am bound to be late one day. Fear not. The professors at Hogwarts will not expel students for tardiness. At most, they will deduct a few points, Kyle reassured him, patting his shoulder. By the way, let me show you something remarkable. Remarkable? Mikkel and Ryan leaned in with curiosity. Kyle unfurled a map on the table. Thanks, Cedric. Or else you would truly be lost for a while. Is this the Hogwarts map? Mikkel pondered, still bewildered, but Ryan, with a wizard father at home, recognized it immediately and exclaimed, where did you get this? May I copy it? I promise to return it after class. Of course. We are roommates, after all. Kyle nodded, and then turned to Mikkel. What about you? Would you like to copy it? Mikkel hesitated, tempted, but ultimately shook his head. As a newcomer to the magical realm, he was loath to squander any opportunity to learn magic, especially in a fundamental course like charms. Can I copy it after class? Mikkel inquired. Ah, that's fine, Kyle replied, nodding. He then gently tapped his wand on the map, uttering, duplicate. Upon completing the incantation, an identical map appeared on the table. Kyle inspected it briefly to ensure its accuracy before handing it to Mikkel. This is for you. The magic on it should last about a week, so you can copy it whenever you wish. Mikkel accepted the map, looking bewildered, and instinctively turned to Ryan, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. Ryan felt a sense of numbness, glancing at Kyle and then at the parchment before him, his face flushed with heat. Just as he was about to utter something, a voice suddenly resonated from ahead. A splendid replication charm. Hufflepuff gains 5 points. Kyle was startled, abruptly raising his head, only to catch sight of the opposing Qiu Zhang. Upon closer inspection, he realized another figure stood at the table's front. The individual was rather short, scarcely taller than the table itself, effectively obscured from view. Thank you for your compliment, Professor Flitwick, Kyle responded. Flitwick smiled, saying, I merely speak the truth. Mr. Choba, am I correct? Kyle nodded. Yes, Professor. It seems my memory serves me well. After Flitwick's remark, he turned his attention to Mikkel. May I see that map? Initially, Mikkel did not recognize the diminutive wizard before him, but he quickly recalled Kyle's earlier address and promptly handed over the map with both hands. Very good, Professor. Thank you, Flitwick said as he examined the map before returning it to Mikkel. Ah, the magical energy is quite stable, barring any unforeseen circumstances. This replica should endure until noon 8 days hence. Flitwick winked at Kyle, speaking in a tone tinged with regret. If the final exam's questions were on the replication charm, I would certainly grant you one, but for now, I can only award Hufflepuff an additional 3 points. Professor. At that moment, a Ravenclaw girl inquired. Doesn't that mean objects created by the replication charm cannot exist permanently? Indeed not. Miss Middle, Flitwick replied. If replicas could endure indefinitely, there would not be so many parchments in the display windows of the wizarding quarters. What about Dumbledore? Another young wizard asked. Regrettably, no, Flitwick shook his head, continuing. Even if the headmaster could allow the replicas he creates to persist for a century or more, they would never be everlasting. Now, let us put the matter of the replication charm aside. It is still too early for you to delve into that. We shall commence our lesson. Flitwick turned to ascend the lectern, addressing all the young wizards. In this lesson, we will study the illumination charm, one of the most fundamental spells. The incantation is Lumos. Pay close attention. Cal was not surprised that the first lesson focused on the illumination charm, for it is considered one of the simplest and most straightforward spells in the magical realm. There was no need to concern oneself with gestures. As long as one is a wizard, possesses a wand, and can articulate, the spell could certainly be cast. In earlier times, the illumination charm was even employed to distinguish wizards from muggleborns, boasting an exceedingly high accuracy rate, nearly 100%. It can be said that if someone cannot perform the illumination charm, they are unequivocally not a wizard. In light of this situation, Professor Flitwick merely demonstrated the incantation process for the illumination charm before allowing the young wizards to attempt it on their own. Soon, the classroom was aglow with myriad points of light, some bright, others dim, some large, and others small. Though Kyle was not the first to succeed, his wand emitted a steady light, resembling a well-connected light bulb, radiating a consistent and gentle white glow. Unfortunately, this accomplishment did not earn him any points, as he was not the only one to achieve such stability. Across the room, 7 students from Ravenclaw had also managed to keep their wands alight. As for Hufflepuff, while they had fewer participants, they were only short by 6, so the disparity was minimal. Let us not forget my earlier words. Maintain your composure, Professor Flitwick urged, emphasizing the importance of remaining calm, just as one would when handling an object. Precision in reciting the incantation was equally crucial. Mispronunciation could lead to failure. With his guidance, more young wizards began to fulfill the requirements, successfully manifesting their steady light bulbs. Kyle glanced at his 2 roommates, who were still struggling. In Chapter 29, titled The Doubtful Life of the Charms Professor, Ryan fared slightly better. He had transitioned from an inconsistent flicker to a stable flash mode, and the frequency of his light appeared to be decreasing, indicating he was nearing success. However, Mickle's situation was markedly different. The light from his wand was exceedingly unstable, at times blinding like a searchlight, yet at others barely brighter than a firefly, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. The more anxious he became, the less control he had, creating a vicious cycle. Kyle attempted to offer assistance, but as he spoke, he noticed Mickle suddenly took a deep breath and jerked his wand upwards with fervor. An inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within Kyle, as if something dreadful was about to unfold. This feeling struck him suddenly, leaving no time for contemplation. He instinctively turned, ducked his head, and closed his eyes. Almost simultaneously, a blinding flash erupted like a detonated firework, enveloping the entire Charms classroom in a brilliant glare. Although the intense light vanished within a second, its aftermath was catastrophic. Many young wizards, caught unawares, were blinded by the brilliance. In the next moment, cries of distress erupted from all corners, as the students shielded their eyes, screaming and shoving one another in a frantic attempt to escape the chaos that had ensued. Even Professor Flitwick was not spared. However, being a seasoned professor, he remained more composed than the young wizards. Enduring the discomfort, he shouted reassuringly, "It's all right, everyone. Remain calm. In a moment, you will be able to see again." Despite Professor Flitwick's earnest efforts, the pandemonium in the classroom continued unabated. Unbeknownst to them, one might have thought that Voldemort had infiltrated Hogwarts. Furthermore, his direction was completely askew. Throughout the entire ordeal, he faced away from the young wizards, addressing the wall behind him. This profoundly irked the 4 wizards depicted in the painting. Although they too were startled, being mere portraits, they were not subject to any lasting effects. Thus, they perceived Professor Flitwick's current demeanor as akin to that of a dazed and bewildered pig, utterly foolish. In the classroom dedicated to charms, the only ones maintaining composure were the astute Kyle, who had wisely circumvented the impending chaos, along with a handful of fortunate others. Yet, their options were limited. They could only offer solace to their companions while assisting the fallen young wizards to prevent further mishaps. It was only after several minutes that the aftermath of the blinding light began to dissipate, allowing the young wizards to regain their sight. "Oh, Merlin's beard, what a calamity!" Professor Flitwick lamented, rubbing his eyes as he shakily descended from behind the desk. He had intended to comfort the young wizards, but in his distraction, he had miscalculated his direction and stumbled forward. Flitwick was incensed. Having dedicated decades to his profession, he had encountered innumerable unforeseen incidents, be it a wayward spell striking a student, a levitation charm summoning a cow, or an unlocking charm resulting in an explosion. None of these had ever surprised him, for such occurrences were to be expected from novices still mastering the craft. Missteps were commonplace. However, he had never anticipated that even a simple illumination charm could lead to such an accident. Fueled by a mix of indignation and anticipation, Professor Flitwick approached the source of the calamity. Mickle lay motionless atop the desk, unresponsive despite Flitwick calling his name repeatedly, remaining peacefully still. Sensing something was amiss, Flitwick hurried to Mickle's side to inspect him and quickly reached a conclusion. He was alive, but likely unconscious due to magical exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Kyle exhaled in relief. This magical exhaustion did not imply an empty mana bar. Rather, it was akin to a common person having gone 2 days and nights without sleep. Flitwick's gaze grew somewhat unfocused. Magical exhaustion? All from a mere illumination charm. In the span of mere minutes. This marked the second time he had questioned his own existence. He even began to wonder if his extensive tenure at Hogwarts had rendered him somewhat out of touch with the world. For in the annals of wizarding history spanning millennia, he had never heard of anyone fainting from casting an illumination charm. Professor, should I take him to Madame Pomfrey? Kyle ventured tentatively, noting Flitwick's stunned silence. It's not advisable for him to remain like this. We ought to check on him. Indeed, it is necessary to conduct an inspection. You should take him promptly. After receiving Professor Flitwick's permission, Kyle swiftly cast a levitation charm on Mickle and led him out of the classroom. Given Professor Flitwick's character, one would expect that such an action would earn them extra points. However, the fact that no points were deducted was already a stroke of luck. What more could one desire? Shortly after departing the classroom, Kyle encountered a cat, not a cat girl, but a genuine feline, sitting at the corner, its amber eyes fixed upon him without blinking. Madame Loris? Splendid. Kyle exclaimed. A young wizard is injured, and I must visit Madame Pomfrey, but I am unsure of the way. Could you assist me in finding the route? Although Cedric's map indicated the location of the hospital wing, Kyle had never been there and was not familiar with the precise path. The cat, however, had accompanied Filch for years and was well acquainted with Hogwarts. It would undoubtedly know the quickest way to reach the destination. If it were willing to help, that would be marvelous. Madame Loris tilted her head, regarding Kyle and the floating Mickle behind him, then silently rose and made her way towards the staircase on the right. Was this an agreement? Kyle hastily followed. The trio, 2 beings and 1 cat, navigated through the various staircases, taking a shortcut through a hidden passage behind a statue, and within minutes arrived at a courtyard outside the Great Hall. A massive grandfather clock stood prominently here, hence it was referred to as the Clock Courtyard. Upon reaching this location, Kyle found Madame Loris perched beside the clock, her tail gesturing towards the staircase behind her, indicating for him to ascend. Thank you. I shall bring you some fish treats, Kyle offered, extending his hand in an attempt to stroke Madame Loris's head, but she nimbly evaded him. With her ears folded back in warning, she shot a disapproving glance at Kyle before turning and swiftly disappearing from sight. How haughty, Kyle muttered, resigned to retracting his hand and proceeding up the staircase with Mickle. Following this path upward would surely lead to the hospital wing, and this staircase was fixed, alleviating concerns of it diverting elsewhere along the way. Chapter 30. The Potions Professor and the Calming Draught. Madame Pomfrey is a tall witch, proficient in healing spells, potions, herbalism, and other medicinal practices. Rumor has it that St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries has extended invitations for her to join their ranks on 3 separate occasions, promising her immediate appointment as deputy head if she were to consent. Yet, despite such offers, Madame Pomfrey steadfastly declined, expressing her desire to remain at Hogwarts. Of course, this is merely hearsay, and the veracity of these claims remains unverified, as both Madame Pomfrey and St. Mungo's have remained tight-lipped on the matter, neither confirming nor denying the rumors. It thus remains a modest enigma within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. As Kyle entered the school infirmary, Madame Pomfrey happened to pass by him, handing a vial of green potion to the little wizard lying on the hospital bed. This was the final bottle of ointment for scabies. Remember, it is for external application only. No more drinking. After saying this, she swiftly turned and jogged to another bed, muttering incessantly, "Why is it that every year at this time, so many little wizards are brought in? What on earth are the professors at Hogwarts doing? They all seem so irresponsible." It was evident that she was in a foul mood. Just as Kyle hesitated on how to speak, Madame Pomfrey glanced in his direction. My goodness, what has happened to this child? She hurried over, carefully placing Micah on an empty bed, and without turning back, inquired, "What is it this time? Potions? Or perhaps defense against the dark arts? Why is he unconscious?" "Neither, madam. It was a charm lesson," Kyle murmured. Micah cast a Lumos spell, and then this happened. Professor Flitwick said he must have overexerted his magical energy. Indeed, overexertion. Wait, what did you just say? Madame Pomfrey suddenly turned to Kyle. Disbelief etched on her face. A Lumos spell. Her expression resembled that of someone witnessing Dumbledore performing a pole dance atop the astronomy tower. The incredulity carried a hint of absurdity, clearly indicating her skepticism toward Kyle's words. The current generation of young wizards seemed increasingly unreliable, even when lying. They ought to devise a more plausible excuse. Claiming that overexertion resulted from a simple Lumos spell was utterly ludicrous. Why not say that Filius was felled by a Lumos spell as well? It's true. The first-year students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw witnessed it. And Professor Flitwick can testify to it, Kyle hastily clarified, recounting the events of the charm lesson. After hearing this, Madame Pomfrey's doubts dissipated significantly. If both houses' first-year students had seen the incident, it would likely spread throughout Hogwarts swiftly. If he were lying, it would be easily exposed, especially since he had mentioned Filius. Madame Pomfrey turned her gaze back to Micah, observing him as one would a rare magical creature. This was her first encounter with a young wizard exhibiting such poor control over his own magical energy. From the earlier description, the intensity of that Lumos spell seemed akin to a magical surge, powerful yet uncontrollable. However, Madame Pomfrey was certain that when she had examined the little wizard moments ago, there were no signs of a magical surge. It was merely a case of simple overexertion. What an eye-opener! Madame Pomfrey inadvertently exclaimed. Kyle nodded in agreement, fully empathizing with her sentiments, for he felt the same way. If one were to liken a wizard casting a spell to driving a car, then Mickle's recent actions could be compared to flooring the accelerator, depleting the fuel tank, and hurtling away at a staggering speed of 200 kilometers per hour within the span of a mere second. Do not be misled into thinking this is a commendable feat. While the speed is indeed impressive, the abruptness of such an act is equally alarming. Fortunately, it was merely a Lumos charm. Had it been a roaring inferno, Kyle would have shuddered at the thought, vowing to maintain a considerable distance from Mickle in future classes. Indeed, as far away as possible. He had initially assumed that the explosive prodigy set to enroll next year was already an outrageous occurrence, but now, this year had introduced a practitioner of forbidden spells. Hogwarts truly does not harbor idlers. A few minutes later, Dumbledore arrived, having received word of the incident, accompanied by Snape, who had been teaching at the time. Madame Pomfrey led them to Mickle's bedside, whispering a few words before stepping aside. Dumbledore bent down, closely assessing Mickle's condition, occasionally tapping his wand against him. After a considerable period, Dumbledore silently stowed away his wand and turned to Kyle, saying, "Good morning, Kyle. Were you the one who brought him to Poppy?" "Yes, Professor," Kyle nodded. "You did exceptionally well," Dumbledore smiled. "Moreover, I have heard from Sabrina about the events that transpired. Had you not assisted those fallen classmates, it is likely that Mickle would not be the only one lying here." Kyle quickly shook his head, insisting, "It was the least I could do, Professor, and I was not the only one who helped. But you were the first to step forward," Dumbledore remarked with a wink. Many upperclassmen, even adult wizards, would struggle to remain composed in such a crisis, yet you managed admirably. Your bravery and humility have earned Hufflepuff 20 points. Perhaps triggered by some key phrase, Snape, who had been observing Mickle, suddenly shifted his gaze to Kyle, as though just realizing there was someone else present. However, Kyle was oblivious to this shift, as he was focused on Dumbledore, inquiring, "So, Professor, how is Mickle? Will he be able to continue attending classes?" "Certainly," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Though it presents a bit of a challenge, it is easily resolvable with a simple calming potion, which our potions master will be able to brew shortly." "By tomorrow," Snape interjected coldly, stepping closer. "I assure you, I will deliver it here before Hufflepuff's potions class. However, before that, Mr. Chaba, there is something I must caution you about." Snape paused, a mocking expression crossing his face. "You would do well to inform your friend to keep his meager intellect and wand in check. Frequent depletion of magical energy can render a wizard powerless." "I trust you understand what powerless means." "I do, Professor," Kyle replied. "Excellent," Snape remarked curtly, dismissing Kyle with a glance before turning to leave the hospital wing. "I believe it is time for us to take our leave," Dumbledore remarked. "Mickle requires rest. I suggest you return to visit him this afternoon." Chapter 31, The Dark History of Snape. After exchanging a few more words with Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore departed the infirmary accompanied by Kyle. En route, Kyle seized the opportunity to inquire about certain difficulties he had encountered while practicing magic, and Dumbledore generously provided answers to all his questions. Due to their differing destinations, they parted ways shortly after entering the castle. Upon Dumbledore's return to the office, he discovered that Snape was already waiting for him. "This is the list of materials needed for the potion to suppress magic," Snape said, casually slapping a lengthy piece of parchment onto the desk, his tone drawn out. "Our deputy headmistress claims this list contains numerous precious ingredients that require your signature. Minerva is far too rigid. I recall informing her long ago that she could take charge of all matters concerning the school." Dumbledore picked up the parchment, dismissively stating, "And yet, it is merely a potion for suppressing magic. How valuable could it truly be?" However, when he scrutinized the contents of the parchment, his expression shifted dramatically. "Mandrake juice, 50 ounces. Horklump juice, 50 ounces. Australian billywig shell, 5. Bouncing bulb explosion liquid, 10 ounces. Horned toadstool horns, 5. Aconite, 100. This was merely a portion. The remaining ingredients totaled over 30 varieties. Upon finishing the list, Dumbledore felt a throbbing in his forehead. If his memory served him correctly, only the mandrake juice among the first 6 ingredients was relevant, with the others bearing no relation whatsoever to the potion. Moreover, the Australian billywig shell was a primary component of the frenzy potion. How dared he include it? Did he presume that others were entirely ignorant of potion making? And the quantities listed, 50 ounces of mandrake juice would suffice to brew enough potion for the entire student body to consume for a week. As for the horned toadstool, it was typically sold in powdered form. Snape had listed them by the root, 5 at that. Did he not grasp the exorbitant cost of such ingredients? Was he sourcing supplies from his own stock? At this juncture, Dumbledore comprehended why Snape sought his signature. A list so outrageous would undoubtedly not receive Professor McGonagall's approval. Or perhaps Snape had not even approached her, but had come directly to him. Severus, Dumbledore pondered for a moment, deciding to afford Snape another opportunity. Are these all ingredients for brewing the potion to suppress magic? Snape nodded, responding calmly. Indeed, Headmaster. Dumbledore inquired, then what is the purpose of the Australian billywig shell? Snape replied, this is a new formula I am attempting. Yet the quantity is excessive, Dumbledore remarked. Forgive me, Headmaster. Severus, Snape remarked nonchalantly. It has been quite some time since I last brewed a potion to suppress dark magic. It is only natural to make a few mistakes, thus ample materials are essential. It appears I have no grounds to object any longer. Dumbledore picked up a crimson feather quill and swiftly inscribed his name upon the parchment. Mr. Mickler will be grateful for your generosity, Headmaster Dumbledore, Snape observed, raising an eyebrow slightly. After receiving the parchment laden with personal notes, he was eagerly contemplating the prospect of filling his private storeroom. No, rather, preparing potions for Mickler. However, at that moment, Dumbledore casually remarked, Severus, what are your thoughts on Kyle? Kyle. The smug expression on Snape's face vanished, replaced by a hint of mockery. What plans do you have this time, the illustrious Headmaster Dumbledore? No, Severus. I believe you have misunderstood. This is merely a typical reaction of a headmaster encountering an exceptional student. If you choose not to comment, that is entirely your prerogative. Dumbledore picked up a candy resembling a cockroach and popped it into his mouth, offering one to Snape. Would you care to try? It is rather delightful. Not at all. Snape replied with evident distaste. He simply could not fathom why, amidst the myriad of confectionery in the magical realm, Dumbledore would prefer such grotesque delicacies. The candy appeared more repulsive than the slime of a flipper. Dumbledore, seemingly oblivious to Snape's disdain, continued, kindness, bravery, honesty, and composure in the face of adversity. Hogwarts has not seen such an outstanding first-year wizard in quite some time. I recall her mother, Diana, was also in Slytherin, merely a year ahead of you. Silence. At this, a twitch of irritation crossed Snape's eyes as he darkly retorted, never mention that name in my presence, ever. The last few words were almost a shout. This outburst drew the ire of the portraits of former headmasters, who were scandalized by Snape's audacity to speak back to the headmaster. Unfortunately, Snape paid them no heed. If he dared to raise his voice at the current headmaster, why would he concern himself with mere paintings? They were only pieces of parchment. Hardly worth acknowledging unless to clean a cauldron. I did not expect that you would still remember that incident, given how much time has passed, Dumbledore mused, disregarding the clamor of the portraits. He sighed gently, but Severus, even now, I still believe you were in the wrong at that time. Diana was a remarkably cultured young lady. Had you not uttered that foul remark to Chris, why would she have confronted you daily in the common room? Bang. Dumbledore's words were abruptly cut off by the resounding slam of a door. The noise was so jarring that even Fawkes, the phoenix who had been sleeping nearby, was startled. Flapping his wings in indignation towards the direction in which Snape had departed, expressing his displeasure at being awakened. As he watched Snape storm away in indignation, a portly wizard in a portrait could not suppress a chuckle. However, upon catching a glimpse of Dumbledore's somewhat amused gaze, he promptly covered his mouth and swiftly darted into another frame. Dumbledore, soothing Fawkes, murmured to himself, goodness, how one grows fond of reminiscing as the years advance. How hypocritical. On the wall, the former headmaster, Phineas Nigellus Black, sporting a goatee, could not help but interject, do not think I am oblivious. You are doing this on purpose. Look at your miserly demeanor. Young Snape merely requested a tad more potion ingredients. What a trivial matter. In my days as headmaster, it was quite different. Wait, Dumbledore. What are you planning? I shall cease my remarks. Please do not come any closer. Chapter 32, The Helpful Hufflepuff. Meanwhile, having exited the hospital wing after classes had concluded, Kyle opted not to attend the charms lesson but instead made his way directly to the library. Dumbledore had recently recommended 2 books, asserting they would greatly assist in mastering basic spells and were well suited for newly enrolled young wizards. Thus, Kyle intended to borrow them for perusal. The library was conveniently located on the 2nd floor, easily accessible with just a flight of stairs. 2. That won't do. Mrs. Pants, the librarian, wielding a feather duster, scrutinized Kyle with a piercing gaze. Unless you possess a professor's note, You may only borrow one book at a time. Then I shall take Wandering with Ghouls, Kyle promptly declared, not wishing to complicate matters further. To his surprise, upon hearing the title Wandering with Ghouls, a look of utter disdain crossed Mrs. Pance's face, as if she had just heard a vile curse. Another book by Lockhart, she muttered under her breath. She harbored a strong aversion to Gilderoy Lockhart, or rather, to his exceedingly self-centered writing style, which she perceived as a mere attempt to attract attention. While many biographies contained similar flaws, she could tolerate them. However, for reasons she could not quite articulate, she felt that Lockhart's works lacked something essential, rendering many parts incoherent. Although this issue did not significantly hinder comprehension, Mrs. Pance found it profoundly discomforting, and the thought of it left her feeling rather unsettled. Consequently, her impression of Kyle diminished considerably. After a brief silence, she maintained her stern demeanor and stated, Wandering with Ghouls has already been borrowed. If you wish to register, you might expect to wait approximately 2 years. 2 years is rather excessive, Kyle replied, shaking his head. What about the Bard on the Wind? That one is available. Mrs. Pance's expression softened noticeably, and she instructed Kyle to wait while she proceeded to a nearby row of bookshelves. Seizing the opportunity, Kyle curiously observed the renowned librarian from the side. Madame Pance is a frail, elderly woman, resembling a malnourished vulture. Wherever she traverses, the young wizards engrossed in their books dare not breathe. One young wizard, seemingly overwhelmed with anxiety, could not suppress a sneeze and was promptly expelled from the library by her. Kyle clicked his tongue. It was no wonder she had become the rumored companion of Filch, as they appeared remarkably well suited for one another, both rigidly adhering to rules and possessing a mutual disdain for students. Before long, Madame Pance returned, handing Kyle a hefty hardcover tome along with a note. It must be returned within a week, should the deadline lapse or the book sustain any damage. You shall find it exceedingly difficult to borrow any literature from here in the future. I shall remember that. As the first-year students had only one class in the morning, Kyle exited the library and made his way directly to the common room, eager to find a comfortable spot to delve into the contents of the book. However, as he passed through the barreled door, he was immediately encircled. Almost all the first-year Hufflepuffs had gathered in the common room, eagerly awaiting his return. How is it, Kyle? Ryan was the first to rush over, his voice laced with urgency. Is Mickle all right? We wanted to visit him in the hospital wing, but Madame Pomfrey shooed us away as soon as we entered. The other young wizards nodded in agreement. Despite the misfortunes they had encountered during the charms class, they remained genuinely concerned for Mickle. Such is the essence of Hufflepuff camaraderie. Fear not, Kyle reassured, patting Ryan's shoulder with a smile. Professor Dumbledore has already seen him. He mentioned that Mickle will be discharged tomorrow after he finishes his potion. That's a relief, Ryan exclaimed, visibly relaxing. After a moment's thought, he inquired, has Mickle woken up? Did he mention what he might like to eat? Although we can't deliver anything now, we could prepare something to bring him when he is discharged. It would surely make him happy. Ryan's sentiment resonated with the other young wizards, who eagerly began to contribute their most cherished possessions. I have raspberry preserves. I have cream fudge. What about cookies? My mother baked them, and they are delicious. I think he might fancy some licorice. In that moment, even Kyle was moved by the profound camaraderie among his peers. With the eager eyes of his companions upon him, he solemnly declared, Mickle did not specify what he wished to eat, but I believe what he truly desires at this moment is not these snacks, but rather to not fall behind in his studies. Not fall behind in his studies? Ryan scratched his head, perplexed by Kyle's meaning. Indeed, Kyle replied earnestly. As you should have noticed, Mickle's accident stemmed from his frustration of being unable to complete the charms. Is that not correct? That is correct, Ryan nodded. Though his attention had been focused on his own wand at the time, he was not fully aware of how that blinding flash had come to be. However, in his view, everyone was practicing spells at that time, and Mickle was no exception. Thus, Kyle's statement was entirely justifiable. Precisely, Kyle asserted earnestly. A person as ambitious as he would certainly not wish to fall behind in his studies. Therefore, our task now is to attentively absorb the material during this afternoon's Transfiguration class and tomorrow morning's History of Magic, meticulously noting down the professor's teachings and compiling them into notes to present to Mickle. I am certain he will be profoundly moved. In the expansive Hufflepuff common room, silence reigned, with the Badgers exchanging glances, none daring to speak. It was hard for them to believe that someone could prefer studying over indulging in snacks. Yet, upon reflecting on Kyle's words, they found no flaws in his reasoning. It was coherent and logical, sounding entirely plausible. Perhaps Mickle truly harbored a deep passion for magic. The Badgers mused, quickly convincing themselves of this notion. Soon, someone volunteered to step forward. Some took on the task of note-taking, while others committed to the final compilation. The few who had not seized a task but wished to assist gathered together and soon discovered a responsibility overlooked by Kyle. Homework. In Hogwarts, homework was indispensable across all subjects. Its significance was self-evident. Thus, they resolved to relay every assignment to Mickle, and moreover, They would inform the professors during class that Mickle was an exemplary Hufflepuff, who, even while residing in the infirmary, remained devoted to his studies and would not shirk from completing his assignments. Chapter 33. The Successful Retreat. In a corner of the Hufflepuff common room, Cedric gazed in astonishment at the enthusiastic newcomers nearby. He could not comprehend what was amiss with this year's first years. Could they truly not discern that Kyle was merely jesting? Their cooperation was bewildering. This was Hufflepuff, after all, not Ravenclaw. Cedric was unaware of others' thoughts, but if he were to find himself in the infirmary, he certainly would not desire classroom notes or assignments, especially not the latter. Goodness, who in their right mind would consider homework a gift? Surely, even Voldemort would not stoop to such a cruel act. Cedric's conscience urged him to expose Kyle and save the innocent Mickle. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. For, in a sense, Kyle's words served to engage the Hufflepuff Badgers more earnestly during lessons, which was undoubtedly a positive outcome. Cedric wrestled with his dilemma for quite some time. In the past 12 years, he had never faced such a challenging decision. Torn between his conscience and the responsibilities of a senior, he found himself oscillating between the two, reluctant to relinquish either. Not far from Cedric stood the equally bewildered Kana, the only freshman still managing to maintain her composure. Unlike Cedric, Kana's thoughts were rather straightforward. Above all, she vowed to keep her distance from Kyle. She resolved that once she acquired the specialized antidote, she would ensure to steer clear of him. Even if transferring to another house was not an option, she would endeavor to avoid any circumstance that might lead to an encounter. Furthermore, during classes, she would choose a seat as far from Kyle as possible. Meanwhile, the mission-driven Badgers were engaged in fervent discussions about their forthcoming plans, while Kyle, having fulfilled his purpose, quietly slipped away from the crowd. With everyone's attention focused on their imminent tasks, he was no longer the center of interest. Kyle found a sofa away from the throng and began perusing the book The Bard in the Wind. This publication, released 50 years prior, chronicled the experiences of a minstrel on his travels and the myriad troubles he encountered. The style bore resemblance to Rohart's works, yet differed in that it devoted little space to the minstrel himself, focusing predominantly on the events he witnessed. The text contained numerous enchantments rich in regional flavor, leaving Kyle with a refreshing sense of discovery. He read on until noon, and it wasn't until Cedric came to summon him for lunch that he reluctantly closed the book. "What are you reading?" Cedric inquired curiously. "I called out to you several times with no response." "The Bard in the Wind," Kyle replied, handing the book to Cedric. "It's a fascinating biography recommended by Dumbledore." "Recommended by the headmaster?" Cedric's eyes lit up, instantly expressing his desire to read it too. "That's fine, but I've only just started." "So you'll have to wait a few days," Kyle pondered before adding, "or you could check the library for an extra copy." "No need." Cedric returned the book to Kyle, shaking his head. "Just let me know when you're done, and I'll borrow it then." From his knowledge of the school library, such biographies were seldom duplicated, rendering a trip there futile. Besides, he was merely intrigued and not in a rush to read it. A few days' delay was inconsequential. After departing from the Hufflepuff common room, the two swiftly made their way to the Great Hall. By midday, the news of the Charms classroom being blown up by a Hufflepuff wizard had already spread throughout Hogwarts. Inside the hall, nearly all the young witches and wizards were animatedly discussing the topic. "Hey, look who has arrived." As Kyle stepped through the Great Hall's entrance, he was immediately intercepted by Fred and George, who had been waiting for him. "I knew that with you around, Hogwarts would never be dull. My expectations have proven correct." Fred draped his arm over Kyle's shoulder and said, "Come on, tell us how you managed to blow up the classroom." George chimed in, "Yes. We heard that even Professor Flitwick limped out of the classroom." The twins exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, "Kyle, you will surely be immortalized in school history." Their loud voices soon attracted the attention of other young wizards, and more began to gather around them. Kyle felt quite exasperated and replied helplessly, "Firstly, the Lumos spell does not blow up classrooms. That's common knowledge. Professor Flitwick merely injured his leg due to an unfortunate fall. Secondly, the young wizard responsible for all this is currently in the hospital wing, and I have nothing to do with it. If you continue to slander me, I will write to Mrs. Weasley." "Not you?" The twins were momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting this outcome. "Of course not. Why would you think that?" Kyle pointed to his side. "If you do not believe me, you can ask Cedric. I can vouch for it." It truly was not Kyle. Cedric immediately nodded in affirmation. "Did you hear that?" Kyle pushed the twins away. "By the way, where did you get this information? It's utterly unreliable." "From a new Ravenclaw," Fred shrugged. "They said you sent your classmate to the hospital wing." Kyle, upon hearing this, was even more speechless and retorted, "I was merely helping. Dumbledore even awarded me 20 points. He then inquired, "By the way, did they mention anything else? Surely it wasn't just this." "I don't know," George shrugged nonchalantly. "We only caught that one line as we passed by." Unbelievable. Kyle took a deep breath, feeling disinclined to continue conversing with them. He initially thought it was a misinterpretation from a Ravenclaw, but it turned out that the true mischief makers were Fred and George. When you gather information, at least listen to the whole story. How can you only catch the ambiguous ending? Thankfully, they approached him directly rather than spreading rumors. Or else his hard-earned reputation would have been tarnished. Kyle sighed and patted their shoulders. You two are far too talented for Hogwarts. You should apply to the Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter would surely adore you. Rita Skeeter? That reporter from the Daily Prophet? Fred asked, puzzled. And we have no interest in her. She is destined for unrequited love. George added. How unfortunate. Kyle decided not to pursue the topic further, offering a dismissive remark as he slipped past the two. At this moment, lunch had commenced, and Kyle yearned to sit and savor the succulent steak and pumpkin juice rather than linger at the entrance of the hall like a fool. However, Fred and George held a different perspective, trailing behind Kyle to the Hufflepuff table, although lacking evidence. I have an inkling that the explosion in the Charms classroom was a consequence of your presence. Fred squeezed in beside Cedric, casually grabbing a cup of pumpkin juice and gulping it down before continuing. Otherwise, why was everything uneventful until you arrived? It must be your influence. Upon hearing this, Kyle felt a weight settle on his shoulders, nearly choking on the pumpkin juice. What did he do? He had been nothing but helpful. Did they truly need to pin this on him? Kyle turned away and defiantly raised his middle finger. Yet, Fred ignored this gesture, continuing unabated. It's a pity you're not in Gryffindor. Weevee inquired. George chuckled. The first class for Gryffindor first years is potions. If you were there, alongside the new students, it's likely that Snape would end up in the hospital wing. Indeed, such a shame, Fred lamented, setting down his pumpkin juice. If you could truly send Snape to the hospital, you would undoubtedly become a hero in Gryffindor, nay, throughout all of Hogwarts. Suddenly, Fred, who had just moments before appeared regretful, became animated, his entire body trembling with excitement. In his exuberance, he failed to notice Cedric discreetly tugging at his robes beside him. Honestly, Kyle, I still believe you should be in Gryffindor. That is your true home. Let us just assume you're right, Kyle interjected, clearing his throat and smiling. But why do you think the Gryffindor first years would cooperate with me against Professor Snape? To my mind, the little wizards of Gryffindor are all exceedingly polite, articulate, and their headmaster is amiable. They wouldn't be so undisciplined. What nonsense are you spouting, Kyle? Polite and obedient children would never be sorted into Gryffindor, Fred replied, momentarily taken aback before raising an eyebrow. Oh right, that's not quite accurate. We simply enjoy adventure. So, Gentleman Weasley, is that your justification for not dining at your own house's table? A cold, emotionless voice emanated from behind them. Fred and George's smiles vanished in an instant as they turned with difficulty to face the source. Professor McGonagall, when did you arrive? Fred managed to force a smile that looked more like a grimace. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I can explain. No need, Mr. Weasley. I fully comprehend your words, and there is no misunderstanding. Moreover, you should consider yourselves fortunate that it is I standing here and not Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall maintained a serene demeanor, appearing no different from her usual self. Due to the lack of respect shown to her, Gryffindor lost 10 points, with each student penalized equally. Fortunately, it was merely a deduction. Fred and George sighed in relief, for it was still early in the term, and Gryffindor's hourglass of points remained plentiful. 20 points was a manageable loss. However, Professor McGonagall cast a glance at the twins and continued, stating that, in light of their dismal performance during the sorting ceremony, they would be confined to their dormitory for the next week, every evening. Fred and George felt as if struck by lightning. The sorting ceremony? They had thought that episode was behind them. They could brush off the point deduction. But confinement was an entirely different matter, especially for an entire week, 7 long days without the freedom to roam at night. It was utterly unbearable. Despair began to seep into their hearts. Professor, please, they implored, casting pitiful looks in her direction, hoping to evoke a flicker of compassion within her. Alas, Professor McGonagall remained impervious to their plight, her tone unwavering. Your confinement begins at 11 o'clock. Seek out Filch. He will escort you to the trophy room, where you will find a register documenting the names and deeds of all accomplished Gryffindors since the house's inception. You are required to transcribe this register in its entirety. Each of you must complete it by hand, without the aid of magic or quills. Upon concluding her instructions, she gestured toward Gryffindor's table. Now, Mr. Weasley, return promptly to your seat. Fred and George, feeling as though they had been struck down, bowed their heads and hurried back to their place in Gryffindor, their faces etched with despair. Kyle, too, lowered his head, stifling a laugh until the twins had departed, at which point he turned to Professor McGonagall with an air of nonchalance. Good afternoon, Professor. It is a pleasure to see you here. Professor McGonagall's voice finally exhibited a hint of warmth as she replied, Good afternoon, Mr. Choba. Please, just call me Kyle. Professor, he smiled. Have you had lunch yet? If not, do join us for a bite. Cedric, realizing the moment, quickly shifted aside to create a more spacious seat. Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly as she responded. I would be delighted, but unfortunately, I have already dined. To maintain her authoritative persona, Professor McGonagall typically arrived at the Great Hall prior to mealtimes or remained in her office, rarely dining alongside the young witches and wizards. What a shame, Kyle sighed gently. while the other Badgers feigned disappointment, as if they genuinely wished to share a meal with Professor McGonagall. They all behaved impeccably. Observing this scene and contrasting it with the raucous Gryffindor table, a wave of weariness washed over Professor McGonagall. Indeed, one cannot appreciate the beauty of contrast without experiencing the pain of comparison. Why is it that all the good students are in other houses, especially Kyle and Cedric? Even if just one could be sorted into Gryffindor, it would be a relief. That confounded sorting hat. Chapter 35, The Transaction. Professor McGonagall did not linger here for long, and soon returned to her office. Hardly had she stepped out of the Great Hall when the Hufflepuff Badgers began to unleash their exuberance, transforming the previously tranquil dining table into a bustling marketplace. They clustered in small groups, mimicking the woeful expressions of the Weasley twins, erupting into laughter that caused them to pound the table. Even the typically shy and reserved Connor bowed her head, her shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Kyle was left astounded. Goodness, they are all such performers. If anyone ever dares to suggest that Hufflepuffs are merely honest children, Kyle would certainly give them a wake-up call. Of course, he himself was an exception. After lunch, the young wizards began to depart the Great Hall in waves, but once again, Kyle found himself halted at the entrance. This time, however, it was not a Weasley, but a familiar Asian girl. "Hello, I am Cho Chang from Ravenclaw. May I have a moment of your time?" she said, extending her hand with grace. "Kyle Choba," he replied, reciprocating the gesture before their hands parted swiftly. He instinctively glanced at Cedric, but the latter showed no sign of surprise, merely offering a brief introduction before stepping aside to wait for Kyle, much like when they had encountered the Weasley twins earlier. It was understandable. They likely did not know each other yet, and Cho was only 11 years old. Cedric, in any case, would not make a move at this moment. Azkaban has never imposed age restrictions. Kyle shook his head, amused, and turned to Cho, inquiring, "What brings you to me?" "I would like to replicate that map of yours. If possible, I can pay for it," she replied. "A map?" Kyle glanced at Cedric, seemingly seeking his counsel. Cedric understood, yet lacking the skill for nonverbal communication. He merely shrugged, indicating that the matter of the map was no concern of his. Kyle could decide for himself. TSK, such a good student, yet lacking the ability for silent exchanges. Kyle mocked Cedric silently, but maintained a composed exterior. "There is no need for payment," Kyle said, handing the map to Cho. "After all, you previously assisted Ryan and Mikkel. They are my roommates, so consider this a gesture of gratitude." "Oh, so they are your roommates," Cho replied, recalling the two new students she had encountered that morning. After receiving the map, she smiled and remarked, "I must say, your roommates are indeed quite remarkable. They have an uncanny ability to perfectly miss every correct staircase. Indeed, I observed for 5 minutes by their side, and not once did they ascend the correct staircase. Instead, they meandered perpetually among 3 erroneous flights." In the midst of our conversation, Cho could not contain her laughter, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "Forgive me. I harbor no intention of mockery. I merely find this rather extraordinary." Kyle's face flushed crimson, and he dared not pursue the topic further, abruptly gesturing to the map, stating, "The routes depicted here pertain to the Hufflepuff common room and may not significantly benefit Ravenclaw." "That is inconsequential," Cho replied, shaking her head. "As long as we ascertain the precise location of the classroom, the route will be much easier to navigate." With a flick of her wand, albeit somewhat awkwardly, she successfully replicated the map. "Phew, thank goodness. I feared I might embarrass myself," she said, returning the original map to Kyle, a hint of pride in her voice. "I had been failing during my previous attempts, yet unexpectedly, I succeeded this time. To knowingly risk embarrassment and still attempt it? Is it a trait of Ravenclaw to be so tenacious?" Kyle mused. "If it were Ryan, it would be a different story. He has been pestering you since dinner, expressing his desire for a copy of the map as well. See, this illustrates the disparity," he continued. "Moreover, the first-year students of Hufflepuff are predominantly similar." Before his arrival, Cedric, the unequivocal top student of the second year, was likely the sole wizard from Hufflepuff who could serve as a respectable representative. Kyle had reason to suspect that during the sorting ceremony last year, Professor Sprout may have slipped some monetary incentive to the sorting hat. Of course, it could have been for herbology instead. Speaking of Cedric, Kyle glanced at Chio, who was beaming with joy upon receiving the map, and casually inquired, "Does Ravenclaw possess a similar map?" After a moment of contemplation, Chio responded, "Perhaps, but I have yet to encounter one." "I see. Actually, I had never seen one either. This was given to me by Cedric." Kyle deliberately averted his gaze momentarily before continuing, "Aside from you, are there other first-year students in Ravenclaw who might require such a map?" Chio seemed to have grasped Kyle's intent, cautiously suggesting, "Are you contemplating selling the map to them?" "Indeed, that is exactly my thought," Kyle admitted candidly. "What do you think? Is it feasible?" "It is feasible, though the price should not be exorbitant." Chio extended her hands. 10 sickles. That is the highest price I can afford. If it exceeds this amount, even by a single canute, I shall not purchase it, and I suspect the other first years would feel similarly." Very well, 10 sickles it shall be, Kyle replied nonchalantly. It requires little effort. I shall consider it a means of earning some pocket money. Then you must act swiftly, Cho cautioned. For Ravenclaw. This map only holds value within the week preceding the start of term. The longer you wait, the lower the price will drop. By tomorrow, it might only be worth 9 sickles. That is sufficient, Kyle chuckled, extending his hand toward Chio. Are you interested in joining me in this endeavor? I am responsible for providing the map, while you will handle the promotion and the specific transactions. We shall split the profits equally. Chio experienced a moment of surprise. Yet she quickly regained her composure and grasped Kyle's hand, saying, Of course, I am very interested. Chio calculated briefly. There were 16 new students in Ravenclaw, and excluding herself, that left 15. Even if only 1/3 of them purchased the map, she would earn 25 sickles. For a first-year student like her, this was a substantial sum, and she certainly did not wish to miss out. Besides, it merely involved running errands and making a few remarks, which was exceedingly simple for her. Kyle nodded and affirmed. Then it is settled. You shall take care of Ravenclaw. No problem. I will head back now. There should be plenty of new students in the common room at this time. Given the matter pertained to her pocket money, Chio was naturally quite invested. After bidding farewell to the two, she hurriedly made her way back to the Ravenclaw Tower. Chapter 36, The Good Samaritan Card. Kyle, are you sure about this? Once Chio had left, Cedric, who had been a mere bystander, approached Kyle and whispered, do you really think the new Ravenclaw students will spend money on a map? Who knows? Kyle shrugged. We'll just have to give it a try. After all, we have nothing else to do. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, Kyle felt confident that it would not pose a problem. Hogwarts lacked signposts, and every classroom's location required new students to navigate on their own or ask upperclassmen for guidance, leading to a daily experience of getting lost. In such moments, a map could save them a considerable amount of time. Moreover, it was merely 10 sickles, less than a galleon, which was truly inexpensive. A young wizard from a Muggle family typically had about 6 galleons left for pocket money after purchasing essential items like textbooks each year. Parting with 10 sickles for a map that outlined most of the staircase's movements was something many would likely not refuse, though there were exceptions, such as a certain unnamed red-haired new student next year. By the way, here, take this. On the way back to the dormitory, Kyle tossed the map to Cedric, stating, From now on, the supply task will fall to you. Cedric inquired, perplexed, Is this also my responsibility? Of course, Kyle replied matter-of-factly, You provided this to me, so naturally. You have a share in the benefit. Chio takes half, and the remainder is for the two of us. Besides, I am new and not yet proficient with the duplication spell. I can't very well sell a defective product, can I? That would earn me some harsh criticism. Thus, it was more fitting for you to undertake this task. After all, you wouldn't want others to label us Hufflepuffs as swindlers, would you? All right then. Cedric pondered for a moment and realized the logic in Kyle's reasoning, so he refrained from further objections. Very well, it's settled. I will have Chio contact you directly. We shall meet in the Great Hall this afternoon. Kyle exchanged a knowing glance with Cedric and then turned to enter his dormitory. Cedric stood still, observing Kyle's departing figure, increasingly sensing something amiss. Autumn was responsible for publicity. He was tasked with providing maps. What role did Kyle play? Aside from these two duties, it seemed there was little else to attend to. Moreover, Kyle's earlier remark about being idle, could he possibly have been referring to himself? Cedric fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, upon returning to the dormitory, Kyle indulged in a delightful afternoon nap, arriving punctually at the classroom door for transfiguration before the afternoon class. To preserve both his and Hufflepuff's reputation, and to prevent the previous scene from repeating itself in Autumn's presence, he had deliberately brought Ryan along. Despite Ryan's repeated assurances that he would not get lost again now that he had a map, this transfiguration class was once again shared with Ravenclaw. Arriving early, only a few young wizards occupied the classroom. Without needing to glance, Kyle could deduce with certainty that they were not from Hufflepuff. Additionally, perched on the front desk was a striking tabby cat. Instinctively, Kyle reached into the pocket of his robes to feel the packet of fish treats he had prepared in advance. Feeding Professor McGonagall fish treats had long been a coveted achievement for him, warranting his meticulous preparation. It was akin to the thrill of moving the rubbish bin in Diagon Alley. Though lacking in tangible rewards, the sensation was undeniably gratifying, accompanied by a peculiar sense of accomplishment. However, while the rubbish bin could be shifted at any time, the opportunity to feed Professor McGonagall would only present itself once. This was because she would only reveal her animagus form during the first transfiguration class for first years. At that moment, Kyle could rely on his identity as a newcomer to smoothly navigate subsequent encounters. After all, how could an innocent young wizard possibly know that Professor McGonagall could transform into a cat? As for the fish treats, they were intended for Madame Loris. In gratitude for her assistance in locating the hospital the day before, everything seemed impeccably orchestrated, awaiting only the final element to fall into place. Presently, the sparse attendance in the classroom made it too conspicuous for him to approach. He decided to wait a while longer. In a bid to seize this singular opportunity, Kyle exhibited remarkable patience, allowing Ryan to enter the classroom first while he concocted an excuse to linger at the door. As fortune would have it, Autumn appeared around the corner of the corridor, waving cheerfully in his direction. Kyle, I knew you'd be here. Ryan, noticing this, thought little of it, leaving behind a casual, I'll save you a seat, as he entered the classroom. You wouldn't believe how smoothly things have gone, Autumn exclaimed, breathless as she approached Kyle, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I showed them the map I copied, and in just an hour, 12 first-years expressed a desire to purchase it. Kyle, unfazed, responded calmly. That's impressive, you've done well. What effort is there in that? Autumn replied, her enthusiasm palpable. Autumn scrutinized Kyle and continued, Did you bring the map? I promised them I would return it after class. Cedric, the second-year boy who was with me at noon, took the map. Kyle replied, somewhat helplessly. He was concerned about our ability to ensure the quality of the map, so he voluntarily took on the task of copying it. You can find him in the auditorium after class. By the way, he is the top student in the second year and quite adept in the art of duplication. Cedric? Autumn pondered for a moment and asked, I remember you mentioned that he was the one who gave you the map, right? Kyle nodded, indeed. He must be a good person, Autumn remarked, then suddenly furrowed her brow as a thought struck her. In that case, I can't just take half. It should be evenly divided among the three of us. If you insist, you can speak to him after class, Kyle said with a shrug. I'm perfectly fine with that. And I previously mentioned that I would share the remaining half with him, but Cedric refused, insisting he was merely lending a small hand. I can't persuade him. Perhaps you might have better luck. All right. Autumn nodded seriously. To her, participation equated to being part of the whole, and a fair division was essential. Kyle chuckled. I wish you all the best. As Autumn observed Kyle's expression, she frowned. Why do I feel your smile seems a bit off? Really? Perhaps I'm just looking forward to the upcoming Transfiguration class, Kyle replied earnestly. Enough of that. Let us head to the classroom. It would be a pity to be late. Chapter 37, Surviving the Aftermath. Seizing the moment as a group of Ravenclaw witches entered the Transfiguration classroom, Kyle hastily followed, walking in the direction of the podium, everything appearing so natural. By the time he reached the second row, only one little witch stood before him, and they were merely a step away from the podium. Kyle's hand tightly clutched the bag of fish treats in his pocket, though his heart raced with anxiety. He maintained an air of calmness on the surface. Just as he was about to retrieve the fish treats and unlock his achievement, he suddenly noticed that the Ravenclaw girl in front of him seemed to be having the same intention. Due to her closer proximity, Kyle could even see a green object gradually emerging from her pocket. Was that a cat toy? Oh no, it's been snatched away. Darkness clouded Kyle's vision, and he felt paralyzed. There was no need to think. Once that little witch produced the cat toy, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly revert back to Professor McGonagall. The elaborate plan he had concocted for so long was now entirely in vain. Damn it, why overthink it? It would have been better to act right away. Kyle mentally berated himself, wishing fervently to use a time turner to return 5 minutes back and give his past self a good slap. Nonetheless, at this juncture, words held little weight. Kyle could only exhale a resigned sigh as he shifted to the left, settling into a seat in the front row, as if it had been his intention all along. Concurrently, the little witch whom Kyle detested had arrived at the podium, her hands fully extracted from her pockets. At that moment, however, the tabby cat upon the lectern suddenly let out a chuckle. With a gentle tap of its hind leg on the surface, it instantaneously transformed back into Professor McGonagall. Miss Leona, while possessing compassion is commendable, it is imperative for a wizard to maintain astute insight at all times, Professor McGonagall remarked, appearing beside the newcomer known as Leona. As she spoke, she lightly patted Leona's shoulder, deftly guiding the hand that clutched a cat toy back into her pocket. Professor McGonagall. The little witch was evidently startled, her voice trembling. It is I. If you observe closely, you will notice that the patterns around my cat's eyes mirror the design of these square spectacles I wear, Professor McGonagall stated with a calm demeanor. Now, might I kindly ask you to return to your seat? We are about to commence our lesson. There were no deductions of points, nor harsh reprimands. For in Professor McGonagall's view, Leona's behavior was as unsurprising as a first year's tardiness. Having spent a significant portion of her life at Hogwarts, she had observed the tradition of demonstrating animagus transformations for several years, encountering numerous students akin to Leona in the process. There were those who played with cats, fed them, and petted them, each with their own peculiarities. Naturally, Professor McGonagall had never allowed any of them to succeed. Without genuine skill, such a tradition could not endure for so long. Did she truly earn the title of the contemporary master of transfiguration through mere monetary means? Not to mention, a cat's reflexes are inherently swifter than those of a wizard. If she were to falter before these first-year students, she would have no face left to remain at Hogwarts and might as well resign. Once Leona was escorted back by her fellow Ravenclaw students, Professor McGonagall expertly waved her wand, casting a simple healing charm to restore her composure. The spell worked wonders. Leona immediately ceased trembling, her previously pallid complexion regaining a healthy flush. "I apologize, Professor McGonagall. I did not recognize you. It shall not happen again." As Professor McGonagall turned back to the podium, she cast a deliberate glance at Kyle while passing the front row. Initially, she had entertained doubts that Kyle harbored similar thoughts as Leona, but she soon discerned that after she had reverted from her animagus form, Kyle had not exhibited that expression of disbelief. It appeared he had recognized her animagus from the outset and had merely wished to occupy a seat in the front row. Indeed, she should not have heeded Weasley's words. Kyle was truly a bright and eager student. Upon returning to the podium, Professor McGonagall gazed sternly at the young wizards before her and declared, "Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous branch of magic you shall study at Hogwarts. Should anyone dare to misbehave in my classroom, I shall have them expelled, never to return. Consider this a warning." The moment she spoke, a profound silence enveloped the room. Simultaneously, Kyle, who had been anxiously on edge, finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had narrowly escaped embarrassment, thanks to Leona. Had it not been for her, he would have been the one to suffer public disgrace. Kyle resolved to approach Cho after class. Regardless of whether Leona wished to acquire a map, he would generously offer her one at his own expense. It was imperative not to let a kind soul feel disheartened. The joy of having dodged a bullet lightened his note-taking, rendering the tedious Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration somewhat more melodious. In stark contrast, Kana, seated in the front row, felt as if she were perched upon a bed of nails. She could not fathom how, despite sitting in the front, she still found herself near Kyle. When the new student who had accompanied him was supposedly seated in the last row, could it merely be a coincidence? Yet, she distinctly recalled that they were roommates. Had she not known this, her personality would never have permitted her to occupy a front row seat. What was the current predicament? She had taken a seat in the front, only to find Kyle beside her, the best and worst of circumstances combined. Kana's mind was a tempest, mechanically transcribing Professor McGonagall's words, oblivious to the fact that her notes had devolved into a jumble. Meanwhile, at the podium, Professor McGonagall continued to expound upon the nuances of transfiguration, oblivious to the unusual behavior of the two young wizards beneath her watchful gaze. "Very well, that concludes Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration. It is essential that you remember these, for they form the foundation of the art." As she surveyed the audience, she reiterated, "Remember, transfiguration is a discipline requiring precision. One must concentrate while wielding the wand." Just as so, with a flourish of her wand, she transformed the podium into a pig. The creature bore no distinction from an ordinary pig, capable of running and jumping, with every delectable cut intact. Upon realizing the attention of all was fixed upon it, the pig squealed in fright. This display left the first-year students utterly astonished, particularly those encountering magic for the first time, struggling to comprehend that such a lifelike creature was merely a transformed table. All eyes turned eagerly toward Professor McGonagall, eager to commence their studies. Chapter 38. Are you serious? It was evident that first-year students could not engage in biological transfiguration during their inaugural lesson. With but a single matchstick, Professor McGonagall made it clear that transforming furniture into animals would require considerable time and effort. Despite the young wizards diligently attempting to wave their wands, the matchstick before them remained stubbornly unchanged. Some matters are thus, while others may execute them with remarkable ease. One often finds oneself in utter disarray upon attempting them. This is particularly true when the individual in question is none other than Professor McGonagall. It is important to note that the goal is to transform a matchstick into a needle, not merely a silver stick. Professor McGonagall stood in the aisle of the classroom, tirelessly correcting their mistakes. Soon, half the lesson had elapsed, yet the matchstick remained unchanged, showing no signs of metamorphosis into a needle. A few young wizards from Hufflepuff, however, had managed to turn their matchsticks into mere charcoal, which evidently did not meet Professor McGonagall's expectations, resulting in a deduction of points for their destruction of the teaching materials. Ravenclaw, on the other hand, showcased a different approach. Known for their cleverness, some bright minds, seeing the lack of progress, decided to divert their efforts. Instead of fixating on transforming the matchstick into a needle, they altered its color and discreetly sharpened one end, hoping to deceive. Others, even more cunning, simply substituted their own needles and boldly claimed they had transformed them. Alas, all were promptly unmasked by Professor McGonagall. Due to the high incidence of cheating, Ravenclaw also faced a deduction of 20 points. As Professor McGonagall surveyed the classroom, she felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that this year's crop of students lacked any extraordinary talents. Remarkably, only one student stood out. Her gaze settled on the front row, where Kyle rested his chin on one hand, the other idly waving his wand. With a gentle flick, the matchstick before him began to morph. Although it had not fully transformed into a needle, he had achieved a significant degree of success, half of a needle, to be precise. Regrettably, its position was inconsistent, sometimes appearing at the top, sometimes at the bottom, or even awkwardly balanced in the middle. How to describe it? Perhaps, what needle? Which needle? What 10? This sight left Professor McGonagall momentarily dumbfounded. She had witnessed entire lessons filled with failure, as well as those in which success was achieved at once. Yet, she had never encountered such a remarkable degree of success amidst failure. Nevertheless, Cal had at least managed to conjure a needle, which set him apart from the other young wizards. Time swiftly passed, and as the lesson neared its conclusion, a young wizard finally succeeded in transforming a matchstick into a needle. "Look, Professor McGonagall, a member of Hufflepuff, has succeeded," exclaimed a front-row student, their excitement capturing the attention of all. Following the voice, Professor McGonagall allowed herself a rare smile, only to be surprised that the first to finish was not the promising Kyle, but rather the inconspicuous Conap Prince, a low-profile young witch from Hufflepuff. However, her surprise was fleeting. She quickly regained her composure. Holding up the shiny needle, she showcased it around the class. "Behold, Miss Prince has succeeded. As a reward for her first-place achievement, Hufflepuff gains 3 points." Suddenly, a resounding applause erupted around them, with the young Badgers clapping especially fervently, not merely due to the points awarded, but out of sheer joy for Kanna. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Kanna. This socially anxious little witch had never encountered such a spectacle. Her face flushed crimson, and a faint wisp of smoke seemed to rise from her head as she wished to vanish into the ground. As soon as class ended, she bolted from the classroom, clutching her textbooks as if propelled by the wind. Regret overwhelmed her heart. Indeed, being too close to Kyle could only lead to trouble. Had she known it would unfold this way, she would have braved Professor McGonagall's ire to change her seat. Meanwhile, the unwitting Kyle remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently taken the blame. As he exited the classroom, Autumn approached him, inviting him to the Great Hall to find Cedric. "I just remembered I have something to attend to," Kyle replied, gesturing towards Ryan, who was making his way over. "We had agreed to visit Mickle together, and if we're late, Madame Pomfrey will surely kick us out." "Very well then," Autumn said, a hint of disappointment in her voice, yet she refrained from further comments. After all, Kyle was off to see a patient, which was far more significant than merely consulting a map. She could manage on her own. Having seen Cedric before, she was confident in her recognition. After all, he was the second most handsome boy she had encountered at Hogwarts, the first being Kyle. To avoid wasting time, Autumn promptly set off for the Great Hall after bidding Kyle farewell. As he watched her disappear around the corner, Kyle felt an inexplicable sense that he had forgotten to mention something. What could it be? His mind momentarily drew a blank. Just then, Ryan approached, visibly displeased. "Kyle, I specifically saved a seat for you. Why did you end up in the front row?" Upon hearing Ryan's words, Kyle instinctively recalled the harrowing scene before class began. Realizing what he had forgotten, he had informed Autumn about delivering the map to Leona. That matter could wait for another time. With a sigh, Kyle replied, "I apologize, Ryan. I was lost in thought and didn't notice. I promise to pay better attention next time." "That is not what I meant." Ryan waved his hand dismissively. "I'm merely surprised that you dared to sit in the front row. I've heard upperclassmen say that the front row in Transfiguration is usually left vacant, as no one dares to sit so close to Professor McGonagall during her lectures. You're quite brave. Is that so?" Kyle chuckled awkwardly. Truth be told, he would have preferred not to sit in the front row. Fortunately, Ryan seemed oblivious to his discomfort and continued, "Shall we head back to the dormitory now? Or wait for them?" "Wait for them." Kyle then noticed that all the students leaving the classroom were from Ravenclaw, while only he and Ryan remained from Hufflepuff. "Where's everyone else?" he inquired with curiosity. "They're still organizing their notes in the classroom," Ryan replied. Ryan casually remarked, "Oh, and remind Professor McGonagall not to forget Mikhail's assignment." "Are you serious?" Kyle's eye twitched slightly, contemplating. "Never mind, let us return to the dormitory." He had initially intended to escort Ryan to the infirmary, but upon reflection, he reconsidered. A few minutes later, in the classroom, Professor McGonagall beamed with satisfaction as she bid farewell to the group of Hufflepuff first years. It had been quite some time since she had encountered such diligent young wizards, who, after class, engaged in reviewing their notes, correcting each other's mistakes, and even proactively requested additional assignments. This was the epitome of what a student should embody. Rubbing her slightly sore eyes, she began to collect the matchsticks used as teaching tools. At this moment, she noticed that Kyle had also succeeded. The matchsticks on his desk had transformed into a gleaming silver needle. Perhaps he had been inspired by Conoprin. Professor McGonagall did not dwell on it too much, but she felt joy at having 2 promising students in the same house who excelled in Transfiguration. Chapter 39. The Proper Way to Feed Lady Loris. Cedric and Autumn chatted about something in the Great Hall, of which Kyle was unaware, yet he returned to the Hufflepuff common room with a smile. While engrossed in a book, a bulging bag suddenly fell from above, landing squarely on the open pages of his book. "What in the world?" Startled, Kyle turned to see Cedric grinning widely and disdainfully remarked, "What happened to you? Did you find some money? Why are you grinning so creepily?" "This is far quicker than finding money." Cedric squeezed onto Kyle's sofa, excitedly exclaiming, "Guess how much we made selling maps in Ravenclaw?" 52 sickles, 52 each. Although Cedric posed it as a question, he showed no inclination to wait for Kyle's response, continuing eagerly, a few sheets of parchment and a few spells. And we made this much money. Kyle grew increasingly confused and interrupted Cedric, who seemed as if he had consumed something potent. 52 sickles? Shouldn't it be only 40? And what's with the parchment? Here's the deal, Cedric explained. I went to Ravenclaw Tower at noon and revised the route according to their requirements. Autumn thought we could raise the price a bit, which is how we arrived at this figure. As for the parchment, it's a little trick with the copying charm. For notes and maps, by eliminating the most complex part of the parchment and just copying the content, it makes the spellcasting much easier. And the duration of the copies extends significantly. After hearing this, Kyle understood why there were 12 more sickles, with the enhanced quality of the map. The price naturally increased as well. However, the use of parchment seemed rather superfluous. In Kyle's opinion, at most within a month, those maps would become obsolete. Cedric's actions appeared somewhat redundant. Fortunately, the parchment was not excessively expensive, totaling merely 2 sickles, which was negligible compared to the eventual profits. Moreover, it was Cedric's personal expense, which was the most significant aspect. Kyle tucked away his sickles and casually inquired, "By the way, what is your impression of Autumn?" "Autumn?" Cedric pondered for a moment and replied, "I believe she is a very clever young witch, quite honest in nature, and possesses a lovely personality. She should make a splendid friend." "Is that all?" Kyle frowned. Perhaps generous?" Cedric tentatively suggested. "Never mind, just stop." Kyle rubbed his forehead, although it was indeed early. He never anticipated Cedric's first impression of Autumn would be her honesty. Who on earth describes a girl as honest? Let us leave it at that. I'm tired. Kyle closed the book and rose to head towards the common room passage. "Are you going out?" Cedric asked. "I'm off to feed the cat," Kyle replied. "All right," Cedric acknowledged, returning to counting his sickles while murmuring to himself, "Haha, I can't believe I'm actually earning pocket money. This feeling is wonderful. I must write to my father about this." As Kyle stepped into the wooden corridor, he silently sympathized with the employees of the Ministry of Magic for a brief moment. It seemed Mr. Diggory had new material to boast about. One could only hope they would acclimate quickly. Upon leaving the Hufflepuff common room, Kyle intentionally created a significant ruckus in the corridor. He was a man of his word, having promised to bring Mrs. Loris some fish treats. He could not go back on it. Additionally, there was the matter of Professor McGonagall's feeding plan's failure. Although Kyle had made great efforts to convince himself and was well aware that the task was inherently impossible, after such prolonged anticipation, he still felt a pang of disappointment. Regardless, he was determined to feed the cat today, regardless of whether Dumbledore appeared. While Mrs. Loris was not a tabby, at least they were both cats. And they looked somewhat similar. It could be considered a makeshift replacement. Amidst Kyle's continuous noise, within 3 minutes, Mrs. Loris arrived, accompanied by Filch. I've caught you." The little wizard making noise in the corridor, Filch tilted his head, eyeing Kyle mischievously. "I shall detain you." "Apologies, Mr. Filch, but I believe you may be mistaken." Kyle replied calmly. School Rule 22 clearly states that making loud noises in the corridors during non-curfew hours will result in a verbal warning. And only after 3 such warnings will detention be imposed. "I know that, you needn't remind me." Filch appeared furious, his face darkening. "Are you quite adept at reciting school rules? What use is it to memorize everything flawlessly if one continues to act with full knowledge of their wrongdoing? I shall keep a vigilant watch over you. It would be wise to avoid any mistakes, for I will certainly hold you accountable if you falter. Such a day shall never come." Kyle chuckled and added, "Moreover, Mr. Filch, my sole intention in this endeavor is merely to locate Mrs. Norris. You see, Hogwarts is vast, and finding a cat is no simple task. This is the most expedient method. What do you intend to do?" Filch's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "I warn you, do not entertain any ill thoughts towards my cat, or I shall ensure you pay dearly." "You are mistaken. I merely wish to express my gratitude towards her," Kyle clarified. "Earlier today, my roommate had an accident, and it was Mrs. Norris who led me to the hospital wing. This is my token of appreciation." As he spoke, Kyle produced a bag of fish treats and attempted to offer one to Mrs. Norris. Unfortunately, she did not even spare it a glance. Filch snickered derisively. "Do not waste your efforts. She only consumes food that I provide. Then you shall be the one to feed her," Kyle said, extending the bag towards Filch. "Rest assured, it is merely dried fish. You may certainly consult a professor for verification." "No need for that. We do not require it," Filch replied sternly. "Do not be so hasty in your rejection. This is a small wizard's gift," Kyle remarked casually. "Moreover, the longfin smelt treats are a luxury. A single bag costs 10 galleons and is scarce in the market, making it the finest cat food in the magical realm. I had to go to great lengths to procure it." Filch hesitated. Were it ordinary fish treats, he would never dare risk giving them to Mrs. Norris. But if it were longfin smelt, Kyle spoke the truth. Such treats were indeed the Ciarmie de las Armée of feline fare. Filch had once contemplated gifting Mrs. Norris with such a delicacy for Christmas, yet he could never find them. It wasn't a matter of finances. Though the caretaker's salary was modest, Filch resided within Hogwarts, with no living expenses, and over the years had accumulated some savings. The issue lay in the fact that both Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade always faced shortages of these treats. Even with money, they remained unattainable. Filch carefully sniffed the fish treat in his hand, ensuring it bore no unpleasant odor before raising his gaze to Kyle. "You best not be deceiving me. Poisoning the caretaker's cat is no trivial matter." Kyle replied with unwavering confidence. "I am but a first year. I have no desire to be expelled at such an early stage." Filch contemplated this, and it seemed indeed plausible. If anything were to happen to Mrs. Norris, Kyle would surely be implicated. "You may go. Consider this a fortuitous oversight on my part." "Thank you," Kyle said, proceeding forward. As he passed Mrs. Norris, he tossed the fish treat he had been holding towards her. "Oh, and let this be for you as well." This time, Mrs. Norris did not refuse. Upon receiving a slight nod from Filch, she sprang up to catch the treat, consuming it with remarkable speed. Chapter 40. Has the Sorting Hat been drinking counterfeit liquor? The following day, Kyle, along with the first-year students from Gryffindor, was to attend a History of Magic class on the second floor of the castle. This lesson was devoid of excitement. As the most tedious course at Hogwarts, Kyle found himself battling drowsiness throughout the entire session. Never had he imagined a class could be so monotonous. Professor Cuthbert Binns, the ghostly instructor, forwent his customary admonitions, offering the students no stern introduction, nor engaging them in any classroom interaction. Upon gliding through the wall into the classroom, he commenced reading from a book in an unvarying tone. After merely 10 minutes, Kyle could endure no longer. He felt as if a swarm of bees buzzed incessantly around his head, rendering Professor Binns' words utterly inaudible. Looking around, he observed that the Gryffindor lions had completely surrendered to slumber, their heads drooping at awkward angles over their desks, drooling, grinding their teeth, and mumbling in their dreams. The Hufflepuffs fared slightly better, particularly the diligent Badgers tasked with recording notes on the history of magic. Thanks to Michael's influence, their sense of duty elevated their perseverance to unprecedented heights. Even in the face of Professor Binns' soporific lectures, they endeavored to remain awake, jotting down every name and date, albeit to little avail. For Binns was merely reciting the textbook verbatim, without deviation. Upon realizing this, the Badgers could no longer withstand the tedium, promptly rolling up their parchment and succumbing to sleep. If there existed a class at Hogwarts more tedious than the droning history of magic, it would undoubtedly be the afternoon potions lesson. Although history of magic was slightly dull, it allowed for the opportunity to catch a nap, provided one's snoring was not too disruptive, as Professor Binns would likely overlook it. However, potions was an entirely different ordeal, solely an exercise in torment. Moreover, due to the unabashed favoritism displayed by a certain professor, no house, aside from Slytherin, harbored any fondness for potions. Among them, Gryffindor suffered the most. Other houses merely faced the absence of points, while Gryffindor consistently found themselves penalized for a myriad of reasons. These included, but were not limited to, slow note-taking, lack of attention to the professor, and focusing solely on the textbook. It is undeniable that Gryffindor's perennial position at the bottom of the house points leaderboard was significantly influenced by Snape's actions. This was precisely why Fred and George were so eager to send him to the hospital wing. They truly loathed him. In the afternoon, Hufflepuff finally attended their inaugural potions class, shared with Slytherin. Under the watchful guidance of their prefects, the young wizards departed from the common room well in advance, arriving at the dungeon classroom several minutes early. All except Kyle, who had been summoned by Dumbledore to the hospital wing. "Kyle, you have finally arrived." Upon seeing Kyle, Michael exclaimed with an eagerness akin to discovering light. "You are here to take me home from the hospital, right? Surely, you must be here to take me home." "Oh my, you have no idea what I have endured. This place is utterly unbearable. That nurse restrained me to the bed, forbidding me even the simplest pleasure of snacks. Then, a rather unkempt man entered, insisting that I drink a peculiar concoction. I resisted, yet he forcefully administered it to me with a wand. The taste was revolting. Far worse than excrement." Kyle observed the agitated Mrs. Pomfrey, her chest heaving, and then glanced at Snape, who stood at the doorway, on the brink of an explosion. He realized he had underestimated Michael, openly declaring the hospital unfit for human habitation in front of Mrs. Pomfrey, and suggesting that Snape was a greasy-haired oddity who must have been intoxicated by the Sorting Hat. Such a character belonged in Gryffindor, not here. Without a moment's hesitation, Kyle instinctively silenced himself, lowered his gaze, and hastily made his way to Dumbledore, striving to diminish his presence. Who was Kyle, after all? He was merely an ordinary passerby. The atmosphere in the hospital wing plummeted to a frigid silence. Yet, Michael remained oblivious to the tension, continuing to recount his recent misadventures until thirst compelled him to turn for water, at which point he spotted the smiling Mrs. Pomfrey. "Ah!" Michael shrieked, promptly covering his head with the blanket, feigning death. "Cough, cough, what dreadful weather. How can it be so cold in September?" Dumbledore rubbed his arms, breaking the peculiar ambience. He addressed Kyle. "As you can see, Mr. Drake has consumed the anti-magic potion, and he will soon be discharged. Subsequently, I shall enlist Professor Sprout to assist him in mastering his magical control. However, Kyle, time is of the essence. For Mr. Drake, the support of friends is paramount. I understand, Professor Dumbledore, Kyle replied earnestly. I assure you, the incidents in our charms class shall not recur. In truth, even without Dumbledore's urging, Kyle would have intervened. Mikkel was his roommate, his brother in arms. He could not bear to see him reduced to a mute by frequent magical exhaustion. Hogwarts did not require a second caretaker. There's no need to be so serious, Kyle, Dumbledore winked. Our potions professor is quite trustworthy, as long as Mr. Drake takes his anti-magic potion regularly. He should not suffer from magical depletion again. However, you might need to provide him with a few more treats. I recommend cockroach clusters. Kyle remained silent, having noticed that Snape's expression had darkened further. Very well, take Mr. Drake back now, Dumbledore instructed. You should be heading to class soon. Do not be late. Wait, headmaster. At this moment, Madame Pomfrey suddenly interjected, stating that the little wizard's treatment was not yet complete and that they would need to wait a little longer. Dumbledore hesitated, replying, But, I said it is not finished. Madame Pomfrey chuckled reassuringly. Do not worry, it will be quick. It's merely a small examination and will not delay their classes. Then I must entrust this to you, Poppy. Dumbledore nodded rapidly before striding out of the hospital wing. Snape, standing at the entrance, scoffed softly and followed suit. Kyle also wished to leave, yet he needed to escort Mikkel back, so he retreated to the corridor to wait. Before long, a desperate wail echoed from the hospital wing. I refuse to drink this vile concoction. It is even more revolting than that blue potion. In the corridor, Kyle listened to Mikkel's cries for help, feeling a pang of anguish within. He yearned to assist, but felt utterly powerless. If even Dumbledore had departed, what could a fragile first-year wizard like him possibly do? Thus, Kyle silently closed the large door of the hospital wing. Once shut, the corridor fell into a profound silence. Well, this is much better. Chapter 41, Potions Class. When the door to the hospital wing swung open once more, it signified that Mikkel had finally fulfilled his earlier wish and was officially discharged. However, his current state appeared rather poor. He staggered with unsteady steps and continued to retch. Moreover, prior to this day, Kyle had never contemplated that a person's face could actually be blue. Even the most avant-garde portraits within the castle dared not employ such audacious colors for their visages. Yet Mikkel had accomplished this feat. His entire head, including his forehead, nose, and lips, was blue, with even his hair and teeth following suit. From a distance, he resembled a grand blue dandelion. Kyle, Mikkel extended his hand, his voice remarkably hoarse. What are you laughing at? Do assist me. Oh, it's nothing. I merely recalled something amusing. Kyle stepped forward to support Mikkel while turning his head, striving to avert his gaze from Mikkel's face. I awarded Hufflepuff an additional 20 points yesterday. That indeed warrants joy. Mikkel nodded, refraining from further inquiry. He genuinely did not wish to converse, nor did he know what the nurse had administered to him in the hospital. The taste was horrendous, and his throat burned painfully, making speaking a most uncomfortable endeavor. The two made their way slowly toward the underground classroom. Notably, when they reached the courtyard of the pendulum, Mikkel's blue had gradually returned to a more normal hue. Although it had not reverted entirely to its previous state, it was at least less conspicuous, and the generally dim light within the castle made it difficult to discern without careful observation. It appeared that Madame Pomfrey had no intention of allowing him to suffer public humiliation. The two individuals traversed the castle, yet due to Michael's exceedingly slow pace, they regrettably arrived at the classroom below quite late. Just as Severus Snape completed the roll call, he lifted his gaze to find the two standing at the door. Late for the very first class. Was this year's batch of newcomers truly so incompetent? Snape drawled, 10 points from Hufflepuff. Mikkel stared at Snape, his eyes widening in shock as he blurted out, Huh? You are that? Fortunately, Kyle reacted swiftly, decisively stepping on Michael's foot to prevent him from finishing his thought. Otherwise, they might have found themselves unable to leave the potions classroom. Seizing the moment, Kyle quickly interjected, Apologies, Professor Snape, we won't do it again. Humph. If there is a next time, it will not merely be a deduction of 10 points, Snape remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at them. Why are you still standing there? Hurry back to your seats. 5 more points off, Hufflepuff. Fearing that Mikkel might utter something foolish again, Kyle hastily guided him to an empty desk at the back of the classroom. Snape withdrew his gaze, his voice dripping with ominous intent as he declared, Potions is a profound and significant discipline. I do not expect you to truly grasp the wonders of a cauldron simmering gently, emitting fragrant vapors. Nor do I anticipate your understanding of the miraculous transformation of ordinary ingredients as they are subjected to intense heat. Every mistletoe berry and every piece of bezoar you hold will coalesce here, within the cauldron, into various forms and compositions. They embody the most wondrous secrets of the magical realm. Snape's tone softened gradually. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew honor, and even stave off death. But there is one stipulation. You must not be the sort of foolish imbeciles I often encounter. His words instantly silenced the class. The Slytherin snakes sat upright, proudly holding their heads high, as though such posture could prove their intelligence. In stark contrast, the Hufflepuff badgers appeared quite uneasy, exchanging glances yet daring not to meet Snape's gaze. Particularly Mikkel, who, having regained his composure, nearly buried his head beneath the desk. However, even this was futile, as the inevitable was about to unfold. Drake, Snape suddenly called out, when concocting the pox potion, should one first add the slug or the hedgehog quills? What potion? Mikkel raised his head in confusion, cautiously responding, the hedgehog quills first, Professor. TSK, the hedgehog quills first, Snape retorted sarcastically. If you had bothered to glance at the book before the term began, you would know that the pox potion requires the snake fang powder to be added first. To arrive so late with such poor foundational knowledge. 1 point off Hufflepuff. Why are you not jotting these down? Suddenly, the classroom filled with the rustling sounds of quills and parchment. Open your books to the first page. Snape returned to the lectern and spoke in a low voice. Today, we shall learn to concoct a simple potion for treating boils. Although this potion is elementary enough that anyone with an intellect surpassing that of a troll can successfully brew it, I must remind you to proceed with utmost caution if you wish to avoid becoming covered in unsightly boils. The ingredients for the potion are located in the storage cabinet. Now pair up in twos. By the way, at this moment, Snape seemed to recall something and approached Mikkel once more. He glanced down at the desk and mockingly remarked, while there is no need to foolishly wave your wands here, considering your current deplorable state and for the safety of your fellow young wizards, I believe these are unnecessary. Snape confiscated the cauldron from the desk and, after surveying the classroom, instructed Kyle, you shall partner with Kana. Do not disturb Drake as he studies. In the crowd, Kana looked bewildered as she raised her head, incredulously watching Kyle draw nearer. How unfortunate. She had barely made it to class on time, being the last to enter. And now there was no escaping this predicament. Moreover, her classmates had already formed their pairs, leaving no vacant spots for her to retreat to. Should she perhaps exchange places with someone else? Kana approached her roommate seated behind her, just as she was about to propose a swap, when Snape's voice echoed once again from the podium. What are you all waiting for? Do you expect me to brew the potion for you? With Snape's thunderous shout, the classroom swiftly transformed into a flurry of activity. Watching her classmates set up their cauldrons and dash to the storage cabinet, Kana could only let out a soft sigh and turn to grind the snake fangs on her desk, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Snape had casually placed a bag on her desk when he passed by earlier. Inside were precisely the materials needed for the boil potion, and each item was provided in ample quantities, so Kana need not bother with the storage cabinet like the others. Chapter 42, The Potion Fountain. Kyle was taken aback to discover that Kana's potion-making skills were unexpectedly proficient. Whether it was brewing the nettle solution or grinding the snake fangs, every step was executed with remarkable precision. He found himself at a loss to assist, merely sitting idly by and staring blankly at the cauldron. In stark contrast to the frantic young wizards around them, Kyle appeared as though he were on vacation. The truth was, there was little he could do. Potion-making, unlike other subjects, involved minimal hands-on work, with most of the time spent awaiting the brewing process. It was akin to making soup, 10 minutes for preparation, and 2 hours for simmering. Of course, this was contingent on flawless execution. Otherwise, merely producing a standard nettle infusion could keep some students occupied for half a lesson. Just like the 2 first-year Slytherins seated to their left, who had already made 7 trips to the storage cabinet to fetch nettles. This caused Snape's expression to darken each time he glanced in their direction, leaving one to wonder if he was pained for the nettles or infuriated by the presence of 2 students possessing intellects akin to that of trolls. Kyle cast a sidelong glance and noticed one of the Slytherin pupils rising once more. Remarkably, this marked the 8th occurrence. Vlada Walker, I implore you to engage what little intellect you possess. Snape could no longer contain himself, his cold gaze fixated upon them as he intoned. Should you fail to concoct a standard yellow-green solution this time, I shall plunge your heads into the cauldron. The 2 Slytherin freshmen looked utterly petrified, especially the unfortunate soul tasked with retrieving the nettles, whose gait resembled that of one marching to the gallows. Snape shot them a fierce glare before sweeping his robe dramatically to approach the other 2 young wizards. What have you brewed here? A licorice syrup. Dispose of it, and start anew. The color is insufficiently yellow. Discard it, and try again. Discard. At that moment, Snape floated through the classroom like a bat, each corner echoing with lamentations. As the command to discard and redo reverberated throughout the room, a palpable tension arose, and everyone's movements grew increasingly cautious. However, Kyle remained unfazed, his focus unwaveringly fixed upon the cauldron, awaiting the transformation of the solution from yellow-green to pale yellow, at which point he would reduce the flame to its lowest setting. Simultaneously, Kana promptly added the freshly ground snake fang powder. This step was executed flawlessly, as an unpleasantly sweet, metallic odor soon wafted from the cauldron. Perfect. Kyle nodded and increased the flame once more. Following this, a lengthy period of anticipation ensued. Kyle turned to Kana, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Have you brewed potions prior to enrollment?" "No," Kana replied, momentarily taken aback, shaking her head. "Why?" "Your aptitude for potion making is commendable," Kyle remarked. Typically, newcomers' initial encounters with potions are nothing short of catastrophic. Even the cauldrons can explode. "Impossible," Kana replied, her disbelief evident. Kyle, opting not to elaborate, gestured for her to observe their surroundings. With a skeptical expression, Kana lifted her gaze, only to discover that the potion classroom had descended into chaos. Young wizards scurried between cauldrons and storage cabinets, their once presentable attire now in tatters, and some even sported hair that emitted wisps of smoke. To an unknowing observer, one might assume they had been victims of an explosive curse. Moreover, various colors of smoke billowed from many cauldrons, coalescing at the classroom ceiling into a peculiar, brownish-gray gas, accompanied by an indescribable, foul odor. This scent was unique, reminiscent of rotten eggs, yet also akin to the smell of singed wool. After merely 2 seconds of inhalation, Kana felt her stomach churn. She muttered to herself, "How can this be? Potion making is so simple." Her gaze then shifted towards the Slytherin side. In that place, the young wizards were all of pure blood, and Professor Snape, being their head, was expected to uphold high standards. As Kana turned her head, she beheld a spectacle that would remain etched in her memory forever. The cauldron at the adjacent table erupted. No, it was the potion within the cauldron that had exploded. The once liquid potion inexplicably began to bubble profusely, rapidly expanding until it nearly filled the entire cauldron in the blink of an eye. Yet, the chaos had not reached its climax. In the next moment, a torrent of foam surged forth from the cauldron, crashing directly into the ceiling of the classroom. The scene was nothing short of magnificent. "Vlada, Walker, you two imbeciles." Snape's fury was palpable, yet, driven by the instinct of a professor, he refrained from immediately punishing the two instigators. Instead, he swiftly drew his wand, directing it at the cauldron that continued to spew foam uncontrollably. "Clean sweep," he commanded, restoring order. Under Snape's spell, the cauldron and the foam were expeditiously cleared away. Once he confirmed that no young wizard had been harmed, Snape furiously approached the 2 Slytherin students. He refrained from reprimanding them or deducting points. Rather, he seized them by their collars and unceremoniously expelled them from the potions classroom. "Go find Filch, detention." With Snape's thunderous roar, tranquility returned to the classroom, and everyone fell silent, striving to suppress even the slightest sound. Though Kyle found himself with little to occupy his time, he resolved to prepare the materials he would need shortly, in an effort to appear less idle. In truth, the textbook, Potions and Elixirs, did not include this step. Yet Snape had instructed them to make a narrow incision along the side of the porcupine quill and to pre-boil the slug as well. The specific reasoning remained unspoken. When Ryan, driven by curiosity, posed a question, he was promptly deducted 3 points, which left no one daring to speak up again. Kyle retrieved the bag containing the materials and selected a particularly appealing porcupine quill, intending to begin with the simpler task. To prolong the process, he cut exceedingly slowly, taking over 10 minutes to finish a quill that was less than 30 centimeters long. However, this blatant act of procrastination soon captured Snape's attention. He silently materialized beside Kyle, casually picking up a porcupine quill from the table. Observing the crooked cut, he sneered, "I believe I instructed you to cut a straight line, did I not? What is this? A dried Fellifer caterpillar? Or do you not comprehend what a straight line means?" Kyle looked up in bewilderment at Snape, then glanced back at the unfinished porcupine quill in his hand. Had he not taken that particular one? Was it possible he had forgotten? Or had Snape deliberately taken a quill from someone else to find a reason to chastise him? This seemed unlikely. While Snape was indeed ruthless when it came to deducting points, he was not shameless to such an extent. Moreover, he does not bear the surname Potter. "Teach, Professor." At this moment, beside him, Kana timidly raised her hand, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she said, "I cut this." Chapter 43, The Great Incident at Hogwarts. "It matters not who it is, Miss Prince." Snape, maintaining a stoic expression, furrowed his brow and remarked, "While irregular cuts may enhance the effect somewhat, it is merely a potion for boils. Your actions are a complete waste of time. Nevertheless, considering your earnest attitude, Hufflepuff earns 5 points." All the students turned in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Some young Hufflepuff wizards vigorously slapped their ears, questioning whether their hearing had betrayed them. Though only half a lesson had passed, they had already fully grasped the professor's notorious temperament. Just as the upperclassman had warned, in his class, points were perpetually awarded to Slytherin, while the other 3 houses could merely strive to minimize point deductions. Just like those 2 Slytherin students who nearly caused an explosion in the potions classroom. Although the furious Snape had confined them, even in the dungeons, no points were deducted from their house. But what had they just heard? Snape had actually awarded Kana 5 points. Goodness, This event would undoubtedly create a stir throughout Hogwarts. If Hufflepuff was astonished, Slytherin found it utterly unacceptable. They gazed at their head of house with forlorn expressions, nearly on the verge of tears. Why should Hufflepuff receive such treatment? Points were their privilege. The head had changed. He was not like this before. Yet none of this concerned Snape, who lowered the porcupine quills in his hand and coolly stated, "Do not engage in such unnecessary actions again." "Why yes, Professor," Connor stammered. Snape nodded and turned his gaze to Kyle, his expression instantly morphing into one of disdain. "Look at others, then look at yourself. It has taken you this long to achieve so little. Can you not even manage this simple task? Have you borrowed a troll's brain? Truly a waste of time." Hufflepuff loses 5 points. Kyle muttered, "What is this nonsense? What have I done to deserve this? Is it merely because I am a bit slow in my cutting? Is there no respect for school rules, no semblance of humanity? The professor has such double standards. Is there no one at Hogwarts to oversee this?" In truth, there was indeed no one to oversee it. Even the young wizards in the classroom paid little heed to Kyle's feelings. They collectively exhaled in relief, while the Slytherin snakes embraced one another in ecstatic tears. It has returned. It has all returned. This is the true Snape. The one just now must have been an imposter. Perhaps it was Headmaster Dumbledore, wishing to prevent Slytherin from winning the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, who secretly controlled him with the Imperius curse. That wretched old bee. The little serpents consoled themselves in their own way. After that, Snape seldom visited Kyle's side. It was not until the end of class that he began his customary inspection of the potions brewed by the young wizards. Unsurprisingly, Kyle and Kanna's boil potion was remarkably successful. Pink smoke wafted gently from the cauldron, and even Snape could find no fault. Hufflepuff gained 5 points. Snape cast a disdainful glance at Kyle before striding away. This marked the second occasion Snape awarded points to Hufflepuff, although he promptly deducted those 5 points a second later. The incident nevertheless spread throughout Hogwarts before dinner. Kanna once again became the center of attention. Unlike the previous Transfiguration class, where only a handful of first years noticed her, this time nearly all the students at Hogwarts were curious about this first year who had garnered the notorious Snape's favorable regard. "Thank heavens, Kyle, you have finally emerged from that wretched common room." During dinner, Fred and George risked the doubling of their detention to return to the Hufflepuff table. However, they appeared in rather poor condition, sporting deep dark circles under their eyes and struggling to hold their forks and knives steady, nearly reducing a perfectly good pork chop to mere filling for dumplings. "What has happened to you?" Kyle inquired, regarding the weary twins with concern. "Though you are still young, you must exercise moderation, otherwise your health will suffer," he admonished. "Indeed, but there is no choice," George sighed. "This detention is dreadful. Do you know how thick that book is? A full 15 inches. It towers above a wand, and Professor McGonagall expects us to transcribe it all within a week. Is she trying to kill us?" "Enough of that." Fred patted his brother's shoulder. "At least before we finish that accursed book. Professor McGonagall surely won't let us drop dead in front of her. Not before we finish it, perhaps, but what about after?" The twins did not respond, and Kyle, being considerate, refrained from probing further. "Honestly, you've distracted me to the point of nearly forgetting the matter at hand." George suddenly smacked his forehead and looked around the table furtively. "Which one is the hero named Kanna? Please introduce us. I'm eager to get her autograph." "Yes, indeed." Fred nodded vigorously. "A Hufflepuff who could earn 10 points from Snape is nothing short of miraculous." George chimed in. "Dumbledore ought to award her a special contribution prize for curing Snape of his bias. This honor would far surpass the glory recorded in that wretched book." "Looking for Kanna? You might be disappointed," Kyle shrugged. "She didn't come to the Great Hall for dinner. According to her roommate, she retreated to her dorm shortly after potions class and has refused to see anyone." "Not here?" George inquired with astonishment. "Is she not having dinner then?" "It's merely a matter of not coming to the hall." Kyle cast a puzzled glance at him. "Let us not forget that our common room is adjacent to the kitchen. We can retrieve whatever we desire at any moment." "Oh, indeed. How could I overlook that?" George exclaimed, patting his forehead. "Blast it. My mind is now a jumble of various names. This sensation is utterly dreadful. It appears we shall not procure any autographs today." Fred lamented. "It's unfortunate that we must remain confined tonight. Otherwise, waiting in the kitchen would have been a splendid option." Kyle opened his mouth, sensing that Kanna likely had no intention of granting them signatures. Disappointed by the outcome, Fred and George hastily consumed a few bites of dinner before departing, even stuffing a pocket full of baked potatoes, claiming they would save them for after the confinement ended. When Kyle suggested they indulge in something warm from the kitchen, he was met with a synchronized eye roll from the twins. At 2 in the morning, Fred expressed his frustration. "It's already a feat for us to make it back to the dormitory alive." On the 3rd day of Hogwarts, it was perhaps the most anticipated day for the Hufflepuff first years, as it was not only Friday, but also featured classes that piqued their interest. The morning commenced with Professor Pomona Sprout's herbology class, followed by defense against the dark arts and flying lessons in the afternoon. Early in the day, they arrived alongside Gryffindor at the greenhouse situated outside Hogwarts Castle. Good morning, class, and welcome to herbology, Professor Pomona Sprout greeted. She was a diminutive witch with flowing gray hair, often found tending to her plants in the greenhouse, and her attire was invariably dust-laden. Contrary to the lofty title of headmistress, she appeared more akin to an unassuming gardener. Nonetheless, Professor Sprout seemed unconcerned by this perception, standing at the entrance of the greenhouse. She addressed the young wizards with earnestness. Before we enter the greenhouse, I must impart some crucial instructions. Firstly, the plants cultivated within the greenhouse are magical and typically pose certain dangers. Even the common white nettle bears sharp thorns. Therefore, you are prohibited from touching any plant without my explicit permission. Furthermore, once inside, loud noises and screaming are strictly forbidden. As I have recently acquired several new plants that are currently acclimatizing to their surroundings, and harsh sounds may startle them. Do you all understand? Understood. The group replied in unison. Excellent, Professor Sprout nodded. Upon entering the greenhouse, she arranged everyone on the left side, while the right side remained entirely vacant. In truth, even without her arrangement, it was unlikely that any young wizard would have chosen to venture there. Professor, what on earth are those things? A Gryffindor freshman gazed in trepidation at the peculiar row of yellow plants before him, his complexion paling. By Merlin S. Beard. He had never before encountered a cabbage with sharp fangs, its mouth nearly the size of his own head. The consequences of a bite would undoubtedly be dire. With this thought, he instinctively shuffled further back. Beware of the man-eating cabbages. It's best to keep your distance, Professor Sprout remarked with feigned nonchalance. But fret not too much. Despite their fearsome appearance, they are quite harmless. As long as you do not provoke them, there is absolutely no danger. Moreover, in a few days, once they acclimatize to their surroundings, they will be relocated to a larger greenhouse, and by the time you attend your next class, you shall not see them again. Now, let us commence our lesson, Professor Sprout announced, clapping her hands together. Please turn to the first page of your textbooks. Today we shall study the properties of the white ash. Does anyone know what white ash is? If one were to overlook the rather alarming man-eating cabbages, this herbology class would have been utterly perfect. Professor Sprout possessed an extensive wealth of knowledge in herbology. Her meticulous explanations paired with tangible examples made learning exceedingly effortless for the young wizards. By the end of the lesson, nearly every student was able to answer each question she posed with aplomb. This delighted Professor Sprout, who awarded each house an additional 3 points and gifted each student a fresh leaf of white ash. This herb functioned as a sort of magical bandage. Cal had used it several times before, with remarkable efficacy. Once properly cleaned and affixed to a wound, one could expect to be healed by the following day. Though this remedy was limited to minor injuries, more severe wounds would necessitate the use of white ash essence. After class, the students exited the greenhouse in groups. Mickle spotted Kyle amidst the crowd and hurried over, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. What did you pick up earlier? What do you mean? Kyle replied, bemused. I was merely aerating the white ash. I saw you. Mickle insisted earnestly. You darted to the other side, while Professor Sprout turned to grab a spade. And you picked something up from beneath those flower pots. Oh, that. Kyle realized. It was nothing, just a packet of fertilizer that the professor dropped. I went to retrieve it. A packet of fertilizer? Mickle regarded Kyle skeptically, clearly unconvinced. A light, small bag, and certainly not round, could not possibly have fallen that far. Well, perhaps I accidentally kicked it, Kyle said, feigning a look of fright. I was terrified when I discovered it. Those man-eating cabbages are genuinely frightening. Honestly, had it not been for the fear of Professor Sprout deducting points, I wouldn't have dared to go near them. Is that so? As Kyle spoke with such conviction, Mickle gradually set aside his doubts, nodding in agreement. Those man-eating cabbages do look quite terrifying. I certainly wouldn't have had the courage to approach them. Indeed, Kyle concurred. Kyle shrugged and inquired. By the way, did Professor Sprout mention when she would teach you to control your magical energy? Mikkel, somewhat disheartened, replied. But this is Hogwarts' very first weekend, and I still have to attend classes. It cannot be helped, Kyle consoled him, patting his shoulder. You can't rely on the anti-magic potion indefinitely. At the mere mention of the anti-magic potion, Mikkel instinctively shuddered, shaking his head fervently. You're right. I'd rather forego weekends entirely than consume that wretched concoction again. Upon returning to the castle, Kyle instructed Mikkel and Ryan to head back to their dormitory while he made an excuse to visit the library. He proceeded directly to the 8th floor, seeking out the tapestry depicting the tale of the troll being bested by the foolish Barabbas. Barabbas, a wizard, had attempted to teach a troll ballet, only to be thoroughly pummeled by 6 of them. Judging by the depiction, he appeared to have endured quite a beating. Having confirmed his location, Kyle took a deep breath and paced back and forth nearby 3 times, all the while mentally urging, I require a greenhouse for cultivation. On his 3rd pass, a circular archway materialized on the opposite wall. Without hesitation, Kyle grasped the brass handle, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. A wave of rich, earthy fragrance enveloped him. Although he had anticipated this, the sight before him left Kyle momentarily speechless. The room was nearly as vast as the great hall, with fertile soil beneath his feet. and he could even see the sun overhead, likely a form of enchantment. Tentatively, Kyle whispered, "I need rain." In an instant, the previously sunny room was transformed into a torrential downpour, with the rain seemingly aware of its purpose, falling only upon the soil, leaving Kyle untouched. "This is truly remarkable," Kyle marveled. "This is what one would call a wish-granting room. To utilize such a place merely as a storage for secondhand goods would be an utter waste." Chapter 45, Cultivation and Professor Orin. It was akin to discovering a cherished toy. Kyle reveled in the wish-granting room's delights. With a flick of his finger, the rain morphed into fluffy snowflakes, and with another gesture, it transformed into hail the size of eggs. The sheer exhilaration of altering the surrounding environment at what was unparalleled. However, after indulging in this marvel, Kyle suddenly remembered his primary task, reluctantly reverting the room back to a sunny state. Oh well, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Crouching down, Kyle carefully retrieved 2 seeds, each the size of a broad bean, from his pocket. Wary of crushing them with a careless move, these seeds were exceedingly precious, not to mention not even his own, as they had been collected during herbology class, truly a fortuitous find. It is indeed serendipitous that during the recent herbology class, a young Gryffindor wizard, in a fit of excitement after successfully answering Professor Sprout's question, inadvertently flung his trowel onto a nearby venomous tentacula. Unsurprisingly, the trowel was instantly reduced to a heap of twisted metal, resulting in a deduction of points for the young wizard. Initially, this incident might have passed without further note, but Kyle inadvertently discovered that shortly after expelling the remnants of the trowel, the venomous tentacula produced 2 seeds. At that moment, Professor Sprout was preoccupied with searching for a new trowel and had not witnessed the occurrence. As an exemplary Hufflepuff, Kyle felt compelled to assist his head of house and promptly gathered the seeds. However, he later became so engrossed in his fascination with the white radish that he completely forgot about the incident. Kyle dug 2 appropriately sized holes, placed the seeds within, and covered them with a delicate layer of soil. After completing this task, he nodded in satisfaction, thinking it would be prudent to safeguard these seeds until his next class, at which point he would present them to Professor Sprout. After departing from the room of requirement, Kyle returned to the common room and later joined the Hufflepuff first years on their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Along the way, everyone exhibited an air of excitement, perhaps due to their anticipation of the course, or merely the allure of the legendary professor known for his annual rotations. It is possible that both factors were at play. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom is located on the 2nd floor. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, they were greeted by a sight that startled them. The previously arranged desks had all been pushed aside to the walls, rendering the classroom remarkably spacious. Professor Orin was already present, standing behind the podium, fiddling with a covered cage. Kyle was taken aback by this scene, surprised to find that their Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor was, like Lupin, a practitioner of hands-on experience. "Good afternoon, everyone." Professor Orin greeted warmly as all the students settled in. "Please put away your books. They will not be necessary, not just for this class, but for every class to come." With that single declaration, Professor Orin won the favor of many young witches and wizards. What could be more delightful than attending class without the burden of books? If anything could surpass that joy, it would surely be never needing to bring them at all. Coincidentally, Professor Orin had achieved both. This professor must possess genuine skill. One young wizard remarked. "He is bound to be re-elected." "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Bogg," Professor Orin replied with a smile, "but alas, I cannot award points to Gryffindor for that." He continued, "In my view, theoretical knowledge is always the simplest aspect of this course. You can easily acquire it on your own, thus sparing our precious class time. In the classroom, I prefer to teach you how to protect yourselves when confronted with danger, be it from unknown dark magic or perilous magical creatures. However, regardless of which one it may be, it could very well cost you your lives." Noting the somber atmosphere surrounding him, Professor Orin continued, "Nevertheless, for your age, delving into dark magic is still rather premature, and the headmaster would never permit me to do so. Thus, we shall commence with something simpler, magical creatures." With that, Professor Orin gently nudged the cage, which immediately emitted a dull buzzing sound, causing the cloth cover to sway precariously as if it were about to topple. Some of the younger wizards positioned at the front recoiled in fright. "Do not be alarmed. Although this little creature is indeed perilous, as long as I am here, you shall remain unharmed," Professor Orin stated earnestly. "I merely ask that you maintain your composure and attentively remember every word I say henceforth." Upon finishing his words, Orin lifted the cloth cover, revealing the contents of the cage, a blue insect, roughly an inch in size, whose buzzing was the result of its fluttering wings. Unlike other insects, its wings sprouted from its head, allowing it to fly as if adorned with a bamboo dragonfly, while its body spun in tandem. It appeared rather endearing. Katie Bell could not suppress a chuckle, exclaiming, "Professor, it seems it is not as dangerous as you claim." To her, Professor Orin's previous assertions appeared somewhat exaggerated. Such a diminutive creature could easily be swatted with a single hand, rendering it harmless. Indeed, I hope you can maintain such confidence, Miss Bell. Professor Oren replied with a slight smile. Now, who can identify this creature? The first to answer correctly will earn 5 points for their house. Amidst the crowd, Mickle suddenly perceived a faint whisper, seemingly a name. Tempted by the prospect of points, he blurted out without hesitation, a Billywig. Excellent, Mr. Mickle, Professor Oren beamed. Hufflepuff gains 5 points. Precisely, the Billywig is a magical creature. Professor Oren elaborated. Observe closely. At the base of its body lies a slender stinger. Anyone stung by a Billywig will experience dizziness, followed by an uncontrollable levitation. If stung multiple times, one may float aimlessly for several days. Turning his gaze towards Katie Bell, he inquired, Now, do you still believe it is not dangerous? Katie Bell turned her head away, remaining silent. However, her expression suggested she was not entirely convinced. At this moment, a young wizard eagerly asked, So, are we going to confront this Billywig in today's lesson? Not entirely. Professor Oren shook his head. Before that, you must first learn the spell to counter it. Only when I am certain you are ready will we proceed to practical application. Chapter 46. The Billywig. The incantation to tackle the Billywig is remarkably straightforward. However, it necessitates your utmost concentration. When uttering the spell, you must be entirely focused, with a clear objective in mind. Without the slightest hint of negligence. It is crucial to understand that the Billywig possesses an impressively swift flight speed, and it will not grant you a second opportunity to cast the spell. After Professor Oren meticulously outlined the points of caution, he continued, Let us first practice the incantation without our wands. Repeat after me. Levioso. Levioso. The young wizards echoed in unison. Excellent, Professor Oren affirmed with satisfaction. Next, we shall assess the efficacy of your spells. He instructed the entire class to line up and take turns casting the spell at the Billywig contained within its cage. The first in line was Kanna. Originally positioned in the middle of the queue, she was soon ushered to the front by a throng of Gryffindor admirers. Ever since Professor Oren had called the roll, this group of young lions had been eager to witness what extraordinary talents this young witch possessed to have captured Snape's attention. A brave girl, Professor Oren remarked with a smile. I remember your name is Kanna, am I correct? Yes, Professor. With the familiarity of past experiences, Kanna's demeanor was significantly improved compared to earlier encounters, though still somewhat anxious. She was now able to engage in normal conversation and instinctively respond to the professor's inquiries rather than fleeing in panic. Do not fear, it is merely a simple spell. Professor Oren reassured her patiently. Remember what I just said. Concentrate. You can do it. Believe in yourself. Taking a deep breath, Kanna closed her eyes and forcefully thrust her wand forward. Levioso. Levioso. Whoosh. The sound of slicing through the air resonated. Professor Oren instinctively took a small step back. To be fair, such force, had it been closer, could have dispatched the Billywig without the need for a spell. Fortunately, the outcome was positive. As the incantation concluded, the Billywig in the cage fell to the ground. Well done. Hufflepuff earns a point, Professor Oren proclaimed loudly, simultaneously producing a second cage. Having learned from his previous experience where he had brought only 3 Billywigs for the classes of Ravenclaw and Slytherin, which proved insufficient, he had decided to bring 10 this time to ensure ample supply. Next, Santos, it is your turn. Promptly answering to his name, Santos stepped forward and began to recite the incantation. Levioso. Nothing transpired. The Billywig in the cage continued to merrily spin in circles. Relax, do not be so tense. Professor Oren approached him softly, saying, The incantation must be enunciated clearly. Your final syllable was too faint. Let us try again. Santos nodded and extended his wand once more. Levioso. This time, he succeeded. Excellent. Next, Professor Oren switched to another cage. The successive successes of 2 students bolstered the confidence of the others, who were now eager to have their turn. However, some, overconfident, entirely forgot the professor's earlier admonitions. When it was their turn, they cast the spell without even glancing at the cage. The result was that the Billywig escaped unscathed, while the cage collapsed instead. Consequently, Professor Oren had to remain fully alert, ensuring he could promptly restore the cages to their original state. Yet, he soon realized he had underestimated the situation. A new Gryffindor student at the back of the line, seeing the crowd ahead, began to quietly mutter the incantation. Initially, he merely intended to practice in advance, hoping to astonish everyone when his turn arrived, but he forgot he was still holding his wand. Meanwhile, Professor Oren, who was casting the repair spell at the podium, suddenly felt his legs weaken and collapse to the ground. If it were merely a stumble, it would be inconsequential. After all, Professor Oren was a robust adult wizard, and a scraped knee could be easily remedied with a simple bandage. However, the issue was that his repair spell was interrupted. A Billywig darted out, angrily charging at the young wizards before it. It had longed for this moment. Since the previous day, it had been rendered weak, and now it was determined to exact revenge. In the face of this development, some of the young wizards began to panic and scurry about the classroom, while others raised their wands. Levioso, Levioso. Several incantations intertwined, and although they did not strike the Billywig, they successfully halted its advance. The young wizards, akin to discovering a new world, grew increasingly exhilarated, raising their wands once more, prepared to take aim at the moving target again. Everyone stop. At that moment, Professor Orin, still on the ground, suddenly commanded in a firm voice. He drew his wand, and as the Billywig soared over his head, he declared loudly, Petrificus totalis. Professor Orin caught the descending Billywig and placed it back into the cage before shakily rising to his feet. He rubbed his aching back, reflecting on why others deemed the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts to be such a burdensome task. There was indeed merit to that sentiment. Suppressing the pain, Professor Orin looked at the young wizards with concern and inquired, Is everyone all right? Did any of you get stung? No, Professor, they all replied, shaking their heads. That's good to hear. He let out a sigh of relief, and after restoring the podium, he remarked, Let us continue with the lesson. Oh, except for the one at the forefront, everyone else, please stow away your wands. The students complied obediently, although some felt a lingering desire to protest. The sight of Professor Orin's earlier fury deterred any further disobedience. After all, no one wished to be the target of a petrification curse. Under this mindset, nearly everyone succeeded on their first attempt, thus advancing at a significantly faster pace than before. However, Professor Orin appeared far from relaxed. On the contrary, he seemed increasingly tense. By the time class concluded, he had not assigned any homework and left the classroom without a backward glance. This lesson had worn him out considerably, leaving him with no desire to linger for even a moment longer. Upon returning to his office, Orin drew the curtains and took a satisfying sip of red tea. Regardless of the day's unexpected events, it was finally over. Although a few mishaps occurred, they were all managed. 10 Billywig insects were accounted for. Wait, how come there were only 9 left? Orin hastily set down his teacup and recounted them twice. Indeed, one was missing. One cage stood empty, featuring a fist-sized hole at the top. By Merlin's beard, Orin sprinted back to the defense against the dark arts classroom, but found nothing amiss there. Surely, it must have been those first-year student spells that affected the cage. He gazed at the open window in the classroom, lamenting, 50 galleons, just like that, gone. Chapter 47. The Mental and Physical Well-Being of Adolescent Wizards. The incident in defense against the dark arts spread like wildfire. Yet it failed to capture the attention it might have commanded. Such an occurrence of a first year inadvertently injuring a professor might have stirred considerable commotion in other classes. For instance, the spellcasting class on the first day of term is still a topic of lively discussion. However, when it comes to defense against the dark arts, the excitement wanes. To put it bluntly, their previous instructor was a deeply concealed dark wizard, who was whisked away by Aurors during a lesson after being discovered by an unknown party. The instructor prior to him was a potion enthusiast, known for experimenting with peculiar concoctions. One day, he demonstrated his latest creation, the all-knowing potion, claiming it rivaled the Felix Felicis and promised to alleviate all worries with just a sip. That was the last anyone heard of him. He is currently recuperating in St. Mungo's. In contrast, Professor Orin's predicament hardly qualifies as noteworthy. Thus, the first weekend at Hogwarts arrived quietly. Kyle slept until nearly 9 o'clock, only to be roused by Cedric's knocks at the door. What is the matter that you awaken me so early? After freshening up, Kyle flopped onto the sofa in the common room, stretching comfortably. Is it still early? Lunchtime is almost upon us, Cedric replied, casting Kyle an exasperated glance, and handed him a pie freshly retrieved from the kitchen. The beef and potato filling, complemented by onions, was quite delightful. As Kyle savored his pie, Cedric continued. The Quidditch tryouts commence today. I'm planning to head over shortly. What about you? Would you care to join? Together, we could certainly secure the Quidditch Cup this year. Kyle shook his head, replying, I think not. First-year students are not permitted to join the school team. It's a regulation. Since the conclusion of flying lessons yesterday, Kyle had resigned himself to the idea of not joining the Quidditch team. Diana had strictly forbidden him from acquiring a broom in his first year, which meant that if he were to join the team now, he would have to make do with the ancient brooms provided by the school, an idea he found quite unacceptable. Those brooms were exceedingly outdated, lacking many essential features, most notably the levitation charm inscribed on the broomstick. This feature, introduced after the 1930 Quidditch World Cup, became indispensable due to the 7-day duration of the final match that year, during which 11 players from the competing teams retired for the same reason. Consequently, the levitation charm became a standard requirement for brooms. Clearly, the brooms at school had been in existence long before 1930. While riding such antiquities might be tolerable on occasion, prolonged use could indeed affect a young wizard's physical and mental well-being. Kyle simply could not accept it. As for Cedric, Kyle patted his shoulder and said earnestly, If you make the team, I suggest you save up for a new broom. Cedric nodded. Indeed, the school's brooms are far too slow. However, if I do make the team, My father should gift me a Nimbus 2000. That would solve everything. Kyle nodded in agreement. Although the Nimbus 2000 was a decade old, it possessed all the necessary features and would suffice for the school team. Oh, and one more thing, Cedric said, pulling out 2 maps. I have prepared the maps for Gryffindor and Slytherin. What should we do next? Should we promote it ourselves or seek collaboration? Let's seek collaboration, Kyle contemplated before responding. Promoting it ourselves would be too time-consuming and inefficient. Yes, I share the same sentiment, Cedric concurred. For Gryffindor, we can approach the Weasley twins. They should be willing to assist. But what about Slytherin? Do you know anyone there? Kyle shook his head. Ironically, among Hogwarts' 4 houses, Slytherin was the one he was least familiar with, primarily due to a lack of interaction. That's troublesome, Cedric sighed. I don't know anyone there either. At this moment, brimming with enthusiasm after earning his first bit of gold, Cedric was clearly reluctant to abandon Slytherin, the largest market. To that end, he had even made slight modifications to the Slytherin map, using the finest parchment and adorning it with a gilded edge. The design perfectly aligns with their taste. Naturally, the price will inevitably see a slight increase. After all, one gets what one pays for, which is quite reasonable. The only lingering issue is how to sell these maps. With just the 2 of them from Hufflepuff, it is likely that few from Slytherin would be inclined to purchase. Moreover, should Severus Snape become aware of this, it would certainly spell trouble. Given his temperament, he would likely confiscate the maps and impose a 20-point deduction on Hufflepuff. After much deliberation, they concluded that enlisting a mediator would be essential. The 2 conferred for a while longer, but still arrived at no satisfactory solution. Cedric considered reaching out to the Weasley twins to inquire if they had any connections with Slytherin, although Kyle deemed this possibility rather slim. He recognized the lack of better alternatives and resolved to give it a try. As the clock approached 10, the 2 departed from the Hufflepuff common room. Cedric was headed to the Quidditch pitch for team trials, while Kyle intended to return a book to the library. He had finished reading The Ballad of the Wind the previous evening and was eager to borrow another volume. Since their paths did not align, they parted ways near the Great Hall. Kyle smiled and wished, "Best of luck with your Quidditch team selection." "Don't worry," Cedric replied confidently, giving a thumbs up. "It will be a cinch." With that, they each continued on their separate ways. In the library, Madame Pants accepted the book Kyle returned, meticulously checking it before handing him the next book he wished to borrow. "As per our usual arrangement, you understand?" she cautioned. "Of course. I am aware of the prohibition against damaging books," Kyle replied with a grin. "That's good to hear." After obtaining the book he desired, Kyle did not head straight back to the dormitory. Instead, he sought a quiet corner in the library to delve into a comprehensive guide to Asian magical plants. This tome, focused on herbology, captivated him as he flipped through its pages, swiftly locating the information he sought. The biting cabbage, an exceedingly dangerous and aggressive plant, was first discovered in. Kyle pulled out the parchment he had prepared in advance and, utilizing the copying charm, meticulously transcribed the relevant details before making his way out of the library. However, he did not return the book immediately. He resolved to take it back to his dormitory to finish reading, pondering the possibility that Professor Sprout might introduce a new variety next time. It would be rather bothersome to have to borrow it all over again. Chapter 48. The Moonstruck Beast. Cedric's performance in the Quidditch trials was commendable. He captured the Golden Snitch in a mere 5 minutes, successfully securing his position as the new seeker for the Hufflepuff team. Following this, he was required to attend his first team training session, which would occupy him for the entire afternoon on the Quidditch pitch. Kyle only managed a brief encounter with him during lunch. Fred and George, while not acquainted with any Slytherin individuals, assured him they would brainstorm ideas to assist. Cedric, with a piece of steak lodged in his mouth, mumbled, "We should have a proper discussion this afternoon. Would you like to join?" Before Kyle could respond, a robust voice resonated from the opposite end of the dining table. "Hurry up, Cedric, it's time for training." "All right, Captain." Cedric struggled to swallow the morsel of meat, gulping down a large glass of pumpkin juice before turning to Kyle. "I'm off to practice. This year's Quidditch Cup will undoubtedly belong to Hufflepuff." With that, he dashed towards the Quidditch pitch. "Humph," Kyle scoffed, feeling no envy whatsoever. What was so great about being on the school team? Not only did they have to train on weekends, but they couldn't even enjoy their meals properly. Unlike him, who had ample time to savor the tender, juicy steak. He tapped on the table, ordering himself a glass of lemonade to cleanse his palate. In the afternoon, Kyle ventured outside the castle with a piece of parchment in hand. Cultivating biting cabbage proved to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. This particular plant demanded stringent environmental and climatic conditions. Only a select few masters of herbology could transplant it beyond its native habitat. However, the Room of Requirement could perfectly address this significant challenge. Kyle merely needed to sort out the fertilizer issue. According to the description in a compendium of Asian magical plants, biting cabbage takes 50 days to germinate naturally, and it can take 2 to 3 years to mature, an absurdly slow growth cycle. Kyle could not afford to wait that long. He intended to expedite the process for the seeds. Upon leaving the castle, Kyle traversed the grassy expanse and arrived at a quaint wooden cabin at the edge of the forbidden forest. The cabin appeared quite aged, with the wood of the roof and walls varying in color, suggesting it had undergone numerous repairs. A crossbow and a pair of rubber boots hung by the front door. Kyle approached and knocked. "Who is it?" "Oh, back away. You'll frighten others." A deep bark accompanied the creaking of the door, revealing Hagrid's bearded visage. "Little wizard? What brings you here?" Hagrid regarded Kyle sternly. "First years are not permitted in the Forbidden Forest. You should return to the castle." As he spoke, he made to close the door. "Hagrid, it's me," Kyle hurriedly interjected. "Do you remember? We met before." Hagrid scrutinized Kyle closely, recognition dawning on him. "I remember now," he exclaimed, clapping his hands. "You're that troublesome lad from the Jorba family. Because of you, Sebin no longer acknowledges his name. That's because he dislikes that name." "Hagrid," Kyle replied earnestly. "You should consider consulting owls when naming them." "All right, I concede. I can't argue with you." Hagrid appeared somewhat flustered, hastily inquiring, "So, what exactly brings you here?" Kyle did not respond directly, but instead glanced around and asked, "May I speak with you inside your room?" "Absolutely not." Hagrid grew increasingly anxious, pressing his body firmly against the door, saying, I mean my room is a bit untidy, let us just put it that way. Moreover, Yaya isn't fond of strangers, and I fear it might frighten you." "Oh, Yaya is a hunting dog I have, and she stands taller than you." "Is that so? Then perhaps it's best to forego the visit," Kyle replied, feigning surprise and readily acquiescing. "I came here to inquire if there are moonlit beasts in the Forbidden Forest. It is well known that the best fertilizer in the magical world comes from two sources, dragon and moonlit beast dung. Dragons, of course, do not inhabit the Forbidden Forest, and one must wait until next semester for that." Thus he set his sights on the moonlit beasts. "What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing the mention of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid's tension dissipated, and he spoke sternly. "First-year students are absolutely forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest. It is perilous. Return to the castle at once, or I shall fetch Professor Sprout." "There's no need to be so tense, Hagrid," Kyle reassured him. "I have no desire to venture into the Forbidden Forest, otherwise I wouldn't have sought you out." "Really?" Hagrid queried, his curiosity piqued. "Of course," Kyle explained. "I merely planted two little darlings and wanted to find some fertilizer for them." "Is that so? No wonder you inquired about the moonlit beasts." Hagrid cautiously extricated himself from the room and quickly turned to close the door. Hagrid led Kyle to the pumpkin patch beside the wooden hut, where he retrieved a tin bucket from the corner, saying, "Help yourself, take as much as you need." The bucket was filled with silver spherical objects the size of ping-pong balls. This was indeed the dung of the moonlit beasts, and it contained at least 200 or 300 pieces. However, Kyle frowned. "No, it's too dark in color. It seems this has been here for at least a month. Do you have any fresh ones?" he inquired. "I'm not certain." Hagrid hesitated, pondering before suggesting, "But we can go take a look. Follow me." The two walked along the edge of the Forbidden Forest for a while, after which Hagrid instructed Kyle to wait outside while he entered alone. Kyle complied, silently noting the path and surroundings for future reference. As the moonlit beasts are merely magical creatures and do not reside deep within the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid emerged in about 10 minutes. "Here, take this," he said, handing a bag to Kyle. "Since moonlit beasts typically trample their dung into the soil at dawn, this is all I could gather. If you need more next time, it would be best to send me a letter via owl in advance, and I can collect some more for you." Kyle accepted the bag, weighing it in his hands. It contained about 7 or 8 pieces. Though it was somewhat lacking, it would suffice. Kyle tucked the bag away and smiled. "Thank you, Hagrid." "It's nothing," Hagrid said, a bit bashful as he scratched his head. "Just as long as you don't rename the school Owls again. That was merely an accident." As the two returned to the front of the wooden hut, Kyle once again expressed his desire to see inside. Hagrid, as expected, refused. "There is truly nothing worth seeing." "Kyle." He stood at the doorway, his gaze flitting nervously from side to side, urging, "You should return to the castle." Observing Hagrid's demeanor, Kyle felt a chuckle bubble within him. Hagrid was indeed incapable of deceit. Anyone could perceive that something was amiss inside the house. "Very well. I shall return to the castle," Kyle remarked nonchalantly, turning away. "By the way, I must remind you, a 3-headed dog cannot be housed in a room." Chapter 49, Finding a Bride for Fawn. "What 3-headed dog? I have never owned a creature named Fluffy," Hagrid exclaimed, as if struck by a jolt of electricity, his excitement causing even his beard to tremble. He pointed at Kyle, nearly hopping in agitation. "How can you falsely accuse someone?" "Oh," Kyle replied, suddenly enlightened. "So it is called Fluffy, a rather fitting name." Hagrid's expression faltered, and he hastily denied, "I never said anything. You must have misheard." He was terrified of admitting the truth. Throughout Hogwarts, his greatest fear was that Kyle would discover Fluffy's existence, even more so than facing Dumbledore. This was due to Kyle's father, Chris, who served as the deputy director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, the very department responsible for creatures like Fluffy, whose origins were shrouded in mystery. If Kyle were to inform his family about this matter, Fluffy would undoubtedly be taken away, leaving Hagrid uncertain of the creature's fate. The mere thought of Fluffy being put to death, along with the ominous prospect of Azkaban, drenched Hagrid in cold sweat. No, he absolutely could not admit to it. Hagrid hardened his expression, attempting to portray a fearsome visage to scare Kyle away. With his towering stature of over 3 meters combined with a fierce countenance, he did indeed resemble a formidable figure. If one were to overlook Hagrid's shifty eyes and the sweat beading on his forehead, Kyle might have been convinced. All right, I must have misheard. You do not own a 3-headed dog. Kyle waved his hand dismissively. Consider it a piece of trivial knowledge. Farewell. By the way, Kyle paused mid-step. Turning back, if your little dog exhibits signs of poor appetite or displays irritability and depression, there's no need to worry. Simply take it to the Forbidden Forest. Since Hagrid wished for Kyle to remain oblivious to Fluffy, he would do just that. After all, there would be ample opportunities in the coming year. Moreover, what was the allure of the small when the grand awaited? Once Fluffy was confined to that room on the 4th floor, Kyle could observe it at will, and it would be no trouble to pluck a few hairs for knitting a pair of socks. Having left the Forbidden Forest, Kyle strolled leisurely across the grass. As he approached the castle doors, a familiar silhouette caught his eye, darting past him. Curiosity piqued, he ventured closer, only to discover a small figure crouched among the bushes at the castle entrance, peering intently as if searching for something. Connie, what are you doing here? Kyle inquired, intrigued. Who? A sudden sound startled Kanna, leaving her momentarily disoriented. I am searching for something. She glanced at Kyle before resuming her search among the bushes. Observing her struggle, Kyle drew out his wand and said, How long will it take you to find it this way? Allow me to assist you. Kanna, seemingly aware of his intentions, immediately shook her head and replied, That won't do. I lost a galleon, and the summoning charm won't work. In the magical realm, every coin, whether galleon, sickles, or nuts, bore an anti-summoning charm, akin to a watermark, serving as a fundamental theft prevention measure. Upon hearing this, Kyle reluctantly retracted his wand and moved to assist her in the search. Kanna genuinely did not wish to inconvenience Kyle, otherwise, she would not have come here alone in silence. However, considering her impending situation, she hesitated briefly before murmuring, Thank you. It's nothing, we are friends. Kyle dismissed with a wave of his hand. By the way, how many galleons did you lose? 20. Kyle thought he misheard her and instinctively exclaimed, What? 20? Perhaps even more, Kanna whispered. I've been losing galleons since I started school. These are the last ones. Kyle clicked his tongue, silently resuming his search through the bushes. Goodness. Losing over 20 galleons at once. Had it been him, he would have been driven to desperation. The thicket at the castle entrance was not small, and it took the two of them over an hour to comb through it. Yet, the outcome was disappointing. Not a single galleon was found, nor even a canute. Kyle stood up, rubbing his back, and asked, Are you certain you lost them here? I don't know, Kanna replied after a moment of silence. They were still with me before herbology class yesterday, but they suddenly vanished this morning. Could they have fallen during flying class? Kyle pondered for a moment. Have you searched around the Quidditch pitch? I looked there this morning, Kanna responded. If they're not at the Quidditch pitch or in the castle, that leaves only the greenhouse. The greenhouse? Absolutely not, Kyle asserted decisively. He would not dare make such claims about other places. But he could guarantee without a doubt that no one had lost anything in the greenhouse. It was impeccably clean, and he had inspected it thoroughly. How about we search one more time? Perhaps we overlooked something, Kyle suggested. What if we missed them earlier? No need, Kanna shook her head. She had never found the galleon she lost before, and she suspected this time would be no different. It was evident that no one could lose galleons and then expect to retrieve them. Very well, Kyle conceded, not insisting further. In his view, someone from a pureblood family, like Kanna, who could afford to wear an elegant robe, would hardly be distressed over a few galleons. 20 or 30 galleons would likely not weigh heavily on her mind. He brushed off the dirt from his clothes and casually remarked, Before your owl arrives, would you like me to lend you some? Kanna's gaze momentarily wandered as she fell silent for a brief moment before speaking. It's all right. At Hogwarts, there's no need for galleons. I can retrieve them from Gringotts after the holidays. However, regarding the payment for the rodent's tonic, could I possibly settle it after Christmas? Kyle paused slightly while brushing off his robe, then glanced at Kanna and reassured her, You needn't worry about that. Even if you pay next year, it will be just fine. Once Kyle had cleaned his robe, the two of them made their way towards the castle together. Along the way, Kyle curiously inquired, By the way, where's your rodent? I haven't seen you bring it along. Is it Pochi? Kanna's face lit up with a rare smile as she mentioned her pet. It's playing with Darlena's hamster in the dormitory. What is the deal with a field mouse and a hamster playing together? Kyle remarked with a smirk. I have a friend, Percy Weasley from Gryffindor, who also has a field mouse. I could introduce them later. By the way, is your Pochi male or female? Kanna's cheeks flushed slightly, but she answered quietly. Female. Perfect. Kyle exclaimed with newfound excitement. Percy's rodent is male. Why not pair them up? That way, next year, we might have a whole litter of little rodents. Chapter 50. I have a path. Kyle was not one to dawdle. With his idea in mind, he instructed Kanna to return to the dormitory first, while he promptly made his way to Gryffindor Tower. Unfortunately, upon his arrival, he discovered that Percy was not in the dormitory, and after inquiring around, no one seemed to know his whereabouts. Consequently, this matter had to be temporarily set aside. It could be said that Dappled was simply not fortunate in this regard. When Kyle returned to the Hufflepuff common room, he found Kanna curled up on a sofa in the far corner, clutching her rodent anxiously as she gazed nervously at the windowsill opposite her. There, a rather large owl was eyeing her rodent with an almost sinister expression, occasionally smacking its beak. Layton had never seen such a plump rodent. Its glossy fur and ample physique made it a prime delicacy in the owl's eyes, and it was clearly tempted. Yet, it also understood that the rodent was the little witch's pet and could not be consumed, merely a tantalizing sight to behold. The issue was that Kanna was unaware of the owl's intentions. By the time Kyle arrived, the little witch's face was pale, clutching the hem of her clothing, with beads of sweat evident on her forehead. To be honest, she had never felt this anxious even when she had lost galleons. It was only when Kyle diverted Layton's attention with a piece of Mortella rat jerky that Kanna's complexion began to regain some color. Kyle approached, extending his hand and stating, "I couldn't find Percy. He wasn't in Gryffindor Tower." Kanna, however, did not dwell on it too much. In her mind, all other field mice were rather unattractive, and Pochi surely wouldn't take a liking to them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be playing with the hamster. The truth was, Kyle had rushed off too quickly at the time, leaving her no chance to refuse. Now, the outcome seemed to be nothing short of perfect. Kanna returned Pokey to the dormitory and emerged feeling considerably lighter, even flashing a defiant grin at Raton. Raton fluttered its wings and flew out of the window, glancing back at her as if to assess her intelligence, which incensed the young witch. "Why are you angry with it?" Kyle chuckled, shaking his head, before placing 10 galleons on the table. "I don't want it." Before Kyle could utter another word, Kanna resolutely shook her head, stating, "Thank you for your kindness, but it is truly unnecessary." "But Christmas is still quite far away," Kyle frowned. "Even if you need not worry about meals, what about parchment and ink? These require galleons, and you cannot simply forego purchasing them. Or do you have sufficient supplies from before the term began?" At Hogwarts, parchment and ink were consumed rapidly. The amount stipulated in the acceptance letter was hardly sufficient and would be depleted in no more than a month. Thus, young witches and wizards typically relied on the older students to procure some when they traveled to Hogsmeade. Though not expensive, a few sickles were still required, and no one would provide you with free nuts. Kanna fell silent, clearly reminded by Kyle's words that even at Hogwarts, every canute mattered. Nevertheless, she shook her head once more, saying, "I will find a way." Kyle persisted with several more attempts, employing reasoning and logic, yet Kanna remained surprisingly stubborn on this point, refusing all offers except for the rat poison. "You are quite fond of that rat, aren't you?" Kyle rubbed his forehead and suddenly inquired, "By the way, do you know the new Slytherin students?" Kanna pondered for a moment before replying, "I should know them. A few years ago, I encountered Roll and Axley at a banquet. They are both in Slytherin as first years. However, I am unsure if they remember me, as I have not attended such events in quite some time." "That's all right. A mere impression will suffice." Kyle mused for a moment before continuing, "Kanna, would you like to earn galleons on your own?" "Earn galleons on my own?" Kanna seemed momentarily taken aback. "Yes, by yourself, like an adult." Kyle tapped the table with his finger. "I have a way at Hogwarts. It may be somewhat challenging for you, but the profits are substantial. Once accomplished, you need not fret over parchment and such, and you might even indulge in plenty of snacks. What do you think? Would you like to give it a try?" Kanna remained silent, yet her interest was evidently piqued. Initially, she had considered helping others with their homework in exchange for parchment and ink, but she felt guilty about such dealings and feared being discovered by the professors. Now that Kyle mentioned an alternative method, she was intrigued. Kyle did not keep her in suspense, continuing, "Do you remember the map Cedric gave you yesterday?" Kanna nodded. "Yes, I remember. Yesterday, after the flying lesson concluded, Cedric, a second-year student, presented each of them with a map of Hogwarts, a gesture that left a considerable impression on her. Furthermore, she heard that Ravenclaw possessed similar maps, though they acquired theirs through monetary means. This is what transpired." Kyle placed the gold-trimmed map that Cedric had given him upon the table and remarked, "This is the Slytherin edition. Yet we currently lack an intermediary to sell these to them. Would you care to give it a try? 5 galleons each, and we shall split the profits evenly." 5 galleons. Kanna gazed at Kyle in disbelief, her expression mirroring that of Radon moments earlier. How could these maps possibly be worth 3 galleons? It seemed exorbitant, and she doubted anyone would be inclined to purchase them, especially when the Ravenclaw maps were merely a few sickles. "This is a limited edition with gold trim. Distinctly different from those ordinary versions." Kyle raised an eyebrow and explained, "We employed the finest materials and craftsmanship, handcrafting them over 3 days to produce merely 10 copies, no more." Consider this. Among the hundreds of individuals at Hogwarts, only 10 will possess such a limited edition map. It symbolizes status and identity. Is it not worth 5 galleons? Kana felt slightly dizzy, yet upon hearing Kyle's reasoning, it appeared that perhaps the 5 galleons were indeed justified. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "But now that school has commenced and all classes have been attended, can these maps truly be sold?" "You needn't worry about that," Kyle replied calmly. "Hogwarts is not solely comprised of classrooms. There are libraries, the infirmary, professors' offices, and other locations that first years are unfamiliar with. Moreover, do not forget that the stairs in the main building shift. Who knows where they may lead the next day? If they encounter an untraveled path, they cannot simply stand still, as that would be a waste of time. However, venturing forth risks getting lost. Regardless of the choice, tardiness is inevitable. At that juncture, the significance of the map becomes evident, particularly one that indicates the majority of the stairway transformations. So rest assured, there will certainly be individuals willing to purchase them. Chapter 51, The Limited Edition. Kana could not fathom why she acquiesced to Kyle's proposal. Perhaps it was her genuine need for some galleons. Or maybe it was inspired by Kyle's assertion to prove her capability to survive amongst them. Regardless, Kana found herself inadvertently agreeing. After dinner, in the common room, Kyle, Cedric, and Kana gathered around a table, deliberating their entrepreneurial plans for the following day. With the assistance of the Weasley twins from Gryffindor, they anticipated no significant issues. Their primary concern resided with Slytherin. Kyle turned to Kana and suggested, "How about this? Tomorrow, seek an opportunity to encounter that girl. What was her name?" Kana quietly reminded him, "Roe and Axley." "Ah yes, those two. Try to come across them casually and perhaps engage in a brief greeting." Kyle pondered for a moment and remarked, "The corridor on the first floor is quite suitable. Both Hufflepuff and Slytherin must pass through it to reach the Great Hall. It's entirely natural to encounter them there. You can easily concoct a reason to walk with them." The young witch nodded vigorously, jotting down notes with a serious expression. Once she finished, Kyle continued, "At that time, I will be ahead of you, lamenting to Cedric about the castle's convoluted layout and how easy it is to get lost. He will then boast about his standard map. In that moment, you should exhibit disdain towards us, seizing the opportunity to unveil your limited edition map." Disdain? Kana paused her writing with the quill, attempting a few expressions, prompting Kyle to abandon his previous plan. "Never mind. Just showcase the map to them and boast that it is a limited edition not available for sale, with only 10 copies in existence." This line is crucial to remember. If they inquire later, you can say that you have a way to acquire these maps and, as a friend, you are willing to assist them. Understood. Kana noted everything down and began to recite it quietly. At that moment, Cedric curiously asked, "What if they don't ask?" Kyle shrugged, "If they don't inquire, then sell it to someone else. Transforming a standard product into a limited edition was my idea. After all, those purebloods are easily swayed by such tactics." Adding Kana into the mix merely makes everything flow more smoothly. Once Rower and Axel receive the maps, they will surely flaunt them, making the two of them the best endorsers. If they do not take the bait, we can revert to our original plan, present a limited edition map to distinguish it from the ordinary version. The little snakes will inevitably come seeking it once they catch wind of it. However, this approach could attract the professor's attention. 10 sickles may be negligible, but 5 galleons is no trifling sum. It is likely that before any sales occur, we might be prohibited from proceeding. Thus, it is better to handle this discreetly. Even if we are discovered, it matters little, as the galleons will already be in hand. They can hardly be reclaimed, and at worst, we may lose a few points. Hufflepuff is the least concerned about house points. After hearing Kyle's explanation, Cedric felt elevated by the prospect. Is it truly possible? He understood that pureblood families relished items that differed from standard goods. Otherwise, they would not adorn parchment with gilded edges. However, his original pricing had merely been 1 galleon. Now, Kyle had quintupled that price, evoking a sense of familiarity. Moreover, even if the new Slytherins became aware, it would be inconsequential, for what they truly sought was not the map itself, but rather the exclusivity of the limited edition. It is not that purebloods are gullible. They are simply affluent and discerning, pursuing uniqueness above all. Even he himself had longed to exchange his ordinary quill for a magnificent one made from the feather of a wicked bird. Though it bore no distinction from a common quill, its beauty brought great pleasure, inspiring him to pen a few extra lines in his assignments. Cedric smacked his lips and inquired, "Kyle, are you certain it's only 10? "Yes, just 10, Kyle affirmed with a nod. He had inquired and discovered that although there were 13 new students in Slytherin, not all were affluent purebloods, thus 10 would suffice, providing a satisfactory rationale for those who did not purchase any. Having settled this matter, Cedric proceeded to discuss the afternoon's Quidditch tryouts with Kyle. As anticipated, Fred and George had also joined the house team, taking on the role of beaters. Additionally, a second year which named Elias Spinnet had become a reserve player. This year's Gryffindor team was undoubtedly formidable. Cedric remarked gravely, "Their team is exceptional. I observed Elia's training. Her performance is on par with our seeker, Matt Brinton. Yet she can only serve as a substitute in Gryffindor. He continued, and then there's Oliver Wood, whose save rate is the highest among the 4 goalkeepers. With him on the field, it will be challenging for us to gain an advantage. Indeed, Cal replied nonchalantly from the side, you'll need to step up your game. Regardless of Gryffindor's prowess, he was merely a first year without a broom, unable to play, and could only cheer a few times while watching the match. Cedric remained oblivious to Kyle's lack of enthusiasm and soon shifted the conversation to Slytherin, this time focusing on brooms. A team equipped with 5 Nimbus 1700s had a significant advantage. However, when discussing Ravenclaw, Cedric suddenly hesitated, then seamlessly moved past it. We must exert ourselves in every match. Leaving no room for negligence, Cedric stated with solemnity. No one wishes to finish the term with a 3rd place standing. To that end, Harris has even increased our weekly practice sessions from 3 to 5. As he spoke, Cedric's voice instinctively rose, yet Kana beside him remained unaffected, lost in the parchment she held. Just the thought of conversing with others the following day made her heart race with anxiety, leaving her oblivious to Cedric's words. In truth, when Kyle had been discussing the detailed plans earlier, she had contemplated withdrawing numerous times. Yet, each time the thought crossed her mind, another voice within urged her to remain silent. Kana herself could not fathom why this was so, but ultimately she chose to heed that inner voice. Before long, Kyle and Cedric yawned and returned to their dormitory, leaving Kana alone in the common room, incessantly poring over the parchment. Chapter 52. They have given too much. The following day, at the same hour and in the same Hufflepuff common room, Kyle, Cedric, and Kana once again found themselves gathered around a table. However, this time, a glimmering stack of gold galleons sat before them. 1, 2, 3. There was no need to count, for Kyle exchanged a glance with Cedric and arched an eyebrow, remarking, just right, 60 galleons, neither more nor less. The sheer amount left Cedric agape, his mind swirling in disbelief, as if ensnared in a dream. Indeed, today's plan had unfolded with astonishing ease. Although Kana, in her nervousness, had entirely forgotten the specifics. She launched into the presentation like an eager salesperson, producing the map without so much as a greeting. Unlike a true salesperson, who might indulge in pleasantries, Kana plunged directly into the subject matter. Kyle and Cedric stood momentarily stunned, hesitating whether to continue with their act. However, clarity soon emerged, as the reactions of Raoul and Axley proved equally surprising. Without waiting for Kana to utter a word, they eagerly inquired about the origins of the map upon glimpsing its gilded edges. When they learned that only 10 copies existed, their previously haughty demeanor softened, and they began to engage Kana in lively conversation. They linked arms with her, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from a banquet years prior, resembling long-lost friends. As Kana unwittingly accompanied them, she returned to the Hufflepuff dining table with an additional 10 galleons in hand. Yet, the precise moment she acquired this wealth remained a blur. Perhaps it was in the corridor, or perhaps at the entrance of the hall. Raoul and Axley, adept conversationalists, seamlessly shifted the discussion from the banquet to the intricate architecture of Hogwarts, naturally soliciting Kana's assistance in procuring the maps. Once she acquiesced, the dialogue effortlessly circled back to their earlier topic. The entire exchange flowed smoothly, devoid of any jarring interruptions, while Kana's intentions aligned with theirs. Their mutual cooperation undoubtedly facilitated the smooth progression of events. Nonetheless, Kyle could not help but acknowledge Slytherin's innate prowess in social interactions. Thus, at the dining table, his first words to Kana were a cautionary reminder to keep her distance from Slytherin, lest she find herself unwittingly sold out by them. Cedric, seated next to him, nodded in agreement. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, after lunch, the 2 gilded maps were promptly handed over to Raoul and Axley. Subsequently, under their enthusiastic promotion, within less than 2 hours, all but the sample in Kana's possession were sold. Some eager Slytherins even sought to emblazon their family crests upon the maps. Initially, Kyle opposed the idea, but the offers they tendered were simply too enticing. After all, who could resist a price that had doubled? Thus, in the end, it amounted to 60 galleons. Ahem, the division of spoils. Under the eager gaze of everyone present, Kyle directly pushed half of the galleons towards Kana, as previously agreed. We shall divide it evenly. No, you miscounted. Kana shook her head, retrieving 10 galleons from the pile and placing them back, then looked at Kyle with confusion. 3 people should share 20 galleons, shouldn't they? Are your arithmetic skills really that poor? Kyle opened his mouth, feeling a tightness in his chest. Well, as long as you are happy. Cedric was nearly doubled over with laughter beside them. Kyle, poor at arithmetic? He could revel in this for an entire academic year. Irritated, Kyle pushed 20 galleons forward. He couldn't comprehend how Cedric, who had once been such a decent fellow, had now become so insufferable. Goodness, has he no shame in relishing another's misfortune? Cedric, utterly unfazed by Kyle's ill temper, picked up a galleon and rubbed it thoughtfully between his fingers. So many galleons. Enough for me to purchase 10 quills made from the feathers of the wicked willow bird. The wicked willow bird quill. Kyle frowned, saying, what is so special about that? It's so expensive. It's beautiful, Cedric replied matter-of-factly. I have had my eye on that yellow one for quite some time. It complements Hufflepuff splendidly. Kyle suddenly had a thought, a smirk tugging at his lips, but he quickly regained his composure and said calmly, then you should buy several. So you can alternate their use. No need, just one for now, Cedric mused. The rest I plan to give to my father. Upon hearing this, Kyle glanced at him, ready to say something, but Cedric continued, perhaps if he is pleased, he might upgrade my broom from the Shooting Star to the Firebolt 1700. Kyle swallowed the words that had nearly escaped his lips. The Firebolt 1700, 200 galleons more expensive than the Shooting Star. A transformation from 20 to 200 galleons. Cedric's calculations were nearly imploding on him. Yet, given Mr. Diggory's character, upon learning that Cedric had joined the house team and earned a handsome 20 galleons, he might indeed consider purchasing him a Firebolt. Kyle's eyes flickered, a thought suddenly sparking in his mind, but it was too late. He would have to wait until tomorrow to discuss it. After the galleons were divided, Cedric went to the kitchen to fetch some biscuits, desserts, and a large jug of pumpkin juice. The three of them then held a small celebration in the common room. Kyle raised a glass of pumpkin juice to his lips, and just as he took a sip, he noticed Kana pulling out 7 or 8 small bags, placing 2 galleons in each one. In response to Kyle's puzzled expression, Kana explained, I'm worried about losing them again, so it's better to keep them separate. Cedric exclaimed in surprise, Kana, you lost galleons? Yes, Kana nodded, briefly recounting the incident. After listening, Cedric also retracted his smile and pondered seriously. There should be nothing in the Quidditch pitch. After each flying lesson, Madame Hooch inspects the field, and if anything were to be lost, it would be swiftly recovered. Moreover, during my training yesterday, I heard no reports of anyone finding 20 galleons. How about this? I will inquire with others tomorrow to see if anyone has spotted the galleon. It's all right, I no longer care. Kana pointed at the pile of small bags before her, her eyes crinkling in a smile. These will suffice for quite some time. Losing 20 galleons. And you simply disregard it? Cedric remained silent. Somehow, the pumpkin juice in his hand seemed to have transformed into lemonade. Chapter 53, Hagrid's Letter. The sale of maps undoubtedly proved to be a resounding success. The young witches and wizards enjoyed great convenience. Professors were in splendid spirits due to the absence of tardiness. And Kyle and his companions made a tidy profit, resulting in universal contentment. If there were anyone dissatisfied, it would likely be Filch. With Fred and George's newfound financial resources, a pungent stench often permeated the corridors. Filch was nearly driven to madness, determined to catch the twins in the act, following them relentlessly. Yet, Fred and George always found a way to elude him. Autumn and Kana also became better acquainted with Kyle due to this matter, especially Kana, who no longer shied away from sitting next to Kyle during class. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to it. Her social anxiety was not as severe as before, and at least after receiving extra points from the professor, she could now respond with a simple thank you like everyone else. Hogwarts' curriculum for first years remained relatively light. Typically, there were only 3 classes a day. However, when factoring in assignments, it became a different story. The young wizards were compelled to spend all their spare time in the library to barely complete those lengthy assignments. Furthermore, the font could not be too large. As the last student to attempt such a tactic was penalized 5 points by Professor McGonagall, and the workload doubled, resulting in him sporting dark circles under his eyes for quite some time. Ultimately, it was Professor McGonagall's concern that he might collapse in the classroom one day that led her to rescind the punishment. Since then, no one dared to resort to such clever tricks again. However, exceptions exist. What was a nightmarish assignment for others was a breeze for Kyle. It was merely an essay, a task in which he was quite experienced, and as a freshman, there was no concern over plagiarism. He could write as he pleased, borrowing from a few relevant books, adding a few superfluous sentences, and summing it all up. A perfect assignment materialized in under 20 minutes, earning him compliments from the professor for his extensive reading. Except for one unnamed potions professor, of course. Uncertain of the reasons behind it, Kyle felt increasingly that Snape regarded him with disdain, frequently finding excuses to deduct points from him. Left with little recourse, Kyle could only endeavor to avoid Snape and, after each deduction, purchase a bottle of Potter's instant shampoo, intending to anonymously present an entire box to him once he had collected enough. On Halloween, Kyle, as was his custom, sat in the library engrossed in a book until it was nearly time for the feast, at which point he approached Madame Pants with the unfinished tome. The Great Duel Master. May I borrow this for a few days? He inquired. One day, she replied without lifting her gaze. Due to Kyle's frequent visits to borrow books, Madame Pants had developed a vague recollection of him, merely noting his name and the time before concluding the transaction. Given that it was Halloween, the Great Hall had been adorned earlier with a plethora of vibrant decorations. Pumpkins carved into various shapes floated above, saturating the atmosphere with the spirit of the holiday. 1,000 bats fluttered across the walls and ceiling, with a large cloud of them even swirling above the dining tables. As the feast time had yet to arrive, the great hall buzzed with excitement, with nearly half of the attendees gathered around the Gryffindor table. Fred and George donned pumpkin heads, mimicking the signature moves of the Headless Horseman-esque club, eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd. The professors on stage made no attempt to intervene, equally entertained. Dumbledore, with a cheerful demeanor, even fished out some candy in hopes of exchanging it with the other professors, though he was met with indifference. Even Professor Sprout, known for her amiable nature, politely declined the cockroach cluster he offered. "You've been to the library again?" Cedric asked as Kyle settled at the Hufflepuff table. "What do you need a book on dueling for?" "For my charms class assignment," Kyle replied, handing the book to Cedric. "I have to make up for the points I lost in potions class, and practical applications of basic spells are precisely what Professor Flitwick cherishes." Cedric, aware of Kyle's recent troubles with Snape, looked at him sympathetically. "Have you gained any insights?" "Don't even mention it," Kyle sighed. Evidently, no wizard would employ the unlocking charm during a duel. Cedric bit his lip to stifle a laugh. He had initially thought Kyle was studying the levitation charm last class, only to discover it was the unlocking charm instead. Not even first-year students would resort to such a spell in a fight, he mused, tightening his lips further. Kyle cast a dubious glance at Cedric, sensing that he was entertaining some impolite thoughts. Before he could voice anything, an owl landed nearby, extending its talon to place a note on Kyle's plate. "For me?" Kyle curiously unfolded the note, its handwriting exceedingly scrawled, yet still legible. "Dear Kyle Jorba, I have gathered some mooncalf manure. If you have the time, could you visit my hut on Friday? Hagrid." After reading the note, Kyle was momentarily taken aback, never expecting Hagrid would extend an invitation to him. Noticing Kyle in a daze while holding the note, Cedric, who had just finished chuckling to himself, inquired, "Who sent you the letter?" "Hagrid," Kyle replied. Cedric pondered for a moment before asking, "Is that the Keeper of Keys by the Forbidden Forest?" "Yes, indeed," Kyle affirmed. "What does he want from you? Did you know each other before?" The letter mentioned he collected some mooncalf manure. "I had previously planted 2 ornamental plants and visited him once," Kyle explained. "Could you take me along when you go?" "I'm quite curious about the place," Cedric said. "If you wish to go, then go ahead. What's stopping you?" Kyle retrieved his quill and inscribed on the back of the note, "All right. I will come by with my friend tomorrow afternoon." He then fed the owl some nuts and sent it back. Shortly thereafter, dinner commenced. Due to Halloween, the feast was notably more lavish than usual, featuring a whole roasted leg of beef, pumpkin pie, and caramel apples. A variety of candies were also essential. And Kyle glanced around, relieved to find no sign of cockroaches. Evidently, the headmaster's peculiar tastes had not infiltrated the kitchen. Chapter 54, The Humble Kyle. After the Halloween feast concluded, the well-fed young wizards returned to their dormitories in groups. Once the students departed, the professors followed suit. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore regarded the sullen Severus Snape and asked, "Severus, what brings you to me?" "It's about the matter from 2 weeks ago, Dumbledore." Snape placed a gilded map on the desk in the headmaster's office, his expression unchanged. The situation regarding Kyle Jorba selling maps at school should have yielded some results by now. "Ah, so it concerns this matter," Dumbledore calmly sipped his tea. "May I hear your thoughts?" "Such disregard for school regulations warrants expulsion," Snape blurted out. "That joke isn't amusing, Severus," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. "You should be aware that no regulation at Hogwarts prohibits students from selling items on campus. Moreover, as far as I know, this map was likely sold to Slytherin by Miss Prince." "That is incitement." Snape interrupted Dumbledore's words in fury. "I have inquired, and all the maps were provided to her by Kyle." His voice was so loud that even the portraits pretending to be asleep could no longer ignore it. An irate wizard with a prominent nose remarked, "Young man, mind your demeanor. This is the headmaster's office." Snape completely disregarded him and continued, "I truly should have insisted on transferring Kana to Slytherin rather than heeding your advice to keep her in Hufflepuff. I believe this is indeed a fortunate turn of events." Dumbledore smiled and remarked, "Do you not think that Kana's previous demeanor was rather excessively introverted? As the sole heir of the Prince family in the British magical community, this is far from ideal. Moreover, you cannot perpetually shield her." After a moment of silence, Snape, somewhat impatiently, stated, "We are currently discussing the matter concerning Kyle Chobar. If he dares to sell a map for 5 galleons today, tomorrow he might attempt to rob Gringotts. Thus, even if he is not expelled, this cannot simply be overlooked. He must face consequences. Indeed, your point holds merit. 5 galleons is quite a steep price for a first-year student," Dumbledore pondered. "How about this? I shall personally inquire about the students' opinions. If they all feel deceived, I shall take appropriate action." Snape fell silent once more. In truth, he had already posed that question when he confiscated the map, and at that time, that boy, Roland, had said, "Deceived? Professor, you jest. It's merely 5 galleons. What's the fuss about?" Even if Dumbledore were to ask, the outcome would likely be the same. While Snape believed that his words could easily sway the Slytherin students to condemn Kyle, such maneuvering felt beneath him. He was biased, yet not without a semblance of dignity. Furthermore, such actions are difficult to conceal, and once exposed, they would lead to a cascade of troubles. Kyle's character was also questionable. Suddenly, Snape declared, "I have observed him. He possesses considerable talent, yet his performance in class is quite mediocre. At such a tender age, displaying such hypocrisy, does he not fear becoming the next Dark Lord?" "I would prefer to label such behavior as humility, Severus," Dumbledore replied calmly. "It is not easy for one to radiate brilliance, but to temper it is even more challenging. This is a rare quality indeed." Thus, Snape coldly regarded Dumbledore. "You do not intend to punish him then? If he has committed no wrongdoing." "Very well." Snape's expression darkened further as he swept his robes and turned to leave the headmaster's office. Whether intentional or not, as he turned, the hem of his robe struck the portrait of the large-nosed wizard. Enraged, the wizard shouted after Snape's retreating figure, "Come back and apologize, you impolite Slytherin brat." Snape continued to ignore him. However, Phineas Black could no longer contain himself. He rushed over and seized the wizard by the collar, exclaiming, "What did you just say about Slytherin? Do you wish to fight?" The irate large-nosed wizard, without a second thought, landed a punch squarely on Phineas's face. The esteemed Headmaster Black could hardly swallow this affront, and soon the two were engaged in a fierce scuffle. As the other portraits witnessed the commotion, they gathered around, clutching candy, sunflower seeds, and butterbeer, forming a circle to intercede. "Stop fighting. Please, just stop. Aren't you all grown-ups? Can't you behave with a little more composure? Why strike him on the leg? And pulling his hair, can't you see how long it is?" The knight spectating nearby quickly sheathed his sword, wary of being noticed. "Oh no, Felix is going for that sword," someone suggested. "Who can summon the hunter from the corridor? I recall he has an axe." Their clamor swiftly attracted even more portraits, each frame brimming with curious onlookers. The headmaster's office had never been so lively. Dumbledore, seated behind his desk, cheerfully sweetened his cup of red tea. Portraits engaging in brawls were not an uncommon sight, and aside from eavesdropping on gossip, it constituted their sole source of entertainment. Dumbledore, indifferent to the ruckus, simply ensured that the frames and canvases remained unscathed. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. "Minister, are you still seeking Albus at this late hour?" The portraits perked up, hastily vacating the headmaster's office. Before departing, Fat Lady from Gryffindor, along with two knights, forcibly escorted the bruised, large-nosed wizard and Felix away. They could not afford to be seen by the Minister for Magic in such a disheveled state. Hogwarts' reputation was at stake. "It happened so suddenly, Minerva. There was nothing I could do." With a low voice, the door to the headmaster's office swung open once more. "Albus, it's been a while. How have you been?" Cornelius Fudge approached Dumbledore with open arms, his expression earnest. "Indeed, Cornelius, it has been too long." Dumbledore embraced him briefly, then smiled. "Would you care for a cup of red tea, or perhaps pumpkin juice?" "Red tea will suffice." With a snap of his fingers, a steaming cup of red tea appeared on the adjacent table. "Would you like some sugar?" Fudge shook his head, appearing somewhat anxious, his hands nervously fidgeting with his bowler hat, occasionally glancing at Professor McGonagall beside him. "Albus, I must take my leave." McGonagall instantly understood Fudge's implication and turned to exit the headmaster's office. "Albus, it can no longer be concealed, the smuggled magical creatures." As the griffin gradually closed the door, Fudge's voice faded into silence. Although only half a sentence was heard, McGonagall could surmise the reason for Fudge's late visit. This newly appointed Minister for Magic had a penchant for concealing unfavorable news. When it became utterly unavoidable, he sought Dumbledore's counsel. It was likely the same this time. McGonagall pursed her lips, reflecting on how Fudge's lack of resolve paled in comparison to that of Millicent Bagnold. Chapter 55, The Catastrophe of Magical Creatures. As Halloween faded into memory, November ushered in a chill that made the young wizards increasingly reluctant to rise from their slumber. At 8 in the morning, Kyle, clad in a thick robe and stifling yawns, made his way to the great hall, eager to partake in breakfast. When the owls, as customary, flocked into the hall, Cedric's long-awaited broom finally arrived, and, just as he had envisioned, it was a Nimbus 1700. "Splendid, Cedric, simply splendid," exclaimed an exuberant upperclassman from Hufflepuff, patting Cedric on the shoulder. "As a seeker, with this Nimbus 1700, our chances against Slytherin have significantly improved. I've witnessed their seeker's prowess, and to be frank, it hardly surpasses that of a troll on a broomstick." It is worth noting that Hufflepuff's inaugural Quidditch match would be against Slytherin. Initially, there had been concerns regarding the disparity in equipment, but this delightful news had suddenly lifted their spirits. A single Nimbus 1700 might not have been sufficient to ignite their morale, yet coupled with Cedric's talent as a seeker, the dynamics shifted dramatically. In a practice match, Cedric had snatched the golden snitch in a mere 5 minutes, mere seconds shy of breaking Hogwarts' record for the fastest seeker. With a premier broom and a prodigious seeker, the Hufflepuff players were left pondering how they could possibly falter. Surely, Slytherin could not hope to gain a 150-point lead within 5 minutes, could they? Kyle shared in the excitement. Though he was not directly involved, The prospect of his house clinching the Quidditch Cup was immensely gratifying. He turned to gaze at Cedric's pristine nimbus until a sharp pain in his finger drew his attention to an owl perched before him. "Apologies, little fellow, I was oblivious," Kyle murmured, promptly offering a piece of Mottler rat jerky to the creature. Only then did he retrieve the letter clutched in its talons and began to read. "Dear Kyle, I sincerely apologize for the delay in my response. I have been exceedingly busy, and I mistakenly believed I had already written back to you until I discovered the unfinished letter in my office this morning. I hope you can forgive me. We have received the galleons you sent, and I am proud of you, my child. I was not as accomplished as you in my first year. Furthermore, your mother has asked me to convey that she accepted your galleons, but do not even think about the broom. However, she has prepared some other items for you, which will be sent your way in a couple of days. I hope you will find them delightful. That is all for now. Wishing you a joyous time at Hogwarts. Yours, Chris." Upon finishing the letter, the sparkle in Kyle's eyes visibly dimmed. Although he had suspected that Diana would not be as easily deceived as Mr. Diggory, the confirmation of his fears left him profoundly disheartened, especially given the prolonged wait for such a disheartening revelation. The letter was sent at the beginning of September, and now, in November, there has yet to be a response. What on earth has Chris been occupied with for 2 months, neglecting the office? Has Uncle Newt gone off on a journey? Just as Kyle pondered this, Cedric abruptly placed a copy of the Daily Prophet before him. "Kyle, you must see this. Something grave has occurred. No wonder my father took so long to send me the broom." The front page of the Daily Prophet featured a photograph teeming with magical creatures, albeit all confined within enclosures. Beside the image was a bold headline, "The Crisis of Magical Beasts." According to sources, on September 3rd of this year, while the Ministry of Magic's enforcement officers attempted to apprehend a group of magical creature smugglers, a mishap occurred, resulting in a multitude of smuggled magical creatures scattering in all directions. Among them were even 3 classified as Grade 5, highly dangerous magical beasts. We remain perplexed as to why the enforcement officers would commit such a fundamental error, as well as why the ministry has chosen to keep this matter under wraps. This was purportedly to prevent causing panic within the magical community. This morning, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge stated that the majority of the magical creatures have been recaptured and that no wizards have lost their lives in the process. The veracity of this claim remains uncertain. However, the spokesperson for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Chris Jobber, stated in an interview that, with the assistance of Mr. Newt Scamander, nearly all of the escaped magical creatures, including the Australian bowtruckle and the venomous tentacula, have been successfully captured. Yet, one crumplehorn snorkack remains unaccounted for. He urged the public to be cautious, as the crumplehorn snorkack poses a significant danger. If spotted, one should flee immediately and cast a red alert spell into the sky. The Beast Division and Aurors will respond swiftly. After reading this, Kyle finally understood Chris's preoccupation. From the photograph, it appeared that approximately 50 to 60 magical creatures had been captured, marking one of the largest smuggling cases in the British magical community in nearly 3 decades. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the venomous tentacula. Kyle was intrigued by how they managed to capture such a creature. Not only is it remarkably agile, but even its exhalations are toxic, capable of devastating an entire village. To put it in perspective, the ministry's description emphasizes that typically, it would take over 100 skilled wizards to subdue a venomous tentacula. While there is an element of exaggeration, it still underscores its perilous nature. After all, it only requires 10 wizards to subdue a dragon. Fortunately, it was the crumplehorn snorkack that escaped. Kyle remarked with genuine admiration. It was not that he held the crumplehorn snorkack in low regard. Although it too is classified as a Grade 5, this is merely due to its level of danger meeting the threshold. The venomous tentacula, classified as Grade 5, reflects the ministry's rating system, indicating that the 2 creatures are not in the same league. The senior students, along with those like Cedric who possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding magical creatures, nodded in agreement upon hearing Kyle's words. In contrast, the younger wizards, lacking substantial understanding of magical fauna, were primarily concerned with the escaped Snidget. The phrase "highly dangerous," emblazoned in the newspaper, did not appear to be mere hyperbole. Fortunately, someone remarked, "We are at Hogwarts. With Dumbledore here, we are surely safe." This sentiment quickly garnered unanimous approval among the group. Indeed, with Dumbledore present, what could they possibly fear? The atmosphere at the dining table became notably more animated. But this exuberance was short-lived, as tranquility soon returned. Suddenly, a young wizard sprang to his feet, neglecting his breakfast, and dashed toward the Ollery. His action prompted others to react, with some racing to the Ollery while others hurried back to their dormitories. The once bustling Great Hall quickly became sparse. In the wake of the morning's news from the Daily Prophet, the young wizards found it difficult to concentrate during lessons, their spirits dampened. This was particularly true for those hailing from Muggle families, who, after a swift crash course on the Snidget, could not help but fret over the safety of their loved ones. After all, It was one of the most perilous creatures in the wizarding world, preying on human brains. The thought of it wandering into a muggle community heightened their anxiety. Even seated in class, their gazes remained fixed on the windows, yearning for an owl to deliver reassuring news. The professors, recognizing their distress, could do little more than slow the pace of their teaching and offer words of comfort. It wasn't until the second lesson of the morning that the situation began to improve. "Cheer up, children," Professor Sprout encouraged as she entered the greenhouse. Observing the listless young wizards. "Just a moment ago, Mr. Newt Scamander issued a statement confirming that no trace of the Snidget has been found in either the wizarding or muggle worlds. It is likely that it has flown elsewhere. So you need not worry about your family's safety." As she spoke, Professor Sprout unveiled a cherished pamphlet, enlightening everyone about Newt Scamander's accomplishments. Kyle noticed that some of the content within the pamphlet was quite dated. The oldest page had faded, commemorating Scamander's distinguished contributions to the defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald. There was even a photograph of a youthful and dashing Newt Scamander. After perusing the pamphlet, the young wizards felt significantly reassured. With the most esteemed magizoologist in the wizarding world personally affirming their safety, they found solace in the promise of security. Moreover, this individual is a longtime friend of Professor Dumbledore, which undoubtedly enhances his credibility. By midday, the hall once again buzzed with activity. It is hard to believe that I had forgotten about my afternoon classes. Cedric picked up a skin-on potato, his face marked with disappointment as he remarked. "It seems I cannot accompany you to find Hagrid. What a pity. The coursework for second-year students is indeed more demanding than that of the first year. And apart from weekends and holidays, it is rare to find a day devoid of classes. It is merely a matter of fetching some mooncalf manure. What is there to lament?" Kyle took a bite of his bread and inquired, "What? Are you planning to cultivate ornamental plants as well?" "No. I am simply fascinated by mooncalves," Cedric replied. "I have heard that they perform a rather intricate dance under the moonlight, which sounds enchanting. And I have yet to see what a real mooncalf looks like." "You might not get to witness the dance," Kyle shrugged, "as that would require waiting until nighttime. And by then, the castle's curfew will have passed, unless you are keen on a nocturnal adventure." "I understand," Cedric said. "Therefore, I merely wish to glimpse the mooncalves." "That is still quite feasible," Kyle nodded. "Although mooncalves require sleep during the day, they typically reside in caves, allowing them to be observed from the outside. Of course, this hinges on Hagrid's willingness to take them to the Forbidden Forest." Kyle set down his pumpkin juice and suggested, "Let us go directly after we finish our meal. There is still over an hour until class begins, so we should have ample time." Cedric's eyes lit up. "Is that permissible?" "Certainly, there is no scheduled time." At that moment, Kyle noticed that Kana also seemed intrigued and casually asked, "Would you like to join us?" Kana hesitated for a moment before nodding. Thanks to Professor Trelawney, she now idolized Newt Scamander and was quite curious about those extraordinary magical creatures. Thus, after their lunch, the three of them set off towards the small cottage adjacent to the Forbidden Forest. This time, they did not knock. Upon their arrival, Hagrid was watering the pumpkin patch. After Halloween, the enormous pumpkins had vanished, leaving only a few undeveloped seedlings. Heading to the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid shook his head repeatedly after Kyle expressed their intentions. No. First-year wizards are not allowed in the Forbidden Forest. It is far too perilous." "It is all right, Hagrid," Kyle smiled. "No one knows the Forbidden Forest better than you do at Hogwarts, and besides, mooncalves reside at the relatively safe edge of the forest. With your company, we will surely be safe. Even so, I must. By the way, you possess considerable knowledge about magical creatures," Kyle continued. "I dare say that once Professor Kettleburn retires, you shall surely succeed him as the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures." "Me as a professor? No. You must be jesting. How could that be? I am nowhere near the caliber of Professor Kettleburn." Even through his thick beard, Cedric could discern the anxiety etched upon Hagrid's face. "Well, you are correct about one thing. I indeed possess a deep understanding of those mischievous creatures in the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid glanced at the trio, then set down the water jug and declared, "Follow me, and I shall take you to see the mooncalves. But you must promise to stay close and refrain from running about. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to escort you out immediately and banish you from the Forbidden Forest forever." "We promise, Professor Hagrid," the three replied in unison. The title of professor once again caused Hagrid to blush profusely. However, he soon became pensive, his mood shifting to one of dejection as he remarked, "I cannot possibly be a professor. Do not utter such things in the future, for it would not bode well if others were to hear." "You must have a bit of faith in yourself," Kyle encouraged, gently patting the back of Hagrid's hand. "In no more than 4 years, you will undoubtedly become a professor." "That is impossible," Hagrid shook his head. "There is no need to comfort me. After all, if he could not even wield a wand in front of others, how could he ever aspire to be a professor? How about we make a wager?" Kyle proposed, holding up 4 fingers. "If you have not become a professor in 4 years, I will persuade Newt to agree to let you care for a dragon for 2 months during the summer holidays at Hogwarts." Hagrid abruptly halted, turning his head in disbelief. "Does Mr. Scamander have a dragon?" "Indeed," Kyle nodded. Due to its irritable temperament, it indiscriminately attacks any creature it encounters after leaving Newt, which led to it being returned to the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary 3 times. The third time, they explicitly refused to accept it. Furthermore, its nature is unsuitable for life in the wild, so it can only be kept in a box. I agree to this. Hagrid nodded enthusiastically. Chapter 57. What to do about a dog's lack of appetite. Who in the magical world would refuse to care for a dragon? Certainly not Hagrid. As for its temper, well, a bit of mischief is only natural for a young creature. The fact that it was returned by the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary merely indicated their incompetence. Look at those thin, stick-like figures. How could they ever properly care for a dragon? All right, if you become a professor, no problem. Without waiting for Kyle to finish, Hagrid waved his hand decisively. He had not even considered whether Kyle could truly persuade Newt or if Dumbledore would allow a dragon into Hogwarts. He simply agreed. It seemed he feared Kyle might backtrack, for he hastened his pace, leading the trio, who were now trotting along, to the vicinity of the Mooncalf's den. You shall stay right here. Do not venture any further. Hagrid turned to them and said sternly. The Mooncalf's dance is immensely taxing, requiring them to have ample sleep during the day, so you must keep your noise to an absolute minimum. Connor and Cedric first exchanged silent nods before gazing curiously at the tent-like caves. Kyle did not join them. After all, he had seen the Mooncalf countless times at Newt's. His attention was entirely captivated by the surrounding protective trees. Compared to other areas, these guardian trees stood impressively tall, robust, and elongated. Kyle approached and gave the trunk a tap, which resonated solidly. Observing Kyle's actions, Hagrid quietly explained that the Mooncalves tended to trample their dung into the ground, resulting in exceptionally thriving guardian trees in their vicinity. Moreover, this place served as a nesting ground for the tree frogs. Looking up, Kyle soon spotted countless small green shoots among the guardian trees. This was reminiscent of what he had seen at Newt's, in that magical box. Tree frogs and mooncalves were neighbors. Picking up a twig from the ground, Kyle inquired, Hagrid, may I collect some branches? You may. But what do you intend to do with them? Hagrid asked. I have a few ideas. Once they exited the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid found himself carrying a substantial bundle of dry branches. Initially, Kyle intended to use the levitation charm to transport them, but Hagrid deemed that approach cumbersome and readily offered his assistance. After leaving the forest, Cedric hurried back to the castle due to class obligations, while Kyle and Conna remained behind. Unlike their previous visit, Hagrid warmly invited them to his hut. Upon entering the room, a large black dog rushed over, tongue lolling and tail wagging vigorously like a fan. Kyle affectionately ruffled the dog's head, almost suppressing a chuckle. Indeed, the texture was quite delightful. All right, Fong, come here, Hagrid called. At that moment, he placed a bowl of grayish mush on the ground, which Fong eagerly lunged toward, diving into the bowl. Hagrid gently patted the dog's head, saying, Eat slowly, there's plenty more. Taking advantage of the moment, Kyle surveyed the surroundings. The hut contained only one room, with hams and wild chickens hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiling water over a fire, and a large bed in the corner made of patched-up rags. It appeared rather unassuming, even somewhat shabby. However, Kyle noticed that the ham was sourced from a Tepo boar, and the rope suspending it was strikingly white and shiny, likely spun from some kind of silk. He surmised it to be the web of an acromantula. Additionally, the cushions they sat on were woven from unicorn hair. Although not all were made from tail hair, it was still quite luxurious. It was, after all, his first time sitting on such an opulent cushion. Once Hagrid settled down, Kyle took the initiative to introduce them, saying, This is Conna, and the one who just left is Cedric. They, like me, are Hufflepuffs, although Cedric is in his second year. Hello. Hagrid greeted Conna with delight and handed her a piece of rock cake from the nearby platter, offering it to her and Kyle. You must be famished. Do taste my culinary skills. As Conna took the rock cake, she felt an unexpected heaviness in her hand, as if she were grasping a brick. A slight twitch at the corner of her eye was followed by her wise decision not to bring it to her lips. Kyle, too, abstained from eating, but he requested another piece from Hagrid, claiming he would share it with Cedric upon his return. Hagrid, elated by this, generously offered him an entire platter of rock cakes, assuring him he could always return for more. However, Kyle declined the offer, opting instead to pocket 2 pieces. Consuming it was out of the question. No matter how delectable the rock cake might be, it was beyond the capabilities of anyone without a giantess' formidable dentition. Yet, it would serve well for self-defense. Recently tormented by Snape to the brink of neurosis, he considered that if he ever lost his composure, using this as an instrument to strike the back of Snape's head would be a splendid choice. No, rather, he should say he was offering Professor Snape a snack, though the latter had failed to catch it. As Hagrid accepted the plate Kyle returned, he looked at him and, somewhat shyly, remarked, I have a dog, but it seems rather lethargic and has lost its appetite lately. What could be the cause? Kyle instinctively glanced at Yaya, who was voraciously devouring her meal. Lethargic? Lost appetite? If memory served him right, that was already her second bowl. Not Yaya. Observing Kyle's puzzled expression, Hagrid hastily clarified, "It's another dog." Oh, with this clarification, Kyle understood that Hagrid was referring to the three-headed dog. He scanned the surroundings again, but found no trace of Fluffy. "Didn't I mention before?" Kyle turned back. "You should just leave it in the Forbidden Forest." "I did, but it didn't help," Hagrid replied, his voice tinged with indignation. "It was much better while in the Forbidden Forest, but the moment it returns to the room, it becomes lethargic again." Kyle felt a surge of exasperation. Hagrid's comprehension skills were truly lacking. Did he think it was merely a matter of walking the dog and bringing it back? "Hagrid, it's a three-headed dog. Just one head, one head." Taking a deep breath, Kyle ignored Hagrid's frantic denials and continued. "A three-headed dog is a large magical creature, inherently preferring vast, open spaces. If confined to a low and enclosed environment for extended periods, it will become exceedingly stressed." "It's not low here," Hagrid muttered under his breath. "That may be so for you," Kyle patiently explained. "In just a year, a three-headed dog can grow to 3 meters tall, with a length exceeding 5 meters. At that point, it will have difficulty even turning around in this space." Chapter 58, An Awfully Ugly Dog. Throughout the exchange between Kyle and Hagrid, Kana maintained a bewildered expression, pondering, "Who am I? Why am I here? What are they discussing? Wasn't it about the dog's lack of appetite? How did it suddenly shift to a three-headed dog? Moreover, what precisely is a three-headed dog? Is it truly a dog with 3 heads? Yet, there is none here." Seizing the moment while Hagrid was lost in thought, Kana hastily voiced her curiosity, inquiring about their earlier conversation. However, Kyle did not respond directly to her question. Instead, he glanced at Hagrid and gestured, urging, "Bring it out, don't hide it. I am not a professional veterinarian. I must see the situation for myself." Hagrid hesitated, contemplating. But recalling the recent condition of his own pet, he sighed and conceded, "Very well, but you must not tell anyone." "Of course," Kyle nodded. "I swear by Cedric's persona." Hagrid, in a state of complex emotions, did not catch Kyle's words clearly and stood up, exiting the room. Nonetheless, Kana heard him. "Why do you swear by Cedric's persona?" the young witch asked, perplexed. "Do not concern yourself with such details." Kyle waved his hand dismissively. "If I had one, I would surely use my own." Kana remained silent, subtly shifting to the side. Before long, Hagrid returned, seemingly not far from where he had concealed the beast. Upon re-entering the wooden cabin, Hagrid first drew the curtains, then lifted the moleskin coat draped over his arm, revealing the creature within. At that moment, the three-headed dog was nearly the size of a cow, and upon realizing it had been brought into that cramped space again, it promptly lowered its head and lay still on the ground. Kana was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Hagrid would truly return with a dog bearing 3 heads, and moreover, one that was so unappealing. The appearance of the three-headed dog was as distinctively unattractive as that of other large magical beasts in the Wizarding World. This was certainly true for the creature now before them. Its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, nearly constituted half of its head, and the flesh around its nose was bunched together in layers, resembling a washboard. Could it be that the three-headed dog had some lineage from a Sharpay? Kyle scratched his head, uncertain. After all, he had never encountered a three-headed dog before. Newt's magical suitcase, while wondrous, did not contain everything. In truth, even in Greece, a three-headed dog was an exceedingly rare magical creature, comparable in rarity to a basilisk. Kyle was convinced that the individual who sold it to Hagrid was undoubtedly an amateur. What remarkable fortune! Kyle could not resist giving the absurdly charming head of the creature a gentle rub. Its fur was coarse, akin to handling a well-worn shoe brush. The texture was far inferior to that of a typical dog. The little beast was rather fierce. Upon realizing that its head was being petted, it instinctively snapped at Kyle's hand. After evading its bite, Kyle gently patted the central head, saying, "Calm down. I will have something tasty for you shortly." Instantly, the creature quieted down, emitting a couple of soft whines in Kyle's direction. "What about some Mothra rat jerky?" Kyle pondered for a moment before suggesting. "It has a firmer texture than beef. I believe you will enjoy it." The creature whined in response. 30 pieces? Kyle furrowed his brow and said, "No, it's too much. I only have 9, which is just enough for the 3 of you to share." As Kyle was bargaining with Rubeus, Hagrid, witnessing the exchange, looked on in disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging out as he glanced from Rubeus to Kyle. "Did Mr. Scamander teach you even this?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Kyle merely smiled, refraining from a reply. Within the realm of magic, many were aware that Chris possessed the ability to converse with magical creatures, although Chris attributed this talent to Mr. Scamander's teachings. Since Newt had never publicly contradicted this narrative, it was naturally accepted as truth. To them, it was only fitting that Newt Scamander, heralded as the greatest magizoologist of this century, would possess skills beyond the ordinary. Only a select few were privy to the reality, such as the Weasley couple, Newt's own spouse, and an uncertain Dumbledore, but clearly, Hagrid was not among them. "By Merlin's beard, it seems Mr. Scamander truly holds you in high regard," Hagrid remarked, a tinge of envy lacing his voice as he gazed at Kyle. "I begged him for ages, Yet he never consented to teach me how to communicate with magical creatures. That's merely a parlor trick, Hagrid, Kyle replied, producing a piece of Murtlap meat jerky to offer to Rubeus. I trust that even if you cannot comprehend their words, you surely understand their intentions, do you not? Indeed, I can, Hagrid declared proudly. I always know what Rubeus wants, and he understands me as well. He was quite mischievous as a young one, but the moment I sing, he falls asleep without fail. To demonstrate his point, Hagrid gently patted Rubeus and began to sing. In that instant, Kyle distinctly heard Rubeus's thoughts. Here we go again, my head aches terribly. Just sleep, and it will all be well. Sleep now? Rubeus's 3 heads simultaneously closed their eyes, and moments later, they began to snore, their actions so practiced, it was almost heart-wrenching. See, he has fallen asleep, Hagrid said joyfully. Kyle chuckled softly, observing Hagrid's delight. He contemplated revealing the truth, but chose instead to revisit the earlier topic. He has grown quite large now, Hagrid, Kyle remarked, stroking Rubeus's head. You must have noticed that since entering the room, his spirits have been quite low. You need to take him to the Forbidden Forest at once. I know, but I am worried, Hagrid admitted, a hint of sadness in his tone. Rubeus is still so small. What will happen without my care? Kyle raised an eyebrow, thinking that Hagrid should be more concerned about the other creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's gaze wandered slightly before he continued. Moreover, if I leave him in the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore might see him. What if he decides to send Rubeus away, then take him further in? To the depths of the Forbidden Forest, Kyle suggested. Kyle remarked, do not forget that we are currently in a unique period. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic have been relentlessly pursuing those mysterious magical creatures. It is far better to be discovered by Dumbledore than to fall into their grasp. That Greek fellow is not one of their associates. Hagrid's face flushed with excitement as he responded. I have confirmed that he is not among the photographs released by the Ministry. Yet, Kyle calmly asserted, what they care about is that just before those individuals were apprehended, you happened to acquire an enigmatic 3-headed dog. Chapter 59, The Headmaster's Office. Shortly thereafter, Kyle and Kana returned to the castle. Once they departed, Hagrid remained in his hut, contemplating until dusk, ultimately deciding to heed Kyle's counsel and send Fluffy to the Forbidden Forest that very night. Although he felt a pang of reluctance, he understood that it was necessary. This action would surely improve Fluffy's spirits. If Fluffy was happy, so too would he be. Furthermore, he had come to realize that Kyle was correct. The atmosphere outside was indeed fraught with tension. Earlier, Professor Orin of the Defense Against the Dark Arts had visited the Forbidden Forest in search of teaching materials and had lamented to him that following the release of today's Daily Prophet, the Ministry had dispatched nearly all its enforcers to scour for those elusive magical creatures. Consequently, he could not procure the necessary texts for his classes and had to venture into the Forbidden Forest himself. Hagrid recalled how Professor Orin nearly exploded with rage when he spoke of this, cursing Fudge as a fool. At that moment, Hagrid found it merely amusing. However, in retrospect, he regretted not joining in the cursing. After all, he had purchased Fluffy in a pub, and there were many patrons present at the time. Though they were unaware of what he had actually bought, if any of them were unfortunate enough to be caught by the enforcers, they would undoubtedly insist that he had acquired a magical creature. For those individuals, it was a win-win situation. If they guessed correctly, they would gain favor, and if wrong, they would suffer no loss. Thus, to ensure Fluffy's safety and to avoid causing Dumbledore any trouble, he had no choice but to send Fluffy away. Surely, the enforcers would not venture into the Forbidden Forest. Of course, if they wished to do so, Hagrid would not impede them. There was no need for such a confrontation. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, one could encounter werewolves and sphinxes. What could be peculiar about an additional 3-headed dog? Meanwhile, back in the castle, Kyle sat in a corner of the common room, meticulously sifting through a collection of protective branches. I was just about to ask, Kana remarked, observing Kyle's actions with curiosity. What do you need those dry branches for? There are plenty in the kitchen that you could easily retrieve. They are not the same. These are protective branches, Kyle explained. The protective tree is a magical mountain pear tree that shields those who come into contact with its trunk from the attacks of dark creatures. Kana blinked, aware of this fact, but she questioned how it related to Kyle's gathering of branches. Branches and trunks are entirely different matters. Never mind, you will understand in due time. Kyle picked up a straight wooden stick and casually inquired, by the way, how did you know there were branches in the kitchen? Have you eaten there? Given the proximity of the kitchen, Kyle had certainly been there, but each time he approached the entrance, he was invariably surrounded by a throng of house elves. The stove was positioned deeper within, and to truly grasp its entirety, one would have to sit at the long tables. With the exuberance of those house elves, it was nearly impossible to reach that area without partaking in a meal, for they could easily drape an entire cow upon you midway through your journey. I haven't. I didn't. Don't be ridiculous. For some inexplicable reason, Kana's face flushed crimson, and she stammered. I was merely curious. I just wanted to take a look in the kitchen. I see. Kyle paid little heed to her words, continuing to sift through the protective branches. It was only after he had organized everything that he realized Kana had disappeared back to her dormitory at some point. Moreover, the common room was now vacant except for himself. It dawned on Kyle that tomorrow was the weekend. After a quick tidying up, he too returned to his dormitory, as he had no intention of staying up late. For Hufflepuff, the weekend was a significant occasion, heralding the commencement of the Quidditch matches, with their first game pitting them against Slytherin. The following day, in a fervor to support their house team, the Badgers rose before 8 o'clock. After a hearty breakfast, they donned their immaculate uniforms and, equipped with the banners they had prepared in advance, made their way to the Quidditch pitch punctually. Kyle was initially among them. But after breakfast, a plump ghost drifted before him. "Hello, Kyle. I hope I haven't interrupted your breakfast." "Good morning, sir," Kyle replied politely. "Would you like to join us for the Quidditch match? This year, Hufflepuff has a great chance of winning." "Not at all. In fact, I prefer gobstones." The rotund ghost lamented. "It's a pity that Hogwarts discontinued that game decades ago." "My apologies, sir," Kyle quickly responded. "I hope I haven't ruined your mood for today." "Of course not, my boy," the ghost chuckled. "The greatest advantage of being a ghost is that nothing could be worse than this. You need not concern yourself. However, you may need to delay your attendance at the match a bit longer, as Dumbledore is looking for you. He is in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, and the password is Butterbeer Fudge. Dumbledore was seeking him? This revelation took Kyle by surprise, and he curiously asked, "Sir, do you know what the headmaster wants with me?" "That I cannot say," the ghost shook his head. "I am merely relaying a message." "Very well, I shall go now. Farewell, sir." After bidding farewell to the ghost, Kyle made his way directly to the 8th floor. The headmaster's summons was surely essential. One could only hope it would not interfere with the Quidditch match. Although he had never before visited the headmaster's office, Kyle swiftly located the grotesque stone guardian thanks to his familiarity with the map. "Butterbeer Fudge," he uttered the password. The stone creature leapt aside, and the wall behind it split asunder, revealing a spiraling staircase that ascended slowly, akin to an escalator. Stepping onto the staircase, Kyle followed it to an oak door adorned with a doorknob shaped like a griffin. With a twinge of apprehension, he knocked gently upon the door, and the doorknob appeared to spring to life, flapping its wings to gradually pull the door open. It was indeed a fitting entrance for the headmaster's office, far more impressive than merely knocking on a wooden barrel. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Kyle curiously scanned his surroundings. The spacious circular room was filled with a myriad of whimsical sounds, and the table was cluttered with an assortment of peculiar silver artifacts that twirled and emitted wisps of smoke. Kyle was uncertain of their purpose, but they were certainly not humidifiers. Positioned against the wall was a stone basin inscribed with strange symbols, alongside a magnificent mirror, towering to the ceiling. The mirror's gilded frame shimmered, supported by two claw-like feet. Legend spoke of the Mirror of Arist, a renowned alchemical artifact that grants each person standing before it a glimpse of their deepest desires. It was indeed a marvel. Was this the mirror of the soul's reflection? Kyle suppressed the urge to glance into it, and redirected his gaze elsewhere. "You seem to recognize the Mirror of Arist," said Dumbledore, having appeared behind Kyle without notice. His voice gentle. "I am pleased to see you resist its allure. Many adult wizards falter before it. People often squander their time in its presence, entranced by what they see, occasionally to the brink of madness. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary distress, Headmaster," Kyle replied with a smile. "I am quite content with my current life." "A wise choice," Dumbledore remarked, circling around Kyle to gently caress the mirror's golden frame. "I must admit, in this regard, you surpass me, for even I cannot always resist the urge to take a peek." "And what did you see when you gazed into the mirror?" Kyle inquired at an opportune moment. "The essence of magic, perhaps? Or some more profound theory?" "You flatter me to the point of blushing, Kyle. I may not be as grand as you imagine. What I saw was merely myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks." "One can never have enough socks," Dumbledore winked. "As Christmas came and went, I received nary a single pair. Instead, people insisted on gifting me books." Kyle had reason to suspect that Dumbledore was subtly hinting at the notion of giving gifts. After all, there are less than 2 months until Christmas. While Kyle was contemplating whether to express his sentiments, Dumbledore had already returned to his desk, ordering himself a cup of red tea accompanied by a plate brimming with sugar cubes. "Would you care for something to drink, Kyle?" "Lemonade, please." Dumbledore nodded, and soon a large glass of lemonade appeared on the table. Upon tasting it, Kyle discovered it was merely the flavor of ordinary lemonade, devoid of any distinction one might expect in the headmaster's office. After he finished the entire glass, Dumbledore remained leisurely savoring his tea, showing no inclination to speak. The portraits of former headmasters on the wall remained silent as well, softly snoring in their frames, though occasionally one would half open an eye to surreptitiously observe him. In such an atmosphere, Kyle felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Just then, the whistle for a Quidditch match echoed from outside. Steadying himself, Kyle was the first to break the silence, asking, "Headmaster, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "Ah, look at me. So engrossed in my tea that I nearly forgot the matter at hand," Dumbledore chuckled. tapping his forehead before rising and leading Kyle to a tall, gilded perch by the door. There stood a resplendent phoenix, Fawkes, its feathers a brilliant shade of crimson. Fawkes has been rather irritable lately, Dumbledore lamented. The issue is, I am uncertain of the cause. Could you inquire on my behalf? Is that so? Kyle understood and turned his gaze towards Fawkes. He was aware that this phoenix could certainly comprehend Dumbledore's earlier words. Fawkes cast a glance at Kyle before shifting its gaze back to Dumbledore, displaying a distinctly disdainful expression on its avian face, reluctantly emitting a call. Kyle nodded in understanding. No wonder you were so upset. What did it say? Dumbledore inquired. Curiosity piqued. Although he possessed a remarkable talent for languages, even teaching himself Parseltongue and Gobbledygook, the language of the phoenix was notably obscure, making it challenging for him to grasp fully. Moreover, Fawkes' agitated speech seemed to carry a peculiar accent, further complicating comprehension. After careful consideration, Kyle articulated, Headmaster. Fawkes requests that you refrain from adding cockroaches to its food in the future. Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of disbelief. I always thought it would enjoy that. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Fawkes indignantly turned away, presenting its rear to him. It is a phoenix, not a chicken. How could it possibly relish insects? Dumbledore soon recognized his error and hastily apologized, attempting to rectify the previous misunderstanding. However, Fawkes ignored him. No matter where Dumbledore moved, the phoenix would promptly change direction, perpetually offering him only its backside, even covering its head with its wings, refusing to acknowledge anything he said. Finally, it was Kyle who presented his precious white bellflower and a single phoenix feather, which barely appeased the irate Fawkes. Do not misunderstand. This feather was not pilfered from the lounge. Instead, it was a reward he received for assisting Professor Sprout in tending to the greenhouse. Alas, before it could warm in his possession, it was consumed. Witnessing Fawkes devour it in mere bites tugged at Kyle's heartstrings. I knew seeking you out would be worthwhile, Dumbledore said cheerfully, patting Kyle on the shoulder. Without your intervention, it might have taken me quite some time to calm him down. It's nothing, Headmaster. Kyle replied with a forced smile. Is there anything else? If not, I would like to attend the Quidditch match. Kyle patted his shape-shifted lizard skin pouch. He had no desire to linger any longer. What if Fawkes felt unsatisfied and caused a ruckus again? He was merely a first-year wizard with no surplus herbs to spare. Besides, the phoenix was not his to manage. It was better left for Dumbledore to handle. There is one more small matter. Rest assured it will not take too much of your time. Dumbledore turned and retrieved a potion from the drawer behind his desk. This is a calming potion for Mickle. Dumbledore explained. I initially intended for Madame Pomfrey to deliver it, but I sensed he might be reluctant to visit the infirmary, and since you are here, you might as well take it back with you. Kyle accepted the potion, unable to restrain his curiosity. Headmaster, has Mickle still not learned to control his magical powers? It is not an easy feat, Dumbledore pondered. However, Pomona mentioned that his progress is swift. By the time he reaches second year, he should no longer require the calming potion. Kyle nodded in understanding. Remember, Dumbledore cautioned, I know Professor Snape's potion may not be particularly palatable, but it is vital for Mickle. Ensure he truly consumes it, and does not merely dispose of it carelessly. Rest assured, Headmaster, Mickle is my roommate, Kyle smiled. I will certainly see to it that he finishes it. Then I can rest easy, Dumbledore said, lifting his cup of tea once more. Now hurry to the match. It should not be over yet. Chapter 61, Conflict. As Kyle exited the headmaster's office, he found himself in possession of not only the calming potion but also a feather, a warm phoenix tail feather. This was a gift bestowed upon him by Fawkes as he prepared to depart. One bellflower exchanged for a fresh phoenix feather. Kyle found himself not at a loss, but rather profiting from the transaction. What a benevolent phoenix. After leaving the 8th floor, Kyle hurried towards the Quidditch pitch. However, upon his arrival, he was met with a hasty procession of young badgers carrying Cedric, rushing towards the hospital wing, all the while hurling insults. Those shameless Slytherins. Rude and unsportsmanlike, they are unworthy to play Quidditch. The Slytherin team's qualification should be revoked. At that moment, Cedric, being carried by the badgers, was clutching his head with one hand and cradling his right leg with the other, his expression a portrait of agony. Upon witnessing this, Kyle hurriedly followed suit. From the conversation among the badgers, it became evident that Cedric had sustained an injury, and it was the Slytherin players who were responsible. Kyle soon located Ryan and Mickle amidst the crowd, hastening toward them and patting one of them on the shoulder, inquiring what transpired on the field. Startled, Ryan turned around, exclaiming, Kyle, where have you been? Why have you only just arrived? The headmaster summoned me. I was in the headmaster's office, Kyle briefly explained before asking once more. Forget about me for now. How is Cedric? At the mention of Cedric, Ryan's face flushed with anger. It's those shameless Slytherins. You wouldn't believe it. Cedric was just about to catch the snitch, so close to victory. But that Slytherin captain took advantage of Cedric's focus on the snitch and delivered a punch to his head, knocking him right off his broom. Indeed, Mickle added furiously. Do you know what his excuse was? That shameless wretch told Madame Hooch he mistook Cedric's head for a bludger. This brutish fool, a half-grown gorilla, is utterly unfit to partake in such events. He should be expelled from the game. This isn't football, Mickle, Ryan reminded him. In Quidditch, players cannot be sent off. Mickle retorted, that doesn't mean Hufflepuff should only be awarded a free shot. That is utterly unjust. Through the heated exchanges between Ryan and Mickle, Kyle quickly grasped the unfolding events, confirming his earlier suspicions. When faced with the prospect of a fair defeat, resorting to underhanded tactics was quintessentially Slytherin. Before long, the group arrived at the hospital wing. Merlin's beard, what on earth happened? Madame Pomfrey appeared exceedingly irate, her nose likely fractured, and Cedric's right leg was completely broken. I do not comprehend why Hogwarts insists on hosting such perilous matches. Every year, individuals are brought here. It's a recurring tragedy. Within a mere second, Madame Pomfrey skillfully mended Cedric's shattered leg and promptly ushered everyone out. However, she retained Kyle, as the newly healed bone required time to stabilize. Cedric needed someone to tend to him. With other patients in the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey undoubtedly had her hands full. Among the gathered group, she held a faint recollection of Kyle, thus assigning the task to him. As she closed the door, she continued to cluck her tongue, lamenting the dangers of the sport and the incompetence of the teachers. Kyle settled beside Cedric's bed and poured him a glass of water, asking, how do you feel? My leg still aches a bit, Cedric replied. Cedric shifted his shoulder and remarked, but I feel much better now. Mrs. Pomfrey's skills are undoubtedly commendable. Had Cedric fractured his arm instead of his leg, he would likely be discharged by now. It is unfortunate, however, as we were leading by 30 points. Leaning against the pillow, Cedric sighed in frustration, saying, I wish I had paid more attention to my surroundings at that moment. Don't worry, it was just one match. Winning or losing is not of paramount importance, Kyle comforted him. Moreover, fouling is a tradition of Slytherin. Even if you evade them this time, they will trouble you later. If you continue to avoid them, you can forget about catching the golden snitch. True enough, Cedric said, running his fingers through his hair in distress. What about future matches? There are more encounters between Hufflepuff and Slytherin to come, at least 3 more, and I certainly do not wish to spend 3 more nights in the hospital. Fear not. Kyle replied after a moment's thought. You focus on your recovery, and I will handle the rest. Are you preparing to join the Quidditch team? Cedric exclaimed in surprise. What position are you aiming for? Surely not a beater? You're overthinking it, Kyle scoffed. The matches have already commenced, unless a player voluntarily withdraws. There is no chance for me to join. Hogwarts Quidditch regulations are quite clear. Each house has but one opportunity for recruitment, limited to the second week after the term begins. Typically, house captains select their players during the first weekend, submitting the names to Madame Hooch by the designated time in the second week. This allows new players 3 additional training sessions, and professors generally do not interfere with such matters. However, after the second week, Madame Hooch will not permit any additions to the team unless there is a vacancy due to a player's withdrawal. Such circumstances are rare, as resigning from the team is not a trivial matter. Only in cases of transfer, withdrawal from school, or unavoidable physical incapacity will Madame Hooch allow substitutions. Otherwise, the matter is non-negotiable. Madame Hooch's stance on this is resolute. Then you speak of handling things. You do not intend to provoke Slytherin, do you? Cedric suddenly appeared serious, adding, please do not engage in any actions that contravene school regulations. I merely sustained a leg injury. It is not that dire. Besides, you are only a first year. Most Slytherin players are 3rd years or above, and they would relish the opportunity to confront you. Professor Snape would not intervene, either. Hold on a moment, Kyle interjected, raising an eyebrow as Cedric's words grew increasingly absurd. What do you mean by 1st year and 3rd year? You cannot possibly think I am seeking a duel with them, can you? Isn't that the case? Cedric's expression faltered in confusion. Dream on, Kyle retorted. Kyle cast a disdainful glance at him. I think it is necessary for Madame Pomfrey to come back and examine your mind. Chapter 62. The tense atmosphere of the hospital wing. In the hospital wing, Cedric and Kyle stared at each other, their eyes locked in a moment of awkwardness. More accurately, it was Cedric who felt the discomfort. Had he not been confined to a hospital bed, he might have been busy chiseling out a second Hogwarts castle on the floor. It's better this way. Cedric turned his head away, attempting to feign calmness as he spoke. Kyle cleared his throat and said earnestly, Cedric, why would you want to challenge them to a duel? Let us not forget that we are Hufflepuffs, renowned for our honesty and exemplary conduct at Hogwarts. Such thoughts are perilous. Consider Professor Sprout. If she were to learn of your impetuousness and disregard for rules, she would undoubtedly be disappointed. I'm not. I never thought that, Cedric retorted angrily, feeling embarrassed. The truth was, upon his arrival, he had overheard several voices discussing a one-on-one duel with Slytherins, and there were quite a few of them. However, in his pain-ridden state, with his legs and head throbbing, he had been too dazed to voice his concerns against such recklessness. Now, recalling the incident, he instinctively assumed Kyle shared the same sentiments. You need not rush to explain. I understand. Kyle, without glancing at Cedric, continued, after sustaining such severe injuries, it is normal to speak impulsively in the heat of the moment. Just remember to be more cautious in the future. Here, have a chocolate frog. Earlier, the Badgers had left behind a few consolation gifts before departing the hospital wing. Nothing extravagant. Merely some common snacks that they had prepared for the match. Kyle selected a chocolate frog, unwrapped it, and handed it over. I've already told you. I never thought that way. Wait a moment. Just as Cedric was about to clarify, he suddenly noticed the trading card in Kyle's hand. What do you have there? Kyle slipped the card into his pocket, maintaining his composure as he replied, just an ordinary card, Nicholas Flamel. I happen to not have him. That's not right. Cedric sat up. I saw it. That is not Nicholas Flamel, it is Agrippa, though it was merely a fleeting glance. Cedric had indeed caught sight of the golden card Kyle held. This card was crafted through a special alchemical process, employed by the Chocolate Frog Company to prevent counterfeiting. Overseen by a renowned alchemist. With this layer of protection, duplication spells or summoning charms would prove ineffective, and its efficacy surpassed even that of engravings on galleons. Among the entire collection of chocolate frog cards, only one was made using this technique, the exceedingly rare Cornelius Agrippa. Realizing this, Cedric immediately reached out, saying, "Give it back to me. That chocolate frog was meant for me, and consequently, the card within is rightfully mine." Having failed to deceive, Kyle decided to drop the act and boldly declared, "However, it was I who dismantled it. If it were in your hands, you would likely have only managed to acquire a single Dumbledore card. The matter of who dismantled it was irrelevant. It remained there, and regardless of who took it apart, it was still an Agrippa." Cedric, exasperated, retorted, "You must return it to me. I'm merely one card away from completing the entire set." "No," Kyle replied, clutching his pocket tightly. "I too am merely one card short." They glared at each other, the atmosphere thick with tension, reminiscent of their earlier encounter on the train. However, this time, Kyle clearly held the upper hand. He provocatively shot a glance at Cedric before striding to the hospital entrance, opening the door and stepping outside. Then he re-entered. Exiting again, he returned once more. Cedric was taken aback. He had not anticipated Kyle would resort to such unsporting behavior, mocking him, a patient with a broken leg. "Enough with the jesting," Kyle said, observing Cedric's labored breathing. He approached the bedside and retrieved the Agrippa card from his pocket. "I truly cannot part with this. I have my own use for it," Kyle stated earnestly. "I must admit, Slytherin is rather fortunate. I had been troubled about my next steps. And this card has arrived just in time." "Slytherin?" Cedric set down his shoes, perplexed. "Is your plan related to this card?" Kyle nodded. "This is Agrippa, after all." Cedric sighed, murmuring, "If I could just obtain an Agrippa card, I would endure a few more falls without complaint. It's merely a card. Look at your lamentable state." Kyle scoffed. "To put it mildly, this is about avenging you. To put it more gravely, it concerns Hufflepuff's chance at the Quidditch Cup." "Is one Agrippa card truly more significant than the Quidditch Cup?" Cedric questioned softly. "Well, that's not the case," he conceded. "Then that settles it," Kyle replied. Cedric regarded him thoughtfully, sensing something amiss. Kyle's demeanor was unusually serious, which was inherently suspicious. Cedric harbored grave doubts that Kyle was attempting to deceive him, or that perhaps the Agrippa card was never part of Kyle's original plan. Yet, he possessed no proof. "How about you simply give me the Agrippa card?" Cedric suggested after a moment's contemplation. "Even if just for one night, I would have had my moment. I can return it to you after I am discharged tomorrow. Or we could execute the plan together." "Unnecessary. Such tedious work is better suited for me," Kyle replied, thumping his chest with a sense of righteousness. "Your sole task now is to recuperate properly." It was evident to Cedric that Kyle was indeed deceiving him. Narrowing his eyes, he picked up the shoe from the floor. When he looked up again, Kyle had already dashed out of the hospital. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey approached, carrying a tray. "What do you need those shoes for?" Madame Pomfrey furrowed her brow and remarked, "Bones take time to heal. You must remain here for the night." "I understand, madam. I apologize." Cedric managed to force a smile as he placed the shoe back down. "Honestly, what is with these young wizards, each more troublesome than the last?" Madame Pomfrey expertly bandaged his right leg and then produced a chocolate frog card, placing it on the bedside. "I found this beside your bed. Remember not to leave your belongings scattered about." Cedric's heart suddenly raced with excitement as he looked at the card. On it, a kindly, silver-haired gentleman gazed back at him. However, the warmth in Cedric's heart swiftly dissipated upon recognizing the figure. Nicholas Flamel, acclaimed as the most renowned alchemist of contemporary times, known for his significant contributions. Damn it. Cedric glared with gritted teeth towards the entrance of the hospital wing, wishing he could rush out and deliver a beating to someone. Yet, upon noticing Madame Pomfrey nearby, that thought quickly extinguished. Reluctantly, he unwrapped the remaining 2 chocolate frogs, hoping to find another card featuring Agrippa. A minute later, Cedric sighed deeply, tucking the 2 Dumbledore cards under his pillow. Chapter 63. Why is there still sweetness? Rest assured, Cedric is fine. Madame Pomfrey assured that he would be discharged by tomorrow morning. Once they returned to the Hufflepuff common room, Kyle promptly shared the good news. The Badgers had not ventured anywhere after leaving the hospital wing. They had been waiting right there, and the Quidditch players had also arrived, albeit with rather grim expressions. The loss of Cedric, their seeker, due to injury dealt a severe blow to the team's morale. Although a substitute had taken his place, they ultimately lost the match. 60 to 220, trailing by a considerable 160 points. Fortunately, Cedric's condition was not severe, which was a small consolation. Thank goodness, said Jazel, a 7th-year student, relieved. If that's the case, he might still make it to afternoon practice. Jazel's greatest wish was to bring home a Quidditch cup for Hufflepuff before graduation. Damn it! Captain Harris angrily slammed his fist against the wall, exclaiming, "This cannot go unaddressed." Indeed, there must be accountability, someone interjected indignantly. How dare Slytherin so brazenly assault our seeker? This is a blatant disrespect towards you, Captain. I cannot tolerate this. Captain, someone whispered, I've heard that a member of the Slytherin team will be visiting Hogsmeade tomorrow. Perhaps we could. Silence, Henry. Harris shot him a glare. Remember, do not lay a hand on any Slytherin players. I will handle this matter. Not far away. Cal glanced back at Harris after hearing his words. This captain still had his wits about him. At this moment, it would indeed be unwise to openly provoke Slytherin. Currently, Hufflepuff's points are only about 10 points shy of Slytherin, a negligible gap. If Snape were to seize an opportunity, he would undoubtedly relish the chance to deduct 100 points from Hufflepuff. Of course, if deducting those points could serve as a means of venting his frustrations, it wouldn't be too troubling, for Hufflepuff is indifferent to such matters. However, the fear lies in the possibility of not only failing to retaliate, but also losing points, which would be rather disheartening. The likelihood of such an occurrence is not insignificant. Cal speculated that some professor might be closely monitoring them. Perhaps even the news of the Slytherin player's trip to Hogsmeade was leaked by this very individual. Shaking his head, Kyle decided to cease listening and called upon Mikkel and Ryan to return to the dormitory together. Kyle, what is it that cannot be discussed outside? Mikkel had just been engaged in a lively discussion about Quidditch with others when Kyle summoned him back to the dormitory, and he felt a twinge of reluctance. Gazing at the poster of the Vimborn Wasps by Kyle's bed, he remarked wistfully, I never realized how fascinating Quidditch could be. It's a pity first years are not allowed to join the team. Next year, I shall definitely sign up. What about you two? Care to join me? With that, Mikkel closed his eyes, relishing the vision of soaring on a broomstick across the Quidditch pitch, catching the golden snitch amidst thunderous applause, with everyone chanting his name. The exhilaration was unparalleled. Wake up. There will be time for dreams later. A cold, indifferent voice abruptly pulled him from his reverie. Quidditch can wait until next year. You have more pressing matters at hand. As Mikkel opened his eyes, Kyle extended a bottle of blue potion toward him. Here, it's time for your medication. Upon seeing the anti-nausea potion, Michael's grin vanished. No way. I just took it a few days ago, he retorted emphatically. Was it 60 days ago? Kyle inquired. You know it's every 2 months, right? Has it really been 2 months? That is so fast. Mikkel was still somewhat incredulous. The nauseating taste was indelibly etched in his memory, as if it had occurred just yesterday. Perhaps you've forgotten, Ryan interjected quietly. Halloween just passed 2 days ago. Prompted by Ryan's comment, Mikkel swiftly confronted the reality. Indeed, Halloween has come and gone. That makes it 2 months, doesn't it? All right, you're right, Mikkel conceded, his gaze drifting. However, I have something to attend to shortly, so please just leave it on the table. I'll take it when I return this evening. Fine, just don't forget, Kyle replied as he placed the potion on the table. Mikkel visibly relaxed upon seeing it. Don't worry, I won't forget. I'm off to the library to finish my homework. See you tonight. With that, he made his way toward the exit. Kyle, behind him, quietly drew his wand. Bind swiftly. The tip of the wand emitted a thick rope, binding Mikkel firmly. What are you doing? What do you intend to do? Mikkel struggled vigorously. Yet all was in vain. He could only watch helplessly as Kyle approached, holding the suppressive potion, step by step. Don't come any closer. Please, don't. Do not blame me. I am pained by this as well, Kyle replied sincerely as he reached Michael's side. But alas, this is the task assigned to me by Professor Dumbledore, and I must see it through. I'll be fine, truly. Mikkel felt a flicker of hope, and quickly interjected. Professor Sprout has said my progress is rapid. Such incidents will not happen again. That was a Lumos spell. We have now learned the levitation charm. I can manage without my wand. Mikkel continued to struggle, insisting, surely I can do without my wand. Kyle shook his head. Not using a wand in charms class is akin to playing Quidditch without a broom. Kyle exchanged a glance with Ryan, who understood immediately and rolled up his sleeves to assist. Together, they successfully administered the potion, wasting none of it. Holding the empty vial, Ryan curiously inquired. What exactly is this? It's a suppressive potion, a highly valuable elixir. Valuable? Indeed, Kyle pondered before adding. To put it into perspective, if one were to purchase such a potion outside of Hogwarts, it would cost at least 50 galleons, and that would be for the lowest quality. 50 galleons. Ryan swallowed hard. His wand cost merely 7 galleons, and this single vial could purchase 7 wands. However, that potion was brewed personally by Professor Snape, Kyle continued. A potion master's creation like his would fetch at least double the price in Diagon Alley, 100 galleons. This revelation caused even Mikkel, who had been feigning indifference on the floor, to sit up. Had he just consumed something worth 100 galleons? He smacked his lips, detecting a hint of sweetness lingering on his palate. Chapter 64. You won't even call us seniors. In the evening, within an empty classroom at Hogwarts, the flickering yellow oil lamps cast uneven shadows of the three individuals present upon the walls. I am delighted that you came to seek us out, Kyle. But this is beyond our capacity. Fred kept his head bowed, concealing himself in the shadows. We have known each other for so many years. Yet this is the first time since your arrival at Hogwarts that you have approached us for assistance. I can scarcely recall the last time we dined together. Last Wednesday, Kyle replied, pausing briefly as he faced him. You wish to sell my assignments to the first years of Gryffindor. My friend, you were quite resolute in your refusal at that time, George stated flatly. You have no idea how heartbroken we were when we left. I simply do not wish to endure Professor McGonagall's detention, Kyle said. Selling assignments in bulk? How clever of you to come up with that. Do you truly consider Professor McGonagall to be wrong? You fail to notice even such trivial matters? Ahem. Well, even if your argument holds merit. Fred lifted his gaze to meet Kyle's and said, why are you not worried about the possibility of Professor McGonagall discovering us today? This task is hardly challenging. You could easily undertake it yourself or simply enlist someone from Hufflepuff, could you not? We are under close scrutiny from Snape. I see. When it comes to dirty work, we spring to mind. George sighed. You found your place in Hufflepuff. You enjoy it there, and both the professors and students appreciate you. To be frank, you might not even require our friendship, and you've never shown the inclination to refer to us as seniors. Enough chatter. Are we doing this or not? Kyle said, a twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his impatience. I will count to 3. If you do not respond, I shall seek others. 1. George exclaimed, look, he is actually threatening us. Indeed, Fred, we do not fall for such tactics. 2. I believe you could count a bit faster. Kyle remained silent, merely reaching into his pocket to retrieve a glimmering card, waving it tantalizingly before Fred and George. 3. We're in. Fred and George appeared on either side of Kyle. Their faces instantly brightened with smiles. Kyle, was that card you held in Ajalaba? Kyle nodded. Fred eagerly said, may I have another look? Just one glance. Kyle once more produced the rare card, waving it before the two. Fred and George's eyes widened, their gazes following the card as it swayed with Kyle's arm. After about 10 seconds, Kyle tucked the card away and addressed the two. Did you catch a glimpse of the Ajalaba? Upon completion, before he could finish, George exclaimed in delight, are you giving it to us? Dream on. Kyle replied, upon completion, I could lend it to you for 10 minutes. 10 days. Fred frowned. 9 minutes. No, at least a week, George interjected. 5 minutes. 1 day, that is our bottom line. Both declared in unison. Deal. Kyle extended his hand, and they exchanged a high five. With the agreement sealed, it was time to deliberate over the specifics of the plan. In truth, they had never intended to decline. Fred grinned as he patted Kyle's shoulder. We are always eager to lend our services, especially if it means bringing misfortune to Slytherin. However, the props will need to be provided by you. George added, those items require customization and are exceedingly expensive. We cannot afford them. Naturally, I had already prepared for that, Kyle stated as he laid a stack of golden galleons on the table. Here are 20 galleons in total. That should suffice for those 2 items. Completely sufficient. Fred picked up the galleons from the table, delicately rubbing them in his hands, having never before witnessed such a vast sum of money. Although he was aware that Kyle had recently made a considerable profit from selling maps, that was merely speculation. The sensation of seeing such a pile of galleons amassed before him was entirely different. Is selling maps truly this lucrative? Kyle, George gazed at the substantial heap of golden galleons, seemingly on the verge of speaking. Kyle cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Never mind, we shall discuss it later. After pondering for a moment, George shook his head and continued, if it were 20 galleons, Zoko would undoubtedly deliver the items you requested on time. Kyle paid little heed to this, and after discussing some specific details with the two, he prepared to depart. I can hardly contain my excitement, Fred exclaimed. Slytherin is truly in for a misfortune for having crossed you. Kyle shot him a sidelong glance, cautioning, do not speak nonsense. I am not involved in this. I know nothing. Crafty Joba. Foolish Weasley. After bidding farewell to Fred and George, Kyle did not immediately return to the Hufflepuff common room, but instead wandered aimlessly along the corridors of the castle on the 3rd floor for a while. He needed to locate a particular ghost. The fat friar had informed him that this spirit preferred to linger near the defense against the dark arts classroom. However, after meandering for over 10 minutes, Kyle had encountered nothing, just as he was about to head back and return the following morning. A balloon filled with liquid unexpectedly soared towards the back of his head. Kyle barely tilted his head aside, narrowly avoiding it. The balloon struck the ground, releasing a foul odor. Pesky first-year brat, roaming at night. TSK, mischievous one, you're going to get caught. Suddenly, a small imp appeared midair. with a pair of wicked black eyes and a wide mouth, floating cross-legged while clutching 2 additional balloons. Should I inform Filch? Silly fool and little brat. This is too amusing. Kyle stood still, watching him with interest, inquiring, "Are you Peeves?" For a fleeting moment, a hint of confusion flickered in Peeves' tiny black eyes, but it swiftly transformed into anger. The imp, seeing that Kyle did not flee, felt utterly disrespected. How could he tolerate this? He hurled the remaining 2 balloons at Kyle, exclaiming, "Indeed, I am the great Peeves. I shall inform Filch of your nocturnal escapades. He will have you locked up." With utmost seriousness, he declared, "I will tell him this is for your own good, you know?" Kyle drew his wand, swatting the 2 balloons aside, calmly responding, "I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. But there are still 5 minutes until curfew, so this does not qualify as roaming. Besides, I specifically came to find you." "You specifically came to find me?" Pippi Gouet was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed rare to encounter a young wizard at Hogwarts who would take the initiative to seek him out. "Yes," Kyle remarked, glancing around before lowering his voice. "I have an idea, and I wonder if you might be interested in participating." Chapter 65. A New Broomstick, the Nimbus 2000? The following evening, to celebrate Cedric's discharge from the hospital, the Hufflepuff players organized a small gathering in the common room after their training session. The news of Cedric's recovery was undoubtedly a boon for the team. Their captain, Harris, had even procured some butterbeer from Hogsmeade, indulging alongside the others. Primarily, it was his own desire for a drink. As the team captain, Harris bore an exceptional amount of pressure. Particularly after the first round of matches, he was increasingly distressed, with worries causing him to lose hair in clumps. Their opponents were formidable. The quality of the Gryffindor players was unparalleled, with scarcely any weaknesses. Slytherin was well-equipped and unscrupulous in their tactics. Ravenclaw had 7 competent members. For Hufflepuff, Cedric's genius as a seeker represented their singular hope for victory. Harris raised his butterbeer and clinked it with Cedric S., assuring him, "Rest assured, such a situation will not arise again. I plan to assign a beater specifically to safeguard your safety. If the Slytherins dare to lay a hand on you again, that hefty bat will find its way to their faces first." Cedric frowned, not entirely in agreement with this approach. With only 2 beaters available, dedicating one to his protection would diminish the offensive advantage of the Seekers. If the opposing team were to establish a significant lead, even if he were to catch the golden snitch, it would be of little consequence. It seemed a case of more loss than gain. Cedric conveyed his concerns to Harris. "You need not worry about this," Harris pondered before responding. "This is merely a preliminary plan, and we can refine it during practice matches." Cedric attempted to dissuade Harris several more times, hoping to persuade him to abandon the idea, but to little avail. Regardless of how sound his reasoning, Harris would simply counter with, "We'll discuss it after the practice match." Upon realizing that he could not sway Harris's decision, Cedric chose to remain silent. "Then we shall revisit this matter after the practice match." Kyle also partook in the festivities, though not being a member of the team. He felt no obligation to consider such matters, instead focusing solely on enjoying the feast. He was somewhat curious about the taste of butterbeer. However, just as he reached for it, an upperclassman intercepted him, citing the rule that 5th years and below were prohibited from consuming alcohol. This left Kyle feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet there was little he could do, as even the guest of honor, Cedric, was only drinking pumpkin juice. After the gathering concluded, everyone returned to their dormitories. The following days unfolded in a manner most ordinary. Kyle, like other young wizards, attended classes, dined, and visited the library to complete assignments as if nothing had transpired. Even Fred and George of Gryffindor had notably calmed down, managing to lose only 10 points over the course of several days. This brought immense satisfaction to Professor McGonagall, who softened her previously stern demeanor towards them. This state of affairs continued until mid-November, coinciding with the commencement of the second Quidditch match. On that weekend morning, a piece of gossip suddenly spread throughout Hogwarts. "Have you heard? The Gryffindor team has acquired a new broom." In the Great Hall, a first-year Slytherin was sharing this news with others. "A new broom?" The Slytherin team captain, 7th-year Seamus Rosiel, darkened at the revelation. With the match against Gryffindor scheduled for that afternoon, the arrival of a new broom was certainly not fortuitous. However, the news did not end there. The student continued, "I also heard it's not just any broom, but the yet-to-be-released Nimbus 2000. Nimbus 2000? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. "That's impossible. My uncle works in the Department of Magical Sports and cannot even obtain a Nimbus 2000. How could those Gryffindors manage it?" At that moment, another voice chimed in. "I heard Bill Weasley got it from Egypt. Apparently, he did the Nimbus Company a significant favor." Damn Weasley. Someone angrily slammed their fist on the table. What would happen to the afternoon's match? The performance of the Nimbus 2000 would undoubtedly surpass that of the Nimbus 1700 we were using. The Slytherin student who had initially spoken stood up, declaring, "I will write to my uncle immediately to see if he can procure a Nimbus 2000 as well." Is there enough time? It should be possible. Meanwhile, the members of the Slytherin team, upon hearing this, wore grim expressions and found it difficult to eat. Rosiel overturned his plate in fury, exclaiming, "Damn it, Why does this have to happen now? Slytherin and Gryffindor were long-standing rivals, and he could not bear the thought of losing to that group in the match. Do not panic. The authenticity of the news remains uncertain, someone calmly analyzed. The Nimbus 2000 is not a mere toy. It cannot simply be given away, and the timing of this news is highly suspicious, likely fabricated to mislead us. Suddenly, a wave of gasps erupted in the Great Hall. Look, what is that? As if in defiance of Rosiel's words, 6 long-eared owls flew in, carrying a slender package that landed on the Gryffindor table. From its appearance, it was almost certain to be a flying broom. Due to the tightly packed nature of the surroundings, they could discern that the tail of the broom was slightly longer than that of the Nimbus 1700, and its design differed from the models available on the market. The Weasley twins were animatedly discussing with others while holding the parcel. Although the distance made it difficult to hear their conversation, it was evident that the group was brimming with excitement. The Quidditch players occasionally cast peculiar glances in their direction, which made Rosie feel as though they were mocking him, a sensation he found intolerable. Just as he was about to vent his frustrations by flipping over his plate, he realized that his table was already devoid of any food. Consequently, he decided to turn over the plate of a nearby first-year student. Everyone was eager to gather information. Rosie gritted his teeth and declared, by any means necessary, we must ascertain whether that item is indeed a Nimbus 2000. And if it is, someone inquired, then I'll write home and find a way to acquire one. Rosie bellowed, what are you waiting for? Go. The Slytherin players dispersed in a flurry, and the other younger members swiftly followed suit, not wishing to remain and incur his wrath. At that moment, Rosie was in a foul mood, and they had no desire to provoke his ire. In contrast to the agitated atmosphere of Slytherin, the mood in Gryffindor was much more jubilant, especially after witnessing Rosie storm out of the hall in a fit of rage, which only elicited louder laughter from them. George, is that the Nimbus 2000? Once the Slytherins had vacated, a dark-skinned boy with long hair eagerly approached the twins, urging, what are we waiting for? Let us see it. His words were met with enthusiastic agreement from the others. Indeed, hurry and unveil it for us. Merlin S. Beard, this must be the finest broom available. Even professional teams might not possess a Nimbus 2000. However, despite the crowd's encouragement, Fred and George showed no inclination to open the parcel. George disdainfully glanced at his side and remarked, Hey, Lee Jordan, I'm Fred. Can you not tell us apart yet? Apologies, Fred, I can see, Lee replied. No, I am Fred, the genuine Fred interjected, draping his arm around Lee's shoulders. How could you fall for such a simple trick? Quite frankly, I am starting to doubt whether you are truly our best friend. Poor Lee Jordan was utterly bewildered. He gazed at the two identical faces beside him, unable to discern any differences whatsoever. They appeared to be mere copies. All right, Fred and George, I sincerely apologize, Lee sighed, shaking his head. Regardless of who you are, could you please let me have just one glimpse of the Nimbus 2000? Just one. I beg you. On a typical day, Lee Chiaodan would undoubtedly point an accusatory finger at the twins, deriding their tiresome sense of humor and peppering his remarks with slang insults. Yet, in this instance, he refrained from such behavior. Instead, he offered a direct apology, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. There was no choice. One must bow under the eaves. As a devoted Quidditch enthusiast, the allure of a yet-to-be-released broomstick was simply too great for him to resist, should he fail to catch even a glimpse. He would undoubtedly spend the night in restless insomnia. What was a Firebolt 2000? Fred glanced at him and remarked, I can't fathom what you're saying. Our broomsticks are clearly the antiquated Clean Sweep 5. I know, Lee Chiaodan replied, glancing around. But now that Slytherin has departed, we are in the company of our own kind. A mere glance should pose no danger. Fred and George fell into a contemplative silence. Perhaps we should return to the common room, one suggested, where it would surely be safer to observe. You cannot be serious, a small Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw which protested. We wish to see as well. Yet, at that moment, no one cared for their opinions. The Gryffindors surged around the twins, hastily exiting the hall. However, upon reaching the portrait of the fat lady, they discovered to their dismay that Fred and George had inexplicably vanished. They must have slipped away while ascending the stairs. Lee Chiaodan felt a surge of indignation. How outrageous. They are even wary of their own. By midday, the atmosphere at the Slytherin table remained tense. They had scoured Hogwarts throughout the morning. Yet not a trace of Fred and George could be found. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Additionally, those who had sent letters home had yielded no results. Some irritable parents even berated them in their replies, insisting they focus on their studies rather than indulge in fanciful notions. Rosie was among them. A Firebolt 2000? I possess a Firebolt 2100, do you want it? He crumpled the letter in his hand, poised to discard it, when a sudden thought struck him, causing him to retract his hand and angrily demand, Is there still no news? The people around him exchanged glances, each remaining silent. Useless. Just as Rosie was about to upend the table, a Slytherin player hurried over. Captain, I have news. Marcus Flint grinned, revealing a set of prominent teeth. While passing the Quidditch pitch, I noticed the Gryffindor team gathered there. They must be attempting to secretly test the performance of their brooms while we dine in the hall. Rosie lifted his head. Indeed. The Gryffindor team was absent from the hall. Captain, shall we go and investigate? Marcus inquired tentatively. Let us move, Rosie declared without hesitation, leading a group toward the Quidditch pitch. As Marcus had remarked, indeed, the members of Gryffindor were present. Yet they were not engaged in training or testing the capabilities of their brooms. Rather, they were embroiled in a brawl. More specifically, it was the Weasley twins who were at odds, while the others attempted to mediate. Witnessing this spectacle, Marcus was ecstatic. Discord within Gryffindor? With the match scheduled for the afternoon, such internal strife among their adversaries was a tremendous boon for Slytherin. Moreover, Rozier had discovered that the package delivered by Owl that morning was inexplicably located near their corridor, unattended by any watchful eyes. A minute later, the Slytherin members departed from the Quidditch pitch, huddling closely together to obscure the individual they surrounded. They did not return to the Great Hall for their meal, nor did they retreat to the common room. Instead, they casually sought out an empty classroom to enter. Once the door was securely closed, they dispersed, revealing the person they had encircled and the elongated package he clutched. Captain, is it safe to hide here? Marcus inquired, a hint of unease in his tone. I believe it would be wiser to place it directly in the common room. Before he could finish his thought, Rozier delivered a swift kick to his leg. It was not as if he intended to steal a broom. He merely wished to conceal it before the match, ensuring that Gryffindor would be rendered incapable of utilizing it. What good would it do to place it in the common room? What if someone inadvertently let the information slip? The notion that Slytherin was pilfering brooms? If that rumor got out, Professor Snape would be the first to exact punishment. Rozier scanned the room and noted that the dust-covered tables bore testament to prolonged disuse. This will suffice. Just remember to hide it well, he instructed. Yet no one moved. All stood frozen in place, fixated on the individual holding the package. After a lengthy silence, someone finally proposed, why not open it for a look? What if it's not a broom? We would have toiled for naught. The others nodded in agreement. No, we cannot open it. Rozier decisively refused, snatching the package and setting it aside. He understood Gryffindor better than to take chances. If the information were false, the contents of the package would surely not be anything benign. Thus, it was best left untouched. Huh, clever little imp. A pale goblin suddenly appeared outside the window. Begone, Peeves. Rozier admonished sternly. Rude little spectre, you shall face consequences. Enraged, Peeves shattered the glass and hurled a water-filled balloon into the room. The balloon did not strike anyone but landed squarely upon the package. For reasons unknown, whether due to water or some other cause, the package began to swell dramatically. I knew that cursed Peeves would cause trouble, Rozier exclaimed as he turned to leave, only to find the door jammed, utterly unyielding. He brandished his wand and incanted, Reducto. With a resounding bang. With a resounding explosion, the package finally detonated, releasing an overwhelming stench that swiftly engulfed the entire classroom. Chapter 67, Snape's Reaction. As it was only halfway through lunch, numerous students remained in the hall, merrily gathered with friends, indulging in delectable fried pork chops and roasted potatoes. However, at that moment, an unbearable odor wafted in from outside. The young wizards seated closest to the door were the first to suffer. Caught unawares, they nearly retched all over the table. Damn it! Who threw a dung bomb in the corridor? Bellowed a Gryffindor with a prefect badge. His outburst proved fortuitous, at least alerting those inside to the source of the foulness. Within moments, they too detected the rancid scent. Chaos erupted in the hall. Students abandoned their meals, clamoring to escape outside. Yet upon exiting, they discovered the odor outside was even more potent. Returning was no longer an option, and they could only muster the courage to flee towards their respective common rooms. Amid the pandemonium, Percy keenly observed that his two twin brothers appeared to be absent from the hall. Fred, George, it must be you two, Percy deduced, pushing through the throng, furious as he made his way to the Gryffindor common room. I must write to Mother. What? Dear brother, do you intend to tell Mother? At that moment, two identical figures abruptly emerged from around the corner, effectively blocking his path. George chuckled, before you write to Mother, could you enlighten us on what transpired in the hall? We were only gone a moment. How did it become so lively? Stop pretending. You surely know the mischief you've caused, Percy retorted angrily. Throwing dung bombs throughout the castle has affected nearly every student. You'll get Gryffindor a hefty deduction in points. Wait a moment, Fred interjected, equally irate. Even if you are our beloved brother, you cannot so falsely accuse us. Indeed, George nodded solemnly. We were at the Quidditch pitch. How could we possibly have had time to throw dung bombs in the castle? No more excuses, Percy insisted. Ask around. All the players can attest to our whereabouts. Fred, frustrated, interrupted. You should have asked first. George cast a disappointed glance at Percy. I never imagined you would slander your own brothers for the sake of glory. I will certainly write to Mother about this. With that, the two turned and walked away. Percy watched their retreating figures, recalling their earlier fervent declarations, and suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that he had misjudged them? Raking his fingers through his hair, he worried they might indeed write to Mother about him, prompting him to chase after them. But he could not bring himself to do so, left to stand there in turmoil. Meanwhile, Fred and George, having moved out of Percy's sight, were already in fits of laughter. Fred inhaled deeply, a hint of intoxication lacing his words as he remarked, "Truly, the 20-gallon quality dung bomb is unmatched in its aroma. It's a scent beyond comparison. To be precise, it should be 19 gallons and 10 sickles." George interjected, "Let us not forget the substantial bag of pop balloons." "Apologies. I had overlooked that," Fred replied with a touch of confusion. "But what use could Kyle have for balloons? They burst at the slightest touch and are the most rudimentary of prank items." "Who knows?" George shrugged. "Perhaps they serve some other purpose." As they conversed, the pair soon became entwined in the throng of chaos surrounding them. Along their path, they encountered Kyle. The three exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging one another without uttering a word. Upon Kyle's return to the common room, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered. The Slytherin Quidditch team members, including Rocher and Marcus, were present. A senior student lounged on the central sofa, declaring they were playing with dung bombs in an empty classroom on the second floor and accidentally blew the door open, which caught Peeves' attention. Consequently, Peeves raised a ruckus in the corridor, drawing a crowd, and now Rocher and the others have been taken to Professor Snape's office by Filch. Yet, they claim to be the victims. This final assertion was one they chose to believe. After all, Rocher was a 7th year. It was improbable that he had locked himself in a derelict classroom to play with dung bombs. One could easily surmise he had been set up. However, this matter was of no concern to them. Nearby, Harris took a hearty gulp of pumpkin juice, reveling in their misfortune as he chuckled. They had it coming. Among the crowd, someone expressed concern. "Do you think Professor Snape will suspect us?" "Let him suspect. It wasn't us who did it," Harris replied nonchalantly. "Besides, our conflict with Rocher dates back a week. Comparatively, the Gryffindors bear greater suspicion. It must be the Gryffindors." In the potions office, Rocher trembled. "Marcus and the others have been taken away for detention, leaving only me here." He stood in the corner, his complexion pallid, appearing utterly dejected. The dung bomb incident was only part of his woes. He was also freezing. When Filch had brought him here, Snape had doused him with clean water 3 times, forbidding him from using any charms to dry his clothes. Only in this manner could the stench be somewhat mitigated. The potions office, adjacent to the underground classroom, was naturally chilly, and with November's biting winds, the chill was unbearable. In mere minutes, a thin layer of ice began to form on Rocher's garments. "You needn't inform me of that," Snape remarked coldly, casting a piercing glance at him. "What I cannot comprehend is how you could be so foolish. And on a firebolt 2000 no less. Did you lend it to a troll?" "Professor, I did not intend to open it," Roger stammered. "I merely wished to conceal it." But unexpectedly, Peeves appeared. After providing a brief account of the events, omitting certain trivial details, Roger successfully crafted himself into a captain deeply concerned for the honor of Slytherin. Upon hearing this, Snape regarded him with an impassive expression and inquired, "Is everything you said true?" "Indeed, it is true," Roger affirmed steadfastly. "I assure you, Professor." "Very well. At least you are not entirely foolish," Snape retorted, tossing him a vial of potion. "Go find Filch." Feeling a surge of relief, Roger accepted the potion and promptly ingested it. The purple liquid tasted far from pleasant, causing him to cough violently, his complexion paling further. Frankly, the flavor was scarcely better than that of a dung bomb. Chapter 68. Snape's Intuition. Before the afternoon Quidditch match commenced, Snape sought out Madame Hooch, feigning concern for the well-being of his players and requesting a postponement of the match. Madame Hooch, seemingly aware of the events that transpired at noon, readily acquiesced and prepared to have Ravenclaw replace Slytherin. "Madame Hooch, I believe Gryffindor is also unfit to participate today." Snape glanced toward the Gryffindor team. "I have matters to discuss with the Weasley twins. Can it not wait until after the match?" Madame Hooch frowned. "If both teams are replaced, the event will be completely disrupted. Rescheduling would be quite troublesome." Snape drawled, "The matter is urgent, Madame Hooch." "Very well." Though reluctant, Madame Hooch recognized Snape as a legitimate professor and the head of house, thus granting him the authority to intervene in the Quidditch match. However, she cautioned, "Professor Snape, I hope such a situation does not arise again. Rescheduling a match is indeed a hassle. Trust me, I too wish to avoid such occurrences. Yet I cannot fathom their thoughts," Snape replied before making his way to Gryffindor, unceremoniously escorting Fred and George away. Charlie attempted to interject, but was met with a 10-point deduction. "Disrespecting a professor, Weasley, Gryffindor loses 10 points, Snape stated coldly. "If you do not stand aside, I shall deduct 20 points next time." Charlie's face flushed with anger, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms. He inhaled deeply and stepped aside. "Professor Snape, take your time," he muttered. With a slight relaxation of his grip on his wand, Snape snorted disdainfully and led Fred and George away from the Quidditch pitch. However, no sooner had he departed than Charlie stormed toward Professor McGonagall's office, cursing under his breath. Slytherin's lack of sportsmanship in their schemes against them was intolerable, and to think they had summoned someone was utterly disgraceful. Is it just because of a leg? Who among us does not possess one? The thighs of Gryffindor are, in terms of official position, significantly inferior to that of the deputy headmaster, Snape. Upon returning to the castle, Snape led Fred and George directly to the potions office. However, the twins exhibited no signs of anxiety. Instead, they curiously examined the furnishings within the office. It was rather mundane, not to mention its narrowness. The furniture was quite antiquated, and the floor creaked beneath their feet. Were it not for the array of potion ingredients, they might have believed they had stumbled into a second-hand furniture store. It paled in comparison to Professor McGonagall's office. "Professor Snape, what brings you to summon us?" Fred inquired first. Snape replied languidly. "What is the nature of the package you received this morning?" "We're not quite sure, Professor," George calmly responded, retrieving a slip of paper from his pocket and placing it upon a nearby table. It bore no signature. "We thought it might have been delivered by mistake." "Indeed." Fred nodded in agreement. "We searched for quite some time to locate the owner, but just as we were about to hand it over to Professor McGonagall, it vanished." George added, "Professor, do you have any knowledge of who might have pilfered that package?" Unintentionally emphasizing the word pilfered, George paused momentarily. Yet Snape appeared to disregard his insinuation. Continuing with, "So you are suggesting that the package is not yours? Do not attempt to deceive me. I am aware it originated from Zonkos, and I shall inquire in Hogsmeade shortly." "Of course, that is your prerogative, Professor," Fred replied, maintaining a stoic expression. "However, should you discover the identity of the individual who absconded with that package, please do inform us. After all, it was in our possession when it was lost, and we would be remiss if the rightful owner were to seek it." Snape's eye twitched slightly, yet he feigned ignorance once more. "Weasley, you suddenly." A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Professor McGonagall entered. "Severus, I have heard that you have taken Fred and George away." Her lips were pursed, and her expression was grave. "Have they committed some transgression?" "We have not, Professor McGonagall," Fred quickly protested. George promptly added, "Professor Snape summoned us to inquire about that package." McGonagall pondered for a moment. "Are you referring to the unsigned package you mentioned to me before?" "Yes, that very one," Fred affirmed. "However, it has gone missing, and we suspect it may have been stolen." "Stolen? At Hogwarts?" McGonagall's lips tightened further. "If I discover who it is, I shall deduct 200 points from them." At that moment, Snape cleared his throat and interjected, "In fact, it belongs to a student from Slytherin. He took it after seeing it." McGonagall appeared momentarily taken aback. "From your house?" "Indeed, from our house," Snape confirmed. Severus Snape's complexion appeared somewhat pallid as he clenched his teeth and remarked, "The reason I summoned Weasley this time was to ascertain the situation." Understanding this, Professor McGonagall's expression softened considerably, though she cast a displeased glance at Snape. Such matters could have been addressed on the pitch. Why must he interrupt the match? Snape remained silent, yet inwardly he cursed Rosin as a fool. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall departed, taking Fred and George with her, a move Snape did not contest. In truth, he had never harbored doubts about the two Weasleys. Their styles were too disparate. His intent in calling them was merely to extract information and perhaps relieve his own vexation by deducting a few points. Little did he anticipate McGonagall's swift arrival, nor the preparedness of the two individuals, who promptly framed the incident as theft in her presence, leaving him with no grounds for objection. This was an undeniable fact. Had the Slytherins not pilfered the package, the ensuing events would not have transpired. "Rosin, that dimwit, is akin to a troll." Snape silently cursed again. However, after the recent events, he felt increasingly convinced that this matter bore little relation to Weasley, or at the very least, they were not the masterminds. Weasley's intellect was not yet sharp enough for such cunning. Lost in contemplation, Snape suddenly envisioned a face, honest yet duplicitous, flashing through his mind. "Cale Joba," he murmured to himself. Despite the fact that, in all respects, Cale had no connection to this incident, not even tangentially, Snape's instincts insisted that Cale was far from innocent. Indeed, it was merely intuition, entirely unrelated to the mischief he had instigated in Connor. Chapter 69. What would you do, Mr. Joba? Why have you not ground the spines of the lionfish into powder before adding them to the cauldron, as instructed in the textbook? In potions class, Snape fixed his gaze on Cale, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Do you fancy yourself some sort of potion prodigy, daring to alter the textbook? For your arrogance. Hufflepuff loses 5 points. Cale glanced at the blackboard, where it was glaringly inscribed, "Lionfish spines should not be ground. Boil in water for 5 minutes, and cut into segments." Such large letters, penned by Snape himself. How could it be misconstrued as him altering the textbook? "Professor," Cale inhaled deeply, striving to speak in a measured tone. "That is indeed what is written on your blackboard." "Oh, I must have made an error," Snape replied with an air of nonchalance, waving his wand to erase the statement from the board. "Is what I write always correct? What of your judgment? If I were to instruct you to add your own tendons, would you follow that as well?" Due to your lack of independent thought, Hufflepuff loses an additional 3 points. Until the end of the class, Kyle's hand remained tightly clenched around the piece of rock cake in his pocket, hesitating whether to fling it at Snape's nape. Although Snape had begun unjustly deducting points from him long ago, today he surpassed himself, resorting to extreme measures. He seemed utterly devoid of shame. Could one truly erase their own written work? This audacious maneuver left Kyle astounded. Unsurprisingly, the consequences were immediate. Within a single lesson, he had lost over 30 points. In fact, since the beginning of his studies, he had never incurred so many deductions in a single class. His fellow Badgers gathered around to console him, even Kanna thoughtfully offering him a piece of licorice. Kyle cast a glance at it and chose to ignore her. During mealtime, Fred and George, having heard of the potion class debacle, specifically approached him, patting his shoulder and reassuring him. It's all right. Snape has been deducting points from us as well. It's nothing to fret over. Yes, I mean, you ought to take it lightly. While they spoke comforting words, their faces betrayed unmasked grins. It was evident they had come to revel in his misfortune. Just as Kyle contemplated shooing them away, Fred leaned in closer, his voice lowered. All right. Forget about those unpleasant thoughts. Let me show you something splendid. He glanced around cautiously and carefully extracted a square piece of parchment from his pocket. Remember a few days ago when I mentioned I had something to tell you? This is it. George leaned in as well, whispering, a marvelous magical item. I dare say you could never guess what it is. Kyle raised an eyebrow, a look of confusion crossing his face. Is it parchment that writes assignments by itself? The previously smug twins suddenly wore somewhat stiff expressions. If only, Fred said dreamily, I truly wish it were. However, its actual function is quite remarkable. George explained. This is a map of Hogwarts, and it is certainly not the ordinary sort you might sell. We call it the Marauder's map. As Fred spoke, he drew his wand and lightly tapped the parchment. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. In an instant, delicate ink lines spread like a spider's web from the tip of his wand, intertwining and expanding to every corner of the parchment. Then, elegant green lettering emerged at the top. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs present. The Marauder's map. Kyle took the parchment from Fred, examining the renowned Marauder's map closely. It depicted every intricate detail of Hogwarts Castle, far surpassing the common maps. It was, in essence, a microcosm of Hogwarts itself. Everything within the castle, be it a painting, a carpet, or even a vase, can be found on the map. Most intriguingly, numerous tiny black dots traverse the map, each designated with a minuscule font indicating their names. Kyle observed Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, as well as Filch and Peeves swiftly moving from the 5th floor corridor to the 6th. All of this was displayed with remarkable clarity. However, in crowded places such as the current Great Hall, the situation changes. A multitude of names overlapped, rendering everything indistinguishable. Moreover, Kyle noticed that the map appeared not to reveal all the hidden passageways, as the location of the Whomping Willow was conspicuously vacant, devoid of any markings. He returned the map to Fred and inquired how they had acquired it. We were in our first year, young, carefree, and innocent. Fred and George reminisced with squinted eyes. For some trivial matter, Filch dragged us into his office and threatened to confine us. We couldn't help but glance at a drawer in his filing cabinet, marked confiscated items. Highly dangerous, Fred suddenly chuckled. Kyle, what would you have done in our place? After some contemplation, Kyle replied, I would lure Peeves there, providing him with ample dung bombs or pepper imps, and amidst the chaos, empty that drawer. Fred and George were momentarily speechless, their mouths agape. After a long pause, Fred shook his head and said, Kyle, you deserve the 30 points deducted by Snape. Honestly, you have no grounds for complaint. Don't bring up old grievances. Kyle retorted with a glare. So, this map is what you took from that drawer. Indeed, George replied, smacking his lips. We didn't possess your audacity. We only took this. However, how did you know its usage? Kyle perused the parchment, noting the absence of any instructions. This brings to mind Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Fred mused. These four are sheer prankster geniuses. They concealed the passwords, breaking them into clues hidden in every corner of the castle. George added, once all the clues are uncovered, the complete password can be obtained. Unfortunately, we searched for a year, Fred lamented, yet we never found the full password. Thus, we can only use the map 5 times a day, each time for merely half an hour. George chuckled. This is a grand endeavor. We intend to dedicate 3 years to it. And if we still haven't found it in 3 years? Kyle questioned. Then it would signify we are unworthy of possessing it. George shrugged. At that point, we shall find it a new master. Is that so? Kyle remarked. So, you showed it to me to invite me to join you in the search for clues? No, Kyle. Fred shook his head and remarked. The password is a test set forth by those 4 esteemed predecessors. We must accomplish it ourselves. Then you should embark on a nocturnal adventure. Fred and George exclaimed in unison. Chapter 70. Why are you clad in Slytherin attire? I can scarcely believe it, Kyle. In the stillness of the night, by the wooden barrel at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room, Cedric spoke with a furrowed brow. You actually agreed to join the Weasley twins on their night escapade. I've given it some thought. They have a point, Kyle replied, his head bowed as he rummaged through his transfiguration lizard skin bag. I truly need to engage in something joyous to alleviate my dismal mood. But you cannot go on a night adventure. Cedric lamented, his voice filled with concern. This is a violation of school rules. If caught, not only will points be deducted, but you'll also face detention. You're only a first year. You must not stray down the path of rule-breaking. As he spoke, Cedric's sincerity shone through, as if he genuinely wished to prevent Kyle from being led astray by the Weasley twins. Rest assured, with the Marauders map in hand, no one will catch us. At that moment, Kyle discovered what he had been seeking and glanced up at Cedric, saying, moreover, before you utter those words, perhaps you should consider your own position. This is the castle corridor, not the common room. You are also partaking in the night adventure, you know. I have no desire to join the night escapade, Cedric retorted. His neck craned defiantly. I simply wish to observe you, to prevent you from breaking any more rules. Huh, Kyle scoffed, raising an eyebrow. If that is the case, let us return now and forego the Forbidden Forest to see what the mooncalf is dancing about. No, that is not what I meant. Cedric's expression grew somewhat vague as he stammered. I merely wanna go to the Forbidden Forest, right? Kyle interjected bluntly, gesturing towards the silent Connor beside them. Take a leaf from her book. If you wish to go, just wait patiently. Speak another word, and I shall leave you behind. Cedric chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. Earlier, in the Great Hall, although Kyle had tried to keep his voice low while conversing with the Weasley twins, the table was not particularly large, and naturally, some of their exchange had reached the ears of Cedric and Connor, seated nearby. When Kyle stealthily departed the dormitory that night, he turned to find two heads fixed on him under the moonlight, staring intently. The sight sent a shiver down his spine, instantly dispelling any lingering sleepiness and leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Those two were Cedric and Connor, and their intention was simple. They wished to accompany Kyle to the Forbidden Forest. Thus, the preceding scene unfolded. Once Cedric had quieted, Kyle retrieved a bundle of elongated objects from his transfiguration lizard skin bag and offered them to Cedric, saying, choose one. Cedric gazed at the items in Kyle's hand, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were scarves from the other three houses. The golden red of Gryffindor, the silver green of Slytherin, and the gray-blue of Ravenclaw were all present among the numerous scarves, approximately a dozen or so, tightly bound together, resembling a wooden post at first glance. Cedric, somewhat bewildered, instinctively inquired, Kyle, why have you given me this? I already possess my own scarf. This is not for warmth, merely a precaution, Kyle replied without turning around. In the event of discovery, you can discard it while fleeing. Cedric and Connor exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to do. Observing their hesitation, Kyle decisively withdrew two silver-green scarves from the bundle and draped them around their necks. He himself wore the same. Once equipped, the trio departed the kitchen corridor and arrived at the small room beside the Great Hall, the designated waiting area for the new students prior to their sorting. Aside from the sorting ceremony, this location typically went unnoticed, even by Filch, who rarely patrolled this area. Upon their arrival, Fred and George were already waiting for them. Wow! Look who has arrived! George exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. The illustrious Cedric and the brave Connor, who has conquered Snape. Fred, brimming with excitement, added, I never anticipated our nocturnal escapade would be so lavish. This is simply wait. Suddenly, he noticed something and, puzzled, asked, why are you all dressed in Slytherin attire? Kyle, exasperated, explained once more. What a brilliant idea. Upon hearing this, Fred and George were awestruck, eagerly inquiring, is there more? Please, give us each one. Kyle shrugged and handed them two silver-green scarves as well. Don't ask why they're all Slytherin. It's merely convenient. And it has nothing to do with Snape targeting me. The twins immediately donned the scarves upon receiving them. Admiring his new look, Fred curiously asked, Kyle, if I recall correctly, you've never left Hogwarts, right? Where did you acquire these items? My mother sent them to me, Kyle elucidated, along with the scarves. There was a master key and an invisibility cloak enchanted with the disillusionment charm, although I'm not sure why she sent these to me. They happen to be quite useful now. Kyle spoke nonchalantly, yet he failed to notice the twins' eyes glistening with emotion. A master key, an invisibility cloak. Fred gulped, genuinely stating, Mrs. Jorub is undoubtedly the greatest mother in the world. Indeed, George wholeheartedly concurred. Her deeds and philosophies deserve to be chronicled in a book, prominently displayed at Flourish and Blots in the school library. If that day ever comes, I vow to purchase it, even if it costs me everything. I would place it in the kitchen or perhaps in my mother's room. If that day ever comes, Kyle remarked with a smirk, there's a high probability that you will be suspended by Mrs. Weasley and given a good thrashing. No, Fred replied solemnly, Mother would never suspend us. She only twists our ears. George chuckled, I suspect she wishes to twist our ears off so that she won't miscall our names again. Although, truth be told, she had never mistakenly called them. As Kyle and the twins engaged in their banter, Cedric and Connor stood petrified nearby. fearful that Filch might suddenly leap out from a hidden corner and drag them to the professor's office. "Fear not. We are keeping a close watch on the Marauders map," Fred declared, unfurling the parchment in his hands. "Filch and Mrs. Norris are on the 5th floor. If we keep our voices down, he won't be able to detect us." "Blast it, that cat is coming down." On the map, the name representing Mrs. Norris was swiftly moving towards their location. Seeing this, George hastily pointed his wand at a nearby tapestry. "Revelio." The tapestry parted, revealing a dark and mysterious passageway. "Hurry in," Fred urged. "We must vacate before that cat arrives." Without delay, they squeezed into the secret corridor. As George, the last to enter, stepped through, the tapestry restored itself to its original form. In the next moment, Mrs. Norris arrived, gazing curiously at the empty corridor, lingering for a brief moment before departing. Chapter 71, The Merry Caretaker. This hidden passage seemed designed specifically for nocturnal wanderers. Its exit not far from the castle, concealed behind the bushes near the Quidditch pitch. Once everyone emerged, Fred and George promptly strode to the forefront, arms wide open, announcing, "Welcome to Hogwarts by night." The atmosphere was entirely different from that of the day. They were to savor this experience. Cedric and Connor appeared somewhat exhilarated. For them, this nocturnal escapade was unprecedented, igniting a thrilling sense of novelty within them. Kyle, while not particularly affected, was nonetheless intrigued by his first glimpse of Hogwarts under the cloak of darkness, glancing around with curiosity. The night at Hogwarts was exceptionally tranquil. The stars in the night sky radiating a gentle glow, resembling tiny night lights adorning the castle. It was a vision of beauty, dreamlike yet serene. The group lingered for a moment until Fred's reminder jolted them back to reality. They had a purpose to fulfill. Regaining their composure, they made their way towards the Forbidden Forest. Along the way, they took a wide detour to avoid Hagrid's hut. Though Fawn was somewhat timid, he was still a true hunting dog, possessing acute hearing and smell. If they ventured too close, he might detect them. It was merely a matter of taking a bit of time, far better than being dragged back to the castle by Hagrid. After circumventing the wooden cabin, a vast expanse of woodland lay ahead. The lair of the moonstruck beasts was not difficult to locate. Under Kyle's guidance, they soon beheld a cluster of flourishing guardian trees. At that moment, the moonstruck beasts emerged from their den. They lifted their elongated necks towards the sky, their large heads contrasting sharply with their slender, spindly legs, resembling diminutive llamas, a rather charming sight. In the moonlight, they gradually elevated their forelegs, while their slightly sturdier hind legs began to sway rhythmically. This was the dance of the moonstruck beasts. Cedric exclaimed with excitement. "I have only seen this in books. It pales in comparison to witnessing it live." "Calm down," Kyle whispered. "If they notice us, the spectacle will be lost." The moonstruck beasts were exceedingly shy magical creatures. Upon sensing the presence of others, they would retreat into their lair. Yet, Cedric was not entirely mistaken. The live performance was indeed far more enchanting than the photographs in the book. This was understandable, as Newt was merely a socially awkward scholar of magical creatures, lacking any expertise in photography. One could only make do with what was available. As the moonstruck beasts danced for a while, they seemed to become more animated. Their movements grew increasingly intricate and captivating. With each step they took, delicate silver specks began to emerge on the ground beneath them, multiplying and forming a shimmering stage at their feet. The silvery platform, illuminated by the moonlight, elevated their dance to an extraordinary level. "How beautiful!" Kana exclaimed, her eyes sparkling in wonder, utterly entranced. Ahem. Although it was somewhat of a party pooper, Kyle contemplated for a moment and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "That silver substance is their feces." The stars in Kana's eyes vanished at an observable rate as she turned to Kyle, incredulous. "It's true," Kyle replied calmly. "If you don't believe me, you can refer to Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It mentions this." Upon learning that the moonstruck beasts were dancing upon their own excrement, Kana found it impossible to return to her previous enchantment. The once graceful and intricate dance now seemed rather dreary. She felt a surge of frustration. She could not comprehend why Kyle chose to reveal this now. Couldn't he have waited until the performance concluded? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. And she turned again, delivering a punch to Kyle's arm. Nearby, Fred and George mirrored her sentiments, similarly giving Kyle a light punch and admonishing him to remain silent when it was appropriate. Only Cedric seemed somewhat unperturbed, as he was already aware of this information. Realizing he had incurred the ire of the group, Kyle quickly raised his hands in surrender, conceding, "I was wrong." However, it was of no use. Everyone continued to glare at him, Cedric included. It seemed there was no escaping the collective scrutiny without seeming out of place. "Well, let us rephrase that," Kyle continued. "That thing is silver, and so is the sickle. Do you understand what that implies? To put it plainly, if you were diligent, you could harvest about 5 in a single night." Fred and George gasped, momentarily abandoning their reproach towards Kyle as they huddled together to calculate. 5 galleons a night translates to 35 a week, and for a whole term, that would be. The twins' minds spun, unable to compute the vast sum. But they were certain it amounted to a staggering figure. Moreover, they still had 6 years at Hogwarts ahead of them. With such a windfall, even if they were to share with Kyle and the others, they could open their own joke shop by the time they graduated. Could their dreams be realized so easily? Overcome with joy, the brothers embraced, nearly leaping in exhilaration. Subsequently, forgetting all else, they fixated on the mooncalves, waiting for the silver sparkles to cease their increase before darting out. The mooncalves, startled, scampered back to their lairs, while the Weasley twins eagerly collected their droppings. Perhaps frustrated by the slow pace, Fred called for Kyle and the others to join them. However, neither Kyle nor Cedric moved, and although Connor hesitated, she was ultimately pulled along by Kyle. Aren't you going to tell them the truth? The earnest Cedric questioned, feeling conflicted. Mooncalf droppings indeed held value, but only if they were fresh. Moreover, unlike Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, they could not be sold at a whim and required a stable sales channel and clientele. Fred and George could not even leave Hogwarts, let alone venture beyond, and Cedric truly could not fathom whom they might sell the collected mooncalf droppings to. Additionally, and perhaps more importantly, this was Hogwarts. Both Hagrid's pumpkin patch and Professor Sprout's greenhouse necessitated substantial fertilizer. Surely, such resources would not be procured with money from external sources. What truth? I do not comprehend your meaning, Kyle innocently replied. What I stated was merely the truth. That stuff is indeed quite valuable. Cedric pursed his lips, casting a sympathetic glance towards the twins. After a while, Kyle suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He approached the still gleeful twins and, disregarding their vehement protests, forcibly pulled them out of the Forbidden Forest alongside Cedric. As they neared the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Fred and George finally acquiesced, surrendering their struggles. Yet they could not help but incessantly lament Kyle's perceived wastefulness. There was so much more. We must have wasted at least a galleon, Fred lamented, clutching the hem of his robes, which served as a large pocket filled with mounds of shimmering mooncalf dung. George mirrored his posture, giving them the appearance of 2 kangaroos. Kyle remained silent, merely responding with a few perfunctory acknowledgments. The truth was, he lacked the energy to engage. It was quite late. And after the initial thrill of witnessing the moonstruck beast's dance had faded, the drowsiness that accompanied his late-night vigil began to envelop him. All he yearned for was to return to his dormitory and lie down in the warm, comfortable embrace of his bed for a proper rest. As the group reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a sudden bark and the sound of heavy footsteps echoed nearby. Hagrid. Startled, they instinctively dropped to the ground. Kyle swiftly retrieved the invisibility cloak, which, though somewhat small for 5 individuals and unable to conceal them entirely, provided a semblance of cover amidst the thick underbrush of the Forbidden Forest. The footsteps drew nearer, and soon they could distinctly perceive Hagrid's colossal silhouette. Kyle, crouched at the forefront under the cloak, held his breath in tense anticipation. Who's there? Step forward, Hagrid called, brandishing a dim oil lamp as he halted in their vicinity. I see you. Behind Hagrid, the Black Hound, Fong, had also arrived. With its head lowered, it sniffed around, gradually advancing toward the hiding spot of Kyle and his companions. In that moment, their hearts raced, each covering their mouths to suppress any sound. Fong closed the distance, now less than a meter away, and Kyle could see its small, dark eyes and the drool dripping from its mouth. Did you notice something? Hagrid had recognized Fong's unusual behavior, approaching with the oil lamp as he shouted. I don't care who you are, but this is Hogwarts, an area not meant for your kind to roam freely. Depart swiftly before I lose my temper. If I catch you, you will face dire consequences. Strangely, upon hearing Hagrid's voice, Fong hesitated for a moment before abruptly changing direction and retreating deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid closely followed, brushing past Kyle and the others. As time crept by, and the sounds of footsteps faded entirely, Kyle and his companions finally relaxed, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. What an adrenaline rush! Cedric exclaimed, his face flushed. By Merlin's beard, I nearly touched Hagrid's shoe. He almost stepped on my hand. Oh, damn it. Fred, just rising from the ground, suddenly cried out, looking at a sticky substance on his hand with a grimace. I think I just touched that dog's slobber. You should count yourself fortunate it was only slobber, George remarked, still shaken. Hagrid's demeanor was terrifying. If he had caught us, it would have been far worse than mere detention. He shivered at the memory. It was indeed the first time he had witnessed Hagrid in such a furious state, and the overwhelming sense of pressure lingered in his mind, causing him to tremble. We owe you all a great debt for this. Kyle patted Fred and George on the shoulder. Had it not been for their collection of an ample amount of mooncalf dung, which obscured Yaya's sense of smell, they would have found it far more challenging to slip past unnoticed. Following this unexpected incident, the group dared not linger any longer. Seizing the opportunity while Hagrid remained in the Forbidden Forest, they hastily tidied themselves up and sprinted towards the castle. Upon reaching the exit of the secret passage, they did not rush in, but instead produced the Marauder's map. After confirming that Filch was not on the first floor, they proceeded through the passage one by one and returned to the castle. Since it was not on their route, they parted ways after leaving the passage. Perhaps shaken by the earlier events, the group appeared quite anxious on their way back. Cedric felt his heart racing and could not help but voice, "Kyle, do you think we will get caught?" "Don't worry, if we're discovered, we will scatter," Kyle whispered. "That way, he won't know whom to pursue." However, Kana, her voice trembling, interjected, "But I'm slow. What should I do?" "Ah, that indeed poses a dilemma," Kyle pondered, then proposed, "How about this? If we are caught, you should run upstairs." "Running upstairs won't guarantee safety," Kana replied, perplexed. "No, it may not be safe," Kyle shook his head and explained, "but that way, Filch will chase after you, allowing Cedric and me to make our escape back to the common room." Kana's expression gradually dulled, only to swiftly morph into anger. Yet, oblivious to her feelings, Kyle continued, "Capturing one while two escape is quite advantageous." Kana clenched her teeth and retorted, "Then why must I be the one captured?" "Well, it's quite simple," Kyle mused. "If someone must bear the brunt, why shouldn't it be you?" For reasons unbeknownst to her, Kana suddenly relaxed. She quietly drew her wand, scrutinizing Kyle's back as if searching for an opportune spot to poke him. The wand made of snakewood is renowned for its remarkable hardness, according to Ollivander, in extreme circumstances. It could even serve as a close combat weapon. Kyle felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively quickened his pace. No untoward incidents occurred, and the trio successfully returned to the common room. This was assured, even before they reached the secret passage. Kyle had observed on the Marauders' map that the professors were all asleep in their chambers, and the patrolling Filch was on the 8th floor. The distance from the Great Hall to the Hufflepuff common room was not far. With a brisk pace, they could arrive in a matter of minutes. There was insufficient time for Filch to descend. Thus, Cedric and Kana's worries along the way were entirely unfounded. "Good night, see you tomorrow." Kyle yawned as he returned to the dormitory. Initially, he had planned to seek a late-night snack in the kitchen, but upon entering the common room, fatigue overwhelmed him. His eyelids grew heavy, and his head felt foggy. All he desired was a good night's sleep. Good night. Chapter 73, The First Snow at Hogwarts. In the subsequent days, Kyle found himself increasingly captivated by the invigorating activity of nocturnal excursions. Over the past few weeks, he ventured out each night, even more frequently than Fred and George. This newfound enthusiasm may have been influenced by the recent misadventures of the twins. Their hard-won collection of mooncalf dung had, predictably, become a burden. No one among the young wizards wanted it, and the shops in Diagon Alley refused to take it. Yet, the twins were unwilling to concede defeat. In a moment of folly, they decided to approach Professor Sprout in the greenhouse, attempting to sell their wares at a bargain price. Unsurprisingly, their nighttime escapades were discovered, and the consequences were dire. A mere glance from Professor Sprout revealed the origin of their goods. The sheer quantity could only have come from the Forbidden Forest, and she was well aware of the time required to collect mooncalf dung. To venture into the Forbidden Forest was one thing, but to flaunt their ill-gotten gains before a professor was a blatant provocation that even the gentle Professor Sprout could not overlook. She promptly escorted them to Professor McGonagall's office. Despite the twins' fervent claims that they had collected the dung near Hagrid's pumpkin patch, no one believed them. Hagrid had been preoccupied with other matters and had long neglected the patch. Professor McGonagall, both disappointed and furious, sentenced them to a week of cleaning the washrooms. Filch was so eager to keep an eye on them that he practically moved his office next to Gryffindor Tower. However, this development conveniently benefited Kyle. After Mickle and Ryan succumbed to slumber, Kyle stealthily arose from his bed and quietly departed the common room. After donning his silver-green scarf, he took out his wand and gently tapped his forehead. Disillusionment charm. A chilling sensation swiftly spread from his crown, akin to being doused with a bucket of icy water. Almost immediately, Kyle's body began to blend with the patterns of the wall behind him. He had been studying this spell since his last return from the Forbidden Forest. While the invisibility cloak was undeniably convenient, it had its drawbacks. A moment's inattention or a hasty step could leave one's feet exposed. In contrast, the disillusionment charm proved to be more effective. It was, however, somewhat troublesome. It took him 3 days to merely grasp the basics, and his body's color adaptation to the environment was not yet seamless. Fortunately, the darkness enveloping Hogwarts Castle at night masked these minor imperfections. Once prepared, Kyle deftly made his way to the library doors on the 2nd floor, his recent haunt for nocturnal adventures. He relished the act of reading. Though certain books were ill-suited for daylight perusal, they were best enjoyed in solitude under the cover of night. The library's grand entrance stood firmly shut, with a brass padlock suspended between the 2 doors. Kyle produced a master key and deftly twisted it, effortlessly unlocking the brass lock. He then cautiously eased the doors open just enough to slip into the library. The interior, cloaked in darkness, exuded an eerie ambience, punctuated by flickering lights. Holding his wand aloft, Kyle traversed rows of bookshelves until he reached the rear section, where he halted before a sign that read Restricted Section, its allure unmistakable. With utmost care, Kyle stepped over the rope that separated these tomes from the others, using the light from his wand to scrutinize the titles. He was meticulous in his selection, avoiding any volumes adorned with illustrations, those devoid of covers, excessively thick tomes, or those bearing peculiar markings. He also refrained from choosing overly aged books, fearing that handling them might lead to irreparable damage. After wandering through the restricted section for some time, he finally extracted a slender black book embossed with gilded cursive from the 6th shelf. The cover was worn, with much of the lettering faded. Yet Kyle could barely decipher the last 2 words, inquiry. This would suffice. Once he had made his selection, Kyle, as he had done on previous visits, settled onto the floor and began to peruse the pages slowly. Compared to ordinary collections, the contents of the restricted section were notably more obscure. Whenever he encountered passages that were difficult to comprehend, he meticulously transcribed them using his portable shorthand quill. Though this method was considerably more laborious than employing a copying spell, it was far more prudent. Who knew what strange enchantments might lie within these volumes? Better to refrain from casting spells upon them. By the time Kyle departed the library, 2 hours had elapsed. On his way back, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Peeves. However, thanks to the disillusionment charm, the poltergeist remained oblivious to his presence. The following morning, Kyle, who had intended to rise at 8:50, was abruptly roused from his slumber at 7:30 by his 2 roommates. "Wake up, Kyle, come on." Without regard for his groggy protests, they pulled him from his bed, each grasping an arm and dragging him to the window. "Look, it's snowing," Mikkel exclaimed, flinging open the window. A gust of cold air, laden with snowflakes, rushed into Kyle's face. He shivered, instantly shaken from his drowsiness. Rubbing his face, he felt a sense of déjà vu, as though he had witnessed this scene before. "Let us go outside," Mikkel urged excitedly. "This is Hogwarts' first snowfall." Kyle shook his head in refusal. What beauty does snow possess? At such an hour, one might as well indulge in a few more precious moments of slumber. After a late night, and with today not being the weekend, what if one were to succumb to drowsiness during class? However, Mikkel and Ryan held a different perspective. They relentlessly urged Kyle to hasten his morning routine, adopting an attitude that suggested they would not depart without him. This marked our inaugural snowfall since arriving at Hogwarts. A significant occasion. Mikkel proclaimed, sleeping now would be a waste. There will be ample opportunity to catch up on rest during our History of Magic class. Indeed, the first lesson of the day was History of Magic. With this thought in mind, Kyle ceased his resistance, donned his attire, and joined his friends as they exited the dormitory. In the span of a single night, a foot of snow blanketed the ground. Upon their arrival at the clearing outside Hogwarts Castle, they found quite a gathering. Kyle spotted Fred and George, who, alongside several Gryffindors, were laboriously constructing a snow lion. Technically, they were meant to be crafting a lion, though its appearance left much to be desired, resembling a flipper caterpillar attempting yoga. Chapter 74, Christmas Eve. "Kyle, come join us in building a snowman." Fred and George greeted him with enthusiasm, inviting him to partake in their endeavor. Yet, without hesitation, Kyle declined their offer. Their artistic vision was far too avant-garde. The abstract forms, coupled with the fluidity of their lines, exuded an enigmatic allure. Kyle, being an ordinary individual with limited skills, felt unworthy to partake in such a monumental undertaking. He simply did not belong. Not far ahead, a group of Hufflepuff wizards congregated by the Black Lake. The heavy snowfall had formed a thick layer of ice atop the lake, and they were deliberating whether to bore a hole in the ice to fish for a delectable stargazing pie. Nearby, several students engaged in a snowball fight, and Kyle witnessed a senior Gryffindor slyly inserting a rock into a snowball, aiming it at a Slytherin. Unfortunately, his aim was slightly off, and the specially crafted snowball arced through the air, nearly striking Professor Orlin as he passed by. "Dear sir, please exercise caution during snowball fights and refrain from incorporating rocks," Professor Orlin admonished, using his wand to deflect the snowball. "Considering this may have been an accident, I shall not deduct points this time. However, let this serve as a warning." The Gryffindor nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. Everyone was reveling in the merriment, save for Filch, who appeared exceedingly irate. The young wizards lacked the habit of cleaning their shoes, leaving a trail of muddy footprints upon their return to the castle after their snowball skirmish. This undoubtedly increased Filch's workload significantly. Eventually, he simply brought a chair to the entrance of the castle, allowing entry only to those young wizards who had cleaned their shoes. In the History of Magic class, Kyle succumbed to slumber within a mere 30 seconds, and his quality of sleep surpassed that of his dormitory. Had it not been for Kanna nudging him at the end of the class, he would likely have continued his repose until noon. Students from both houses were lost in dreams. Kanna rubbed her slightly reddened eyes, clearly resembling someone just awakened, pondering why the school could not appoint a different professor for History of Magic. Perhaps Professor Binns required no salary, Kyle mused with a shrug. In this regard, Professor Binns's position was indeed irreplaceable. Moreover, he worked year-round without the personal distractions that plagued other professors, maintaining an impressive attendance rate of 100%. Additionally, The examination questions for History of Magic were exceedingly straightforward. A diligent review of the textbook before the exam assured success. Thus, it was unlikely that even the esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore would agree to replace this chosen worker, that miserly old bee. Cal made a face, expressing disdain for Dumbledore's ruthless exploitation of aging faculty. As December progressed, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Yet the young wizards transformed from the previous month's lethargy into a state of exuberance, for the Christmas holiday approached. This heralded a delightful 2-week break. In such a spirited atmosphere, students found it challenging to concentrate in class, often drifting into daydreams during lectures. Initially, professors would deduct a few points, hoping to instill some urgency, but to little effect. This strategy would only prove effective for a few minutes before students reverted to their previous listlessness. Upon realizing this, professors ceased their interventions. It was an annual occurrence they had long since grown accustomed to. After all, no new material would be introduced before the holiday, and as long as the students did not go too far, they chose to turn a blind eye. Of course, 2 professors stood apart from this trend. Professor Binns remained oblivious to the impending Christmas festivities, delivering his lecture in a monotonous, lullaby-like tone about the invention of the self-stirring cauldron, a magical vessel capable of autonomously stirring potions, invented by Gaspard Shingleton at the turn of the 20th century. The other professor, Severus Snape, was indifferent to the students' distractions and showed no mercy, unlike his colleagues. A single lapse from anyone not belonging to Slytherin resulted in a 3-point deduction. Through his relentless efforts, by the eve of Christmas, Slytherin's house points had surged ahead, boasting a lead of nearly 100 points over the second-place Ravenclaw. Professor Snape was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. Slytherin's 6th consecutive championship was assured. On the night before departure, Kyle encountered a rather flustered Hagrid in the Great Hall. Since that fateful night in the Forbidden Forest, this marked the first encounter for him with Hagrid, primarily due to a sense of guilt. The 5 of them had been avoiding Hagrid for the past month. However, now that they had crossed paths, it was difficult to pretend not to notice him. Kyle stepped forward and waved. "Hagrid, how have you been lately?" "Oh, it's you, Kyle," Hagrid replied, lowering his head. "I'm afraid I don't have time to chat right now. There is still much to prepare." Merlin's beard. "I completely forgot that Hogwarts is going on holiday tomorrow. I thought Halloween had only just passed." As he spoke, Hagrid continued striding purposefully toward the castle, and Kyle had to jog to keep pace with him. "Do you need any help?" Kyle inquired. Hagrid pondered for a moment before responding. "If you're not busy, could you assist me in fetching some mistletoe for decorations? The feast is approaching, and I worry I might run out of time." "Of course, no problem at all." Together, Kyle and Hagrid made their way to the wooden cabin beside the Forbidden Forest. Not far off were 2 fir trees, each with a diameter of about 60 to 70 centimeters, along with a small pile of holly and mistletoe. "Just grab those decorative plants. I'll take care of the rest." With that, Hagrid bent down and struggled to lift the 2 fir trees. When he finally stood upright, his face was flushed, clearly indicating that lifting both trees at once was quite a challenge for him. At that moment, Hagrid heard a voice behind him. "Wingardium Leviosa." The next instant, he felt an unexpected lightness. The 2 fir trees seemed to vanish from his grasp. Hagrid turned around in astonishment to face Kyle. "Is that the levitation charm? Impressive." "You're exaggerating, Hagrid." Kyle shook his head. "This is something anyone can do." "Is it really?" Hagrid blinked in confusion. He recalled that during his own school days, such feats were not commonplace. Just a few years had passed, and already the new students at Hogwarts had become so remarkably talented. Chapter 75, Kyle's Flower Bed. With Kyle's assistance, Hagrid finally managed to deliver all the Christmas trees to the Great Hall before the feast. Upon their arrival, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were already waiting inside. "Hagrid, you finally made it. These are the last 2. Excellent levitation spell, Mr. Choba. Hufflepuff earns 5 points." Professor Flitwick had been puzzled as to how Hagrid could effortlessly carry 2 Christmas trees until he drew nearer and spotted Kyle holding his wand. "If the final exam were on the levitation charm, I'd give you a mark right now." Professor Flitwick winked at Kyle, then similarly used the charm to levitate the 2 fir trees into position. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall wove the mistletoe into cascading garlands, filling the last gaps on the walls. A few minutes later, a throng of students began to pour into the Great Hall, and the feast officially commenced. At the dining table, Cedric gazed at Kyle in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? You mean you're not going home for Christmas?" Kyle nodded in response. "There's no one at home, so it wouldn't be worthwhile to return. It's better to stay at Hogwarts." Chris was tasked with returning the magical creatures they had previously captured to their natural habitats, and he was currently traversing the globe with Uncle Newt. It seemed that the Department of Mysteries was also engaged in fieldwork. Just a few days ago, Diana sent him a letter indicating that she might not return for Christmas, but assured him that presents would arrive on time. With both Chris and Diana absent from home, Kyle felt that going back would hold little significance. He might as well remain at Hogwarts, where he could at least engage in some activities. Perhaps he could nurture his bond with Louis or tend to the 2 ornamental plants he was caring for. "Why not come to my house?" Cedric suggested after some contemplation. My father would surely welcome you. Maybe another time, Kyle replied, shaking his head. I just agreed with Hagrid to help him take care of the creatures during the holiday. Cedric appeared somewhat disappointed, whereas Kyle felt quite the opposite. Truth be told, he had no desire to face Mr. Diggory, the notorious show-off, let alone spend 2 weeks in his company. The mere thought was overwhelming. Such an ordeal was more than enough for Chris to bear alone. To divert Cedric's attention and help him forget this topic, Kyle turned to Kona, who was sitting nearby, and inquired, What about you? Are you going home for the holidays? Kona silently shook her head. Upon seeing this, Kyle refrained from pressing further. After the dinner, the semester concluded. The following day, the young wizards boarded the train back to King's Cross Station. Mikkel and Ryan returned home as well, leaving Kyle alone in the dormitory. Even the once bustling common room felt much quieter. This solitude was rather pleasant. Kyle settled onto a sofa near the fireplace, roasting a jacket potato, accompanied by some flatbreads, mushrooms, and thinly sliced beef. Although the house elves offered to cook these ingredients for him, he declined their assistance. He simply relished the process, with eating being a secondary pleasure. Kyle wielded a roasting fork, waiting until the potato turned a shade of black before retrieving it. Once cooled, he peeled back the skin and took a bite. Savoring the sweet and fluffy flavor, it was delightful, though perhaps he had misjudged the cooking time, as the center remained raw. He used a spoon to scoop out the uncooked portion, tossing it to a nearby mouse. Kyle. Kona shot him a fierce glare. Don't feed Pochi those strange things. It's just a potato. What is so strange about it? Kyle waved his hand dismissively. Besides, which field mouse doesn't he eat potatoes? As if deliberately opposing him. The mouse named Pochi cast a glance at the undercooked potato and promptly turned away, showing no interest in tasting it whatsoever. Goodness, a mouse with such fastidiousness. Kyle felt a tinge of embarrassment and earnestly remarked to Kana, I believe you ought to let it go a few meals without food. Kana paid him no heed and took Pochi out of the common room. With the Christmas holiday upon them, the caretaker's cat would not be patrolling the castle corridors. So she seized the opportunity to take her pet for a stroll while allowing it to explore Hogwarts as well. After all, having been there for quite some time, it would be rather cruel to confine it to the dormitory. Once Kana departed, Kyle found himself alone in the lounge. Bored, he finished off the snacks at hand and decided not to linger any longer, rising to make his way to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. After 3 months of diligent effort, the space had blossomed into a veritable garden, housing not only the biting cabbage but also white ash, rue, belladonna, mistletoe, sneezewort, and a splendid golden ball hydrangea. The first 3 were rather unremarkable, being common magical plants easily procured in Hogsmeade, which Kyle had managed to acquire in bulk. The last one was a delightful addition from the Hufflepuff common room. One evening, unable to resist, Kyle had snipped a tiny branch with a budding flower from the lush hydrangea. It was a mere inch long, scarcely enough to impact the plant, and he had initially only intended to experiment, yet to his astonishment, it thrived. Though still diminutive, Kyle was content. As long as it survived, it would eventually grow. He proceeded directly to the center of the room. The biting cabbage was flourishing. In just 3 months, they had grown to the size of a quaffle, their gaping mouths revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, exuding an aura of formidable power that promised a fierce bite. Kyle tended to their soil, simultaneously shooing away the billywig that had been hovering above him. I am rather busy at the moment. Why don't you play over there? The billywig complied obediently, darting away as instructed. The space was vast, filled with an array of magical plants, and accompanied by a clever human wizard who frequently visited to play, making it a delightful place for the creature. After attending to the biting cabbage, Kyle wandered around the room. He still felt it possessed a certain emptiness. Although he had a considerable stash of white ash and rue seeds, it seemed a waste to fill such a splendid space solely with ordinary magical plants. Tapping his chin thoughtfully, he gazed at the expansive area he had deliberately left vacant on the left side of the room. If his memory served him correctly, they would soon learn about Devil's Snare in herbology class, wouldn't they? Chapter 76, Unboxing Christmas Gifts. The following morning, upon rising, Kyle was greeted by a veritable mountain of gifts piled before his bed. Most of the gifts comprised an abundance of chocolates and candies, far exceeding his expectations. A commendable student indeed garners much affection. Kyle set these aside and continued to unwrap the remaining presents. Hagrid's gift was the largest, resembling a wooden barrel, enveloped in thick brown paper. With a tinge of apprehension, Kyle unwrapped it, wondering if it contained a mooncalf. Fortunately, it was not as he had feared. Hagrid had gifted him a cloakweed plant, with the barrel serving as an impromptu pot filled with rich soil. The leaves of the cloakweed were adorned with dewdrops, likely freshly unearthed from the Forbidden Forest. Kyle had presented Hagrid with a model of a fire dragon, the kind utilized during the Triwizard Tournament for the drawing of lots. It was capable of movement, low-altitude flight, and even breathe fire. Hagrid was sure to appreciate it. Cedric had gifted him a set of magical Quidditch balls, complete with signatures from the Chudley Cannons players. Kyle, upon seeing the signatures, disdainfully set the book aside, for he held no fondness for that team. Notably, the gift Kyle had bestowed upon Cedric was also Quidditch-related, a cherished signed bat from the Vimborn Wasps, a token he had painstakingly arranged to have sent over by Mrs. Weasley. It was a heartfelt offering, despite Mrs. Weasley's admonishments about his failure to return home during the holidays, vowing to reprimand him come summer. However, Kyle was not the least bit concerned. Mrs. Weasley was easily placated. A handmade apron from him, coupled with a splendid end-of-term report, would surely smooth things over. Kona's gift comprised a pair of knitted gloves she had crafted herself, embellished with Kyle's initials. To his surprise, the young witch's craftsmanship was remarkably adept, and he found them quite charming. They fit perfectly, complementing the sweater Mrs. Weasley had gifted him. He gifted Kona a handbag equipped with an anti-theft mechanism, which would surely serve her well. Fred had sent a bottle of vanishing ink, while George presented a collection album for chocolate frog cards, complete with blank transparent sleeves for easy card insertion. Kyle gifted them a copy of Introductory Alchemy, which also served as the textbook for the alchemy course at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Aware of the twins' recent endeavors in inventing prank items, he believed this book would be immensely beneficial to them. And then there were his two delightful roommates. Mikkel gifted him an exquisite golden brooch, while Ryan presented him with a set of wizard's chess. To his astonishment, he also received a gift from a professor. Professor Flitwick had bestowed upon him his notes from his time at school, spanning from first to third year, contained within 2 hefty notebooks, filled with his insights on spells. This gift was undeniably precious. Kyle felt a twinge of guilt, as the gift he had presented to Professor Flitwick was merely a humble charm crafted from wood. In truth, Kyle had bestowed gifts upon each of his professors. Professor Flitwick received the charm, while Professor McGonagall was gifted a hat ornament shaped like a golden snitch. Professor Sprout was presented with a comprehensive set of gardening tools, and Professor Slughorn received a cane. Professor Binns was given a clipping titled The Treatment of Professors in Europe's 3 Great Magical Academies, while Headmaster Dumbledore received a tome titled 100 Methods of Knitting Woolen Socks. Naturally, there was also Professor Snape, who had shown him considerable care of late. In gratitude, Kyle had thoughtfully sent him an entire box of Potter brand quick-acting shampoo. This particular gift bore no signature, nor was it sent via the usual channels. Instead, he had employed a random owl from the school to deliver it to the Diagon Alley Owl Post, which would then ensure it reached Professor Snape. Though the process was somewhat cumbersome, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Kyle believed that Professor Snape would be deeply touched upon receiving this gesture. After carefully stowing away Professor Flitwick's notes, Kyle unwrapped the final gift, one that Diana had given him. It was a silver ring adorned with a crescent moon motif, accompanied by a brief note. This is a magical artifact capable of casting the disapparition spell 3 times. In moments of peril, simply infuse it with magic while concentrating on your desired location, and it shall transport you to safety. Note: this cannot be used within the confines of Hogwarts Castle, but once you step beyond its gates, it is at your disposal. Should you wish to avoid the train during holidays, it can also take you home. Was this an upgraded version of a portkey? As soon as Kyle slipped the ring onto his finger, it conformed snugly to his skin. He flexed his fingers, discovering no discomfort whatsoever. He was quite fond of this gift. He had longed to learn the disapparition spell. Yet both Chris and Newt had been reluctant to teach him due to his youth. This ring could be deemed the most satisfying Christmas gift he had received in 11 years, though its limited use, merely 3 times, left him wishing for more. If only it permitted 30 uses instead. After tidying his dormitory, Kyle ventured to the common room, where he found Connor on tiptoe, rummaging in a large flower pot. "What are you looking for? Need any help?" Kyle inquired. "No need. I found it," Connor replied, extracting a filthy cloth bag from the pot. Turning to him, she added, "Thank you for the Christmas gift. I truly needed that." Kyle watched as she retrieved 2 galleons from the bag, only to place them back into the purse he had gifted her, and he curiously asked, "Have you been losing galleons again?" "Not anymore," Connor shook her head. "But I did lose 2 sickles yesterday afternoon." "Isn't that essentially the same?" Kyle furrowed his brow. "What about your roommates? Have they all gone home?" "Yes, they've all returned. I'm the only one left in the dormitory now." Conna, a touch exhilarated, exclaimed, "However, they sent me gifts, hairpins from the Muggle world, and they are absolutely lovely." Kyle rubbed his forehead, poised to respond, yet Conna had already dashed back to the dormitory. When she returned, she held a small wooden box in her hands. "Look, isn't it beautiful?" Conna presented the box to Kyle. Inside were 7 or 8 vibrant hairpins, their designs indeed more innovative than those from the magical realm. However, Kyle had no interest in them. He merely glanced at the pins before preparing to return them to Conna. At that moment, he noticed a small vial hidden beneath the hairpins. Out of curiosity, he reached to remove the pins that covered it. "What on earth is this?" Kyle's hand trembled suddenly, nearly causing him to drop the box, a cold sweat breaking out as he hastily placed it on the wooden table beside him. After a moment to steady his nerves, Kyle carefully extended his hand and retrieved the vial. Chapter 77, Lemonade. The vial was no larger than a thumb, containing a golden potion that shimmered like molten gold, dazzling and enchanting. Upon meticulous examination, Kyle confirmed that the vial contained Felix Felicis, commonly known as the luck potion, arguably the most intricate potion within the magical world. The rarity of its ingredients was secondary. The most critical factor was the necessity of brewing it for a duration of 6 months, with any lapse in concentration requiring a complete restart. Each diminutive vial commanded an exorbitant price. Where did this come from? Kyle turned to inquire. It was a Christmas gift from Professor Snape for me, Connor replied, puzzled. What's the matter? Don't you have one? At her words, a pang of envy pierced Kyle's heart. Not only had he never received Felix Felicis, but Snape had not even bestowed upon him an empty vial. Stifling the rising bitterness in his stomach, Kyle asked, his expression a blend of complexity. Did you know Professor Snape before? Kanna initially shook her head, then nodded. I had heard my mother mention his name, but I had never seen him before coming to Hogwarts. Kyle regarded Kanna thoughtfully. Prince, when Snape first awarded Kanna points, Kyle sensed something amiss, but at the time, he presumed they were merely acquaintances and did not delve further into it. However, it now appeared he had misjudged the situation. If they were merely acquaintances, even close friends, Snape would not have gifted Kanna Felix Felicis. Draco Malfoy had never experienced such favor. This suggested a profound connection between her and the surname Prince. Kyle pondered for a moment. The surname struck him as vaguely familiar, yet he could not place it. The only association that came to mind was Princeton University. However, this is entirely unrelated to the realm of magic. After much contemplation, Kyle ultimately decided to relinquish his pursuit. He held the glass vial and inquired, Do you know what this is? Cold medicine? Connor responded uncertainly. Kyle shook his head and, without any pretense, declared, No, this is Felix Felicis. Come on, Kyle. You can't be serious. Connor suddenly burst into laughter. Although this potion bears a resemblance to Felix Felicis, I hardly know Professor Snape. Why would he gift me such a precious item? It's simply impossible. Why is it impossible? Kyle gently shook the vial. This liquid, akin to liquid gold, must surely be something beyond just Felix Felicis. Kanna continued to shake her head. Professor Snape is a master of potion making. Altering a potion's color would pose no challenge for him. Perhaps this is merely a Christmas surprise he prepared for everyone, and what is inside is actually cold medicine. Kyle offered further explanations, but Kanna consistently found reasons to counter his arguments, leaving even Kyle feeling somewhat uncertain. He could understand Kanna's reaction. Truth be told, if this vial had appeared among his own gifts, he too would doubt its authenticity as Felix Felicis. He would likely perceive it as a special poison brewed by Snape, masquerading as Felix Felicis merely to deceive him into consuming it. In that scenario, Kanna would probably staunchly believe it to be Felix Felicis and endlessly conjure counterarguments, much like he was now. Thus, Kyle opted to say nothing further. In reality, confirming whether the contents of the vial were indeed Felix Felicis or convincing Kanna of its authenticity would be quite simple. It merely required understanding the connection between Snape and the surname Prince. Nevertheless, until that was established, it would be prudent for him to safeguard the vial. Kanna had a tendency to misplace items, and it was entirely possible that one day this vial would be among her lost possessions. If, perchance, the contents were truly Felix Felicis, it would be too late for regrets. He glanced at Kanna and asked, May I keep this vial for now? Kanna nonchalantly clapped her hands and replied, You can have it. Kyle quickly declined. I'd rather not take it, as I fear you might regret it later and wail. He was merely jesting. He was not the sort to take advantage of others' misfortunes, although he might possess slightly less integrity than most. I would never cry. Kanna seemed quite displeased with Kyle's choice of words, scrunching her nose and asserting, If I say it's a gift to you, I will certainly not regret it. Even if you return it, I wouldn't want it back. Kyle shrugged noncommittally. If only he had a recording device at hand. He would undoubtedly capture Kanna's words to replay them throughout the common room on an appropriate occasion. After leaving the common room, Kyle proceeded to the library, where he remained until noon before emerging. The Christmas banquet was exceptionally lavish, featuring 100 plump roasted turkeys, mounds of roasted meats and potatoes, as well as large platters of sausages accompanied by buttered peas. For reasons unknown, Kyle also spotted roasted cakes. Every few steps along the dining table, he encountered heaps of wizarding party poppers, essential items for Christmas, just like the Christmas tree. Kyle picked up one of the party poppers before deftly pulling the string beneath. With a thunderous bang, a lady's hat adorned with lace trim and tassels leisurely descended before him. Kyle glanced around and discreetly tucked the hat into his shape-shifting lizard skin bag. This would make for a splendid Christmas gift for Professor Snape next year. Subsequently, Kyle pulled several more party poppers, each producing a resounding explosion akin to a firecracker, yet without the worry of self-harm, rendering the experience immensely enjoyable. By the time the banquet commenced, the items beside Kyle had nearly formed a small mountain. 6 hats of various shapes, 2 sets of wizard chests, 3 rubber wands, and a peculiar assortment of props, including a heap of toy cockroaches. To be honest, Kyle was uncertain of their authenticity, so he carefully secured them in a transparent box, placing it at a safe distance. The handiwork of the house elves remained as reliable as ever, watching the enormous turkey. Kyle sliced off a portion of leg meat and crafted a pizza with the roasted bread and meat sauce, adding sausages for good measure. Following the turkey came the vibrant Christmas pudding, which also contained a little surprise. Within Connor's pudding lay a silver sickle. With anticipation, Kyle cut into his own pudding, revealing a hint of yellow peeking through. He then set down his knife. He could not cut any further, lest the mango sauce spill out. Chapter 78, A New Member of the Garden. In the afternoon, Kyle visited Hagrid's hut. "Kyle, what brings you here?" Hagrid warmly offered him a plate of rock cakes, saying, "Thank you for your gift, I truly appreciate it." The models of the fire dragons were placed on the hut's only table, and it seemed Hagrid had taken precautions against them falling, having surrounded the table with a small fence. One could say he was quite attentive. Kyle declined the plate of rock cakes, shaking his head. "Hagrid, I can't eat anything right now." "That makes sense. Your stomach must be stuffed with turkey and sausages." Hagrid replied, unfazed, as he bit into a piece of rock cake. "What do you need me for?" he asked. "Just to be clear, I won't take you into the Forbidden Forest." "I don't intend to go to the Forbidden Forest," Kyle responded. "I came to ask if you know a wizard by the name of Prince." "Prince? I believe that surname sounds familiar." As Hagrid paused momentarily, he patted his head and said, "Apologies, Kyle. I may have caught a cold these past few days, and my mind feels rather foggy. Many things elude my memory." "Oh, yes. Boppy asked me to find her after the banquet." Suddenly standing up in haste, Hagrid added, "Forgive me, Kyle, but I must make a trip to the infirmary. If I recall anything, I shall write to you." Kyle let out a sigh of disappointment and followed Hagrid out of the hut. It appeared he would have to wait until Chris was finished to inquire if he knew anything. Aside from Hagrid, Kyle had no intention of consulting other professors regarding the matter. Professor McGonagall and her colleagues were notoriously tight-lipped, and if that princely individual were indeed connected to Snape, they would undoubtedly remain silent even if they were aware. Upon returning to the castle from the hut, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, Kyle found himself once again in the library, perusing the hardcover book he had borrowed that morning. It was a biography chronicling the legendary life of a dueling master. This master was a true virtuoso. According to the text, he had never tasted defeat since his first encounter with dueling, achieving an astounding record of 200 consecutive victories and winning the championship 11 times in a row. This record remains unbroken to this day, with even Professor Flitwick in his youth managing a maximum of merely 115 consecutive wins. However, the master's prose in this biography was rather lacking. Complex and profound magical theories, which would typically require meticulous analysis to comprehend, were hastily summarized in brief phrases. It was akin to solving mathematical problems. Usually, one would need at least 3 to 5 formulas to derive an answer after completing a solution. Yet this master provided no workings, simply presenting the answer outright. While it was indeed useful, it offered little depth. Moreover, although he mentioned various techniques for casting spells in a didactic tone, his explanations were exceedingly vague. When confronting a moving adversary, one should gently rotate the wrist at the appropriate moment while casting a spell, to extend the spell's range. The wand should be angled slightly upward, but not excessively high, lest one miss the target. One should simply follow the instinct. If one feels lost during a duel, consulting one's wand is advisable, for it will guide the next steps. But what does appropriate timing truly entail? What does it mean to rely on intuition? These statements left Kyle perplexed. Yet he was unwilling to abandon the content, so he endeavored to decipher the intended meaning and subsequently practiced in the response room repeatedly. This was the most time-consuming aspect. Often, a single ambiguous phrase would lead Kyle to spend an entire day or longer experimenting in the response room. A book that was not particularly thick took him until the end of the holiday to finish reading. On the eve of the new term, Kyle returned to the library to return the book. Madame Pants took the book, as was her custom, inspected it thoroughly, and once satisfied, set it aside. Just as Kyle was about to search for another book on the adjacent shelf, a chilling voice suddenly interrupted him. "I advise you against borrowing such biographical works again." "What?" Kyle turned around in confusion. Madame Pants sat in her chair, expressionless, flipping through the hardcover book, remarking, "The content of this book is not particularly complex. Yet you have spent a full fortnight on it. Evidently, it is not suited to you." Kyle was somewhat taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed Madame Pants engage in conversation with a young wizard, and on a topic beyond her professional purview, no less. Regaining his composure, Kyle hastily inquired, "Are you suggesting that my foundation is too weak?" "No, your foundational knowledge of magic is quite commendable, judging by your borrowing record. You have even surpassed many third-year students," Madame Pants replied, lifting her gaze slightly. "However, to comprehend the biographies of legendary wizards, a certain level of experience and insight is required." Kyle clicked his tongue, finding it difficult to refute this assertion. As a first-year student, his experiences outside of magical creatures were indeed limited. If you truly wish to gain knowledge, do not squander your time on such biographies. Madame Pants gestured towards a nearby bookshelf. I suggest you explore that section. Without much hesitation, Kyle headed towards the indicated shelf as soon as Madame Pants finished her sentence. After all, given her advice, it was only prudent to at least peruse the offerings. Besides, he had not initially decided on a book to borrow. Perhaps there lay something of interest among the titles. As it turned out, heeding advice can lead to fulfillment. 5 minutes later, Kyle returned clutching a substantial volume entitled The Evolution of Charms, a retrospective. Madame Pants's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly masked it with her usual demeanor. After completing the borrowing slip, Kyle opted not to linger in the library. Instead, he returned to his dormitory to set the book aside for later reading. It was the final day of the holiday, and he had a few matters to attend to. First, he made his way to the room of requirement. Upon entering, a flurry of furry creatures rushed towards him. 5 mooncalves, with their round, wide eyes, gazed up at Kyle in unison. He gently patted each of their heads and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping during the day?" One of the mooncalves tilted its head and cooed softly. "Are you afraid to sleep because someone might come?" Kyle chuckled, reassuring them. "Do not worry. Apart from me, there will be no one else here." Upon hearing this, the mooncalves returned to the burrow crafted for them within the room of requirement. Chapter 79. This is all your fault. Gazing upon the 5 mooncalves, Kyle was once again reminded of the events that transpired the previous night. Yesterday, while practicing spells in the House of Requirement, he lost track of time, and by the time he emerged, it was already deep into the night. Frustrated by the monotony of repetition and slow progress, Kyle decided to take a stroll before bed to ease his mind. He slipped out of the castle through a secret passage concealed by a tapestry on the first floor. Initially, he intended to visit the Quidditch pitch, but he became so engrossed in his thoughts that he unwittingly wandered off course. When Kyle finally looked up, he realized he had inadvertently found himself near the lair of the mooncalves. It seemed to be destiny, since he had come this far. There was no reason to return empty-handed. These 5 mooncalves were ones Kyle had previously brought back from the Forbidden Forest. Such endeavors were not particularly challenging for him. The mooncalf is a gentle, magical creature, and although they initially retreated into their burrows out of shyness upon seeing Kyle, they gradually emerged as he began to sway his body under the moonlight. Encouraged by their curiosity, Kyle danced even more fervently. This was a technique he had learned from Newt. By mimicking the dance of the mooncalves, he quickly gained their trust. As a novice, his efforts were modest at best. Had Newt been performing, he would undoubtedly have captivated a multitude of female mooncalves, an absurdity, indeed. However, the dance was somewhat embarrassing, and it was only the cover of night, along with the absence of onlookers, that allowed Kyle to engage in such antics. There was no way he would have done so otherwise. Absolutely not. After completing a short sequence, the mooncalves began to accept him, emerging one by one from their hiding spots. After offering them some herbal leaves, he sought to bond with them. Perhaps due to frequent encounters with Hagrid, the mooncalves displayed little wariness. Upon Kyle's promise of ample sustenance, the 5 little gluttons could hardly resist approaching him. Originally, Kyle intended to take just 2 with him, but upon gazing into their large, watery eyes, he felt it was inappropriate to leave any behind. Ultimately, he decided to bring them all along. After all, they were merely some herbal leaves. He could certainly afford to care for them. The entire process was remarkably smooth. Under his guidance, the mooncalves remained quiet, following him obediently out of the Forbidden Forest. However, transporting them back to the House of Requirement proved a bit troublesome. The invisibility cloak was too small to cover more than 1 mooncalf at a time, necessitating 5 separate trips through the secret passage behind the tapestry to bring them in. By the time he delivered the last mooncalf to the House of Requirement, it was already dawn. Exhausted, Kyle collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, taking a while to regain his composure. Nevertheless, it was all worth it. With the addition of these 5 mooncalves, the issue of plant fertilization was effectively resolved. Kyle was exceedingly pleased with the condition of the 5 little creatures. Although they exhibited a degree of trepidation, such behavior was entirely normal. As long as they did not vocally express a desire to return, all was well. After spending a little more time here, they would surely acclimate to their surroundings. Upon exiting the room of endless wishes, Kyle made his way to the kitchen to pack some food, which he subsequently took to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, still unwell from his cold, appeared utterly fatigued. "I brought you some biscuits and sausages," Kyle said, placing the items on a shelf. "Thank you, Kyle," Hagrid replied, attempting to pour a glass of water from a copper jug, only to spill half of it, which left him somewhat disheartened. "I have never had a cold before," he continued, handing the water to Kyle. "Yesterday, Pomfrey made me drink a large bucket of potion, and it was utterly dreadful. There's no remedy for illness, I suppose," Kyle remarked, taking a sip of water. "How are you feeling? Any better?" "Worse, actually," Hagrid shook his head. Yesterday, he had merely felt a bit dizzy. But after consuming the potion, he began to feel unwell all over and lacked the energy for anything. This sensation was exceedingly distressing for him. Observing Hagrid's current state, Kyle inquired with a hint of confusion, "Did Madame Pomfrey not give you any invigorating draught?" The invigorating draught was the primary cold remedy from the hospital wing. which Cedric and Ryan had taken during their own colds not long ago. Although it caused white smoke to emanate from the ears, it did not induce the lethargy that Hagrid was experiencing. After all, students needed their vitality for classes. Invigorating draft? No, not at all, Hagrid pondered momentarily. Pomfrey said it wasn't suitable for me. Instead, she gave me a different potion, the nature of which I am unaware. Kyle suddenly realized the implications. Indeed, given Hagrid's stature, a standard invigorating draft or cold remedy would likely be ineffective. With this thought, Kyle's mind wandered back to a memory. He glanced at Hagrid once more. This state of apparent drunkenness seemed oddly familiar. About a year ago, a manticore in Newt's suitcase had caught a cold, and after Newt administered a specially formulated potion, that creature had appeared similarly disoriented. This Kyle pursed his lips, sensing he had stumbled upon something significant. The train arrived punctually, reaching Hogwarts prior to the evening feast. The entire castle buzzed with activity once more. Upon their return, Fred and George sought out Kyle immediately. "Why did you not inform us you wouldn't be returning home for the holidays?" Fred exclaimed through gritted teeth. "Mum didn't see you and took out all her frustrations on us. She thought we were bullying you," George added angrily. "We didn't receive a single friendly glance the entire holiday. Do you have any idea how we spent those 2 weeks?" Fred continued, growing increasingly aggrieved. "On Christmas Day, even Ron got to enjoy delicious turkey and sausages, while George and I had to make do with those dry sandwiches. It is all because of you." The two individuals, wearing stern expressions, menacingly cornered Kyle against the wall, conveying a clear message. "You shall not leave without a thorough explanation. I have already informed you." Just one day prior to the departure from school, Kyle raised his hands above his head and explained, "At that time, you were studying in armor in the 5th floor corridor." The day before departure? The 5th floor? Fred and George's expressions suddenly flickered with uncertainty. They recalled that indeed, they had ventured to the 5th floor before leaving, and had encountered Kyle there. However, at that moment, they had just discovered the incantation clue for the Marauder's map behind the armor and had paid little attention to what Kyle was saying. They exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent agreement. "It is still your fault. Why didn't you send a letter? We have endured 2 weeks of sandwiches. This cannot simply be overlooked." Chapter 8, Sweet Tongues. Faced with the threats of the 2 second-year students, the meek Kyle, in order to avoid bullying, had no choice but to verbally agree to a series of inequitable terms. "Remember your words, Kyle," Fred reminded him. "You need to provide technical support for our Weasley Joe products. And a venue," George added. "You must offer us a safe place to store them during the holidays, ensuring that they remain undiscovered by our mother." "Of course, I would be delighted," Kyle replied with a smile. "I will assist you in researching those products. Moreover, there is no need to worry about the venue. What about my room? If stored there, Mrs. Weasley will surely not find out." "Excellent." Fred and George nodded in satisfaction, releasing Kyle from their grip. "Should you dare to deceive us," Fred warned ominously before leaving, "the consequences will be dire." Upon saying this, they simultaneously gestured with their thumbs across their throats. Once they departed, Kyle, appearing nonchalant, sauntered over to the Hufflepuff table. "How was your holiday?" "Quite good." Kyle glanced at Cedric and remarked. "No early rises, no homework, just reading, gardening, and playing with small animals every day. It is truly the life I have always dreamed of." Cedric seemed somewhat envious. "Had I known, I would not have returned." He sighed. "Originally, my father said he would take me to France for the holiday, but he has been so busy, almost always working overtime, spending less than 5 hours at home each day, leaving no time for such plans." Cedric's words surprised Kyle. That shouldn't be the case. Haven't the magical creatures smuggled here already been returned by Chris and Newt? Why is Mr. Diggory still so occupied? Furthermore, he hadn't heard of any particular events occurring recently. Everything seemed tranquil. Even the quarrel between Mr. Weasley and Lucius making it to the front page of the Daily Prophet was remarkable. Under normal circumstances, such trivial matters would scarcely merit a corner of the paper. It is evident that the magical realm has recently been devoid of noteworthy events, evoking a sense of serene tranquility. Under such circumstances, barring any extraordinary emergencies, such as a magical creature injuring a human, Mr. Diggory could potentially enjoy a minimum of 5 days of respite. However, should such an incident occur, it is implausible that the Daily Prophet would remain silent. Cedric seemed to perceive Kyle's puzzlement. After scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping, he whispered, "It is due to the alchemy that my father has been relentlessly searching for its whereabouts." "The alchemy?" Kyle furrowed his brow and lowered his voice in response. "Hasn't that creature already departed from here?" "Not at all. The Ministry of Magic is being deceitful," Cedric replied. "On Christmas Day, my father had a bit to drink, and, mistaking me for one of his colleagues, I seized the opportunity to inquire about various matters. He stated that the Ministry has not located any trace of the alchemy." Kyle shook his head, but Newt did not say that, though he might doubt others. He trusted Newt implicitly, particularly when it pertained to matters involving magical creatures. Unless it concerns the safety of the magical world, it is improbable that even Fudge, let alone Dumbledore, would be in the dark about this. Yet, given Dumbledore-esque character, he would likely not approach Newt over a mere alchemy. Unless Fudge were his own son. I inquired about that as well, Cedric continued. My father conveyed that Mr. Scamander's exact words were, "We have not located the alchemy. It is likely in hiding." However, the photograph provided to the Daily Prophet contained only the first half of that statement. They omitted the latter part. Really? Kyle raised an eyebrow. To avoid causing a panic? Indeed, to avoid inciting fear, Cedric gestured with his hands. They even concocted a rationale to exclude Mr. Chris and Mr. Scamander, who had consistently opposed such actions. Kyle stroked his chin, the earlier confusion now resolved. No wonder he felt something was amiss regarding Chris's recent assignment. The issue lay here. Transporting a few magical creatures hardly necessitated the presence of both Chris and Newt, while the venomous Tentacula and the Australian Billywig might warrant caution. They were indeed perilous and beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Yet, what of the other magical creatures? It was clear that tasks easily manageable by sending someone to a remote, uninhabited forest or deploying a couple of enforcers had inexplicably fallen upon Chris and Newt. Just imagine, an assistant director of the British Ministry of Magic and a renowned magizoologist traversing thousands of kilometers solely to return an ordinary bowtruckle to its rightful place? It was utterly absurd. Under normal circumstances, even a bowtruckle bred by Grindelwald would not receive such treatment. Cedric pondered for a moment before inquiring. Has your father located that elusive winged serpent? Not yet, Cedric replied, shaking his head. My father and his team have been searching for over a month without a single clue. Yet, Minister Fudge has been persistent. Even losing his temper a couple of days ago. Cedric, exhibiting remarkable decorum, spoke silently when mentioning sensitive matters, thus showcasing the qualities expected of an exemplary young wizard. Nevertheless, his lip movements were clear, revealing that he was extolling the virtues of his companion's lineage in a melodious manner. After sweetening the conversation, Cedric felt inexplicably uplifted. He glanced towards the faculty table and remarked, "Let us set aside that topic for now. Have you noticed that Professor Snape appears rather irate today?" "Really?" Kyle replied, nonchalantly biting into a chicken leg without lifting his gaze. "It's probably just your imagination. When is he not angry?" "That may be true," Cedric conceded. But he cast another glance towards the faculty table, insisting, "Yet, I still sense something different about him today." On the platform, Snape resembled an individual who had ingested a faulty potion, his countenance as dark as a cauldron's bottom. His piercing gaze swept across the 4 dining tables, and upon sensing scrutiny, he abruptly fixed his eyes on the Hufflepuff table, causing Cedric to hastily lower his head. Meanwhile, Kyle continued to leisurely enjoy his chicken leg, occasionally exchanging words with Mickle, who sat beside him. Chapter 81. An unconventional Hufflepuff gathering. After the banquet concluded, everyone returned to their respective common rooms. Along the way, Cedric remained absorbed in his earlier thoughts. What could possibly be the reason for Professor Snape's ire? He mused, stroking his chin. Could it be that someone pilfered items from his storeroom during the Christmas break? It was no secret at Hogwarts that Snape possessed a private storeroom, a fact well known among the students. Rumor had it that this storeroom contained exceedingly rare potion ingredients, with carpets fashioned from dragon hide, and that any random item retrieved from it could fetch a handsome sum in Diagon Alley. Given Snape's demeanor earlier, if his anger indeed stemmed from matters concerning that storeroom, he must have lost quite a number of valuables. Let us not dwell on it too much. Perhaps he merely received an unsatisfactory Christmas gift, Kyle suggested, producing his wand to tap on the wooden barrel at the entrance to the common room. That petty man, dissatisfied with gifts from others, Cedric quipped, casting Kyle a sidelong glance, his eyebrows slightly raised. As the passageway opened, the two entered the common room together. They had only returned a bit later than usual. Yet the room was already filled with people who were hunched over the wooden tables, fervently working on their holiday assignments. Not only were there students at the tables, but many were sprawled on the floor, and the number of occupants continued to swell. In the expansive common room, there seemed to be no available space to even set foot. Kyle was somewhat taken aback. Was this truly a collective activity for Hufflepuff? Would his absence render him somewhat of an outsider? Yet, his assignments had long been completed. It would be nonsensical to repeat them. Do not be surprised, for it was the same last year. Cedric, patting Kyle on the arm from behind, remarked, "Our head boy once said that vacation time is precious. Using it to write assignments is a waste." The head boy Cedric referred to was none other than Harris, the captain of the Quidditch team, who was also among those laboring to complete assignments, currently hunched over in a corner, scribbling fervently. Initially, he had a desk to himself, but just moments ago, he had relinquished it to a few first-year students. It was no wonder he held the position of head boy. With the common room in such disarray, the library was likely already filled to capacity. Kyle carefully navigated around the parchment and ink strewn across the floor, cautiously approaching the dormitory entrance. Just as he was about to push the door open, Cedric suddenly called out to him, standing at the entrance to the second-year dormitory. Cedric looked at him from a distance and said, "I really liked the Christmas gift you gave me. Your gift was equally splendid." Kyle replied. They exchanged a glance. both wearing a standard forced smile. The first class after the term commenced was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson. Within 5 minutes of the class, Hufflepuff had already lost 20 points. Clearly, their endeavor last night, one pen, one lamp, one night, a miraculous effort, had not succeeded. Even Kyle had been deducted 2 points, as he had lent his assignment to Mikkel and Ryan, who had merely copied it verbatim, neglecting even to include their names. If you lend your assignment to them again, I shall deduct 20 points. Professor McGonagall glared at Kyle before returning to the front of the classroom. The holiday was over. It was time to focus. Today, we shall learn how to transfigure a mouse into a snuff box, which is one of the most important topics for this year. I can tell you in advance that it will definitely be on the final exam. If you fail to pass it, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Upon hearing the mention of the final exam, the students quickly became serious, attentively observing Professor McGonagall and taking detailed notes. The final grades at Hogwarts held significant weight. Take Fred and George, for instance. If they could manage to earn even 2 passing marks, they would be able to enjoy a relaxing summer. For those wizards from Muggle families, the stakes were even higher, as their parents, unfamiliar with magic, only recognized academic performance. A poor final grade would be difficult to explain. After class, those who had not completed their assignments were all retained by Professor McGonagall, while the others quickly exited the classroom. They still have unfinished assignments in other subjects, and time is exceedingly tight. With only one class in the morning, Kyle had initially intended to spend some time reading in the library before lunch. However, by the time he arrived, it was already teeming with people, just like the common room. Left with no choice, Kyle settled for the auditorium, passing the time there as if he were merely waiting for a meal. Lunch consisted of pancakes and fried pork chop, a combination that Kyle rather enjoyed. Yet, after only a couple of bites, Mikkel and Ryan approached him. "Kyle, your assignment for the charm class." "No, I want to lend it," Kyle replied, taking a bite of his pancake and casting a sidelong glance at them. "I certainly do not wish to be called upon by Professor Flivy again. Rest assured, that will not happen this time." Mikkel raised his hand, speaking with utmost sincerity. "We were simply too fatigued last night. We will certainly revise it and turn it in today." Kyle harbored profound skepticism towards his words. Last night, he had lent all his assignments to Mikkel and Ryan, only for them to complete merely the Transfiguration assignment. Furthermore, when they returned to the dormitory, they were brimming with energy, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. In fact, they were enthusiastically playing wizard chess even before Kyle fell asleep. Given this past transgression, Kyle was reluctant to trust them again. He did not wish to stumble into the same pitfall twice. Moreover, with less than 2 hours remaining before the charm class, even copying the work would be a rush. He surmised that Michael's notion of revising it likely entailed nothing more than changing the name. After lunch, Mikkel and Ryan still did not relent, closely trailing behind Kyle. It was only when Kyle seized an opportunity to cast a disillusionment charm that he managed to shake them off. Watching his roommates pass him by, Kyle felt immensely grateful for having learned the charm. It was simply invaluable. Forget the Avada Kedavra or the disarming charm. Invisibility was the true eternal magic. Praise be to the disillusionment charm. Before long, Mikkel and Ryan vanished around the corner of the corridor. Returning to the dormitory was out of the question. After contemplating his options, Kyle decided to head straight to the charm classroom. After all, he merely sought a place to read, and it mattered not where he did so. Moreover, the charm classroom was undoubtedly a much safer option compared to other locations, as Mikkel and Ryan would never approach it when there were no classes in session. Chapter 82, The Master of Duels. An exemplary professor must possess numerous abilities, one of which is the capacity to discern the thoughts of students and understand how to engage them effectively in their lessons. Professor McGonagall exemplifies this quality. With a mere mention of the final exam, she successfully distracted all students from their previous joyful holiday lives, redirecting them into a state of intense study. As her colleague, Professor Flivy is evidently well-versed in this art as well. Today, we shall learn the softening charm. Professor Flitwick stood atop a podium fashioned from books, his voice piercing the air. As its name suggests, this spell possesses the remarkable ability to transform rigid objects into something soft in an instant. It is a spell of great practicality and is among the most frequently employed by many adult wizards. For instance, in the beloved sport of Quidditch, the softening charm is often utilized to safeguard players who may fall from their brooms. Additionally, during duels, it can be employed to create traps, as a pliable ground renders it easier for your opponent to reveal their vulnerabilities, presenting an opportune moment for you to strike. I may not have mentioned this before, but during my time in the dueling championship, it was the softening charm that compelled my opponent, a witch, to surrender, securing my victory as that year's champion. The enchanting allure of Quidditch, combined with the heroic essence of dueling, instantly ignited the curiosity of the young witches and wizards. "Professor, did you really win the dueling championship?" inquired Katie Bell from Gryffindor, her tone tinged with skepticism as she noted that Professor Flitwick was not much taller than herself. Can he truly best other wizards? "Oh, that is a tale from my youth," Professor Flitwick replied playfully. Yet, indeed, I have claimed the title of dueling champion, and not merely once. For those interested, I recommend perusing the book Champions of the 20th Century. It contains detailed accounts of such events. And yes, it is available in the school library. Amazing! Gasps erupted from the students, as they had never envisioned the unassuming Professor Flitwick possessing such prowess. Professor, I wish to learn this, exclaimed an eager Gryffindor student. Fear not. I shall teach you, Professor Flitwick reassured them with a wave of his hand. Moreover, practical spells like these frequently appear on final examinations. So it is imperative that you pay close attention and learn diligently. It may very well be included in this year's assessment. Understood, Professor Flitwick. The students chorused in unison. In the classroom, the young witches and wizards engaged earnestly in their practice, repeating the spell under Professor Flitwick's guidance, finding it anything but tedious. They envisioned themselves as the next champions of dueling, with the stones before them symbolizing their adversaries. It was only at the end of class that they reluctantly set down the stones and departed the charms classroom. Those who had not submitted their assignments also exited, as they had been informed that the time allotted for completing their work would be in the evening, under the vigilant supervision of the professor. With no sleep permitted until their tasks were finished, Kyle lingered, clutching the book he had borrowed from the library, and posed several inquiries to Professor Flitwick. I too perused this volume in my youth. It imparted much wisdom to me, Professor Flitwick reminisced, gently caressing the book's cover before meticulously addressing each of Kyle's questions. 10 minutes later, Kyle closed the book and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. That will suffice for now. I have yet to delve into the subsequent chapters. No worries, Professor Flitwick chuckled. A good book ought to be savored slowly. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out. My office is on the 8th floor. By the way, thank you for your Christmas gift. It has been 30 years since I last received a Yamanashi tree talisman engraved with the dueling emblem. What a delightful nostalgia. I'm glad you liked it. After bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick, Kyle made his way out of the charms classroom. Meanwhile, around the corner of the corridor outside, Kyle's two close roommates were stealthily lying in ambush. Mikkel, are you certain Kyle will pass this way? Ryan peeked out, expressing doubt. It's been quite a while. Could he have already left? Impossible, Mikkel replied confidently. Our next class is Defense Against the Dark Arts, and this is the only route to the second floor. So Kyle will undoubtedly come this way. Ryan seemed poised to interject, but was cut off by Mikkel. Rest assured, there's no chance of error. No, be patient. It's for our assignment. Professor Flitwick has left. Ryan hastily covered Michael's mouth and whispered urgently. Moreover, he even closed the door. Mikkel suddenly froze, rushing over to push open the door to the charms classroom, only to find it empty. Damn it, he exclaimed, scratching his head in confusion. That corridor is the only route to the second floor. How on earth did Kyle leave? He instinctively glanced at the wall across from him. Ryan, do you think Kyle could possibly have used a wall-passing spell? The final class of Defense Against the Dark Arts that day was equally engaging. Although Professor Oren's teaching experience was somewhat limited, his classes remained among the most anticipated by the young wizards. On the first day of school, he introduced a group of Cornish pixies and encouraged the students to utilize any spells they had learned to deal with them. There were no restrictions. Any spell was permissible. The badgers were ecstatic. To them, this was merely a different form of dueling, and they eagerly stepped forward to relish the experience of becoming duel masters. Although most of their spells missed, with Professor Oren present, the pixies were unable to retaliate, screeching in frustration as they hovered in midair. The sight of these irate little creatures filled the entire classroom with a joyous atmosphere. Even more gratifying for the young wizards was that Professor Oren had not assigned any homework. By the end of the class, the badgers nearly extolled Professor Oren to the heavens, considering that more than half of them had not completed their assignments. Thus, in effect, Hufflepuff had gained at least 30 bonus points without any effort, which understandably thrilled them. However, for Kyle, whether Professor Oren deducted points had become a matter of little significance. After the charms class concluded, Hufflepuff found themselves comfortably seated in the penultimate position in the House Cup standings. They trailed nearly 100 points behind the second-place Ravenclaw, yet held a 100-point lead over the fourth-place Gryffindor. This standing was undeniably awkward. Aspirations for advancement seemed daunting, while retreating appeared equally challenging. In Chapter 83, Exercise Caution on Nightly Walks, Professor Oren not only neglected to review the first-year students' assignments, but also disregarded the work of all year groups. This decision catapulted him to the status of the most beloved professor at Hogwarts overnight, a title unmatched by any. Surely, he could shatter the curse and become the first professor of defense against the dark arts to serve consecutive terms in nearly 50 years. Notorious Quidditch enthusiast and second-year Gryffindor student Lee Jordan openly remarked in the Great Hall that if someone as exceptional as Professor Oren could not break the curse, then the subject was truly hopeless and should be promptly abolished. His sentiment found support among both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students. Naturally, where there is support, dissent follows. Amidst Lee Jordan's passionate oration, A derisive laughter erupted from the Ravenclaw table. "Oh, so not checking assignments brings you such joy?" sneered a somewhat dapper Ravenclaw student, casting a disdainful glance at Lee Jordan. "In my view, this decision is profoundly irresponsible, even bordering on negligence. We have agreed to petition Professor Dumbledore regarding this behavior." "What did you say?" The Gryffindors glared ominously at the speaker. It is worth noting that professors who neglect to grade holiday assignments are as rare in Hogwarts as a troll proficient in ballet. Now that they had finally encountered one, it was inconceivable that these bookish students would not cherish the opportunity and instead contemplate filing a complaint. Was this behavior acceptable? Unable to contain their outrage, the Gryffindors rose in unison, demanding, "Dare you repeat those words?" "I remember you, Roger Davies of Ravenclaw," Lee Jordan retorted, hands shoved in his pockets. Head tilted back as he regarded his adversary through flared nostrils. "You were the one mocking Gryffindor during Charms class not long ago. TSK. You best tread carefully on your nightly escapades." Seeing their fellow student so brazenly threatened, the Ravenclaws could no longer remain passive. "Roger, you need not fear." A senior student adorned with a prefect badge stepped forward, casting a cold smirk at Lee Jordan. "Gryffindor, are you seeking a fight?" "Prefect, one ought not to speak so carelessly," Fred interjected, wagging a finger. "My friend is merely concerned that your first years may stumble." "How did it transform into a desire for combat?" "Oh, I see now," George chimed in. "You intend to report us to Professor McGonagall, right? Accuse us of wanting to brawl, so she may deduct points from us." Fred raised an eyebrow. "Thus, you could secure the House Cup for yourselves. Moreover, no one could prevent you from complaining about Professor Orin." "Ah, so that was the intention." Lee Jordan's eyes darted around, and he quickly joined the fray. Truly, the sharpest mind of Ravenclaw, with a penchant for mischief. Listening to the banter between the trio, the prefect's face turned an ashen green. "With your house ranking at the bottom in the House Cup, do you truly believe you are entitled to such remarks? And with those meager points, you would have to be quite desperate to scheme against Gryffindor. We have no intention of seeking out the professors." The Ravenclaw prefect took a deep breath and stated, "What I mean is, the paths of Hogwarts are smooth. Roger will not falter, but if anyone harbors ill intentions, we shall not remain passive." His words bolstered the morale of Ravenclaw. "Indeed, we fear not Gryffindor. Let them come. Who will inform the professors of who the tail-wagging dogs are? Roger need not fear. With Prefect Edward present, they can do nothing." With the support of others, Roger Davies felt emboldened, meeting Lee Jordan's gaze with rising tension. "Kyle, what is your view?" On the Hufflepuff side, Cedric expressed his concern. "They wouldn't actually come to blows, would they? I'll just sit back and watch." Kyle leisurely stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth, responding nonchalantly, "As long as they are not foolish, a fight is improbable. They merely argue. Gryffindor and Slytherin bicker daily without resorting to physical confrontation. Moreover, Ravenclaw does not wish to lose its second place in house points, and Gryffindor wouldn't want to hand Slytherin an easy victory. Thus, mere verbal sparring is likely the extent of it. As for whether they would engage in clandestine sabotage, Kyle surmised that it was highly unlikely, unless they truly wished for detention. After all, the entire castle is aware of this matter. The target is too obvious, and attempting to conceal it would be nearly impossible. Of course, this applies to Ravenclaw. Should it be Slytherin, the situation would be quite different. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Professor McGonagall entered abruptly. Her lips pressed together, surveying those at the center of the conflict with a scrutinizing gaze. "I hope you are not quarreling, gentlemen, or else." "Of course not, Professor McGonagall." Fred was the first to react, stating, "We were merely discussing Quidditch." "Indeed," George chimed in quickly. "We all believe it was a pity that Ireland lost to Canada this year." Lee Jordan, slow to respond, finally exclaimed in a flurry after George nudged him, "They will surely win the championship in 4 years." "Huh, that is perhaps the most foolish opinion I have ever heard." Whether he was intentionally playing along or genuinely believed so, Roger Davies retorted immediately, "The Bulgarian team is the strongest. Ireland doesn't even deserve to carry their shoes." "Huh, and what has your Bulgarian team achieved this year?" Fred inquired. George chimed in sarcastically, "Have you forgotten, Fred? They didn't even make it to the semifinals. That was merely due to their seeker being utterly incompetent." Roger Davis shouted hoarsely, "If we could find a different seeker, they would undoubtedly be the strongest team." Kyle sensed, perhaps due to a trick of the light, that Roger appeared considerably angrier than before. Thus, a tumultuous incident concluded rather confusingly. Professor McGonagall refrained from deducting points, but merely cautioned them against making loud noises in the Great Hall before approaching Kyle. "Dumbledore wishes to speak with you," she said discreetly, gesturing towards Mickle. "If you have finished your meal, would you kindly visit the headmaster's office?" "Of course, Professor McGonagall," Kyle replied, swallowing his last bite of steak and departing the hall alongside her. As they exited, he distinctly heard McGonagall mutter, "Today's young wizards. Clearly, the Scottish team is the strongest." Chapter 84, Dumbledore's Woolen Socks. Professor McGonagall escorted Kyle to the stone gargoyle on the 8th floor before taking her leave, kindly uttering the password, "Lemon Snowball." The headmaster's office remained unchanged. Fawkes lounged on his perch, merely lifting his head slightly in acknowledgement upon seeing Kyle. Kyle presented a handful of fresh leaves as a token of greeting, placing them beside the perch. This time, Dumbledore did not vanish. He smiled warmly as he sat there, a familiar bottle resting on the table before him. "I hope I am not interrupting," Dumbledore said, rising from his chair and handing Kyle the potion for suppressing magic. "You know, just like last time." "Of course, Headmaster," Kyle nodded, accepting the bottle. "I will deliver it to Mickle right away." "Ah, there is no rush. If you have no pressing matters, would you care to engage in a conversation with this old man?" Noticing Kyle's silence, Dumbledore continued, "Do not feel apprehensive. It is merely a casual chat, akin to your time with Newt." "I am just a bit surprised," Kyle scratched his head. "However, Headmaster, I only have the fresh leaves. I regrettably do not possess any bellflowers." Fawkes has a gentle temperament and does not hold grudges. Dumbledore's expression momentarily faltered but quickly regained its composure. "I received your Christmas gift," he said, offering Kyle a glass of fresh lemonade. "I read it that very day and found it utterly captivating, having revisited it multiple times." Initially, Kyle assumed Dumbledore was simply being polite, but in the next moment, he realized he was mistaken. For Dumbledore retrieved 2 pairs of woolen socks from the desk drawer. One pair was red, adorned with golden trim, while the other was slightly smaller, in shades of blue and pink. However, both pairs featured a large embroidered letter. Kyle instinctively looked up and asked, "Did you knit these?" "Indeed." Dumbledore replied with a sense of pride. "I possess quite the talent for knitting socks. My first attempt was a resounding success." Kyle opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. What has transpired in this magical realm? The president of the International Wizarding Federation, Sir Merlin's esteemed Grand Sorcerer, the chief of WizardingWorld, and the most renowned white wizard in the magical community, Albus Dumbledore, seems inexplicably proud of his talent for knitting socks. Observing his joyful demeanor, there is a hint of arrogance in his expression. "You knit splendidly, Headmaster," Kyle remarked, his tone somewhat dry. "Thank you," Dumbledore replied, tucking away the 2 pairs of woolen socks, before exhaling a sigh, regrettably. "One of my greatest disappointments this year is that I failed to prepare a Christmas gift for you." "How unfortunate." Kyle waved his hands dismissively. He had never anticipated receiving a gift from Dumbledore. Yet, as a quintessentially diligent student, he did not wish for the headmaster to remain burdened by guilt. It pained him to see an elderly man tormented by such feelings. Perhaps, he mused, he should proactively request a gift? Kyle stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though it felt somewhat shameless, he was willing to endure a slight embarrassment for the sake of the headmaster. His gaze instinctively drifted to a neglected mirror in the corner of the headmaster's office, covered in dust and likely of little value. Perhaps he could choose that? Or perhaps the rough-hewn stone basin beside it would suffice. After all, it was merely a formality, and opting for an inexpensive trinket, akin to those one might find at a street market, was entirely appropriate. How considerate of me, he thought, not bothering to conceal his actions. At that moment, Dumbledore seemed to sense something amiss, his lips twitching slightly. Just then, Kyle turned his head. "Headmaster, you may gift me. Shall I offer you a glass of lemonade?" "Of course, that would be delightful," Dumbledore replied, tapping his desk and ordering another glass of lemonade. "No, I meant today. The weather is indeed quite pleasant." "Pleasant weather?" Kyle glanced outside, noting that snow had been falling all day, with no sign of cessation. However, Dumbledore did not afford Kyle the opportunity to speak further. As he too gazed out the window, reflecting, "I hardly noticed how late it has grown." Kyle understood immediately. While it was unfortunate that he could not alleviate Dumbledore's concerns, he dutifully announced, "I shall take my leave now. Mikhail is awaiting his potion. Would you like to take some snacks home?" Dumbledore opened a drawer filled with an assortment of candies and preserves. Initially inclined to refuse, Kyle's attention was drawn to the exquisite confections, many of which he had never encountered before. "Thank you on behalf of Mikhail," he said, pocketing a generous supply of sweets as he exited the headmaster's office. As the oak door closed behind him, Severus Snape emerged from the shadows, observing Kyle's former position with a contemplative squint. "I am somewhat curious, Severus." Dumbledore closed the drawer and hung a gleaming golden lock upon it. "You specifically requested that I summon Kyle here. Why then have you chosen to conceal yourself?" "It was you who sent him away prematurely." Severus Snape replied with an impassive expression, as agreed. "He should remain here for 30 minutes. The students have their own affairs to attend to." Dumbledore took a sip of his red tea and said, "Severus, we cannot monopolize their time." "Oh, is that truly your perspective?" Snape glanced at the Irius mirror in the corner before striding towards the door. "Severus." At that moment, Dumbledore suddenly called out to him. "I believe your prejudice against Kyle runs too deep." Snape halted, turning to inquire, "What do you mean?" "Kyle is a commendable young man," Dumbledore replied calmly. "I have learned that on Christmas Day, he bestowed gifts upon each professor, even presenting a package of dried fish to the least popular among the students, Madame Loris." "Oh." Snape squinted, elongating his tone as he restated, "What are you implying?" I suspect he may have simply overlooked his potions, Professor. Dumbledore smiled. You know, even I occasionally commit such trivial errors. It is quite normal. You cannot let this cloud your judgment of Kyle. Perhaps he did not forget it all. With a disdainful snort, Snape flung the door open and departed the headmaster's office without a backward glance. Chapter 85. The Experiment. The process of administering the potion was remarkably smooth this time. Without needing to be prompted, Mikkel instinctively seized the potion bottle upon seeing the number, gulping it down with fervor. From his increasingly contorted expression, it was evident that the potion's taste remained as unpalatable as ever, yet Mikkel wasted not a single drop. In fact, upon finishing, he smacked his lips and remarked, "Good potion." Of course, it would have been even better if his expression had been a touch more natural at that moment, rather than the current pallor of dark hues. His features nearly squished together, making his proclamation of good potion seem as though he were a connoisseur of poisons. Kyle found it difficult to comprehend Michael's current sentiments. Perhaps this was what it meant to experience pain and pleasure simultaneously. As the weather gradually warmed, the Quidditch matches had reached their midpoint. Presently, Gryffindor was leading both in victories and points, with Hufflepuff closely trailing behind, the margin between them exceedingly narrow. Slytherin, having been covered in a specially crafted dung bomb last time, found themselves instinctively retching at the sight of flying broomsticks for some time, thus trailing significantly in third place. However, following the Christmas break, they gradually regained their composure and, in recent matches, fervently surged forward in points, striving to diminish the gap between themselves and the top two teams. As is customary for Slytherin, they were not above employing underhanded tactics during the games. In a recent match, Gryffindor seeker, Angelina, was unceremoniously knocked off her broom. The incident did not conclude there. As Charlie escorted Angelina from the field, he warned her ominously, "We'll see about this." However, Rosier merely cast a provocative glance at Charlie, seemingly unfazed. Yet, during dinner that evening, over 20 packages shaped like flying brooms were delivered to the Slytherin table by owls. Rosier's face turned an immediate shade of green. The Gryffindors made no attempt to conceal their antics, and under the leadership of Fred and George, they vociferously urged Rosier to unwrap the parcels and discover the surprises they had meticulously prepared. This ruckus swiftly caught the attention of Professor Snape, who, upon learning of the commotion in the Great Hall from a small serpent messenger, stormed in with his billowing cloak. "What nonsense is this?" he inquired, to which Charlie innocently replied, "It's merely fireworks we ordered to celebrate Slytherin's victory in today's match." "Just fireworks?" Snape clearly harbored doubts. Of course, Rosier is a formidable opponent. He played brilliantly, and I certainly must congratulate him. Charlie grinned. "What's the matter? Doesn't T. Rosier appreciate this gift? After all, he would be graduating to Romania next year and would naturally be less intimidated by Snape than others." Snape's expression darkened as he drew his wand, unveiling the packages before all present. As Charlie had asserted, they indeed contained fireworks, which, once released, soared to the ceiling and exploded with a resounding boom, forming the words "victory" in midair. Nevertheless, Snape still deducted 10 points from Gryffindor, citing the loud ruckus and disrespect shown to a professor as his justification. Yet, the Gryffindors remained unfazed. Their house points were already dwindling towards single digits, and barring a miraculous gain of 500 points at the end of the term, the House Cup seemed a distant dream. Thus, the Gryffindor students collectively resolved to embrace a carefree attitude. As the adage goes, a moment of indulgence is delightful. Perpetual indulgence is bliss. They suddenly discovered the sheer joy of life at Hogwarts. Even when Snape levied such ludicrous penalties, their spirits remained undeterred. George even audaciously remarked, "I believe disrespecting a professor is a grave mistake. You should deduct 30 points from us." His logic was simple. Since they could not secure first place, they might as well aim for the lowest score. After all, red and black are still colors. Snape's expression grew even more forbidding. He truly wished to comply with George's request. However, the Gryffindor hourglass held but a thin layer of sand, perhaps merely in the low 20s. He certainly cannot deduct all the points outright. After all, Professor McGonagall's reputation must be preserved. Furthermore, the order for potion ingredients still requires the deputy headmaster's signature, and he must consider his private storeroom. "You are correct, Mr. Weasley," Snape remarked ominously, casting a glance at George. "However, there will be no point deduction. You shall serve detention instead. This evening, you are to go to the potions classroom and clean all the old cauldrons. Remember, you must use your hands throughout. Wands are strictly prohibited, and Filch will be watching you." George's smile froze on his face, and he remained in a daze until Snape departed from the hall. Merlin's tattered socks, detention? On what grounds? It was because he was a professor. Fred sympathetically patted George on the shoulder, saying, "Try to see it positively. The night will pass swiftly. You will help me, won't you?" George asked hopefully. Fred fell silent, clearly unwilling. "Percy? Charlie?" Not a single soul responded to him. In the face of detention, years of brotherly bonds seemed so fragile. George felt on the verge of tears, as if the world had suddenly turned to shades of gray. Ahem. Just as George was becoming increasingly absorbed in his plight, Charlie gave him an irritated pat on the head. All right, what are you sulking about? Don't think I'm unaware that you and Fred have secretly stashed away an automatic cleaning kit. The tears that had been welling in George's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a familiar smile, showing no trace of sadness whatsoever. You really are no fun, Charlie. As the duo with the most detentions, Fred and George were certainly not unprepared. The automatic cleaning kit was specifically devised to tackle such cleaning tasks associated with detention. And cauldrons were included as well. That said, your method is indeed effective, Charlie remarked, eyeing the remnants of the packaging. I never imagined that ruffian Rosier would be so frightened that he tossed his plate as well. What could possibly be the reason for that? That is a secret. George and Fred simultaneously winked, revealing little more. Fortunately, Charlie was not particularly inquisitive. Seeing the twins' reluctance to divulge, he refrained from pressing further. As long as he knew this trick could deal with Slytherin, that was sufficient. Chapter 86, The Devil's Snare. With the automatic cleaning kit at his disposal, Snape's detention suddenly became far simpler. That evening, George completed the cleaning of all the cauldrons in the potions classroom in just over an hour. Moreover, his use of the kit was quite discreet. Though Filch found it somewhat peculiar, he did not perceive anything amiss, attributing it to George's frequent detentions allowing him to hone his skills. It was not boastful of Filch, had he been the one to clean those few cauldrons. Half an hour would have sufficed. After ensuring that everything was in order, he departed with George. George, in turn, seized this incident as a topic for conversation. The following morning, at the Gryffindor dining table, he regaled his peers with tales of his discoveries in the potions classroom, claiming to have unearthed a letter addressed to Snape hidden within an abandoned cauldron, which was subsequently confiscated by Filch. Although he did not explicitly state it, the implication was unmistakable. The letter was indeed a love letter. This revelation thrilled the young lions, who were unconcerned with the veracity of the tale. As long as it provided amusement, that was sufficient. Meanwhile, in Hufflepuff, Kyle was equally elated, though his excitement had nothing to do with Snape's gossip. He was simply looking forward to herbology class. Professor Sprout had announced in the previous lesson that their studies on Rue had concluded, and they were now to embark on the study of Devil's Snare. There could be no better news. After breakfast, Kyle and his companions made their way to the greenhouse outside the castle, joined by students from Gryffindor. You seem rather excited, Connor remarked, casting a glance at Kyle. The book states that Devil's Snare is a rather dangerous plant. Aren't you concerned? Not really. Kyle quickly tucked away his smile and replied, in fact, Devil's Snare is merely misnamed. Its danger is quite overstated. As long as you know how to handle it, it can be tamed and become as gentle as a lamb. Absolutely correct. Professor Sprout suddenly approached from behind the group, a smile gracing her face as she looked at Kyle. Do not mind me. Please continue with what you know. All right. Kyle cleared his throat and continued. According to magical climbing plants, Devil's Snare was once widely cultivated in many wizarding households, as it served to protect underground storerooms from rats and spiders. However, after the Ministry of Magic classified it as a dangerous plant and prohibited private cultivation, it gradually faded from wizarding homes. Even I could not have articulated it more thoroughly, Professor Sprout cheerfully declared. Hufflepuff earns 5 points. As Kyle mentioned, Devil's Snare is not as perilous as its name suggests. However, she paused, her expression turning serious. The lack of danger presumes that you possess knowledge about it. If you are entirely ignorant of Devil's Snare, it can become exceedingly dangerous, even life-threatening. Her words rendered the young witches and wizards considerably quieter. Satisfied, Professor Sprout nodded in approval. Today, they were in Greenhouse 2. Upon entering, the initial impression was one of dimness, with the ceiling and walls completely obscured, the only illumination provided by 2 faintly glowing oil lamps. Fortunately, the greenhouse was not extensive, and once acclimated, they were able to discern their surroundings clearly. Compared to the previous greenhouse one, the plants here were decidedly more peculiar. In addition to the Devil's Snare laid out on the table, Kyle also observed explosive puffballs, toxic poison ivy, and the deadly belladonna. Regrettably, he did not encounter the mandrake root here. This is the Devil's Snare. Professor Sprout stood behind a bench, gesturing towards the large mass of vine on the ground that resembled a spider's web, saying, "Quite beautiful, isn't it? But it is also perilous. Can anyone tell me why?" Everyone turned in unison to look at Kyle, their movements synchronized. The Devil's Snare can extend its serpent-like tendrils to ensnare those who venture too close, causing injury or death. Kyle blurted out, "That's absolutely correct." 5 points to Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout pointed to the roots of the Devil's Snare and remarked, "Observe, our Devil's Snare is still quite young." As the dim light cast a shadow over them, everyone leaned forward, striving to discern more clearly. Yet they could not perceive anything particularly unique and were uncertain how Professor Sprout concluded it was immature. This thing was nearly 2 meters long. Professor Sprout tossed an empty flower pot towards the Devil's Snare. As it landed, the tendrils ensnared it tightly, and with a resounding crash, it shattered into fragments. The young witches and wizards collectively recoiled, gazing at Kyle and Professor Sprout with expressions of disbelief. Was this not dangerous? Take a look at those tendrils. They are still a tender green, while mature devil snares are dark green, Professor Sprout explained, calmly clearing away the remnants of the flower pot. Therefore, while being ensnared will not lead to death, it certainly will not be pleasant. Now, who can tell me how to escape the devil's snare's grasp? Once again, the group turned to Kyle. Do not panic when ensnared. If you relax your body and cease to struggle, the devil's snare will release you, Kyle stated. Moreover, the devil's snare detests light and flames. Sometimes, a simple Lumos charm can free you from its clutches. Upon hearing this, Mickle beside him suddenly chuckled, puffing out his chest with pride. A Lumos charm? That was well within his expertise. Absolutely correct. 3 points to Hufflepuff. Today, we shall learn how to fertilize the devil's snare. Professor Sprout produced a small wooden bucket, stating, here are the tools and compost. Be gentle in your actions. If ensnared, remember to relax your entire body. Now, who would like to volunteer first? For the third time, Kyle felt the weight of gazes from all directions, and this time, it included Professor Sprout's scrutiny. I will go first, Kyle declared as he stepped forward. Do not be anxious. He accepted the spade offered by Professor Sprout and cautiously reached towards the tendrils of the devil's snare. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Kyle's hands were remarkably steady. Throughout the entire process, he adeptly navigated around each tendril of the devil's snare, successfully creating a small pit at its roots. He then used tweezers to extract a silver pellet the size of a soybean from a barrel filled with compost and placed it into the soil pit. Finally, he covered it back up with dirt, completing the fertilization task. Just as Kyle withdrew his hands from the treacherous plant, he heard Professor Sprout's voice declaring, Hufflepuff gains 10 points. Chapter 87, The Bludger and Hagrid. Fertilizing the devil's snare was arguably one of the most challenging tasks in the first-year herbology class. For Kyle, it was a straightforward endeavor, simply due to his prior experience. Let us not forget that he had cared for a venomous tentacula for several months. The fully grown plant was far more perilous than the merely binding devil's snare. A moment's inattention could have sent Kyle to the hospital wing for some restorative potion or another. After enduring a period of hellish difficulty, returning to a simpler task felt effortless. However, others lacked such experience. Encountering the devil's snare for the first time, they were tormented by its tendrils, crying out in distress. Some, ensnared by the tendrils, panicked instantly, completely forgetting Professor Sprout's instructions, and began to struggle instinctively. Had Professor Sprout not been present, they would have likely been thoroughly bound. Meanwhile, Kyle was not idle. When Professor Sprout became overwhelmed, he stepped forward to assist the little wizards trapped by the devil's snare. His actions earned Hufflepuff another 10 points from Professor Sprout. Thank you, Kyle, Ryan said, shaking his painfully constricted arm. I thought it looked simple when I saw you do it, but I had no idea it was so difficult. I couldn't even approach it. Don't be discouraged. Kyle reassured him, patting his shoulder. Just be mindful and avoid those tendrils. I'll try, Ryan sighed. It's a shame Professor Sprout doesn't allow the use of the Lumos charm. It would make things so much easier. You're overthinking it. Kyle gently shook his head. If we were to use the Lumos charm, the young devil's snare would likely reveal itself immediately, rendering the lesson pointless. If it were merely a matter of digging a hole and applying fertilizer, even a 3-year-old could manage that. There would be no need to occupy class time for such simplicity. I was just saying, Ryan replied, changing direction and attempting to reach out once more. At that moment, Kyle's gaze wandered elsewhere. The performance of the others mirrored Ryan's, though there were exceptions. Kanna successfully completed her task, becoming the second little witch to fertilize the devil's snare. While her movements were not as fluid as Kyle's, and she paused several times, overall, she did quite well and managed to accomplish the task on her first attempt. In addition to Gryffindor's own Mike McClagan, who took a more leisurely pace and completed the task only halfway through the lesson, the devil's snare seemed to grow weary, its movements noticeably slower than before, thus affording the young wizards greater opportunities. By the end of the class, more than half had successfully completed the task of fertilizing the devil's snare, albeit drenched in sweat and yearning to return to the castle for a refreshing shower. Professor Sprout instructed them to form 2 lines, and only after everyone was properly aligned did she gradually open the greenhouse door. Sunlight flooded the entire greenhouse, and the devil's snare, placed in the center, appeared to be greatly stimulated, rendering it motionless. Kyle, deliberately lingering at the back of the crowd, seized the moment when Professor Sprout was distracted to swiftly retrieve a small knife he had prepared earlier, deftly cutting off a small segment of a tendril and stuffing it into his pocket. The sunlight had a profound effect on the devil's snare. Even after being cut, it remained utterly still. Subsequently, Kyle, as if nothing had transpired, followed the others out of the greenhouse, casually greeting Professor Sprout as he passed. Goodbye, Professor. Goodbye, Kyle. Professor Sprout replied with a smile, waving her hand. I recall your fondness for plants. Would you be interested in nurturing a pot of puffskein? It will be ready for propagation by your next class. I would be delighted, Professor, Kyle responded, his spirits lifted by this unexpected boon. After bidding farewell to Professor Sprout, he hastened towards the castle, intending first to deliver the contents of his pocket to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. The survival capacity of the Devil's Snare, a vine-like plant, was remarkably robust. As long as the segment of tendril was promptly planted in soil, it would thrive and grow into a complete Devil's Snare. As he walked, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Kyle looked up to see a throng of people rushing towards Hagrid's cabin, including some young wizards who had attended herbology class with him. What was happening? Had Hagrid's three-headed dog been discovered? Furrowing his brow, Kyle moved closer to investigate. As he suspected, news of Hagrid's three-headed dog had indeed leaked, and officials had come to confront him. 3 members of the Ministry of Magic, clad in the garb of enforcers, stood at the cabin's entrance, rudely brandishing their wands at Hagrid. We received a tip-off that you acquired an unidentified magical creature last September. One enforcer stated. Hand it over and accompany us back to the ministry. I did not. Hagrid retorted, his face flushed. I merely purchased some potion to rid myself of a flesh-eating slug. The enforcer persisted, yet witnesses claim they saw you trading magical creatures. That is a fabrication. Hagrid spoke in a flustered manner. You have already searched my room. Haven to you? It is just me and Fong here. Is there anything that is solely determined by you? We cannot rely on your word alone. The man scrutinized Hagrid, narrowing his eyes and retorting, if you are truly innocent, the Ministry of Magic will vindicate you. What do you have to fear? Or is it that you harbor guilt, reluctant to accompany us back to the ministry? His aggressive demeanor incited great ire among the surrounding young wizards. Though they were not well acquainted with Hagrid, they recalled that it was this giant who had escorted them from the station to the castle upon their arrival. The students, particularly the newcomers, were indifferent to the ministry. They recognized Hagrid as one of their own, and thus rallied in his support. A chorus of boos and shouts erupted, demanding that these individuals leave Hogwarts immediately. Some astute young wizards, knowing that they could not contend with the ministry's personnel, swiftly made their way towards the castle to seek assistance. The enforcers also took note of the commotion, exchanging glances before simultaneously raising their wands, seemingly intent on forcibly taking Hagrid away. Just as Kyle prepared to intervene, another stepped forward ahead of him. There is no need for such eloquence. Professor Orin, having appeared behind the 3 enforcers, spoke with disdain. You are here merely because you have listened to one side of the story. Chapter 88. A few hundred galleons a month? What are you playing at? Upon seeing Orin, the enforcer's expressions grew considerably more serious. The presence of an adult wizard at Hogwarts typically indicated a professor whose authority outweighed that of the shouting students, compelling them to regard him with respect. However, as they were unfamiliar with this individual, one of them cautiously inquired, Who are you? Orin Morris, the professor introduced himself. Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. Defense Against the Dark Arts? The enforcers raised their eyebrows. They were quite familiar with this position. Since becoming enforcers, they had apprehended 3 or 4 professors of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, making it nearly a reliable source of their accomplishments. Thus, upon learning of Professor Orin's identity, their tension dissipated, and they addressed him in a business-like tone. So, Professor Orin, we are here under the Ministry's orders to apprehend Hagrid, and you have no authority to intervene. That is a lie. I am not aware of any such order from the Ministry. At that moment, Professor McGonagall rushed over from the castle, her lips pressed together, resembling an enraged lioness. Fudge is still in the headmaster's office. You cannot take Hagrid until he emerges. Professor McGonagall, the 3 enforcers instinctively stood straighter, feeling a sense of trepidation and weakness despite having graduated many years prior. Yet, they were unwilling to concede so easily. Due to the apparent concern of Fudge regarding this matter, he repeatedly emphasized the necessity of a meticulous investigation before their arrival at Hogwarts, leaving no room for oversight. This was a rare opportunity to present themselves before the minister, and they were determined to ensure that everything was conducted flawlessly. Consequently, after failing to uncover any valuable clues within the hut, they contemplated bringing Hagrid back for questioning, hoping for unexpected revelations. The beater's gaze gradually solidified, and under the allure of promotion and a raise, Professor McGonagall appeared less formidable. Professor, you misunderstand. We are merely following protocol, stated the lead beater. This is just a formality. If there are no issues, he shall return by tomorrow. Regulations apply uniformly to everyone, so please do not make this difficult for us. That cannot be right. A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd of onlookers. I recall that the ministry's regulations stipulate that one can only be taken away with concrete evidence. Am I mistaken? Who spoke? The beater bellowed in fury. This is none of your concern. Return to the castle. I believe I am a professor at Hogwarts, McGonagall interjected, her brow furrowing. My apologies, Professor McGonagall, I merely intended to. But the students have a point, he attempted to clarify, only to be interrupted by her. And what evidence do you possess regarding Hagrid's purchase of magical creatures? She pressed. Someone witnessed it, the beater named Hard responded. An unfounded accusation. McGonagall's lips tightened. If you claim someone observed it, why not bring that individual forward? After we have taken Hagrid back, we will certainly locate that person for confrontation. Hard's gaze wavered. So, you do not even know who that person is? McGonagall found herself both incredulous and amused. You possess no evidence whatsoever. Yet you wish to remove Hagrid from Hogwarts based solely on an anonymous claim? This is utterly unacceptable. Today it is Hagrid, tomorrow. If someone reports Professor Snape's involvement in dark magic, shall you also remove him for investigation? And what if the day after someone accuses Dumbledore? Would Hogwarts continue to function? The beaters, knowing they were in the wrong, remained rooted to the spot. Professor, we are merely inquiring. We assure you we will not. I have a report. A voice rang out once more from the crowd. I saw Professor Snape at the Hog's Head Inn yesterday. He purchased a juvenile dragon. You should take him to the Ministry as well. Oh, and Dumbledore, he also acquired a flipper. Hard's words faltered. This statement struck a chord, effectively blocking all his excuses. This meant that if he intended to take Hagrid, he would also have to apprehend the equally accused Dumbledore. Fuming, Hard scanned the crowd for the speaker. Meanwhile, McGonagall's lips curled into a subtle smile as she stepped forward to confront the young wizards. I reflected upon your words and found them to be true, Hater. The potions classroom is located in the basement, while the headmaster's office resides on the 8th floor. Would you like me to guide you there? Hater's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, Professor McGonagall, I am not one to speak for the students. My words hold no weight. I witnessed it as well. Professor Orin remarked quietly from the side. His comment became the final straw for Hater. Understood. He gritted his teeth and declared, we shall return when we have gathered more evidence. He certainly did not dare to approach Dumbledore. Hater was convinced that if he were to bring Dumbledore back today, he would be dismissed by tomorrow for having entered the Ministry of Magic with his left foot first. Reluctantly, just as he was about to leave Hogwarts, he suddenly noticed the Forbidden Forest behind him. Professor McGonagall, would you mind if we ventured into the Forbidden Forest? Hater turned around and suggested, with such vastness, it should not be too difficult to conceal a magical creature, would it? Are you certain? Professor McGonagall's expression was somewhat peculiar. Initially, she had presumed these individuals were seeking trouble, only to realize now that they were merely jesting. The notion of investigating an unidentified magical creature in the Forbidden Forest was indeed quite absurd within the entire magical community. Everyone was aware that the forest was filled with magical beings, each with dubious origins. Even if they discovered something, it would bear no significance. Since when had the Ministry of Magic's expectations for seekers diminished to such an extent? Upon observing Professor McGonagall's expression, Hater belatedly recognized how foolish his earlier words had been. He had graduated quite some time ago, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he had allowed this notion to slip his mind. Yet, having spoken, he could not retract his words without losing face. I am certain, Professor McGonagall, Hater asserted with feigned composure. And then he led the other two seekers toward the Forbidden Forest. Regardless of what they might find, at the very least, this expedition would suffice for accountability. Having ventured into the Forbidden Forest, no one could claim that his investigation lacked thoroughness. What creatures did I remember inhabiting the Forbidden Forest? Chimeras, griffins, and perhaps werewolves as well? Professor Orin remarked, either intentionally or inadvertently, TSK, only a few hundred galleons a month. What are you risking your lives for? It dawned on me that was my monthly salary. How much did seekers earn? 70? Or was it 80? TSK, Chapter 89 My apologies, Albus. I did not anticipate they would act so disrespectfully. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Fudge toyed with his top hat. I had previously cautioned them. But you know well that due to the matter concerning the Bowtruckle, the seekers have been preoccupied for several months, and thus, impulsive actions are sometimes inevitable. I understand your concern, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied calmly, but I have faith in Hagrid. There is certainly no Bowtruckle in his possession. Indeed, I too hold a firm belief in Hagrid's integrity. Fudge turned his head away, avoiding Dumbledore's gaze. Yet, you must understand my position. He has a criminal record. And we have received reports. Thus the ministry must conduct an investigation for the safety of the students. Therefore, I did not impede your inquiry into Hagrid. And even Minerva only intervened when you intended to forcibly take Hagrid away. Dumbledore, with his hands interlaced and fingers resting upon his chin, spoke in a calm manner. I assure you, now or in the future, you may bring witnesses to Hogwarts to identify Hagrid. We have an exceptional potions professor here who can easily discern whether he is lying. If you are unable to come in person, you may send a letter, and I shall personally take Hagrid to the ministry for confrontation. There is no need for that. Albus, Fudge replied awkwardly. I fully trust you, and the investigation into Hagrid has concluded. There is no trace of a Niffler having ever been in his quarters, of that I am certain. Thank you for your trust. Cornelius, Dumbledore said gently. I did not expect you to come to Hogwarts personally regarding this matter. Oh, it is nothing. Albus, Fudge sipped his tea, stating that it was indeed our oversight, and my presence here is warranted. I only hope Minerva is not too displeased. However, speaking of Nifflers, I suddenly recalled something. Oh, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow slightly, displaying keen interest. It is thus, Fudge unconsciously adjusted his collar. Recently, there have been individuals within the ministry using nifflers to tarnish my reputation, claiming I am inefficient in my duties. They also believe my decision to return those magical creatures was erroneous, asserting that I should not have reassigned Newt and Chris for such an extended duration. Even other countries' ministries have written to me, stating I should not have allowed Newt to visit their lands. Yet, Albus, I merely wished to convey the significance of this issue. My intentions were pure. I completely understand your sentiments, Dumbledore nodded. Sometimes, it is indeed disheartening to feel misunderstood. I knew you would comprehend my plight. Fudge took another sip of his tea, lamenting. I now hear nothing but accusations daily, which hampers my ability to perform my duties. Had it not been for this, I would have certainly informed you in advance of the Aurors coming to Hogwarts. Dumbledore's gaze flickered, silently observing Fudge. If it were you, Fudge feigned nonchalance. How would you resolve such troubles? No one knew what Fudge and Dumbledore discussed in the headmaster's office, but many noted his stern demeanor as he departed Hogwarts. It was evident that he was not particularly pleased with the outcome of their conversation. After Fudge's departure, Hagrid found Professor Orin while carrying a large barrel of pure malt whiskey. They shared a hearty drink together, and as a token of gratitude for his unwavering support, Hagrid presented him with a generous bag of rock cakes. This gesture led to a peculiar occurrence in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class the following day, where Kyle couldn't shake the impression that Professor Orin was speaking with a slight lisp. I am experimenting with a new spell, Professor Orin explained. It is merely a minor mishap, resulting in trivial injuries. Nothing to be concerned about. Kyle, however, was quite curious about the spell that could cause such damage to one's teeth. Was it the lunch charm, perhaps? Additionally, during Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall's actions were somewhat perplexing. While checking assignments, she inexplicably tapped Kyle with her wand, then posed a rather simple question. Upon Kyle's correct response, she astonishingly awarded Hufflepuff a full 20 points. This unexpected act sent the other young wizards into a frenzy, leading them to speculate that Professor McGonagall had been influenced by something and was attempting to bolster a house in the competition for the House Cup against Slytherin. However, they soon realized their assumptions were unfounded. Professor McGonagall remained her usual self, stern and impartial, showing no favoritism towards any house. Such a significant point increase occurred only once, and during Kyle's third-year Transfiguration class, she had deducted 10 points from Hufflepuff due to assignment issues. The reason behind this anomaly was likely known only to Kyle. While mingling among the young wizards, he had noticed that Professor McGonagall had cast several meaningful glances in his direction. Although Kyle had attempted to alter his voice, it merely deceived the Ministry of Magic and the surrounding young wizards. Professor McGonagall was not so easily fooled. Nevertheless, from her demeanor, it seemed she had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Moreover, the roots of the devil's snare had been planted in the room of requirement, adjacent to the mooncalf's den, in a location completely devoid of sunlight. After 2 weeks of meticulous care, the previously small roots had transformed into a new plant, even sprouting tendrils as thick as fingers. When Kyle gently poked those tendrils, they immediately coiled around his wrist. As the tendrils were still tender and lacked strength, their grasp felt akin to a gentle massage, quite pleasant indeed. After toying with the devil's snare for a while, Kyle decided to release it. The mooncalves nearby had fully acclimatized to their surroundings, sleeping soundly in their respective dens. The growth of the white fern and yarrow was also promising, as a food source. It would suffice for the mooncalves for several months. However, Kyle was contemplating enhancing their diet by procuring some babbity root, a whole root of bubotuber, combined with crushed leaves of plants such as white ash and rue, is rolled into small balls, which is the preferred delicacy of the mooncalf. However, in Hogsmeade, there is no place to procure bubotuber roots, and the school greenhouse offers no opportunity for acquisition. Kyle must await the holidays to visit Diagon Alley and procure some from Newt. Additionally, the venomous tentacula is nearing maturity, its row of teeth as sharp as razors. Kyle tossed a stone toward it, and the solid rock crunched in the tentacula's mouth like a chickpea. Kyle has begun to anticipate the growth of the devil's snare. When it matures, the spectacle of its battle alongside the venomous tentacula will be quite a sight. He chuckled gleefully at the thought.